Lu Feng is a student with excellent character and academic performance, but he is accidentally hit and killed by a dump truck. Just when he thought everything was over, he met the legendary goddess of transformation. From the goddess, he learned that the reason he was hit to death was due to the other party's work mistake. As compensation, the goddess turned him into a powerful villain aristocrat in the world of the book, that is, Hilkin Roland. But after becoming Hilkin, Lu Feng's imagination of being disliked by the male and female protagonists and becoming a tool to promote the plot did not happen. Instead, all the beautiful girls looked at him with something strange in their eyes. No matter whether it was the heroine, the vicious female supporting role, the princess, or even his own guards, for some reason, these people all had a deep liking for him. Not knowing the truth, Hilkin could only make the best of it and continue on, thus beginning his fantasy life in another world. Chapter 1. I traveled across time. So you mean I traveled through time? That's right. Traveled into a book? Aha. And he became a villain? Aha. Is this what you said? Because you were careless at work and accidentally made a mistake, the truck didn't kill the person who was supposed to be killed and reincarnated, but killed me instead. Since I can't be resurrected, in order to express your guilt, you are going to give me a big gift and let me reincarnate into this book to enjoy a beautiful and happy life? Lu Feng spoke at an extremely fast speed, muttering the above paragraph with considerable dissatisfaction. That's right. The blonde, smiling girl who claimed to be the reincarnated goddess said cheerfully. Then let me be the protagonist. What do you mean by reincarnating me as a villain? Lu Feng asked in confusion. Well, actually, think about it. The villain is 1.8 meters tall, with sharp eyebrows and bright eyes. He is the dream lover of countless girls. He is wealthy, powerful, and has excellent grades. Isn't that pretty good? You just need to build a good relationship with the protagonist and change the ending. Well, that's right. Wait a minute, I have a question. Why would a person with this configuration be a villain? Is there anyone worthy of him being a villain? Hey! Give me a positive answer, please. That's what it says in the book. What can I do? I'm just a goddess in charge of reincarnation. Okay, I'll just trust you for now. Lu Feng shook his head and looked at the golden figure in his mind helplessly. He continued to ask, so which scene am I in now? Well, you're about to make a move on the little white flower girl. Take action? What do you mean? Lu Feng asked in confusion. It means raping the heroine, and then when you fail, the hero will come in. Is this what you meant by just have a good relationship with the protagonist? Lu Feng looked at the golden figure in his mind a little madly. He roared, is this the final step? And why does the hero always come in at such inexplicable times? Is he coming in time or not? Hey, this. I don't know, how about, you figure it out yourself? Hey, no, I'll figure it out myself? I suspect you were the one who pulled me in to put out the fire. Lu Feng was speechless after being tricked by the goddess, and he said with a sense of despair. How is that possible? The time for communicating with the reincarnated person is limited. I have to go first. Bye. The golden goddess in his mind flashed twice. She smiled awkwardly, spoke, and then disappeared from Lu Feng's mind in a flash. Hello? Hello? Lu Feng called out twice in his mind, but the other party never responded. He really disappeared. What is this? Lu Feng's face was full of helplessness. He lowered his head subconsciously. Only then did he see the girl that the goddess was talking about. The girl was lying naked on the bed, with a thin quilt barely covering her body. She looked at Lu Feng in front of her with horror. I am in this situation now. No matter how I explain it, it's useless. It's better to apologize honestly first. Thinking of this, Lu Feng clasped his hands together, lowered his head, and spoke to the little white flower heroine in front of him. I think in this situation, no matter how I explain it, you won't believe it, so I'm going to apologize first. I'm sorry. Lu Feng bowed solemnly. I will personally deliver the subsequent apology to your door. But the little white flower heroine didn't say anything. She just stared at Lu Feng with a weird look. As expected, apologizing is useless. Lu Feng looked at everything in front of him with a serious expression. After a pause, he continued, if you need, I can apologize to you in front of everyone in the school. I should forgive you now, that's it? What? Did the heroine say something just now? Lu Feng looked up in surprise, but saw the heroine with a look of contempt. While Lu Feng was still wondering why the other party had such an expression, the little white flower heroine had already spoken first. She looked at Lu Feng coldly and said slowly, "You threatened me to go into your room, take off my clothes, and throw me on the bed, and this is the result? Are you incapable?" The voice of the heroine Xiao Baihua is as sweet as a mountain spring, rippling in people's hearts and making their souls fall into silence, but the content of her words is totally unsettling. What kind of little white flower heroine is this? Lu Feng opened his eyes wide, speechless, staring at the heroine in front of him in amazement. What's wrong? Master Zirjin? Are you stupid? Don't tell me you took off my clothes just to apologize to me? The heroine still put on a cold attitude and asked. Ah, this. Lu Feng's brain was working at high speed at this moment. He tried to find a suitable word to ease the slightly awkward atmosphere. Shouldn't you me first, then me again, and finally me before me? No, what kind of little white flower heroine is this? I am the little white flower heroine, right? Who is the villain? Lu Feng? No, he should be called Sierra Jean at this moment. Looking at the so-called little white flower heroine, Chris Hilkin took 2 steps back unconsciously. TSK, someone troublesome is coming, I'm leaving first. Chris glanced at Lu Feng with disdain, stood up and was about to leave the room. No, wait a minute. Seeing that she seemed to be planning to go out in tattered clothes, Lu Feng hurriedly stepped forward and stopped Chris. You're going out like this? What else? Chris turned around, looked at Lu Feng, and asked in confusion. What's the difference between you leaving my room dressed like this and you yelling I belong to Master Hilkin in school? Hilkin looked at Chris and said somewhat collapsively, and now he felt that the heroine in front of him seemed to have some problems with her IQ. Is it shameful to be your property? Please, you are the legitimate son of the Roland family, the legitimate son of Duke Roland, who is rich enough to rival a country and has great power. Hilkin was speechless. He found that what Chris said seemed to be right, and he really didn't know how to refute it. Oh, I know you're the kind of sanctimonious guy who doesn't like to hear such naked truth. Then let me put it another way. Chris shook her head and continued, my clothes have been torn by you, so I can only go out like this. Are you kidding me? The original Hilkin has already achieved this? How can I play this game? Although he was in a storm, Hilkin still put on a helpless look and said, you can have my coat. After that, he took off his coat and handed it to Chris in front of him. Chris took the coat and looked Hilkin up and down with a strange look in her eyes. After a moment, she slowly said, do you think it's better for me to walk out of your room wearing your coat than for me to walk out in rags? Yeah, it seems like there's no difference between the two. Then what do you say we should do? It's easy. Just take off all your clothes and put them on me. Then you can just lie and say you accidentally spilled soup on my clothes. I don't think anyone will believe this lie. It's better than me wearing your coat and going out, right? Chris leaned over and asked softly. 2. Helpless, Hilkin had to give his clothes to Chris. After Chris put on her clothes, she looked at herself in the mirror, then turned around and asked, how about you give me the clothes? Let's just write off what happened between us. No, that's my dress you're wearing, Hilkin said calmly. Hey, it's the dress. Okay, I'll wash it and give it back to you later. Chris seemed a little excited for some reason when she heard this. Okay. Hilkin nodded slightly and spoke. Okay, I have to leave. If I don't leave now, it will be too late. After saying that, Chris hurriedly fastened her buttons and belt and ran out the door. Chapter 2, First Meeting the Hero Bang. Just as Sierra Jean heaved a sigh of relief and was about to ask the butler to send over a set of clothes, a violent bang was heard and his door was rudely knocked open. Chris, the visitor shouted anxiously. Is this the protagonist? He's quite handsome, but why does he look silly? Looking at Lin, who was searching the room trying to find Chris, Hilkin thought so. Where's Chris? Hilkin! Where did you take Chris? Seeing that there was no one around and searching in vain, Lin turned his attention to Hilkin and asked loudly. I know you're anxious, but don't be anxious yet. Hilkin tried to persuade the anxious Lin, but this is of no use. Lin seemed to have determined that Chris was with Hilkin, although this is indeed the case. Hand Chris over to me right now. Lin said loudly. Alas, it seems that he has determined that the person is here. Hilken sighed and said slowly, wait a minute, let's work backwards. Assuming Chris is really in my room, there must be two possibilities now. The first possibility is that she came to my room, but I didn't do anything and just let her go. Lin An obviously scoffed at the first possibility. Without waiting for Hilken to finish, he sneered and said, what are you talking about? Who doesn't know what kind of person you are? That's the second possibility. She came to my room and I did everything I could to her and then let her go. Haha, look. Lin An pointed at Hilken angrily, you've already admitted it yourself. Don't be impatient. Sierra Jean interrupted the angry Lin An, sighed, and continued, it's very clear when Chris entered my room. There are witnesses everywhere here who can testify. As for the time of departure, there's no need to dwell on it. Let's just use the current time as the time Chris will leave. After a pause, Sierra Jean turned around and walked to the sofa and sat down. He looked up at Lin An in front of him and said calmly, okay, let me think about it. From the time she entered my room to the time she left my room, less than 4 minutes had passed. After that, Hilken glanced at Lin, put his hand on the armrest of the sofa, and said coldly, you mean, within 4 minutes, I forced Chris and I to do everything we should do, and also made her put on her clothes and leave obediently? Lin fell silent, his eyes moving back and forth over Hilken's body, as if trying to determine the truth of his words. What do you think? Are you willing to believe the truth you see, or the truth you think in your heart? Hilken looked at Lin and spoke slowly. He pulled out the jeweled decorative dagger from his waist and held it in his hand to admire it carefully. In the sunlight, the huge gem inlaid on the handle sparkled. This, you, Zirjan, shut up. I don't want to hear your nonsense. Obviously, in response to Hilken's relentless pressure, Lin did not intend to continue following his idea. Instead, he chose to break away from the existing conversation and turn to direct questioning. You just need to tell me, is Chrissy here with you? Hilken chuckled, put the dagger aside, stood up and looked at Lin in front of him again. If I say she's not here, will you believe me? On the other hand, if I say she's here, does that mean it's true? In the final analysis, when you came to question me, you already had an answer in your heart that convinced you. You came to me just to hear the answer you wanted to hear. Hilken walked up to Lin and whispered, am I right, Mr. Lin? Lin An fell silent again, not knowing how to start talking for a moment, and could only glare at Sierra Jean in front of him. Sierra Jean sighed and said calmly, I know that you won't believe anything I say, because in your eyes I am a violent person, so you can't face my words. I don't. Lin retorted subconsciously. You have. Hilken continued, my answer is meaningless to you because you didn't believe me since the beginning of your freshman year. In this case, my suggestion is that you go find Chris and ask her in person. You wait for me, Hilken. After Hilken finished speaking, Lin looked at him viciously, left angrily after saying this. Bang! A loud noise of the door open crashed into the house. Hilken frowned slightly, looking at Lin An's departing back. He shouted, oh, by the way, Mr. Lin An, the door here is not cheap. If it is broken. 100 gold coins. But Lin did not respond. He quickened his pace and walked very fast, disappearing around the corner in an instant. Finally left, Hilken breathed a sigh of relief. After all, he is the protagonist, so you only need to keep feeding him ambiguous words to make him retreat temporarily. Hilken sat back on the sofa. Finally, I can enjoy the life of a noble young master. Although there is something not quite right about the heroine, her identity as a noble young master is genuine after all the goddess did. A good thing, the Royal First College has special on-campus dormitories, not to mention that Hilken is the legitimate son of the Roland family. He has a 2-story villa on campus as his residence, but the original body is basically never used. Because Duke Roland bought a piece of land worth a fortune next to the college and built a luxurious villa for Hilken to live in, and it is equipped with a dedicated butler and luxurious carriage. What a damned extravagant aristocratic life, Hilken sighed, but he doesn't hate it, after all, he is the enjoyer. Ding-ling-ling, The wind chimes on the edge of the sofa suddenly jingled. Hilken didn't know what was going on. It should be class. He guessed and stood up from the sofa. With the little guidance the goddess gave him and her excellent sense of direction, he finally made it to the classroom before class. Wan Li's First Academy. This is a genuine aristocratic college. Most of the students here are children of princes and nobles. Of course, there are also a very small number of students with outstanding talents, obviously. According to the usual routine, the heroine Chris and the hero Lin-En are both among the very few students with outstanding talents. Of course, Hilken is also a highly regarded figure. So as soon as he entered the classroom, he was surrounded by an enthusiastic crowd. Some greetings are attentive. Master Zurjin, why are you here so early today? It's getting late, class is about to begin. Someone expresses love. Master Hilken, I like you. Thank you, I would definitely like you more if you didn't like me. Someone sent an invitation to him. Master Hilken, my cat will be backflipped. Thank you. My dog can do front flips. I'll send him over for breeding someday. Maybe he'll give birth to a perpetual motion machine. Someone expresses love. Master Hilken, I like you. Thank you, but I don't like men. In short, at this moment, Hilken was still very curious. Why would the original body, such a popular person, pester a civilian heroine? I don't understand. After finally dealing with the enthusiastic crowd, Hilken was finally able to sit down. Let me see, history. Oh, thank you. Hilken said casually. He was just about to check the class schedule when a female voice beside him reminded him of the class. Wait, how do you know what I'm going to ask? He asked in surprise. Guess. The girl next to him said indifferently, as if she didn't want to have anything to do with him. All right. Hilken did not continue the conversation, he just took out the book from his bag. Chapter 3, The New Vicious Female Supporting Character. The curriculum of the Royal First College is no different from that of a normal college. In addition to some courses with a strong alien world characteristic such as magic and kendo, history, literature, mathematics, and foreign languages are also compulsory courses that cannot be avoided. For example, the next history class will talk about imperial history and continental history. Master Zurjin, as your fiancé, although I have no right to interfere with your private life, I still think I should remind you that giving the Roland family dress to a strange woman, although others can't recognize her, this is really not something a noble should do. About a minute later, the girl who had just reminded Hilken of the lesson spoke again. The girl's name is Devi, and she is the eldest daughter of the Cavendish family. Of course, she has another identity. She is Hilken's marriage partner, that is, his fiancée. The goddess of information about these main characters was packed into Hilken's head, so now he wouldn't have trouble recognizing people. Yes, I know. But then again, you don't have to emphasize that you are my fiancé, nor do you have to emphasize that you have no right to interfere in my private life. You can just say it directly. Zurjin looked at Devi beside him and spoke. Dewey turned her head away and said calmly, I didn't say I was emphasizing it, why are you so anxious? I didn't say I was anxious, what are you emphasizing? The atmosphere fell silent for a moment, and the two of them didn't say a word. Finally, Hilken couldn't help it anymore and spoke first. Well, you are right. Anyway, I will go and remind Chris first. After saying that, Hilken stood up and looked around for Chris. Soon, he found Chris sitting in the corner surrounded by a crowd. Hey, such beautiful clothes, they must be worth a lot of money. Oh, this dress is not cheap. It doesn't look like you can afford it, right? Oh, it's a men's suit? Where did you get this suit? Yeah. Chris suddenly smiled, as if she heard what she wanted to hear. She looked at everyone and said softly, yes, it is what you think. Huh? Although the onlookers had their own guesses about the origin of Chris's dress, they were speechless when they saw her admit it so openly. Chris was still smiling, looking up at everyone, with a smug look on her face, seeming very proud. Chris. At this moment, Hilken broke into the crowd and called softly to Chris. Ah, it's Master Hilken. Chris looked up and saw that the person coming was Hilken, and immediately shouted happily. Master Hilken? The onlookers looked at the two people in front of them with confusion, and no one knew what they were thinking in their hearts. The original body has been pursuing Chris for a long time, but Chris has always ignored him. This is no longer a secret, the whole school knows about it. Now, looking at Chris, who has changed her usual behavior, everyone can't help but have some guesses in their minds of this. I know you can't show off in your dress, right? Don't worry, I'll be careful. Before Hilken could say anything, Chris spoke first. It must be intentional. Looking at the slightly playful smile on Chris's face, Hilken had guessed everything. Master Hilken's dress? Why is it on you? You must be kidding. Could it be that you too? Absolutely impossible. Master Zurgen would definitely not like her. As expected, just as Hilkin had expected, the students watching immediately went wild and began to discuss the situation. The two people at the center of the public opinion field fell into silence. After a while, when almost everyone in the classroom had looked over, Chris chuckled twice, looking at Sergine. He said calmly, "At noon, I accidentally bumped into Master Sergine, and his soup spilled all over me, so he took me to his dormitory and asked me to wear his dress for the time being." After she finished speaking, she clasped her hands together and looked at everyone, apologizing. "So, it's not what you think. Master Zurgen and I have no relationship at all." "Huh, it's okay. It gave me a fright." The onlookers immediately breathed a sigh of relief, and Chris's answer seemed to make them very satisfied, but Hilkin felt an inexplicable chill that he felt that after Chris said this, he would never be able to walk around the campus carrying soup, coffee, or other liquids, because it is foreseeable that countless girls will bump into him. "I thought you would stay with her for a while before coming back." As soon as he sat down, Zurgen heard Dewey beside him say, "What are you thinking about?" Hilkin said helplessly, "Really? That's for the best. Having a promiscuous fiancé would also affect my reputation." Dewey lightly lifted her hair and said coldly as Zurgen held his forehead and asked with a headache, "What kind of person am I in your eyes?" "It's rotten to the core," Dewey said bluntly. "Wow." Hilkin said with a long face, "I am such a rotten thing, but you still want to marry me. You must have worked so hard. It's just a family marriage. It's not that hard. I would marry you even if you were a dead person," Dewey said slowly. The Cavendish family shouldn't have fallen to the point where they have to sell their daughters to make a living. Hilkin said, searching through the few impressions of the world in the book in his mind. Finally, he continued, "Besides, don't your parents love you very much? You just need to go back and tell them that you want to cancel the engagement, right? If you are worried about me, there is no need to worry. As long as you want to cancel it, I will naturally agree." Dewey flipped the book with her fingers and said softly, "The Rowland family is the party that can bring the greatest benefits to the Cavendish family now. I will not give up on you easily." "That's right." Hilkin nodded. After all, the engagement was already settled, and since the other party didn't want to cancel it, he wouldn't force her to do so. Boom. On the podium, the old history professor seemed to have endured it for a long time. Seeing that the two of them not only did not restrain themselves, but became more and more unscrupulous, he finally couldn't help but remind them, "Hilkin and Dewey, you can be quiet for a while. It's class time now. You have to wait until get out of class is over to talk about love. Do you understand? There's no romance." They both said in unison. "Is this the point?" The old scholar's glasses slipped down to his nose. He looked at the two of them and asked speechlessly. "Sorry," Hilkin and Dewey said again in unison. Lao Shui pushed his glasses back on and continued the class. Both of them were excellent students, so the professor did not blame them specifically. He just gave them a simple reminder and left it at that. The class resumed, and Hilkin and Dewey didn't say another word. Chapter 4. A new sister appears in his previous life. Lu Feng was a student with excellent grades, so he was quite confident about studying in the other world. Although I am a newcomer and know nothing about the knowledge system here, but he believed that with his intensive study, learning this knowledge would be easy. "Hilkin." The old scholar on the stage called out his name. Hilkin stood up. "Who is the one who ended the Korea War?" Perhaps because he saw Hilkin and Dewey talking nonstop before, he rarely mentioned Hilkin at this moment. Maybe he will be able to acquire this knowledge easily in the future, but right now, he knows nothing about it, so he could only stand there silently. Why didn't he inherit the memories of his original body? Zurgen thought helplessly. Brave Troya. Dewey on the side sighed softly and reminded in a low voice. After getting the answer, Shurkin cast a grateful look at Dewey beside him, then he raised his head and gave his answer to the old scholar on the stage. Troy the Brave. The old scholar held his eyes, which were sliding down his spine, his gaze constantly moving back and forth between Hilkin and Dewey. After a moment of silence, he slowly said, "Well, sit down." Hilkin sat down, Feeling relieved, Tiwi glanced at him, unable to tell what her expression was. When the afterglow of the setting sun shines on the glass of the classroom, the rainbow reflected by the glass is reflected on the desks. The big clock in the central square of the college tinkled, accompanied by the afterglow of the setting sun. Its sound spreads throughout the campus, announcing the end of a day's classes. The campus at this moment is so crowded that even school is more crowded than it is. The setting sun lengthened everyone's shadow. Most people rushed to the dormitory, while a small number headed towards the door. Both Hilken and Tiwi belong to that small minority, although most of the students in the Royal First Academy are nobles, but most of them only go home on weekends. Firstly, the accommodation conditions in the college are not bad, and secondly, it is very difficult to buy a house around the school. If you live far away, it would be more comfortable to live in a dormitory. Considering the commuting time, Hilken did not have this worry, as his father built a luxurious villa for him next to the school. A butler was also arranged to pick him up and drop him off every day in a luxurious carriage. Although they lived close together, the pickup was essentially a status symbol of nobility. Master. The butler, whose hair was neatly combed but gray, looked at Hilken approaching from afar and said with a faint smile, "Mr. Kaysen." Hilken recalled the butler's name and spoke. "Master, we have to wait for your sister today," Kaysen said slowly. "What's the matter?" Hilken asked calmly, but in fact, I was worried in my heart. He didn't know he had a sister because the goddess never mentioned it, and he was quite sure that the goddess had simply forgotten. "I have to go back to my family tonight." The original? Hilken was full of confusion. He searched in his mind, but found that the goddess had not left him any information about her family. It's such a thrilling time travel. It's really unlucky to have such an unreliable goddess. "Master, your uncle is coming back and there will be a welcoming banquet tonight." Seeing Hilken asking, Kaysen hurriedly explained. "A welcoming banquet? Okay, I get it." Hilken nodded. "Since he is my uncle, there shouldn't be any big problem." After receiving Kaysen's information, Hilken breathed a sigh of relief. He stood beside the carriage, quietly waiting for his sister. Hilken's sister is named Louise Vian, and she also studies at the Royal First College. Of course, he was not in the same grade as Hilken. In fact, they were only 2 years apart in a GEIT. Must be her. With his back to the carriage, Hilken soon saw a girl who looked very similar to himself trotting towards the carriage. "Mr. Kaysen?" Louis Vian seemed very surprised to see Kaysen standing next to the carriage. "Mississippi." Kaysen also smiled amiably. "TSK, I have to say, the Roland family is indeed a top family." Kaysen looked intimidating when he was standing, but when he smiled he became unusually amiable. "If you didn't tell, you really wouldn't be able to tell that he was a butler. I really don't know why such a talent would follow his father and condescend to be a housekeeper." "Ha!" Louis Vian ran forward and saw Hilken hiding behind the carriage. Her expression immediately changed, revealing a look of disgust. "Hey, what's that expression on your face? Am I that embarrassed?" Hilken asked in confusion. "Ah, indeed, this cannot be refuted." Louis Vian folded her arms across her chest, leaning against the carriage and said calmly, Okay, I'm just embarrassed, and you're the best, okay? You can get in the car now." Hilken said as if coaxing a child. Then he walked forward and opened the car door. Louis Vian walked straight up. The space inside the carriage is large enough to accommodate 10 people at the same time without feeling crowded. Thanks to the blessing of the high-quality BMW and the magic mark, they can reach the Roland family's main residence in just 20 minutes. "I heard you gave the dress to Chris?" After the carriage had traveled for a while, Louis Vian asked bluntly. "Did the news spread so quickly?" Louis Vian is 2 years younger than me, so she should be 2 years younger than me. After sighing again at how quickly the news spread, Hilken nodded and said nonchalantly, "That's true, but I didn't expect the news to spread so quickly." "How can it not be fast, my brother?" Louis Vian held his forehead with his hand and said helplessly, "You are an idol-level figure in the academy. If there is any movement related to you, it will spread throughout the academy in less than an afternoon." "Ha, so I have such a status." Hilken said with a wry smile. He never thought that his original body would be so popular. "That's right," Louis Vian said slowly, dragging out her tone. "What's more, the person you borrowed the dress from is Chris. What happened to her? Have you lost your memory?" Louis Vian looked at Hilken and asked with a puzzled look on her face. "What do you think?" Hilken asked. Louis Vian shook her head, as if trying to get rid of this absurd idea from her mind. Well, she's a popular figure anyway. She's pretty, has excellent grades, comes from a poor family, and has a good character. What do they say? Louis Vian rubbed her chin, thinking carefully. After a moment, she slowly said, "Didn't they all say, she is like a small white flower with a faint fragrance growing in the cracks of the rocks and struggling to survive?" Little white flowers again. Hilken now had a shadow over this word. "I didn't notice it at all," he said lightly. "I totally agree." Louis Vian also nodded, confirming what Hilken said. Chapter 5. Stepping into the dinner party, the two of them suddenly felt a sense of mutual appreciation. "I didn't expect you to have the same opinion as me." Louis Vian looked at Hilken in front of him with surprise, but soon, her expression changed, and she spoke slowly with a hint of contempt. "I thought you, a horny guy, would become her loyal licker." Ah, Hilken rubbed the back of his head awkwardly. "Although he is not, his original form seems to be. If you ask me, she is not even a finger as good as Sister Devi." Louis Vian stared at Hilken with her watery amber eyes. She puffed up her cheeks slightly, and said slowly as if she was a little angry, "I say, when are you going to marry Sister Dewey, Mary?" "Yeah." Louis Vian responded with a normal nod, as if she didn't realize what she had just said. Seeing that the other party was still staring at him, with an attitude of not giving up unless he gives an answer, Hilken could only smile awkwardly and said, "As for marriage, it's a bit too early anyway, and the other person probably doesn't like me at all." Is it too early? It's not too early, is it? The noble next door who is the same age as you has already married 2 wives, not to mention that your father would have married your mother long ago when he was your age. Louis Vian said bluntly. She was not satisfied with Hilken's answer. To be honest, Zirjan had never thought that the first time he was urged to get married in his life would be in the world of books, and by his own sister. Besides, what do you mean by not liking? If Sister Devi doesn't like you, then there is really no one in this world who likes you. Louis Vian poked Hilken's cheek with her hand and said dissatisfiedly, "No, you don't understand. She definitely doesn't like it. I'm very good at reading people's minds." Hilken, who was a single man in his previous life, said with his hands on his hips with a confident look on his face. Okay. Louis Vian said expressionlessly. "I really don't know what Sister Dewey likes about you. She is gentle and generous, beautiful as a fairy, with a skin as white as snow, bright eyes, and a natural beauty that can make the moon ashamed of the flowers. She is so beautiful that she can make fish sink to the bottom of the water and geese fall to the ground. She is graceful and elegant, and has eyebrows and eyes that are as beautiful as a painting." After saying that, Louis Vian glanced down at Sierra Jean, her eyes full of disdain. "And you are like a toad. If it weren't for the engagement, I really can't imagine why Sister Dewey would come to you." "Hey, whose sister are you?" Zirjan fell into deep self-doubt. He thought he was not a bad person, so why was he always despised by his own sister? After all, he is a popular figure in the school. There are countless people pursuing him, and he can't be compared to a toad after all. If you like your Sister Devi so much, why don't you marry her?" "I have no objection." Hilken looked at Louis Vian and said seriously. He. Louis Vian stretched her face, and the expression on her face seemed to be a little sad. It looks like an attempt was made, but it failed. "I do want to, but they don't want me," Louis Vian said with a hurt look on her face. "Even though you just scolded me, I still want to sympathize with you for a moment." Looking at Chris, Hilken spoke with sympathy. As the two chatted, the carriage soon arrived at Roland's mansion. "Are you saying that this is the Roland family's residence?" Looking at the tall castle in front of him that was countless times more luxurious than the royal palace, Hilken asked in confusion. Hearing what he said, Louis Vian put her hand on Hilken's face with a worried look on her face. Feeling his body temperature, she asked in confusion, "What happened to you today? Did you really lose your memory?" No, I just feel a little dizzy. Just let me calm down for a while, don't worry about me." Realizing that his behavior just now was a bit inappropriate, Hilken held his forehead and spoke slowly. "Should we call a doctor for you?" Louis Vian asked with a hint of worry as she looked at Hilken in front of her. "No, I'm fine." "That's strange, you people here call this a mansion. Isn't this more luxurious than the palace he had seen before? Please, isn't it true that the Roland family is overstepping their bounds by doing this?" Aren't they afraid that the emperor will punish them later? No wonder the Roland family is the villain. Shocked by the luxury before him, Hilken was a little insane and roared in his heart. You're really weird today. Louis Vian reached out and patted Hilken's head, and suddenly, seemed to think of something. She squatted down and asked curiously, I read that in the novel. Did you travel through time? You are not Sierra Jean now, but a stranger in another strange world. In fact, the real Sierra Jean has died a long time ago? Should he admit it or not? Sierra Jean struggled for a moment. To be honest, he didn't really want to hide his identity, but he somehow felt that he shouldn't say it. So after a moment of silence, he still smiled and said, What are you thinking about? Are you stupid? This isn't an admission, but it's not a denial either, Hilken thought. Tisk, it's all your fault. I've become crazy after being with you for so long. Louis Vian sat aside with a look of disgust on her face, and patted the seat where she had just sat, showing her disgust for Hilken to the fullest. After the carriage stopped, soon a butler and a maid came to lead them into the mansion. This was a family dinner of the Roland family, and as the daughter and son of the head of the family, Duke Roland, they were naturally given the highest respect. After walking all the way to the main table and sitting down, Hilken finally got to see his father and mother. His father looked like he was carved from the same mold as himself, with identical features, except that he looked a little older. His hair was a mixture of brown, black and white, but was combed meticulously. You can still see some of the youthful spirit in the corners of his eyes. As for his mother, she looked very similar to his sister. They both had a pair of watery amber pupils, which were very cute when they blinked up and down, and were full of agility and purity. Is it inappropriate to describe a woman of my mother's age as cute? But in Hilken's opinion, judging from the eyes alone, she is indeed cute. If we look at it as a whole, it is full of majesty and kindness, which is consistent with the majority of those who have been in power for a long time. Hilken, the father began to speak. I called out his name as a greeting. Hilken took off his hat and bowed his head to salute his father, Clinster Roland. This is the name of Hilken's father. Chapter 6. The sister who adds the setting appears after greeting everyone at the main table in turn. Hilken and Louis Vian took their seats. Louis Vian did not sit at the main table, but Hilken did because of her special status. As the designated next heir of the Roland family, he was able to sit at the main table. Silken, a sweet voice with a hint of teasing, came from beside him. Without thinking too much, Hilken guessed who was speaking. It was his sister, Lillian. He turned his head and saw a red figure. The red color leaned close to his ear, lowered her voice, and said, What happened between you and that woman named Chris today? Don't talk. Let me guess. You must want to know why I know what happened to you in school today. Lillian blew gently into Hilken's ear and spoke slowly. You're amazing. You know everything. Hilken acted as the supporting actor with an expressionless face, but deep down I was very disdainful. Come on, any normal person would guess this. Is there anything so amazing about it? Lillian sat back down, looking at Hilken with a slight smile on her face. She looked back at the other people at the table, and when she saw that no one was paying attention to her, she bent down slightly and moved closer to Hilken. With a hint of charm, she spoke softly, The king is wearing purple underwear today. He snored 15 times last night. He spent 1 minute and 27 seconds brushing his teeth this morning. The water level in his drinking glass is 4 centimeters. Stop. No need to say more. I understand. Hilken waved his hands repeatedly to stop Lillian, who wanted to continue talking. Okay, no more talking. Lillian chuckled, turned around, and started chatting with the middle-aged man on the right, no longer paying attention to Hilken, but the shock she left on Hilken was far from over. What the hell is this? He was worried that the rules of the Roland family mansion were violated, but now it turns out that the entire palace is full of people from the Roland family, and judging from what Lillian said, it seems, this king is a puppet king. Is the Roland family the real ruler of the empire? Excuse me, how old is the current king? Thinking of this, Hilken asked Lillian on the right with some shock. Why are you asking this? That old man should be around 60 years old, right? Although Lillian was surprised by Hilken's question, she thought about it carefully and answered his question seriously. Phew, that's not bad. I thought he was only 6 or 7 years old, but it seems, that's not right. Why do you call His Majesty the king that old man? This is really a bit too much. It's not too much. Lillian looked at Hilken with interest. She stretched out a hand, supported her head, turned her head slightly, and said lightly, "At present, more than half of the money supporting the operation of the empire comes from our family. Without our family, this empire would have fallen apart long ago, so our family's status is so superior?" Hilken murmured in surprise. So why did the original body want to entangle the heroine? The more he knew, the more Hilken felt he couldn't understand what his original self had done. Lillian looked at Chen Sun until she caught a glimpse of a tall man in a white cloak walking up to the platform. Then he turned to Sierra Jean and said, "Yes." "Oh, that's enough. The protagonist is here, don't talk for now." "The protagonist?" "He should be talking about my uncle, right? Andika Roland, the great general guarding the northern border of the empire. Brother, congratulations on your victory this time. Have you gone to the palace to report on your work?" Andika waved her hand and said nonchalantly, "It doesn't matter, there's no rush there, I can just find some time to go there tomorrow." Why did he come to Roland's house to attend the family dinner instead of reporting to the palace after winning the battle? Who is the real king? That's right. Clinster nodded slightly and spoke. "Father, you are crazy too. You look normal but say the most abnormal things. At least give the king some face." However, no one could hear what Hilken was thinking, and the dinner went on as usual. They clinked glasses and toasted each other. The clinking of glasses and the sipping of fine wine numb one's nerves and make one immersed in the fun. At some point, the drunk Hilken was carried back to the room. "As expected, I still can't drink much." Lillian looked at Louis Vian beside her and said lightly, "Yes." Louis Vian nodded. After gently covering Hilken with the blanket, the two left the room. The next morning, when the sunlight shone on the third golden edge of the window, the wooden clock on the bedside began to tick, and the maid knocked gently on the door, reminding Hilken of the arrival of the morning. "TSK. Having a hangover is so uncomfortable. I remember this is a fantasy world, there should be a magic that can prevent you from getting drunk. I must learn it someday. This is too painful." Hilken slowly got up from the bed and let the maid help him dress. He rubbed his swollen head and scooped up a basin of clean water brought by the maid. He moistened his face, trying to ease his headache. "What time is it?" Hilken asked slowly. The maid handed over a towel that exuded a warm fragrance and replied, 7:03, master. "Breakfast is ready. If you eat breakfast before going to the academy, the estimated time of arrival should be 7:50. Okay." Hilken nodded and started to carry out the maid's plan. After enjoying breakfast, Hilken got on the carriage and arrived at the college smoothly at 7:50. The first class of the day is potions. This is another course full of fantasy. Hilken walked into the classroom dedicated to potions. He arrived neither too early nor too late. Most of the good seats in the classroom were occupied, but there were still many remaining seats in the middle. He chose a seat on the right side of the middle back and sat down. The seats in the potions classroom were arranged so that students could sit next to each other, but there was no student sitting next to Hilken right now because he had specifically chosen a seat where there was no student sitting next to him. The advantage of this is quietness, although Hilken is very popular and everyone wants to sit with him, but he was still the legitimate son of the Roland family and a top noble, so ordinary people did not dare to sit next to him unscrupulously. After all, given his status, it would not be excessive for him to sit with ordinary noble patriarchs. Sitting in his seat, Hilken, who had his eyes closed because of a headache, suddenly heard the sound of a book slamming against the desk beside him. Chapter 7: Making a Magic Potion. Although most of the students did not dare to come forward and sit with Hilken, that was only the majority. There must be people who dare to sit with him. For example, the person next to him now, Tiwi Cavendish. Judging from his family background alone, Cavendish is considered top-notch, and there is nothing wrong with him sitting next to Hilken. Not to mention that she is Hilken's fiancée, so it was most legitimate for her to sit next to Hilken. "Morning, Divya." Hilken raised his head and said hello. "Good morning." Dewey responded somewhat coldly. After greeting each other, the two fell into silence and no one spoke again. After a moment, Dewey seemed to sigh softly, and she turned around and faced Zirjan sideways, pushing a small bottle in front of him. He said, "Drink it." "Poison?" "That's right. If I were poisoned to death, you, as my fiancé, should get some compensation." Hilken shook the small bottle in his hand, and the lavender liquid in the bottle kept flowing back and forth. "Although I really want to do this, the Cavendish family will no longer exist if I do this. I have to consider the family," Tiwei said seriously with a blank expression. Hilken smiled and didn't care. He raised the small bottle and drank all the liquid in the bottle in one breath, then he said, "Every time I see you joking, I feel like you're serious. Can you show more expression? I feel like you'd look really good when you smile." "I'm not kidding." "Okay, okay," Hilkin replied perfunctorily. "By the way, I heard someone say that you like me, is that true?" Suddenly remembering what Louis Vian said to him yesterday, Hilkin asked with interest. He kept his eyes on Dee in front of him, not missing a single detail. Dee smiled without any obvious expression. She raised her hand to push the golden hair behind her head and said calmly, "Then you are most likely being deceived." "I don't think my sister would lie to me." "Who knows?" Dee shook her head, chuckled, and continued, "Your sister also said that she likes me. In my opinion, both are equally ridiculous." "Ah, then just pretend I didn't ask." Hilkin spread his hands helplessly. At this point, Hilkin suddenly remembered Chris, who had taken away his dress yesterday. So he turned around and looked around the classroom. Soon, he found Chris near a corner. "Phew, I didn't wear any today." Claret was wearing the college uniform today. For students like them who came from poor families, the school uniform was the most respectable clothing. After all, the uniforms of the Royal First Academy are all inlaid with gold. Thinking of what Chris did yesterday, Zirjan still felt a little scared. He was still worried that Chrissy would still be making a scene in the classroom today wearing his dress. However, it seems that this has not happened yet, which made him breathe a sigh of relief. For some reason, he suddenly felt that his headache was relieved a lot and his mind became clearer. At the potion that Dee gave herself, Zirjan turned around and looked at Dee beside him. At this moment, Dee was staring at Chris not far away. Zirjan suddenly shuddered. He was a villain, so the one he was engaged to was also a villain, right? There shouldn't be any conflicts between these two people in the future. "I don't think so." Hilkin could only comfort himself in his heart and decided that if any conflict broke out in the future, he would mediate. Attend class. Just as Zirjan was thinking hard, a cold voice suddenly broke into his mind and interrupted his train of thought. "The potions professor has arrived." It is worth mentioning that she is also from the Cavendish family. Strictly speaking, she should be considered as Tiwi's aunt. This is not surprising. Education in the empire is almost monopolized by the aristocracy, and most of the excellent teachers come from aristocratic families. Therefore, the teachers teaching at the Royal First Academy are basically from prominent families. The Cavendish family was a prominent family among prominent families, so naturally there were many members teaching at the Royal First College. For now, let's just call her Professor Cavendish. When the teacher came into the classroom suddenly became silent. Hilkin could guess why. One reason is that she looks like a very strict professor, and the other is that she is indeed beautiful and can be described as still charming. Professor Cavendish tapped the podium lightly after finishing his lecture and glanced at the audience. When her eyes moved to Hilkin and Tiwi, a satisfied smile seemed to appear on her face. Then, she opened the book and continued, "Let's start the class. According to the requirements of the last class, this class requires you to complete the refining of the invisibility potion." "Wait, are you going to start making potions now? Aren't you going to explain it first?" Hilkin stared blankly at the professor on the stage. So far, he doesn't know anything, but contrary to her wishes, all this was the fact. The professor did not say much. She just sat down, took out a book, and started reading it with relish. "I'm not going to say anything more." Helplessly, Hilkin lowered his head and looked at the crucible and materials on the table, feeling completely at a loss as to what to do. "It doesn't matter if I fail the exam." Zirjan smiled, and he became unusually open-minded at this moment. It seemed that nothing could defeat him anymore. "Well." Dee beside her sighed softly. Zirjan had lost count of how many times she had sighed since she started the class. She reached out and took the small box with the materials on the table of silken. He picked up the feather pen beside him and marked a number on the small box without paying any attention to the people around him. Seeing her skilled appearance, Zirjan couldn't help but feel a little surprised. "There are 20 ingredients on the table. I have marked them in order from 1 to 20. Put ingredients 1 to 4 first. Let them stand for 3 minutes, then stir them clockwise for 2 minutes. Then put in ingredients 5 to 8 and stir them counterclockwise for 10 minutes. During the stirring process, add one ingredient every 1 minute. After that, let them stand for 5 minutes, then pour in the last 2 ingredients and stir them clockwise for another 5 minutes. That's it." With the words still stuck in her throat, Dee began to talk non-stop. This seemed to be the most Dee had spoken since he met her. "Thank you?" Hilkin asked tentatively. "You're welcome." Dewey brushed off the dust on her shoulders and said calmly, according to the method taught by TV, Hilkin made an attempt. Looking at the mysterious liquid bubbling in the crucible, he actually felt a little excited in his heart. Is this how you make potions? The fantasy world is really interesting. As expected, time travel is the best. Chapter 8 Drama Rehearsal. Bang! Bang, ah! With TV's instruction and the muscle memory of his predecessor, Hilkin made no major mistakes in brewing the potion and successfully brewed the invisibility potion, but it was different for other students. The explosions one after another resounded throughout the classroom. The broken crucible and splashing unknown liquid filled the classroom with a cheerful atmosphere. Hilkin poured the liquid in the crucible into a small transparent bottle and plugged it in, and the job was done. He looked around at his classmates who were busy with their work and at Devi who had already finished making the potion beside him. Hilkin murmured, "Was I like this before?" He was curious and watched Devi's movements. It didn't look like she was doing this for the first time. Instead, she seemed very skilled. "Yes, it has always been like this." To his surprise, Devi actually responded to him, although it was just a soft response similar to a murmur. Good God, Hilkin really thought that his original self was some academic genius. Turns out he relied on his fiancée. Damn, it seems like the original body is indeed a villain. After successfully establishing the image of a top student with the help of his fiancée, he not only ignored her but also showed no gratitude. He also gets entangled with other girls, especially the heroine. Hilkin suddenly felt full of contempt for himself. I can only say that he is worthy of being a villain, and there must be a reason for it. He whispered. What are you talking about? Dewey asked suddenly. No. Nothing. Hilkin shook his head. Dewey stopped asking questions and turned around to do her own thing. Ding-ling-ling, the bell rang for the end of get out of class, and Hilkin, like other students, lined up to hand in his potion. Very good. Looking at Hilkin's potion, the professor said with satisfaction. Thank you for the compliment. Hilkin accepted the compliment and turned his gaze towards Devi who was standing behind him, but Devi didn't look at him. Next one. Devi stepped forward and handed over her potion. Zirjan had no choice but to walk out of the classroom. Master Hilkin. Chris? Hilkin, who was walking out of the classroom, was suddenly called. Seeing who was coming, he asked with some surprise, logically speaking, since he was so persistent and entangled with the heroine, shouldn't she stay away from him? Why did she come closer to him? I can't figure it out. Master Zirjan, don't forget the rehearsal later. Chris came closer, almost pressing her entire body against Hilkin's. Okay. Hilkin took 2 steps back and spoke slowly. Rehearsal? What rehearsal? Was it about a new plot that he didn't know about? By the way, you. Chris took 2 steps forward, put her face forward, and said softly, too close, this is too close. Hilkin could feel the heat blowing on his face and the fragrance of Chris's hair. Drama rehearsals, even in the Royal First College, will include various performances, not just dull teaching. Of course, for most students, such performance activities are even more painful than boring teaching. Dewey said lightly. She had walked out of the classroom at some point and was standing next to the two of them, expressionless. Ahem. Hilkin felt the situation was a little awkward. He coughed lightly and took 2 steps back. I was about to explain, but Chris didn't seem to realize there was anything wrong. Seeing that he had taken 2 steps back, she stepped forward again, reaching out and gently touching his collar. It's about time now. You can go over now, hero and heroine. Dewey crossed her arms and said indifferently. Okay, let's go, Master Hilkin. Chris smiled. As if she had decided to quit while she was ahead, she left Shurkin and moved to his side, gently holding his hand to feel the soft, warm, and slightly warm touch on your hands. Hilkin felt himself stiffen. He turned to look at Devi beside him. Dewey still had a blank expression on her face and seemed to not care. So, what should we do in this situation? I'm just an ordinary person who traveled through time and space to enjoy life. I really can't handle this Shura-like situation. Besides, shouldn't you be the heroine who was bullied by me? Why are you here now? And you're even more enthusiastic than my fiancé. Is there something wrong? Shouldn't you go find the male lead? Why are you looking for me? Hilkin's face was extremely stiff, and no expression could be seen, but his heart was already churning and he was almost about to collapse, but Chris didn't give Hilkin time to think. She looked at Divi with a smile, then took Hilken's hand and said sweetly, "Going, Master Hilken? You don't even give me a choice. If you really want me to choose, why don't you let go? How did your original body force you to have this strength?" Chris's grip on Hilken's hand hurt. He didn't understand why the woman in front of him had such great strength to drag him away from the spot. The one with great strength feels as if he is being led by a cow. He could only look to Dewey, who was standing beside him, for help, but Dewey just stood there with her arms folded across her chest, watching the scene expressionlessly. He allowed Chris to drag him away from where he was and walked towards the rehearsal room. Rehearsing a play? Until now, Hilken's mind was confused. He could understand that there were drama rehearsals in the Royal First Academy, but he couldn't understand why his original body would participate. Shouldn't the young master be disdainful of such activities? It seemed that the gaze he had been giving Chris's back was too intense. Chris turned around as if sensing something, looked at him, and slowly said, "It's just a drama rehearsal. You're the male lead, and I'm the female lead. Master Hilken wouldn't be so forgetful that he can't even remember this, right?" Hilken fell silent. Now he probably understood why his original self had to come to participate in this inexplicable drama rehearsal. "Excuse me, what exactly is the play about?" Hilken asked tentatively. "Really," but when he saw Chris's smile after she turned around, he knew something was wrong. "As for the plot, it's probably about the hero saving the saint and defeating the devil and living happily ever after. Who on earth is watching such an outrageous plot? Hey! No, this is a fantasy world, so this kind of drama should be considered a serious drama? By the way, I'll bring you a tip." Chris suddenly stopped, moved forward, stood on tiptoe and leaned against Hilken's chest, put her mouth close to his ear and said, "Lin-En is playing the role of the devil." What is this unfolding? Hilken had already fallen into a state of collapse. He could probably imagine that originally Lin-En was the hero and he was the Demon King, but he used his power to severely oppress the hero, forcing him to become the Demon King, while he successfully became the hero, Master Hilken? Chris had already left Hilken's presence. She put her hands behind her back, walked quickly to the front of Hilken, turned around and looked at him with a smile on her face. At this moment, the sunlight poured in through the glass windows, giving Chris's figure a beautiful golden edge. Her long white hair looked dazzling under the sunlight. Pretty, this was the only word left in Hilken's mind at this moment. The Chris in front of me was so beautiful that she didn't seem like someone I would see in real life. Master Hilken, seeing Hilken standing there for a long time, Chris took the initiative to step forward, took his hand, and led him forward. "Am I pretty?" Hilken was stunned for a moment, then whispered, "Beautiful." "Really?" Chris's face was full of joy. She bent down slightly, turned around, and jumped to Hilken's side, and asked with a smile, "Really?" Hilken turned his head and pretended to be calm. "What is this? I really can't handle it." Facing Chris in front of him, Hilken felt overwhelmed. He chose to change the subject, an evasion that was shameful but effective. Chris, can you give me back my dress?" "Dress?" Chris poked her reddish cheek with her finger and said slowly, "No, wait 2 days. I'll wash it and return it to you." "Good." Hilken had no intention of taking back the dress immediately, he just wanted to interrupt. Chapter 9 Rehearsal begins. I followed Chris all the way to the rehearsal room. Hilken finally breathed a sigh of relief. Although Chris did not launch a direct attack on him on the road afterwards, she would always look at him unconsciously, as if she was looking at something precious. This look made Hilken feel uncomfortable. In his opinion, Chris is the heroine and should be with the hero. She can't possibly have feelings for him. Although this little white flower is a little strange at the moment, it should just have some purpose. Well, Hilken was satisfied with his idea. In short, there is absolutely no way Chris would fall in love with me. When I entered the activity room, there were already a lot of people inside. "Ah, Master Hilken. Master Hilken, are you here? I have to say, it feels really good to be surrounded by villains. Hilken, why are you with Chris again?" "It's not good at all now." Hilken heard Lin's voice. "It's none of your business who I'm with. You're meddling a little too much, aren't you?" Hilken said indifferently. "Okay, I hope you didn't do anything to hurt Chris." Lin also said tensely. The atmosphere between the two became tense for a while. "Ah, all right. Seeing this, Chris immediately jumped in. She pushed Lin in and said, "Student Lin-En, I know you are a good person, but Jean really didn't do anything to me." "Really?" Lin looked at Hilken and asked doubtfully. Hilken said nothing. He didn't need to explain. Chris shook her head and said with some pity, really not, Lin. Okay. Lin glanced at Hilken, gently pushed Chris aside, and whispered to him, it was my fault. I'm sorry. There is a problem, absolutely there is a problem. Why would you, a male protagonist, apologize to me, a villain? Shouldn't you fight me to the death? You apologize to me? Hilken pointed at himself and said in disbelief. Yeah. Lin said calmly, I shouldn't have wrongly accused you. Okay, Zirjan accepted it. It seems that the male protagonist is a principled person, but he is the male protagonist after all, and as a villain I will definitely be trampled under his feet in the end. I should forgive him now, so that he won't torture me later. It's okay, it's okay. Sierra Jean waved his hands and said, you don't have to be like this. To Hilken this seemed modest, but after hearing this, Lin immediately became unhappy and continued to no, since you are wrong, you should apologize. I am not an arrogant noble like you. Hiss. How am I arrogant? Tell me about it. Hilken took 2 steps forward, rolled up his left sleeve, and looked at Lin in front of him with a bad face. Lin was not afraid of him. He was also a strange man. Others kept their distance from nobles, but this guy would say something against anyone he disliked. He looked directly at Hilken and said slowly, are you still arrogant? You've done a lot of bullying. You're simply a disgrace and a scum. Hilken looked at the hero. If the man in front of him wasn't the hero, he would have probably already taken action, but now he was just talking back. After all, the male protagonist can't hit? Can't he scold? Hey, I'm not sleepy anymore when you say that. Are you still going to rehearse? Clovis, who had already become impatient, asked. Clovis Stonov, this is the eldest prince of the empire. Clov? Hilken and Lin looked at the people joining the conversation in bewilderment, and for a moment they both paused. Since you are here to rehearse, then rehearse well and don't do these weird things all day long. Clovis gently lifted his light yellow hair and said coldly, his tone was full of contempt. In his opinion, Hilken was nothing more than a useless nobleman with a glamorous exterior. If it weren't for the unity of the Luo family, how could he be qualified to stand in his current position? As for Lin, in his eyes he was nothing more than a country bumpkin, a vulgar and uncouth bumpkin. In his eyes, the two of them were not worth mentioning. He was the legitimate eldest prince. As long as nothing unexpected happened, he would be the heir to the throne of the empire in the future. Is there anyone here who deserves his attention? Wow! It's the eldest prince. So handsome, with a stern face. I still think Master Zirjan is handsome, and I am devoted to Master Zirjan. Lin turned around and saw that the person who was talking was Clovis, so he didn't continue arguing with Hilken. Prince Clovis, he said. He had great respect for the eldest prince. The other party had no scandals and was one of the rare nobles without any blemish. Therefore, the male protagonist had a good impression and respect for him and regarded him as a future wise ruler, but Hilken was puzzled by Lin's behavior. Are you a masochist? Are you so happy even after being scolded? Clovis' tone clearly shows that he doesn't take us seriously, but you, the male protagonist, still want to stick to him? Oh, I see. Clovis should be the protagonist's important partner in the future. He should be the kind of important supporting character who was arrogant and looks down on others at first, but gradually changes himself under the influence of the male protagonist and becomes a noble person. Thinking of this, Hilken nodded in agreement. Let's go, Master Hilken. Hilken felt someone pulling away the edge of his clothes. He looked down and saw that the person who pulled him away was Chris, although he was used to Chris having close contact with him at any time. When he saw the malicious look Chris gave Clovis, Hilken was still stunned for a moment. Oh, maybe he feels his self-esteem is hurt because he is looked down upon after all. Clovis's tone just now could almost be said to be looking down on everyone present equally, so it was normal for Chris, as the heroine, to feel a little emotional. It couldn't be that he was hostile to Clovis just because he was scolded. How is that possible? The heroine would never think about the villain. Besides, Clovis might become the hero's good brother in the future. Hilken was satisfied with his own explanation. Okay, now that everyone has cleared up their misunderstandings, let's start rehearsing. This rehearsal is very important. The princes and nobles will come to watch, so everyone must train well. A tall girl spoke at this time, probably feeling that this tense atmosphere was not good. Aiel Senpai. Oh, so her name is Il, Hilken nodded. Knowing the other person's name, he took a closer look and found that the man's inner clothes after taking off his school uniform were very plain civilians. Hilken looked around again. Because the weather was hot, everyone in the activity room took off their thick school uniform jackets. Previously, Hilken's attention was focused on Lynn and Chris, and he didn't notice his surroundings. Only then did he realize that, except for him and a few others, most of the people present were dressed very simply, and their civilian identities could be seen at a glance. Chapter 10 The Goddess Appears Again. Are all those participating in the drama rehearsal ordinary people? He murmured softly, but Chris, who was leaning against him, still heard it. Chris smiled, jumped in front of Hilken, and said, "Yes, on the one hand, the nobles are unwilling to participate in the drama rehearsal, and each of them has a background. The school can't afford to offend them, so they can only force us powerless civilians to participate. The school has given us such a good benefit of exempting all school fees, so how can we not come?" "That's right." Hilken nodded. He understood what Chris meant. There are two more reasons. Chris blew into Hilken's ear, although Hilken's heart was a little throbbing. He had no experience in love, no experience in communicating with women of his age. How could he not be moved by Chris's intimate attack? But he still cleared his throat, expressionless, and said seriously, "What's the reason?" Chris found Hilken's forced expression very cute, so she chuckled, stepped forward, and said calmly, "Huh? One reason is, of course, the money? That's right, as long as you perform well and get praised, you will get a generous bonus. Ah, of course, to you, it's just dispensable money that you wouldn't even look at if you threw it on the side of the road. But for us, this money is very important." "Well, I know, and I don't look down on this money," said Hilken. Hearing this, Chris seemed excited. She ran away, looked at Hilken with starry eyes and admiration, and said as if no one else was around, "Hey, as expected of Master Hilken, you are considerate of other people's feelings. Other nobles would never say such things. They simply look down on commoners like us. Master Hilken, you are different. That's why I like you." "Not really." Hilken touched the back of his head and said awkwardly, "Hey, don't say such things in public." "How should I respond? As so cold." Chris pouted. "Of course I'm cold. How enthusiastic do you want me to be?" Hilken whispered madly. Fortunately, Chris's voice was not loud and no one heard it, otherwise, Hilken felt that he would become the target of public criticism again and go through an unbearable battle. Chris smiled a faint teasing smile and said as if she suddenly understood something, "I know, Master Hilken is at Sundara." "No. Master Zirjan, do you know that when you answer like that, it proves that you are at Sundara?" "I've already said it's not true." Hilken said helplessly. He really found it difficult to deal with Chris in front of him. So he changed the subject. "Well, Chris, what's the other reason?" "Oh, there is another reason." Chris poked her cheek with her hand and thought for a moment before speaking. "To be noticed by the nobles and noble?" "Yeah, as long as you are favored by the nobles, you will have no worries about food and clothing. After all, even if a commoner graduates from the Royal First Academy, he may not be able to live a good life. It is better to be supported by a noble." Hilken was silent for a moment. He felt that Chris's words were very realistic and correct. At least he couldn't find any words to refute them. In the world of this book, Hilken was born into a high-ranking aristocratic family. He would never experience or think about these things. "What do you think?" he could only ask. "Hey, can I take it that Master Hilken cares about me?" Chris said, somewhat flattered. "Whatever you think," said Hilken calmly. "Sometimes I can be unexpectedly frank." "What did you say?" Hilken asked, not being able to hear Chris's mumbling. "Nothing." Chris shook her head, put on a smile again, and said with a smile at me, "Of course I think so, but I just want to be kept by Master Hilken." Hilken didn't know what to say for a moment. The heroine was probably just joking, or was she saying this on purpose to seduce me? Was she trying to get me to do something that would hurt her, and then let the hero deal with me? This must be the case, as it would explain her previous outrageous behavior. I was wondering, how could the heroine have a crush on the villain? I was just daydreaming, Hilken thought with deep conviction. "Master Hilken?" Chris waved her white arms in front of Hilken. She didn't understand why Master Hilken suddenly stopped talking. Chris, it's time to rehearse." Your seat is not here. Senior Sister Aiel folded the script in her hand into a loudspeaker and placed it in front of her mouth, calling softly. Chris has been standing in front of Hilkin for a long time. If she continues like this, it will affect the normal rehearsal, so Aiel reminded her. Okay, Chris said cheerfully, facing this senior. Chris seemed very obedient. Ahem. Iar put one hand on his waist, holding the script in his right hand, cleared his throat, and said, Act 1, begin. With Aiel's order, the rehearsal began. Ah, hero, are you my hero? Yes, yes, my saint, I am your most loyal warrior. I am willing to dedicate everything I have to you, my soul, loyalty, courage, life, everything I have. You are so beautiful, and your sapphire-like pupils are deeply engraved in my heart. Brave man, I don't need you to sacrifice so much for me. I love you deeply. Wait, what is this? Hilkin looked calm, still acting affectionately with Chris, but his heart was already like a galloping horse, unable to stop. Is this a serious drama? This looks like a romance novel. Shouldn't the saint and the hero defeat the devil together? How did the saint and the hero fall in love? At this moment, Zirjan wanted to run away directly. He didn't want to have an ambiguous relationship with the heroine in the play, but the original body had already done this evil, and now he couldn't leave. You said that since he is a noble, no one would make things difficult for him even if he wanted to leave? No, the one who wouldn't let him go was the goddess. Just now, the reincarnated goddess reappeared in his mind after a long absence. She didn't say anything, just dropped a script in his mind. This is also the reason why Sirkin was able to act with Chris even though he had never read the script. All the lines are in his head. Of course, on the first page of the script, there is a line of small words, which were obviously added by the goddess. You must attend the drama rehearsal. This is an important plot that you must pass well. It's just a plot, just let it go. It won't be a loss for him, but if you think about it carefully, this goddess is already very good. Other colleagues who traveled through the book and did not follow the plot were often struck by lightning or wiped out, and his goddess had almost no requirements for him. Wasn't it just an important part of the plot? It didn't matter. Hilkin struck a fearless pose. He seemed to have completely forgotten that the goddess had asked him to come here to compensate him. Chapter 11 Plot. About half an hour later, the drama rehearsal that had exhausted Hilkin finally came to an end. Everyone did a great job, especially Chris and Lynn. Aiel began to review and summarize. You two acted very well. Chris didn't look like she was acting. If I didn't know, I would have thought you liked Hilkin. I just like it. Chris said lightly with a smile on her face, looking at Aiel. Haha, stop kidding. Aiel waved her hands. She would never believe that Chris liked Hilkin even if she was beaten to death. She also has a personal relationship with Chris. Privately, Chris has always complained about those nobles who were just sitting there doing nothing. She has always looked down on those good-for-nothings who were able to rise above the rest just because of their birth. Hilkin is a prime example of this. So, Chris definitely won't like Hilkin. She automatically ignored Chris, turned to look at Lin En, and continued, Lin En, and you acted very well too, venting all the hatred that the Demon King had for the hero. It was as if he was really angry. Thank you for the compliment. Lin said through gritted teeth. No, he was probably really angry and definitely not acting. Hilkin glanced at him with lingering fear. Take a break, everyone. We'll continue rehearsing later. Okay, everyone said in unison. Hilkin also sat aside to rest. He was feeling exhausted at the moment because of Chris and Lynn. I've never felt that rehearsing a drama is so hard. Ding dong, your book-traveling elf is here, and the next task is to be issued. A strange voice suddenly sounded in Hilkin's head, but he was not panicked at all, and said expressionlessly, Stop making trouble. Just say what you want to say. Don't do these inexplicable things. Hey! How did you know? The goddess appeared again and asked with a smile. Sierra Jean sighed and said calmly, The only person who can appear in my mind and dance is you, a guy who doesn't do his job properly. What happened again? The reincarnated goddess smiled sheepishly, then said, Sorry to bother you, I've already disturbed you, no need to apologize. Hilkin said helplessly. Oh, don't be so boring. Let's get down to business. Ahem, okay. The goddess cleared her throat and said, You have to follow the plot. I remember you threw me in here to enjoy life. Hilkin said calmly with a pair of dead fish eyes. I know. The goddess's expression became serious, and her tone was no longer jumpy, as if she had grown up a lot. But you have to know that the world you live in is a world in a book. Hilken asked in confusion, "What happened to the world in the book?" To put it bluntly, the world in a book is just a story, and if the story wants to develop, it must rely on contradictions. Hilken stroked his chin, interrupted the goddess' words, and murmured, "So, as a villain, I am a tool to promote the conflict?" "You can say that." The goddess blinked and continued, "This is why I usually don't ask you to maintain the villain's behavior, because the usual little things are insignificant and will not affect the subsequent development of the entire plot, so I won't be strict with you. But important events are different. Every important event is a contradiction that drives the world structure of the book. You have to follow the original plot." "What will happen if I don't follow the plot?" asked Hilken curiously. "What would happen to a story without contradictions?" the goddess asked. "If you can't go on, you'll disappear," Hilken said calmly. The goddess smiled and said, "It's the same in the world of books." "I see. Well, I'm glad you understand this." The goddess smiled amiably and continued, "Then let me briefly explain the next plot to you." "Please speak." Sierra Jean said lightly, "This plot has to go on, your pendant is lost, and then you will slander the heroine for stealing your pendant." "That's it? So short?" Seeing the goddess stopped, Hilken asked in disbelief. The goddess nodded and explained, "Well, this is roughly the process. As for the lines you want to say, I'll pack them up for you and stuff them into your brain." "It sounds terrible," said Hilken. "It's just the same as the previous script." "What's so scary about it?" The goddess said nonchalantly. Then she returned to her original lively look, smiled and waved at Sierra Jean, and said, "Okay, I'm leaving now. I'll come find you if I need anything else. I'll go back and continue taking a bath." "Wait, you mean, you're taking a bath now?" The goddess said nonchalantly, "Well, don't worry, I'm covered in glitter, so you can't see anything." "Okay." Hilken was speechless again. That he originally thought that the goddess had become more reliable, but now he found that nothing seemed to have changed. The goddess disappeared from his mind again, and instead, Hilken found something else in his mind. Lines left by the goddess. "Well, we just need to go through the plot once anyway, right?" Hilken stood up and walked towards where Chris was. "I almost forgot that I'm a villain." The other side, Chris was walking back with another girl, chatting and laughing. Judging from the direction, the two of them should have come out of the small room where personal belongings are stored. "Chris." Hilken walked up to her and called her, his face not looking good. So the girl next to Chris immediately slipped away when she saw this. Chris stood there, looking at Hilken with a smile, and asked, "Yeah, it's me, what's wrong?" "Damn it, I really can't continue talking when looking at this smiling face. It's too difficult for me to slander her even though I know it wasn't her, but there is no other way. If he doesn't follow the plot, then everyone here will disappear." Zirjan took a deep breath, without looking directly at Chris, and said coldly, "My pendant is lost, did you take it?" "Pendant? Is it the pendant that Master Zirjan always wears? It must be worth a lot of money." "Hey, I knew that Chris is not a good person at first glance." "She is indeed a thief." "Really? You'd do anything for money, and you're still thinking of paying for Master Zirjan? You're such a bitch." Sure enough, the onlookers spoke their lines conscientiously. "Although I know this is something that must be done in order for the world in the book to continue to exist, it is too much for Chris." Hilken sighed and prepared to continue reading. "Hilken, where is the evidence? You slander others without any evidence? Just because you are a noble?" The male protagonist Linen jumped out at this moment. He was one of the few people who spoke up for Chris. "Evidence? What evidence do you need? Besides her, who else would be so poor as to steal my pendant? Everyone in the school knows that Chris is a commoner among commoners. Even if all fees are waived, she still needs to work part-time to make a living." Hilken sneered, his tone full of contempt. Chapter 12 Rehearsal is over. That's right, it is said that her grandmother is still bedridden, and she is the only one who can barely get by. Ah, could it be that she stole the things to treat her grandmother's illness? That makes sense. Now I have a reason to steal. Really, no matter what happens, you can't steal. That's despicable. The onlookers kept whispering and talking in low voices. Most of them were full of contempt for Chris. Master Hilken, I think there may be a misunderstanding." Eir spoke at this time, and she said tremblingly. There seemed to be fear of Hilken in his tone. Misunderstanding? The current situation is very clear. It was Chris who did it. This bitch stole my pendant just to pay for her grandmother's medical treatment. You are making excuses for her. Are you an accomplice? Hilkin said coldly, and no, senior, there's no need to say more. Chris stepped forward and interrupted the senior. She looked at Hilkin and said, I stole it. Oh, I knew you would argue. You're still stubborn even when you're about to die? Now Wait, what did you say? Looking at Chris in front of him, Hilkin seemed to be hallucinating. I said I stole it. Chris said lightly. The tone was calm without a trace of ripples, just like a clear spring and spring blowing through people's hearts. However, this shocked Hilkin and everyone present. The reason why everyone present was shocked was that they had never thought that Chris would so generously admit the fact that she had stolen, and Zirjan was shocked because she didn't steal anything at all. Everything was written in the script. Was he wrongly accusing her? Why did she admit it? What was going on? Hilkin was stunned by Chris's answer, feeling a little overwhelmed. Chris sighed, moved closer to Hilkin, and whispered in a voice that only the two of them could hear, I took it. I've sold it and spent the money. Now I can't pay you back. How about this? I'll pay off the debt with my body. Before I pay you back, you can ask me to do anything you want, even rape me. What evidence do you want? What I said is the evidence. No, what the hell are you talking about? Hilkin was originally calm in reciting the lines, but after hearing what Chris said clearly, he suddenly became confused, stepped back repeatedly, and looked at Chris in front of him with horror. Although Hilkin had no idea what Chris was up to, he still spoke his lines conscientiously, but, at the moment, Chris's words were still impacting his brain. He couldn't imagine that this thing with a head full of yellow garbage was actually the heroine of Little White Flower. What was the unyielding little white flower growing in the cracks of the rocks? Well, how is it? Chris came closer again, pressed her body against Hilkin's, and whispered softly in his ear as if no one was around, Gudon, I heard you swallowing your saliva. You are moved after all. My charm is still so strong, Chris said with a smile, as if nothing had happened. It seemed that the person who had just been slandered was not her, and it seemed that there was no one around her now, and she was the only one alone. No, there are a lot of people watching around now. When Hilkin came to his senses, he pushed away Chris, who was clinging to him. Looking back around, as expected, everyone in the classroom was looking at him and Chris. The atmosphere became solemn, as if it was frozen by the severe cold of winter. Okay, let's play it this way, okay, Hilkin sighed, and simply ignored the crowd and the atmosphere on the scene, preparing to continue speaking his lines anyway. I just have 2 more words to say and then I can run away. As for other people's reactions and Chris's inexplicable behavior, just ignore them. Thinking like this, Sierra Jean said to himself, oh, I knew that you still wouldn't admit it. As expected, thieves are stubborn. Chris still had a smile on her face and said calmly, Master Zirjan, I took it. I admit it, you're really a whore who wants to pretend to be a saint. You usually act so cold to my pursuit, but you are so ruthless when it comes to stealing things? Hilkin and Chris each spoke their own words. For Hilkin, his only task was to finish his lines. As for Chris's reaction, it didn't matter. I didn't refuse. It was you, Master Hilkin, who refused me. Chris said softly. Although that's true, Hilkin himself felt like he couldn't continue reading the line. The feeling of 2 people saying different things was just too crazy, but in order to save the world, he continued, okay, I don't have time to continue arguing with a country bumpkin like you. You have nothing good except a pretty face. Thank you for the compliment. Hey, I'm not complimenting you. How about this? I'll stay at school tonight and you come to my room, and then we can write off our relationship. How do you think that is? After finishing the last line, Sirkin felt something was wrong because he had already met Chris's response. Okay, Master Hilkin, don't run away. Chris stared with her big watery eyes and said with a chuckle, oops, but anyway, the lines were finished and Sirkin could finally leave. So he ignored the looks of everyone present and quickly left the room. Bang, he slammed the door shut and took a deep breath. What is this? What's the matter? A cold female voice came from beside him. Hilkin was immediately startled, but the moment he saw clearly who was coming, the fear not only did not disappear, but became more intense. You, why are you here? Looking at Devi in front of him, Zirjan asked stutteringly. Why can't I come? The school is run by your family? Dewey asked back. That's not right. He didn't seem to have done anything bad, so why are you so nervous? Hilken regained his composure after realizing it late. He looked at Devi leaning against the wall and asked, How long have you been here? Dewey held her chin up and thought carefully before she slowly spoke. Well, probably when you slandered Chris. Sure enough, I heard it all, although it's not surprising, but why is it so strange that it seems like a Shura field? Hey! Am I not a villain? The Shura field should be borne by the hero. Ah. Zirjan sighed and asked curiously, then why didn't you come in just now? Can I go in? Dewey crossed her arms and looked at Hilken in front of her leisurely. It seemed that for the first time, Hilken saw a faint smile on her face. It's going to be lively there. After all, I'm still your nominal fiancé. That's right. Then I really have to thank you. Zirjan said helplessly. Dewey's expression returned to normal again, and she said coldly, You're welcome. The two walked side by side on the glass corridor filled with sunlight. Feeling that the atmosphere was a little awkward, Zirjan took the initiative to open the topic, and asked with some confusion, Speaking of which, as my fiancé, you should have been eligible to attend the dinner yesterday, right? Why didn't I see you? Considering concern? No, not really. I'm just curious. Dewey smiled and said calmly, In theory, yes, but some people don't want me to go. Zirjan had a guess in his heart, and he asked carefully, Could this person you are talking about be? Yes, that's you, said Tiwi. You once said that you never wanted to see me again, that your marriage to me was a mistake, and that you hoped I would die as soon as possible. After a pause, Dewey continued expressionlessly, then she angrily threw the tea and the cup at me. The glass fragments scratched my face. That was the most rude thing I have ever done at a banquet. Although I have a rough guess, it is still a bit too much to look at the original body in this way. Thinking of this, Zirjan turned around and stood still, lowered his head and bowed deeply in front of Dewey's puzzled gaze. Sorry. Although he didn't do it, he was wearing Hilken's suit anyway, so he chose to apologize. He doesn't want others to be unhappy. If suffering a little injustice can make others feel better, Hilken now thinks it is a worthwhile thing. Dewey was stunned for a moment, looking at Zirjan in front of her, and said slowly, There's no need to be like this. I really couldn't let it go before, but now, I don't care about it anymore. Chapter 13, First Encounter with the Ruin. Silently watching Devi's expression from the side, Hilken discovered that she probably really didn't care about the matter at all, and she wasn't just pretending, but he couldn't figure out why this was happening. He couldn't understand it, but this time, Dewey did not speak up to help him solve his doubts as she usually did. The two of them didn't say a word, but just walked side by side quietly, seemingly walking forward aimlessly. Hilken did not know the answer to this question. It was like a stillborn baby, disappearing completely as soon as it sprouted. Master Zirjan, now that we have come to an end, we can say goodbye. It wasn't until they came to a gorgeous glass curtain that Dewey spoke again. Oh, okay. Hilken continued. He looked up and saw that the two of them had already walked into the cafeteria. From Devi, Hilken learned that he had a special compartment for eating, which was quiet and undisturbed. It's just that I seldom use it in the past because I might meet Chris by chance, but now Hilken is no longer his original self, so he is naturally happy to enjoy it. After all, according to the goddess, he came here just to have fun, sipping the coffee in the cup, the mellow and dense taste, accompanied by the strange feeling of slight particles, goes down your throat. Just like eating an uneven silk ribbon, the bitter taste gradually burst out in Hilken's mouth and filled his mouth. I'm not used to it, Sierra Jean said softly, and he put down the coffee in his hand. That's right. I still prefer fine wine and beautiful women, I said. Could you please stop randomly appearing in other people's heads all the time? When Hilken heard the strange voice that suddenly appeared in his mind, he was certain that the person coming was the reincarnated goddess. He put down the coffee in his hand and said helplessly, First of all, you are very scary, and secondly, you are really rude. Hey, am I not cute? Don't be so cold, the goddess wiped her tears and said pitifully. Yes, she is not cute at all. Hilken did not indulge the goddess in front of him. Oof. The goddess turned away with an angry look on her face. After a pause, she continued, Oh, I remember that mermaids' tears would turn into pearls, right? After she finished speaking, the goddess' originally ordinary tears suddenly turned into huge pearls. It rolled back and forth in Hilken's mind. Can you please stop adding random settings to yourself? Sorry. The goddess wiped away her tears, and the pearls on the ground disappeared. She cleared her throat, regained her serious look, and said calmly, Ahem, let's get down to business. I'm here to give you some tips. What hint? Hilken was also earnestly waiting for the goddess' next words. He knew that although the goddess was always nonsensical on weekdays, when she got serious, she would definitely talk about things related to the plot and herself. Next, the heroine Chris will go to a ruin that has not yet been conquered. You must follow her. Why? Sierra Jean asked in confusion. The heroine is going to look for opportunities, and the hero might go too. Why should I go? I'm a villain, waiting to be dealt with by them? No. The goddess shook her head repeatedly, looked at Hilken with a smile, raised a finger, and said with a shake of her head, You must go, because there are opportunities for you there too. My chance? Hilken thought for a moment before asking again, What will happen if I don't go? Maybe it's just a lost opportunity? Hearing this, Hilken heaved a sigh of relief and said casually, Anyway, it won't affect the development of the plot. One less opportunity doesn't matter. I'm the villain. It's useless to have more opportunities. Sooner or later, I will become a stepping stone for the protagonist. I might as well enjoy the wonderful life of a top noble in this limited time. The goddess sighed, but she seemed to have guessed that Hilken would have the current action and response. I have to go. Why? Hilken was puzzled. The goddess did not try to persuade or say anything nice to Hilken. She said firmly, No reason. Honestly speaking, Zirjan didn't want to get involved in this mess. With the heroine involved, the opportunity involved, and the unconquered ruins, this is going to be a very troublesome thing no matter how you look at it, but for some reason, the goddess was extremely tough on this issue, as if she had to agree. I thought about the goddess's behavior after coming to the other world. Although she didn't give herself any cheating skills, she didn't make things too difficult for herself either, and now I was asked to go because of an opportunity, not because of the plot. So it seems that there is nothing wrong with agreeing to this? Just think of it as a favor. Hilken sighed and gave his answer, I'll go. Okay. The goddess nodded, her figure flickered and seemed to disappear again. This time, Sierra Jean acted quickly and called out to her first. After all, he still had some questions to answer. If I just let the goddess leave like this, I don't know when we will meet again. Wait, don't go yet. The goddess reappeared and tilted her head to look at Hilken in confusion. What about the pendant? What's next? Don't worry about that. You have already completed the plot that you should follow. The rest of the world in the book will complete itself, said the goddess. Hilken was still a little confused, so he asked, So this matter is over? Yeah. The goddess nodded. She seemed particularly easy to talk to at the moment. She rarely stopped to listen to Hilken's questions and responded to them one by one. Yes, after all, this thing is just an ordinary thing to you. You don't care about it at all, and you don't care. To put it bluntly, you don't care that the pendant is lost, and you don't care whether it was taken by the heroine. You just want to take this opportunity to tease the heroine. I always feel like she is teasing me today. Hilken spoke again, then Chris. The goddess knew what Hilken wanted to ask at a glance, so she didn't wait for him to finish and explained, Well, no one will help her get justice, and no one will apologize to her. After all, this is just a foreshadowing for the heroine to go to the ruins later. We don't even know if this pendant exists. Maybe you just want to embarrass the heroine. After all, in the early stage, the heroine was just a commoner, and you were a nobleman high above you. Hilken was silent for a moment. After a while, he continued to ask, One last question, the heroine will not come to see me tonight, right? The goddess smiled after hearing this question and said softly, No, this is a development outside the plot. The world in the book will automatically correct such things that deviate too much from the plot. Will the invisible hand adjust it back? You can understand it that way. The goddess said lightly. If there's nothing else, I'll go back first. Oh, this beautiful weather is perfect for a nap. Seeing that Hilken had no intention of asking any more questions, the goddess disappeared from his mind. Ah, a vicious villain? I really can't be one, Hilken whispered. Chapter 14. The vicious female supporting character and the heroine. The moon quietly climbed up the mountains, drawing a black curtain to block out the scorching sun. Night falls and everything is silent. Bang. The small corner in the academy was not quiet. Chris was surrounded by several girls. Judging from their clothes, the people in front of me all seemed to be from aristocratic families. You bitch, you actually stole Master Hilken's pendant? I think you are really crazy because of poverty. The girl in the lead was named Dolan. She looked at Chris and said angrily. Exactly. Do you really take yourself seriously? Master Zurgen just wanted to have fun with you. Do you really think you can marry into a wealthy family? Ugh. Chris looked at the people in front of her expressionlessly and said calmly, I didn't steal the pendant. Bang. Dolan didn't care what Chris said. She just put all her strength into slapping Chris in the face. It seems that he just wants to vent his dissatisfaction. You didn't steal it? Everyone knows you're a poor bastard. You have a dying grandmother at home who needs your support? Who else would steal Master Zurgen's things except you? The palm strike was very powerful. Chris kept rubbing her red cheeks. After she recovered, she responded, You guys didn't come to vent your anger on me just for the pendant, did you? You, cough. Seeing that her purpose was exposed by Chris, Dolan became angry and embarrassed and she could no longer endure it. He walked up to her, grabbed Chris's hair, and hit her stomach hard with his knee. Feeling severe pain in her abdomen, Chris squatted on the ground, holding her stomach, with beads of sweat on her forehead. Aren't you a legendary genius swordsman? Come on, hit me if you can. Looking at Chris, who was lying on the ground in a rather embarrassed state, Dolan patted her face, leaned forward and said provocatively. Chris gritted her teeth and said nothing or moved. Ha ha ha, see? This is the legendary genius swordsman, who is simply a complete waste. Dolan stood up proudly and showed off to the people behind him. That's right, look at her, she's like a dog. I really don't know why Master Hilken fell in love with this bitch. Dolan was very satisfied with the little follower's agreement. She walked forward, squatted down, slapped Chris hard again, then pulled her hair and whispered in her ear, That's right. You are a talented swordsman, but your grandma is not. I have 10,000 ways to kill your grandma. You'd better be good. Do you understand? Chris didn't say anything and looked at the girl in front of her indifferently. Bang. Did you hear that? Yeah. Chris lowered her head and nodded slightly. So good. Dolan smiled, pushed Chris to the ground, and then slowly stood up. She looked at Chris lying on the ground and suddenly said, By the way, I remember, you were short of money recently, right? How about this, you kneel down and bark like a dog, kowtow a few times, and I'll give you the money, how about that? Let me think, why don't I just keep yelling from now until dawn? Chris fell silent. The girl in front of her looked down at her with kindness, as if she was thinking about her. I have a way, it's none of your business. Chris sat up and said coldly. A solution? Were we not going to the ruins in the suburbs? Looking at Chris, Dolan asked disdainfully. Chris remained silent and did not respond. Oh, you really want to go to the ruins? I think you are just daydreaming. Are you worthy enough? Dolan stepped on Chris's body and crushed her continuously. A hiss. Chris, he gasped, faced with Dolan's disdain. Chris ignored it. She said contemptuously, It has nothing to do with you. Ha? Dolan looked at Chris in front of her with an unhappy look on her face. You took the pendant, didn't you? After a moment, Chris sat up again, looked up at Dolan, and spoke in an extremely cold and distant tone. Bang! Chris was kicked hard by Dolan and flew away. Her forehead hit the window sill. Blood kept flowing out from the gaps in her hair, gradually covering her entire face. What did you just say? Dolan looked at Chris lying motionless on the ground and leaned over to ask, Say it again. Seeing that Chris didn't say anything, Dolan became a little anxious. She grabbed Chris's hair, pulled her up from the ground, and asked again beside her. Chris exhaled, the blood on her forehead dripped down her hair to the corner of her mouth, and she said lightly, I didn't say anything. That's better. After getting a satisfactory answer, Dolan threw Chris back to the ground, looked at her meaningfully, and continued to slander the nobles casually. This is not something that can be brushed aside in one stroke. I hope you can remember this clearly. Ha, what kind of person is Miss Dolan? Do she need to steal Master Zirjan's pendant? That's right, he's obviously a thief, but he still wrongly accuses others. He's such a complete bitch. I heard that the cosmetics she uses are not cheap. Could it be that she got them from a man? That's enough. Dolan seemed to have lost interest. She crossed her arms and looked at Chris at her feet. She said calmly, "Let's go. There's no need to waste time on trash." After saying that, she left first. A group of followers followed her and left the scene. Tisk, Chris was lying on the ground with one arm supporting her body, leaning against the wall. After a moment, she seemed to have recovered. She slowly stood up with the help of the wall, and walked towards her dormitory quietly without saying a word. No one else will know what happened tonight, and Chris will not tell anyone. This incident is like a dim star in the sky, appearing and disappearing quietly, and no ordinary person will pay attention to it in the end. It's just something inevitable that can be explained away by a light, fixed plot. Chapter 15. The Princess. Master, how do you feel? The world is spinning. Zirjan was helped by the maid to lie on the sofa nearby. There is another party tonight, and the guest of honor is the king. The second prince forced Hilkin to drink 5 glasses of wine, and now he felt a splitting headache. He was helped by his maid to lie down on the sofa in the lounge. I won't come again next time, it's such a torture. The maid put a warm towel on Shirkin and stood quietly by, waiting for his instructions. Do you have anything else to do? If you feel bored here, just go out. I don't need anyone here. Hilkin looked at the maid beside him and spoke with some difficulty. It's okay, master. It's my job to take care of you. Besides, it's too noisy outside. It's quieter inside. Oh. Okay. Hilkin closed his eyes. At this moment, he felt uncomfortable no matter how he lay down. A dizzy feeling spread from his feet to his head. Squeak, the door of the lounge was suddenly pushed open. Sorry, Master Roland is resting. Please, you go out, I'll just watch. The woman who broke into the room said lightly. But the maid was still hesitating. I won't harm your young master. If your young master dies here, the king of the empire will be replaced tomorrow, and my wealth and glory will be gone. What do you think I want? The eldest princess of the empire, Lovia, said so. The maid's expression became even more conflicted, but she still did not leave. Let's go. Hilkin stood up, looked at the two of them, and spoke. She knew Lovia, whom she had just met at the banquet. She was the princess of the empire and a good friend of her sister, not to mention that this is the imperial palace. Although he didn't understand why she was looking for him, Hilelkin knew that she would never harm him. That's why he asked the maid to leave first. After receiving Shirkin's order, the maid breathed a sigh of relief and hurriedly left the room. Being caught between Master Hilkin and Princess Lovia was such an uncomfortable feeling. Drunk again? Lovia walked to the sofa and sat down, then asked casually. Hilkin answered subconsciously. His thoughts were in a mess and it took him a lot of effort just to hear the other person's words and give a response. Lie down and take a rest, maybe you will feel better. Lovia said lightly. At the same time, he moved closer to Hilkin. Hilkin made a chaotic sound in his throat. He felt like he was about to faint from the headache. Suddenly, a cold touch touched his temple. Without waiting for Hilkin to react, Lovia gently lifted his head, sat further in, and slowly placed Hilkin's head on her legs. Then he gently helped Hilkin tidy up her hair. What does this mean? Hilkin didn't understand what Lovia did, and he immediately struggled to get up, but he suddenly felt his mind become clear. His eyelids became heavier and heavier, and he gradually lost consciousness. I don't know how much time had passed, but when I woke up again, it was already noon of the next day. Hilkin woke up in the dormitory. He moved into the school dormitory from the second day, just to experience campus life. I just don't know who sent me to the dormitory yesterday. The answer to this mystery remains unknown. Knock knock knock. There was another knock on the door. Hilkin feels like every day he spends his days with knocks on the door. He slowly stood up. His headache had almost disappeared. He wondered if it was due to Princess Lovia's visit yesterday. Squeak opened the door. Chris was standing outside the door. She looked at herself with a smile, and her face seemed very happy. In his hand, he was holding a box of something unknown. Chris? What's going on? Wow. Master Zurgen still remembers my name? I'm so touched. Zurgen's eyes suddenly became starry, and he looked at Zurgen in front of him with admiration. Zurgen held his forehead slightly and said helplessly, "Is it difficult to remember your name? If you don't like me, why would you remember my name?" "I'm a whole year younger than you, Master Hilken." Chris bent down, looked at Hilken, came closer, and spoke with a hint of ambiguity. "You, a lively, cute, and pure junior high school girl who cannot love her? Master Zurgen, are you impressed by my overwhelming charm?" Hilken was speechless. It was more like he had gotten used to and immune to the inexplicable words Chris uttered from time to time. "Hey, so cold. Let's get down to business." Hilken turned around and sat back on the sofa. "Okay." Chris covered it up very well. She adjusted her makeup and clothes, and Hilken couldn't tell what she had experienced yesterday. She never brought it up on her own initiative. "Your clothes." Chris handed the box in her hand to Hilken on the sofa perfunctorily. "Okay." Hilken took the clothes and handed a cup of black tea to Chris. "Wow. Was it Master Hilken who made this tea for me personally?" Chris took the tea with excitement, looked at Hilken, and said excitedly, "No, sort of. Hey, Master Zurgen really likes me." "No. I like it, no." "Okay." Chris sat down on the sofa helplessly, close to Hilken. "Huh? What happened to your head?" Because of his tall height, Hilken could see the faint bloodstains in Chris's thick white hair. The top of my head?" Chris stroked her chin and said slowly after thinking for a moment, "Oh, it was smashed by a brick on the way home yesterday. But it's okay. I'll be fine as long as you hug me, Master Hilken." "Huh?" Looking at Hilken, who gently hugged him, Chris's brain was a little dazed, the back of her ears turned slightly red, and she stared straight at Hilken. No. Are you ready?" After just a moment, Hilken let go and sat aside, asking softly, "Okay." Chris turned her face away, placed her hands steadily on her legs, and sat obediently. She was completely different from her previous teasing appearance. High attack and low defense. "No, I just think you did it too suddenly and I'm still thinking about it, do you understand?" Chris turned her head, glared at Hilken, and spoke with a vicious tone. "I didn't expect you to be shy." Hilken did not respond to Chris's words, and the two of them spoke their own words. "No," Chris said seriously. Chapter 16, The Covenant of the Relics. Hilken sighed, stood up and put away the box containing the dress. Chris said that the wound on her head was caused by a brick? Who would believe it? If a talented swordsman could be injured by a brick, it would really make people question the education level of the Empire. Hilken had his own guess that this was most likely school bullying. This kind of plot is very common in books, not to mention that she is the heroine was bullied, the hero rescued her, the two fell in love with each other. What a bad plot. As for the reason for the bullying, it is probably related to the crazy persistence of the predecessor. Although he knew that Chris was bullied because of the plot or because of her original body, he always felt that he had to take responsibility for it and at least give her enough compensation. Chris. At this moment, Chris was like a kitten, greedy for the warm stove but not daring to go forward, for fear that the sparks from the stove would burn herself. After a moment of silence and a mental struggle, Hilken finally spoke. "There is a box there with some gold coins in it, including a signed letter of apology from me. You can use it however you want. It's my apology. I know that what I did can't be solved with just a superficial apology, but it's better than nothing, if you can accept it. From now on I will." Chris stood up, walked slowly to Hilken, leaned down, looked into Hilken's deep blue eyes, and said softly, "Are you talking about what happened yesterday?" Not only that, there's also, I never blamed you." Chris looked at Hilken motionlessly. Hilken was not used to looking into each other's eyes, so he turned his eyes away. The moment when Hilken turned his head, Chris said at the right time, "It did happen before, but I don't blame you at all now. No matter what you did, you don't need to apologize." "But, no buts." Chris pressed her cool fingers gently on Hilken's lips, stopping him from continuing. "That's good enough. I don't need your gold coins or apology letter, so just keep them. Of course, I'll take the earrings. I think you'll feel more at ease now. How do you know there are earrings in the box? Hilken asked in confusion. Guessed. Chris said with a smile, you are so easy to understand. Then you are really amazing. Hilken said expressionlessly. Yes, the two were silent for a moment, and the room returned to silence. Master Hilken, Chris, after a moment, they both spoke at the same time. Ah, you go first. No, let Master Hilken speak first. We are probably talking about the same thing. Okay. Hilken nodded and said directly, I heard that you will be going to the ruins in 2 days? Yes, the Daolan ruins. Zirjan took a deep breath and asked, can you take me with you? What is this? A date? Chris looked at Hilken jokingly and spoke in a calm tone. I say, there shouldn't be a date to the ruins. Hilken asked helplessly. Chris smiled even more, and she said cheerfully, well, this is what makes our relationship so good. It's unprecedented and unique. The most important thing is that we can have sex anytime and anywhere. After all, there is no one in the ruins, so it's the best place for outdoor sex. Stop, 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 stop. Hilken raised his hand to interrupt Chris, who was in high spirits, although he had expected this guy to say some inexplicable yellow garbage. When he really heard it, Hilken still found it abstract. Could you please not say these, inexplicable words honestly? F***K? If you know, stop talking about it. Since it is Master Zirjan's order, then I have no choice but to obey. What the hell is going on here? In front of Chris, Hilken failed again. He always had a feeling that this guy was born to be his nemesis. What the hell? Hey, why is Master Zirjan always so irritable? Sorry? It doesn't matter. Master Hilken can do whatever he wants to me. Look, I'm apologizing. Looking at Chris in front of him, Hilken turned around, took the earrings out of the box and threw them at her. Go, go, go. I feel like I'm going to pass out if I stay with you for another second. He waved his hand, driving Chris away. Okay, that's all for today. We'll take it one step further next time. There won't be a next time. Hilken interrupted Chris directly, and now he has learned his lesson. He knows that if he doesn't interrupt, she might say something inexplicable about yellow fertilizer in the next second. Oh, little white flower? She is the least white person in the whole academy. Hilken thought so. It seemed that she had had enough fun and Chris stopped teasing Hilken. Finally, she said goodbye to Hilken and turned to leave Hilken's room. Boom, the door was closed. Chrissy leaned against the wall, covering her reddened cheeks with her hands. The shadow of Hilken was reflected in the eyes that peeked out from between the fingers. Even though I've practiced in front of the mirror many times, I still feel embarrassed to say this to someone's face. Chris got up and paced back and forth outside the house. This shouldn't be considered a confession. He probably wouldn't think so. Chris looked confused and tried to calm herself down. After the blush on her face faded and she regained her composure, she left Hilken's door with a hint of reluctance. Chapter 17 Slaves for Hilken. Ever since Chris agreed to go to the ruins with him, his life fell into an unprecedented peace. Just as the goddess said, apart from the important plots, he can play freely and there will be no restrictions on him. Hilken was also able to live the aristocratic life he had longed for. Apart from cramming knowledge about this world at school every day, he enjoys the extravagant aristocratic life. Chris also seemed to have disappeared, and I basically never saw her again, but I can still meet Dewey. After all, she is my classmate and my fiancée, but she didn't talk to Hilken very often either. In this way, time is like a wheel, rolling forward continuously. About a week passed. In the dormitory, Hilken put down History of the Empire and looked up. Is tomorrow the day to go to the ruins? It's faster than I expected. Zirjan stood up, picked up the coat beside him and put it on. In that case, let's go shopping today. We have to buy some things to prepare for entering the ruins. Thinking of this, Hilken left the campus and walked onto the street. His destination was the underground black market in the royal capital. In Hilken's words, this is where you should go when you enter the world of a book. After all, isn't it in places like this that the protagonists of novels pick up bargains? Only in this way will you know that you have come to the world of the book. So, despite the guard's dissuasion, Hilken insisted on going to the underground black market. Master. The captain of the guard still had a hint of worry. It's all right. Hilken waved his hands repeatedly, signaling the other party to rest assured, shopping is fun only in places like this. The captain of Hilken's dark guards was a young girl named Erla, who looked about the same age as Hilken, with bronze skin and dark brown eyes. She was wearing a white hat, and even though the temperature outside was very high, she refused to take off the hat. "Aren't you hot?" Looking at her, Hilken asked curiously. Erla said honestly, "It's hot." "Then why are you wearing a hat?" Erla was silent for a moment, then said calmly, "Master, have you forgotten? I am from Akdisu." "Akadisu?" Hilken hesitated for a moment, searching his mind for the knowledge he had learned in the past few days. After a moment, he remembered, Akdisu. This surname is quite well known on the mainland, but it is not a good name. Anyone born with this surname is destined to be a slave for life from the moment he comes into the world. It is said that hundreds of years ago, they offended the gods, and this was the punishment sent down by the gods. The most notable feature of this race is that they have a strange tattoo on the back of their neck since birth. Moreover, tattoos have a magical aura and cannot be made to disappear by any means. "Feel sorry. It's okay," Erla said lightly, not caring, still walking respectfully beside Hilken, his right hand resting vigilantly on the hilt of the knife. "How about I look for one some other day and buy you a necklace that can cover your tattoo? That way you don't have to wear a hat all the time." Erla was silent for a moment, then hesitantly said, "Master, such a thick necklace, we usually call it a collar." "Ha, is that so?" Hilken touched the back of his head awkwardly. "But if you, young master, what is that?" Before Erla finished speaking, Hilken suddenly pointed at the corner and asked. Erla looked at the place where Hilken pointed, swallowed his original words, and slowly said, that is where the slaves are sold." "Isn't this illegal?" Hilken asked curiously. He had seen in the imperial code that the buying and selling of slaves was prohibited in the empire. "Semi-legal, as long as it doesn't appear in the open," Erla said. "After all, many nobles are also buying them secretly, so we can't completely ban them." "That's right, the code only prohibits the slave trade, but does not deny the legitimacy of the existence of slaves. In other words, it only denies the procedure, but does not fundamentally deny the existence of the slavery system." Zirjan sighed and said calmly, "That's right. After all, this is a black market. It would be abnormal if we didn't see things that are prohibited by law." "Master, you are right." Erla nodded and confirmed what Hilken said. The two men walked forward. The slave trader came forward with a smile. He was tall, with a shrewd look on his face, wearing a monocle and holding an embroidered handkerchief in his hand. "My two lords, take a look around. These are all first-rate goods that you can never buy outside. If you two need anything, you can always call me and I will definitely tell you everything I know." The slave trader was a shrewd man with an excellent eye. Although Hilken was dressed simply, he looked like a commoner with some spare money, but he could tell at a glance that Hilken was a nobleman in plain clothes. As for Erla standing aside, he guessed that he must be a guard. The slave trader, who had been in the business for many years, was very experienced. He knew that since the noble in front of him was dressed simply, he must not want to be recognized, so he should not be too enthusiastic. But after all, the other party is a noble, and seems to be of a high status, so I can't be too out of control. Therefore, his attitude is neither close nor far. Hilken nodded slightly as a response. The slave trader was not annoyed. Instead, this made him more certain of his guess. Hey. He rubbed his hands and followed behind Shurkin with a flattering look on his face. Without paying attention to the merchant's behavior, Hilken wandered around the cages where the slaves were held. Suddenly, he caught a glimpse of a tattered cage on the ground, in which was a ragged girl with pointy ears. "Elves? Hey, sir, you have a good eye. This is an elf." The merchant immediately stepped forward and replied, It's just that there's something wrong with this elf." "What's the problem?" She can't use magic." "Can't use magic?" Zirjan suddenly felt happy. Isn't this the standard configuration for the protagonist? The protagonist bought a useless elf slave, who was looked down upon by everyone. However, it turned out that this elf had some hidden bloodline, and it directly awakened and became a top-level strongman. After that, it lived a shameless life with the protagonist. Well, the latter part is not important. At this moment, Hilken's gaze towards the elf in front of him was filled with passion. Finally, he found the opportunity. "That's it, master." Erla on the side suddenly interrupted him at this moment. "Ha? Hilkin looked at Erla beside him in confusion. Logically speaking, the secret guards would not interrupt him easily, unless it's something very important. Master, I suggest you not to buy this elf. You can look at other slaves. Erla spoke hesitantly. Why? Because, forget it. Seeing that Erla was hesitant and unable to explain clearly, Shilkin waved his hand out. He said nonchalantly, it doesn't matter. I don't think my own secret guards would harm me. If you asked me not to buy it, you must have your reasons. If you don't want to say it, I won't ask. Thank you very much, young master, for understanding me. Hilkin didn't have any special thoughts about this. On one side was an elf slave he had never met before, and on the other side was his own secret guard. It is clear who to trust. Chapter 18 Purchase. How about this? Hilkin looked at the cage in the far corner and asked Erla. When Erla saw the tattoo on the back of the neck of the human girl in the cage that was identical to her own, she quickly spoke, Master, I don't recommend this. The vast majority of Ecdysis hate humans, so this isn't a suitable choice. But, she is from the same clan as you. Now that you have this opportunity, don't you want to help her a little? Faced with Shilkin's question, Erla fell silent. After a moment, she whispered, I do, but for me, as a secret guard, the young master is more important. Boss, how much is this? Hey, you weren't listening at all, were you? I've heard it. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. Hilkin turned to look at Erla and said with a smile, looking at Sirkin in front of him. Erla said nothing. Sir, this is an Ecdysu, I bought it. How much? The businessman was stunned, not knowing what Hilkin meant. He looked at Shilkin, then at Erla beside him, his eyes rolling around. After thinking for a while, he raised 2 fingers and asked tentatively, 2 gold coins? Deal. Hilkin agreed without hesitation. Erla, pay. Only then did Hilkin realize that he had not brought any money with him, so he had to ask Erla to pay for it first. Yes. Erla nodded, took out 2 gold coins from his arms and handed them to the merchant in front of him. Not to mention too, as Master Hilkin's secret guard, she would not say a word even if she was asked to take out all her wealth. The slave trader showed a trace of disbelief, his eyes fixed on the 2 gold coins in Erla's hand. The gold coins fell into his hands with a jingling sound. The businessman rubbed his hands, walked quickly forward, took out the key from his pocket and opened the iron cage. Master, look. He squatted down and gently helped the girl in the cage up. Okay. Hilkin nodded slightly. The girl quickly came behind Hilkin. When she saw Erla, she always felt a sense of familiarity in her heart, so she had no resistance to Hilkin. Then, Master, you guys go first, I'll be here in a bit, I need to take care of some things, okay? Erla asked. Well, it's up to you. Hilkin waved his hand. He would not restrict Erla's behavior. She could do whatever she wanted. So, under the watchful eyes of the hard-working businessman, Hilkin took the girl away from the scene. How much is that elf? But Erla did not leave. She walked forward and asked the merchant again. Elf, here, 5 gold coins. She is an elf after all. Although she can't use magic, she is pretty, so the price is a bit higher. Seeing Erlin's unfriendly look, the slave trader felt nervous and explained hastily. Make a deal. Erla looked at the elf in the cage and said in a cold tone. Okay. The businessman burst into laughter as soon as he heard it. This is a sure win deal, but Erla didn't care about the deal. The moment the elf walked out of the cage, she kicked it to the ground. The elf raised his innocent eyes and looked at Erla, as if he didn't understand why Erla did this. Hey! Master, shut up. Okay. The businessman knew the situation and shut his mouth. Since he had the money, he didn't care about anything else. Don't make that pitiful face. Looking at the elf, Erla shouted coldly. She drew the long knife from her waist and pressed it against the elf's neck. You can kill me if you want. Anyway, from the moment you bought me, my fate has been in your hands. The elf showed no fear and spoke calmly. Her neck was cut by the blade and blood was flowing out. Laugh. Ha! Erla thrust the long knife into the elf's collarbone and did not stop even after piercing it. The elf was obviously a little stunned, and she looked at Erla blankly. I told you not to make that disgusting face. Erla looked at the elf and kicked it to the ground, then she turned and looked into the darkness. Come out, team leader. As soon as the words fell, two people suddenly appeared in the shadows, ignoring the trembling slave trader beside him. Erla said calmly, "You two, take this." Looking at the elf lying on the ground, looking pitiful but with no pleading expression on his face, Erla chuckled and said calmly, "Break this thing's hands and feet, find a brothel, and throw her in." "Well, why, you have an opinion about what I bought?" Looking at the slave trader who was about to say something, Erla spoke in a cold and unceremonious voice. No. The slave trader shook his head repeatedly. He now understood that the guy in front of him was very powerful. Even if the target is a slave, it is definitely not something that an ordinary person can do such a thing without any hesitation on the street. Plus the aura of the people in front of me. Which fucking young master is so bored that he comes to a shabby place like this to buy things? The diligent merchant was full of worry. He just quoted a slightly higher price. He shouldn't be killed secretly. Thinking of this, he immediately packed up his things, closed the shop door, and left the alley like a flash. Yes. The secret guards are very obedient and efficient. They would not ask Erla why he did this, but they would definitely do it. After carefully wiping the blood off the blade, Erla sheathed the knife and rushed towards Hilkin. In addition to a slave, Hilkin later bought a tattered ring, dull gems, a broken staff and a broken sword on the black market, although Erla tried his best to dissuade him. But Hilkin was convinced that these things were treasures, so he happily paid for them. Of course. Following behind Hilkin, Erla put his long knife on the face of every stall owner who was laughing and had an expression of "I've been sucked up today" on his face. These stall owners who knew they had hit a wall were very sensible and returned the money obediently. After a day of traveling in the black market, and returning to the college dormitory, Hilkin asked the slave girl in front of him with some curiosity. "May I have your name?" "No. Don't take me for a fool. Even the Ecdysis have names." "Loria." "Okay, Loria." Hilkin held out a hand to her. He always believed that a handshake was the beginning of a friendly relationship between two people. Loria looked at Hilkin's hand timidly, hesitated for a moment, and seemed to be afraid that Hilkin would be unhappy if she didn't shake hands, so she stretched out her hand. "Hello?" "Hello." "Oh, excuse me, my name is Zirjan." Zirjan realized that he had not introduced himself yet and couldn't help but smile awkwardly. After all, the slave in front of him was the first person who didn't recognize him since he came here. Hilkin. The girl kept murmuring. "Don't think of me as a savior," Zirjan suddenly said. "Ha?" Loria didn't understand the meaning and looked at him with confusion. Zirjan handed the hot tea to Loria and said calmly, "I bought you because of my secret guard Erla, not because of me personally. So if you want to thank someone, thank her. Don't make the mistake of thanking the person." Loria was still confused. She didn't seem to understand what Hilkin meant. A person's tenderness is limited. I hope you can release your tenderness to those who have truly helped you, rather than those who only help you superficially. Loria didn't understand what Hilkin meant, but she nodded anyway. After all, Hilkin had saved her. According to her simple ideas, it was right to obey Hilkin's words. "I've been thinking about it, but I still can't think of what to do with you." Looking at Loria, who was sitting on the sofa in a tense manner, Zirjan murmured, "Putting you back in the family, the Roland family may not be friendly to you." "Well, school. You might not like it." Well, Shurkin thought it through. He put down the cup in his hand, raised two fingers, and said, "You have two choices. Be my maid in school, or study at the Royal First Academy. Choose one." "Maid." Without hesitation, Loria gave her answer. "Well, then you can stay here today. The innermost bedroom on the first floor is yours. Someone will come to deliver clothes tomorrow, and someone will also come to teach you." "Okay." Loria responded in a low voice. "It's getting late today, go and rest first." After saying that, without paying any attention to Loria, Zirjan went up to the room on the second floor first. Chapter 19 accidentally started the main journey the next morning. Sunlight streamed through the gaps in the bedroom curtains. It shone on Hilkin's body, making him feel warm. Get up. It's already 9 o'clock in the morning. 10 o'clock is the agreed time to go to the ruins. After washing up, Zirjan walked down the stairs and saw Loria busy at work and breakfast on the table. "Master?" Loria tilted her head and greeted Silken. You didn't poison my food, did you? Master? What are you thinking about? What would I want from you if I poisoned you? Lolita is too sunny. The smile on her face is like the sunshine in March, which has the ability to melt the remaining ice and snow. It's just that you've changed so much, and you never said you could cook. Zirjan rubbed his head, looking at everything in front of him, quite puzzled. Oof. Loria snorted with some complacency. She knew that if she didn't explain, Master Zirjan would probably always be suspicious, so she smiled and said, Sister Erla came to see me yesterday. I understand. Hilken understood the source of all these changes. Erla, this person is very complicated. She seems to be a tyrannical and murderous person, but Shurkin can feel her respect and obedience for him. He could judge that Erla was a person who would absolutely obey any of his orders. So at this moment, Hilken also developed a sense of trust in Loria, but Hilken was also surprised that he didn't expect that Erla's status in the original body, including Roland's family, was so high that she could enter and leave his residence at will while he was sleeping. But for Shilkin, these details and the reasons behind them are not important, as long as he knows that Erla is someone who will not betray him. So you can cook. While tasting the breakfast on the table, Zirjan asked in surprise. The breakfast was surprisingly good. He. Loria put her hands on her hips with some pride. What did Erla do last night? Why did this guy suddenly seem to have changed? Is this still the slave I bought yesterday? Why does it feel like he was swapped? Hilken looked at Loria in front of him, his mind lost in thought. Speaking of which, bang! In the blink of an eye, just as Loria opened her mouth, the door was pushed open again. Hilken always felt that the people around him were having trouble with him. Ever since he came to the world in the book, his door was either knocked open or on the way to being knocked open. Good morning, Master Hilken. Today we are. Chris, who had walked in from outside with a cheerful face, was suddenly stunned the moment she saw Hilken and Loria. Master Zirjan, is this considered a beautiful woman in a golden house? The three of them were silent for a long time, and Chris was the first to speak. Hey, don't look at me with such strange eyes. Hilken said. This is my maid, a maid, not what you think. Just a maid? Chris asked with a faint smile on her face. Just a maid. It's not some secretly raised star fury. No. What the hell are you thinking about all day long? Hilken looked at Chris in front of him frantically, but Chris just smiled nonchalantly, not realizing that there was anything wrong with her. Forget it. Hilken held his forehead with his hand as if in pain. He knew that no matter what he said to Chris, she would not listen. As for Chris, she had taken advantage of Hilken's shock to swagger into the house and sit on the sofa skillfully looking at Chris. Hilken closed the door and said helplessly, Can you please stop looking like you're asking for an indictment and now act like you know me well and sit on my sofa? No, that's not right. I'm not going to blame you. I've already said that no matter what you do, I will forgive you. Who needs your forgiveness, including you secretly raising Star Fury in school? I told you this is a maid, a maid. Do you understand? Chris looked unconcerned, leaning back on the sofa, and said slowly, It's not a very glorious thing to have a maid in school, right? Watch your words. Hilken pulled out a chair from the dining table and sat down, keeping a distance between him and Chris, and said slowly, Loria is my maid, but she is not my maid. We have a legal employment relationship, not an improper relationship. After a pause, Hilken continued, Besides, I'm not the only student in the school who has a servant. But with a maid, I can't be alone with you, right? I don't think we've ever been alone together before, have we? Hilken stood up and stared at Chris, who said something shocking. At the same time, he turned to look at Loria again. Loria is a very professional person. She has a blank expression on her face, and seems to care nothing about what is happening here. Hey. Don't interrupt. Indeed, not yet. Chris said truthfully, but added, But I can't say for sure in the future. Never again. Hilken spoke in a decisive tone. So cold, with Chris's interference, the morning time passed quickly. In the blink of an eye, it was time to set off. Let's go. Chris looked excited, stood up and pushed Hilken out of the room. Hilken did not resist, as he was used to Chris's outrageous behavior. Arriving at the school gate, Hilken saw the other two. They are Lin and Il. That he could understand Lin, and, after all, he was the male protagonist. How could he miss the opportunity? but he was quite surprised that Er would appear here. As if she had seen through his confusion, Chris smiled and explained, IL Senpai is a magician, it's common sense to have a magician in a four-man team. It seems to be true. Hilken nodded, accepting the setting. Hee, let's go. Chris smiled, grabbed Hilken's hand, and came in front of the crowd. The destination is the Daolan ruins. Lin glanced at Hilken but did not make any move. He just spoke with a cold face. Daolan ruins? Hilken asked subconsciously. The ruins left by the brave Harriet, it is said that there is blue inside. Blue? What is that? Hilken asked in confusion, you don't even know this? Lin En was a little surprised. I'm really not sure. Hilken laughed. There's no way, this goddess really hasn't told him about it, the goddess only told him that there was a relic, and nothing else. It is rumored that there are 7 people in the world who are recognized by the gods. Each of them has solved the great disasters faced in his own era, and therefore is called a hero. The 7 heroes left behind 7 holy objects, namely red, orange, yellow, green, indigo, blue and purple. As long as you enter the ruins they left behind and pass their tests, you can get the holy objects. The Daolan ruins in front of us now contain the sacred object Landot. Hearing this, Hilken asked, so, what exactly is blue? In other words, how can we be sure that what we have is blue? Lin was silent for a moment and said nothing. It was Il who spoke up. Well, that's hard to say. After all, we don't know whether blue is still in the ruins. To put it bluntly, we are just trying our luck. I understand. Chapter 20, Unprepared Ruins. Raiders tour the Daolan ruins are the closest ruins to the royal capital. Located just outside the capital, the area around the ruins has even been developed into a tourist attraction, with a statue of Herod placed there as a memorial. I say, didn't we agree to go there by carriage? What's wrong? Isn't this almost the same? This is a donkey cart, right? A donkey cart and a horse carriage are probably not the same thing. Looking at the flatbed cart pulled by 2 donkeys in front of him, Hilken looked at Lin En beside him and asked with a puzzled look on his face. Lin En was silent for a moment, coughed lightly, and said lightly, well, the Daolan ruins is also a popular attraction around the royal capital. The price of the carriage is a bit expensive. It's not like you're paying for it all? Hilken asked in confusion. Hilken. Il called him from the side. Maybe you don't understand. Even if it's each person needs 2 gold coins. For us, 2 gold coins can't be spent in a month at school, I understand. Hilken nodded and continued, I'll pay. After saying that, he took out a purse from his pocket and walked forward to pay. Hilken, no, we can't let you pay alone. I'm not used to riding a donkey cart. Just think of it as me being pretentious, okay? Hilken said without turning his head. He poured out 8 gold coins from his purse and handed them to the boss in front of him. The boss immediately put on a smiling face and happily pulled out a carriage for the people in front of him. Sitting in the wobbly carriage, Hilken felt dizzy. The memory of motion sickness in his past life once again haunted him. He began to miss the carriage in his home that was engraved with the rune as if walking on flat ground. Master Hilken? Chris, who was sitting opposite to Hilken, saw that Hilken looked uncomfortable, and spoke with some concern. What's wrong with you? Lin En, who was sitting next to him, also expressed unexpected concern. The carriage they rented was very small, and even 4 people sitting in it were crowded. So for the sake of so-called gentlemanly manners, Lin sat with Hilken and let Chris and Il sit together. Although Chris strongly opposed it, it was of no avail. I am car sick. Hilken didn't want to talk, but in order to prevent others from harassing him further, he forced himself to answer. Car sickness? Lin En seemed to have heard some unbelievable news. He looked at Hilken and asked curiously, didn't you always go to and from school in a carriage? Hilken felt really uncomfortable and didn't want to talk. He lowered his head and closed his eyes. Chris, who was sitting opposite, answered Lin En's doubts. She said calmly, it's probably engraved with runes. Aren't there all kinds of runes engraved on the carriages of rich people? Maybe there are some runes that can make people immune to motion sickness? I see. After that, Lin looked at Hilken with concern and asked, how do you feel now? What are you doing? You are the male lead, the male lead. Why do you care about a villain like me? Is there something wrong? Never mind, maybe this is why he became the hero. He can even feel a little concern for a villain like me, but I always feel that the male protagonist is different from before. The aggressive Lin-En whom he had seen in the college dormitory before was still right in front of him. Compared with the kind Lin-En in front of him now, there have been huge changes. After roughly responding to Lin-En's words, Hilkin closed his eyes without saying a word to relieve the pain caused by motion sickness. The carriage galloped along the avenue, and the scenery along the road flew by. Hilkin once again shouted to the driver in front, "Master, stop. Are you still stopping? We'll be there in 2 minutes." The coachman turned around and shouted, "Forget it." Hilkin shook his head. Lin-En on the side shouted loudly, "Don't stop." "Okay." The coachman whipped the horse, and the carriage sped up again, traveling the last bit of the distance. "Master Hilkin, are you feeling better?" Chris stood beside Sirkin with a smile on her face, patting his back with concern. "Water, mine." "Shut up, Lin, water." Knowing that Chris was about to say something yellow waste again, Hilkin interrupted her hurriedly and turned to Lin. After a brief time together in the carriage, Hilkin unexpectedly discovered that Lin was actually a pretty good person. Apart from being a little arrogant, he was not a difficult person to get along with. Took Lin's water. Hilkin drank it all. He stood up, leaned against a big tree beside him, and breathed heavily, alive. "Master Hilkin is so cute even when he's in a mess. Thank you. It would be better if you could just shut up." I'm sorry." Il approached the two and spoke slowly. "I have to bother you too, but we have to go." "Let's go." "Okay, let's go," Hilkin said, and followed Il. As for Chris, she also slowly followed behind Hilkin. The outskirts of the Daolan ruins have been developed into a tourist attraction and tickets are required to enter, but the Daolan ruins themselves do not require tickets. Replace it.at the gate of the ruins. The knights of the royal capital are stationed. They will check the strength of those entering to ensure safety, and ordinary people without combat capabilities will not be allowed to enter the ruins. But it was different for Hilkin and his group. As students of the Royal First Academy, and Chris was also a C-rank adventurer, the soldiers did not stop them but let them pass. Walking into the Daolan ruins, Hilkin looked around. The ruins are magnificent but dilapidated, with the stone walls covered in moss and cracks, and seeming like they will collapse at any time. "Everyone, be careful. Although there are no monsters in the Daolan ruins, it is one of the few ruins that has not been conquered by anyone so far. It must be hiding a secret." "No, wait." Hearing Lin-En's words, Shijin started at zero frame and interrupted directly. "So you're saying, you want to attack the Daolan ruins, but you haven't prepared any information? Do we need to prepare information to conquer the ruins?" Lin looked at Hilkin, puzzled. "Okay, you're worthy of being the protagonist." Hilkin muttered softly as he looked at Lin-En, who was smiling brightly in front of him. "What did you say? Nothing." Chapter 21. The legendary male protagonist Lin-En and his sword. Lin-En stopped asking questions and everyone continued to walk deeper into the ruins. There are so many stone statues here. Looking at the numerous life-size stone statues in the ruins, Illinois couldn't help but sigh. Lin-En nodded and agreed. "Indeed, and it makes people feel like they are being spied on, which is chilling." "Do you think, will these stone statues suddenly move?" Chris came forward mysteriously and whispered. "Don't talk nonsense." Il clenched the staff in his hand with some fear. "Nothing." Lin-En waved his hand and said comfortingly, "Herod is the sword warrior. He is not proficient in the ability to turn stone statues into humans, so you can rest assured. We generally call this kind of words poisonous milk." Without joining the conversation, Hilkin carefully observed the stone statues around him. There are indeed too many stone statues like this. There are no less than 20 stone statues in this hall alone. It is hard to imagine how many stone statues there are in the entire ruins. These stone statues are exactly the same, as if they were carved from the same mold. They were about 2 meters tall, all standing with their swords in hand. Hilkin suddenly felt something strange. The humidity here is very high, and the stone walls of the ruins have long been covered with moss, and are so wet that they are even dripping. But there was no moss on the stone statue, not even a trace of moisture. It looked as if it was brand new. Thinking of this, Sierra-Jean immediately warned, "Everyone be careful." What Chris said might be true. Careful. Stand back. Before Hilkin finished speaking, Lin and Chris shouted at the same time. Did it really move? Hilken looked back in disbelief and caught a glimpse of a stone statue running towards him with a stone sword raised in its hand. He was about to attack when he heard Chris's voice, "Look down." "Oh. Okay, base." A fierce flame flew over Hilken's head. That was the sword swung by Chris. With just one strike, she split the stone statue in front of her in half. The stone statue turned into rubble and rolled to the ground, losing its ability to move. Oh, that's right, this is a fantasy world, and she's a genius swordsman, and she's also the heroine, so how could she not be amazing? Looking at everything in front of him, Hilken once again had a new understanding of Chris. Chris swung the sword lightly, extinguished the flame on the sword, put the sword neatly into the scabbard, and looked at Hilken with a smug look on her face. "What's with that expression on your face that looks like you're begging for praise?" Praise me, praise me. That's amazing. Thanks. Hey. Be serious." Aiel turned around and shouted. She waved the staff in her hand and muttered something. A blue barrier quickly formed in front of him, blocked the stone statue's attack for her. Then she took a step forward and waved her staff gently. In an instant, a blue light shot out and directly pierced through the stone statue in front of it. "Lyn, how are you doing there?" "I'm fine." Lyn said nonchalantly. It seemed that the stone statue in front of him was vulnerable to him. He gripped the hilt of the knife tightly, squatted slightly, and exhaled gently. Suddenly, Lyn stepped on the ground hard and flew forward. "Draw your sword and slash." A sharp white light flashed, and the stone statue was split into two and fell to the ground, motionless. Why do I feel like the protagonist's moves are the worst? Where are the cool swordsmanship? Where are the domineering moves? Why is it just the sword drawing slash? The standard is too low. Careful. Aiel shouted again. "No way, how is that possible?" All the remaining stone statues in the hall began to move, and 17 of them slowly walked towards Hilken and his 3 companions. The ground shook slightly. Tisk. Lyn was shocked and tightened his grip on the knife handle once again. Aiel also had an expression as if he was facing a formidable enemy. "Everyone, now it's my turn." Hilken, on the other hand, spoke with great gusto. "Hey, Hilken, what are you talking about? Let me show you how the rich fight." After that, Hilken took out a magic scroll from his arms and threw it into the sky. Fell into a deep pit. Gurgle, a bubbling sound came from under everyone's feet, and the ground of the ruins soon turned into a quagmire. Except for the 4 people led by Hilken, the legs of all the stone statues were stuck in the mud and could not move. Magic scroll? It's indeed the way rich people fight. Looking at everything in front of him, Illinois said in shock. To them, magic scrolls were luxury items. The price of a low-level magic scroll was enough for them to live frugally for a year. Even if the scroll was obtained by chance, it would be treated as a treasure hidden in the bottom of the box and would not be used easily in such a place. Thunder flashes. But Hilken obviously did not intend to stop there. He took out another scroll and threw it into the air. Boom! A loud noise spread from above the hall. A huge thunder struck from the sky and directly hit the stone statue stuck in the mud. The lightning caused a chain reaction, and brilliant arcs of light danced in the stone statue. Snatch! Countless stone statues shattered into small pieces and fell into the mud. "This is two, the rest is up to you." Hilken didn't feel that there was anything wrong with his fight. Looking at the remaining stone statues, he said to everyone, "Okay." Lyn stepped forward. Apparently, as if he had not had the opportunity to show off just now, he was in high spirits and had a high attitude. "Draw your sword and slash. Draw your sword and slash. Draw your sword and slash. Draw your sword and slash." "No, buddy, you really only know how to draw your sword and cut." Seeing the last 4 stone statues in front of him being easily split in half by Lyn's sword drawing move, Hilken was a little stunned. Isn't this the male protagonist? Doesn't the male protagonist have any fancy sword skills? And why does he have to shout out every time he uses the sword draw and slash? Shouting out such a basic sword move really doesn't look cool at all, I said. Lyn. Lyn turned around, a sunny smile on his face, and looked at Hilken in confusion. "You only know how to draw your sword and slash?" Hearing Sierra Jin's question, Lyn rubbed his chin, paused, and generously admitted, "You are right, I only know how to draw my sword and cut, and but don't worry, I'm definitely not weak. If you're worried about me holding you back, that's not necessary." Lyn sheathed the knife back into the scabbard and said calmly, "My sword drawing and slashing is different from others. For others, sword drawing and slashing is just a basic sword technique, but for me, sword drawing and slashing is a sword technique that can kill gods." Okay, I get it. It makes me feel safer to have you around. Hilkin thought he was just trying to save face and spoke perfunctorily. Well, okay. However, Linden didn't hear the perfunctory meaning. He continued, then let's keep moving forward. It will probably be even more dangerous ahead. Chapter 22, the legendary protagonist team conquers the first floor of the ruins. Bang. The tall stone statue swung the giant's sword in its hand. Everyone dodged quickly. Fuck you, how could there be such outrageous things in here? Looking at the huge 5-meter-high stone statue in front of him, Linden spoke in his true nature. Hilkin dodged somewhat awkwardly. This was already the nth stone statue they had encountered in the ruins. I don't know what kind of evil taste Herod had, but his relics are full of these moving stone statues. The original stone statue was only 2 meters high, then 3 meters, 4 meters, and now 5 meters. This made Hilkin and others wonder whether there might be another 10 or 20 meters deeper, or even conscious stone statues. Gravity oppression. Hilkin threw out another scroll, causing the stone statue in front of him to temporarily become stiff. Linden seized the opportunity, jumped up, and used his sword to slash the neck of the stone statue, leaving a deep scar. Fiery slash. Chris also seized the opportunity and swung the sword in her hand. Countless flaming sword chi flew towards the stone statue in front of her, cutting off its limbs. Dael chanted a spell softly, and a moment later, a black beam of light pierced through the chest of the stone statue. Hey, hit the joints. This is a stone statue, not a person. Hitting the chest is useless. We have to make it lose its ability to move first, cried Hilkin. He took out the scroll again. Bang. A stone pillar emerged from the ground and shattered the giant stone statue in front of it. It's over? No. There are 5 more. Looking at the other 5 stone statues moving in the room, Hilkin swallowed. Although he knew he was coming to the ruins and his family had prepared no less than 100 scrolls for him, the scene before him still made him feel terrified. 5-meter-tall stone men holding 3-meter-long huge stone swords approached him in the narrow and cramped space. For Hilkin, who was facing this situation for the first time, the oppressive feeling it brought was impossible to ignore. Phantom vines. Gritting his teeth, Hilkin took out the scroll again. A green light flashed, and vines that grew out of the bricks on the ground entangled the giant in front of him. So that they can't move. Heavenly fire. Ice beam. Ultimate sword slash. The stone statue shattered under the coordinated attack of the 4 people. These stone statues are quite difficult to deal with. Without the help of Hilkin's inexhaustible magic scrolls, I'm afraid Linden and his companions would not be able to deal with them easily. At the very least, they would suffer some serious injuries. After dealing with the stone statues in the secret room, everyone continued to move forward. 100 refinements set the prairie on fire. Chris flew up and smashed the last stone statue in front of her into pieces with one sword move. Everyone collapsed on the ground. Call, it's over. I think this is the end of the first level. When Hilkin heard this, he became suspicious and asked, the first floor? How many floors are there in the entire ruins? 5th floor. Chris explained to him. Are you going to the 5th floor? Hilkin couldn't help but feel a little worried. The stone statues on the 1st floor alone were enough for them to deal with. He even felt that with their current strength, they couldn't even reach the 2nd floor. How is that possible? We have only reached the 1st floor. We are just here to make some money. We don't want to die in the ruins. Linden said calmly. Money? Bang! Before Hilkin finished his words, a huge treasure chest appeared out of nowhere in front of them. Yes. The treasure chest is a reward that Herod leaves for the ruins raiders. It will drop after each level is passed. It contains gold coins, props, etc. What's the principle behind this? God knows. Linden spread his hands helplessly. Chris chuckled and said, after all, these are the remains of a hero. A hero is someone who stands at the top of the continent. It's not surprising that there are some special features. If there were no rewards, there wouldn't be so many people rushing to conquer the ruins. 2. After hearing this, Hilkin finally understood why Chris and the others came here. Their purpose was probably the gold coins in the treasure chest. Is this what you came here for? Yeah. Lynn nodded. What do you think? Aren't you going to find Lon? Fuck, I'm crazy. Hearing this, Lin En, who was sitting on the ground, jumped up and said with a shocked face, "Many strong men have come to the ruins to look for the so-called blue but have returned empty-handed. You want me, a junior student at the Royal First Academy, to look for blue? Are you crazy?" 2. After hearing what Lin En said, Hilkin thought it made sense, but he always felt that things would not be so simple. Firstly, the goddess said that this relic was an important plot in the early stage. Secondly, he had not yet found the so-called opportunity that the goddess told him about. Thirdly, Lin is the male protagonist and Chris is the female protagonist. The two of them are in the ruins at the same time. How could there not be some unexpected things? With this thought in mind, Hilkin remained alert to his surroundings. After all, people who hang around the protagonist, especially the vicious villains, usually don't have a good ending. It's possible that in this book, in order not to dirty the protagonist's hands, the villain will die in an accident. Damn, Hilkin suddenly felt that he had discovered the truth. Why did the goddess tell me that there was an opportunity and told me that I must come? Isn't this obviously a trick to get me here? I might become the protagonist's scapegoat because I accidentally died in the ruins. Hilkin. When Hilkin came back to his senses, he saw Chris, who looked a little annoyed and confused. "This is yours." Hilkin looked up and found that while he was stunned, the three people in front of him had already divided the contents of the treasure chest into 4 parts. At this moment, Chris was handing his share to him. "No. Never mind, thank you." Looking at the gold coins and rough equipment, Hilkin instinctively wanted to refuse, but when he saw Chris's unhappy eyes again, he swallowed back the words of rejection that were about to come out of his mouth. "Well, now that everyone has got their spoils, it's time for us to return." "That's right. This is a ruin after all. It's definitely not as safe as outside." Chris also smiled. She stood up and said calmly, "Maybe these statues will come back again? Don't talk." Several people who had witnessed Chris's poisonous milk quickly stopped Chris's desire to continue speaking, fearing that these stone statues would really make a comeback as she said. "But, it's time to go." Lin stood up and walked out slowly. He knocked on the wall gently and said, "The stone bricks here are not ordinary. They have patterns on them. They are not crudely made. They look like high-end goods that only the royal family can afford." "Yes." Boom. "What's that sound?" "Lin, what did you do?" "I don't know." Lin looked confused and took his hand off the brick. "Is there a mechanism on the stone bricks? There's no reason for it?" "I don't feel anything." Boom. A brick wall suddenly fell down, blocking everyone's retreat. "Damn, what is this?" "Calm down first," Hilkin said lightly, reaching out and touching the stone brick wall, trying to find some clues on the wall. "Let me try." Lin looked at the wall in front of him and spoke. In his opinion, this stone brick wall was simply vulnerable. "Don't move." Chris, who had been silent all this time, suddenly spoke. "Don't break a brick wall unless you have to." "That's right." Il nodded. "The interior of the ruins is unfamiliar to us. We don't know what will happen after we break this wall." "That's true." Lin dropped his hand that was gripping the hilt of the knife and calmed down. So you three didn't prepare anything before attacking the ruins? Aren't you courting death? Now you're trapped. Looking at the three people in front of him, Zirjan felt even more helpless, but out of the corner of his eye he saw a faint smile on Chris's lips, but she concealed it very well. The smile only appeared for a moment and then quickly disappeared. Hilkin observed Chris in front of him carefully again and found that she didn't seem nervous at all, as if she was very comfortable with it and had handled many similar situations before. Is this the adventurer? Chris is an adventurer who has participated in many missions in order to raise medical expenses for her seriously ill grandmother. At this moment, Hilkin attributed the reason Chris was so relaxed to the fact that she had been on many missions. But out of the corner of his eye he suddenly caught a glimpse of Chris walking slowly towards him. Looking back, Lin and Yil were looking for a way out. They didn't notice this place at first. Chapter 23, The Legendary Heroine Chris and the Legendary Villain Sirkin. Hush, relax, Master Hilkin, it will be over soon. And? Hilkin looked at Chris, who was slowly approaching him with a confused look on his face, and asked without knowing what was going on, "No, wait a minute, what do you want to do?" But unfortunately, Chris did not answer Hilkin's words. She said nothing, but had a smile on her face and a hint of apology. "We'll see you later, Master Hilken." As soon as she finished speaking, Chris had already arrived in front of Hilken. Before Hilken could react, Chris reached out and pushed him back hard. "What's wrong, huh?" Hilken fell backwards into a small room in the ruins. He was wondering about Chris's behavior when he suddenly felt himself floating in the AI or IT seemed that some mechanism was triggered in the small room, and the ground cracked directly. Hilken fell into the abyss along with the broken bricks. "Hilken? Hilken!" Seeing this in the distance, Lin and Er also rushed over immediately and looked at the bottomless pit. Lin asked, "How did he fall?" "I don't know. I wasn't paying attention just now. It seems like I fell accidentally." Chris looked at the deep pit and said lightly, Is that so? This is too pitiful." Aiel said with some reluctance. In her opinion, there would be no possibility of survival if she fell to such a deep place. Lin was not so pessimistic. He glanced at Chris meaningfully, then shouted towards the pit, "Hilken? Hilken! Can you hear me?" Tick-tock, drops of water dripped from the wet moss above his head and burst on the ground. It was quiet all around, and no sound came from the bottom of the pit. "It looks like he's dead," Chris said softly. "You want him dead so badly?" No, you may have misunderstood." Chris smiled and spread her hands. "I'm just stating the facts. Lin chuckled and turned to look at Yil. Aiel's gaze was not here. She was constantly searching around, trying to find the mechanism in the ruins. Seeing this, Lin turned his attention back to Chris in front of him. He sneered and said calmly, "I'm sorry, your suspicion has not been ruled out. Besides, you have every reason to do it. After all, you are annoyed by Zirjan's persistent pursuit, aren't you?" Lin crossed his arms and looked indifferently at Chris, who looked innocent in front of him. "What do you want to do?" Obviously, Chris didn't understand what Lin meant, and her face was full of confusion. "What's the purpose of pushing him down?" "I've already said it, it's not me, although it's reasonable to say that you pushed him down because you had a conflict with him and were fed up with his pestering you. I still feel something is not right, especially from the way you looked at Hilken." "Do you know something?" Ignoring Chris's explanation, Lin continued to express his own opinion. In response, Chris continued to put on a pitiful attitude and said in confusion, "Huh? What do you mean? Don't play dumb." Lin said calmly, looking at Chris in front of him seriously. "Oh, Lin." Chris chuckled, paused, and then continued, "Don't push so hard. Let's give each other some leeway, okay? After all, you have quite a secret." Lin was silent for a moment and moved his lips. Slowly he said, "You killed Hilken? How could that be?" "I would never kill Master Zirjan even if I had to kill you." Chris looked at Lin in front of her with a smile. "I should have stayed away from you." "That's the best way." "What are you talking about?" Aiel, with a curious look on his face, suddenly came up from a distance and asked nothing. "It's nothing important, huh? Is that so?" Aiel nodded and didn't ask any further questions. "I just searched the ruins carefully again, and didn't find any mechanism." "No mechanism?" Lin frowned slightly and glanced at Chris again. Chris responded with a sweet smile. "Yes." In that case, Lin stroked his chin and said, "It's possible that the wall didn't appear because of a mechanism, but someone did it deliberately." Lin, what are you looking at me doing? Nothing." Lin shook her head. "Chris doesn't have this ability. She can't possibly control the remains left by her at the very least. She doesn't have the ability to control the ruins in front of him." "What should we do next?" Aiel's question. Lin pulled out the imagination. He calmed himself down and made up his mind. "Let's go down first, maybe we can find a way out. Waiting here will definitely not lead to any results." "What about Hilken?" Aiel asked in confusion. "Hilken?" Lin glanced at Chris beside her. "Aha!" Chris looked at him with that signature smile. Lin took a deep breath and said calmly, "Hilken is fine. Let's go first. Maybe we can run into him again later." "Is that so?" Although she still seemed to have some doubts in her heart, her trust in Lin allowed her to suppress her doubts temporarily. "Yeah." Chris nodded in agreement. "Let's go inside first." Under the leadership of Lynn, Chris and Il and their group had no choice but to walk down the stairs. The three figures quickly disappeared into darkness. Chapter 24, The Epic Meeting Between the God of Legendary Contract and Hilken. It's over, I'm dead, my aristocratic life ended just as it began, he just knew. How could the heroine not hate him as a vicious villain? It turns out that all the previous actions were just to let myself relax my vigilance and wait for this opportunity. Hilken, who had been falling in the air for nearly half a minute and had not yet landed, had already lost all hope and intent on staying alive. If I fall from this height, I will definitely die no matter what is below, unless there is magic. Magic, yes. This is a fantasy world. Thinking of this, Hilken hurriedly searched through the scrolls that he had prepared for himself at home. Is there anything that can keep me alive? What is deep? Bang! Without waiting for Hilken to find it, he slammed it to the ground. Countless water splashes, the violent impact hit his internal organs, and Hilken felt a violent shock from the top of his head to the soles of his feet. Is this death? That's not right, the dead shouldn't be able to talk, right? Thinking of this, Zirjan sat up suddenly. He raised his hands. Nothing? How is that possible? Looking at his intact limbs, Hilken stood up immediately. Only then did he realize that he was in a pool of water. What is this, water? That's not right. He looked at the unknown gelatinous liquid flashing silver light under him and fell into deep thought. Anyway, this is it, let's call it the pool for now. Is this the thing that saved me? It is indeed a fantasy world. A pool of water less than 1 meter deep can keep him unscathed. Hilken couldn't help but sigh. Slowly standing up, Hilken began to look around. The space here is not big, like a secret room. About 20 square meters of visibility was extremely low, and the entire chamber could only be seen with the help of a scroll engraved with lighting magic. Is this a secret room? This shouldn't be the place where the protagonist comes? What does it have to do with me? Oink oink. What's going on? The sudden sound of wind made Hilken alert, and he quickly turned around to observe the surrounding environment. The candles on the wall suddenly burned out of nowhere, illuminating the entire secret room. Is it haunted? Or did I accidentally break into the boss's retreat? Hilken was puzzled, but he held the magic scroll tightly, keeping his eyes on the surrounding movements. Hello, little one. What are you going to do? Wait. Don't do anything yet. Put the scroll down. I'm a good person. As the candles were lit, a transparent figure gradually formed in the secret room. The figure first greeted Hilken in a friendly manner, but his expression immediately changed when he saw the scroll in Hilken's hand. Oh? Really? Hilken said indifferently. Usually, bad guys will say they are good guys. I am such a good person. How do you prove it? How to prove it? The figure was in a dilemma, as if thinking about how to answer this question. How do you prove it? You've really stumped me. Bang. No need to prove it. If he appears in the ruins, I think the probability that he is a good person is low. Hilken said lightly. 10th level magic, instant death. This is my most precious magic scroll. Even a brave man would think twice before using it, let alone a mere remnant soul like you. Hilken leaned against the wall, looking at the black light flying towards the remnant soul from the air, and said with a sneer. Oh, no matter what, you just don't believe it. It's really hard to deal with. However, the figure was not panicked at all. He looked at Hilken with a playful expression, raised his hand slightly and extended his index finger. Bite. What? I saw the black light touch the figure's fingers at that moment. It actually shattered into countless pieces. No, that's not right. It's not simply breaking the light into pieces. The figure seems to have broken the entire space in front of him into pieces. Hey, kid, I told you I'm a good person. Okay, I admit it. Hilken sighed and leaned against the wall motionless. The highest magic in the world of this book is level 12, of which level 12 is the magic used by gods. Each of the 11 level magics takes a lot of time and materials to use, often requiring preparation a long time in advance, and cannot be engraved into scrolls. Therefore, the 10th level magic is the most powerful scroll, and now, the scroll engraved with 10th level magic is just a matter of a finger in front of the figure in front of him. The powerful strength displayed by the figure in front of him made Hilken completely give up hope. Failed? Fine, I'll let you fail for once today. The figure suddenly disappeared, and appeared in front of Hilken the next moment. He nodded gently to Hilken's head. Bang! Hilken's head exploded instantly, leaving only a headless corpse. The figure stood with his hands behind his back, looking at Hilken in front of him, and shook his head, waved gently again. Hilken then appeared at the same spot intact. He looked at his hands in uncertainty. Just a moment ago, he felt a strong sense of suffocation, as if he was in the deep sea, his body filled with surging seawater and unable to breathe. He was breathing heavily, still immersed in the death that had just occurred, with beads of sweat streaming down his forehead like rain. Tick tick, it falls on the ground. How? The figure flew into the air and sat cross-legged, holding his chin with one hand, looking at Hilken quietly. Resurrection from the dead? Is this the power of the brave Harit? What? Harit? That little yellow-haired boy? Is he worthy of being compared with me? The figure waved his hand impatiently, interrupting Hilken's words as if he had heard some huge joke. The next moment, he appeared beside Hilken, stared at him, and said with a smile, "The hero does not have the ability to come back from the dead." God! Hilken expressed his inner guess, but he didn't want to believe that if the other party was a god, you will have no ability to resist and can only sit and wait for death. Your fate will be in the hands of the other party. Yes, it's God. The figure flew in front of Sirkin and gently tapped his chest. You can call me the God of Contract, because I am the god who is in charge of contracts. God of Contract? Hilken frowned. He was wondering why the god before him came here. Why did he appear out of nowhere in the ruins of Harit? If there were traces of Harit in the ruins, then Hilken would not panic, but would think it was normal. However, the problem now is that there is a god in Harit's ruins. Since he is a god, does he have some kind of deal with Harit? What's wrong? The god looked at the gloomy Hilken in front of him and asked in confusion, "Shouldn't you feel honored and excited to see a god? This is a creature standing at the highest point of the continent that most people will never see in their entire lives?" Hilken remained silent. That's right. You've seen the reincarnated goddess. That girl really lowers the status of us gods. The god of Contract muttered to himself, turning around to become a goddess? In other words, the god in front of him knew about him. Hilken's eyes widened, looking at the god of Contract with a defensive look in his eyes. Don't do that, don't do that. As if realizing that he was disliked by Hilken, the god of Contract quickly explained, as the god of this world, I am naturally aware of your coming to this world. The same goes for other gods. They are all paying attention to your every move. You are really interesting after all. Interesting? Hilken asked in confusion. Yes. The god nodded, and then continued, I won't say more. Now you should be curious about why I am here, and, am I good or bad to you, right? Hilken nodded. You can rest assured that I won't hurt you, otherwise there would be no need for me to resurrect you. The god changed his posture again, lying in the air leisurely and speaking, I was indeed looking for you, but you were lucky enough to fall right in front of me, saving me the trouble of looking for you. Chris, she knows something. At this moment, Zirjan had a new understanding of Chris. He believed that Chris must know what would happen after falling into the pit, and knew that she must meet the god of Contract. What do you want from me? I don't remember that I have any relationship with the gods. Hilken asked coldly. He didn't think there would be anything good in a god looking for him. The god of Contract rubbed his eyebrows. He seemed to be very troubled by the current situation. You are on guard against me, I understand. After a pause, the god of Contract extended his index finger and tapped in the An ancient short blade suddenly appeared out of nowhere in front of him. The god of Contract took the short blade in his hand, looked at Hilken in front of him, and gently turned the short blade in his hand with his fingertips. He said, Someone asked me to give you this short blade. This is why I am here in this ruin. Chapter 25, The legendary villain. Hilken got the legendary artifact, give me? Hilken looked at the short blade in the god's hand with a complicated expression. Yes, absolutely. After confirming once again that what the god said was true, Hilken felt a storm in his heart. He specifically gave it to the gods, and then let the gods give it to him. How capable is this person? Why would such a person know himself? This short blade must not be for the original body, because from the conversation between the god of Contract and himself just now, it can be seen that the other party knows that he comes from another world. In this situation, the other party still chooses to give the short blade to me. which means that the person he is giving it to is me. Leave it to yourself. Could it be that anyone knew that he would come into this world, but how? Is this possible? Hey, what are you thinking about? When he looked up again, Hilkin saw the god of contract with an impatient look on his face. He threw the short blade directly into his own hand. This is, you can call it to an end. Final annihilation? Of course, I personally prefer to call it the sword that kills people with one strike. What's wrong? The god of contract looked at Hilkin in confusion. Your naming style is unique. Hilkin spoke carefully, trying to make his words sound smoother. I thought this name was self-explanatory. The god of contract waved his hand, obviously not paying attention to what Hilkin said. He continued to explain the function of the short blade to Zirjan. Ahem, this short blade, as the name suggests, once it hits the target will die immediately. What? Hearing what the god of contract said, Hilkin was a little bit unbelievable, and he looked at the god of contract again. Well, that's it, but it can only be used once. Once you swing this dagger, it will shatter instantly. The god of contract said lightly. Hearing this, a guess came to his mind. He looked at the short blade in his hand and asked the god of contract in front of him, can you kill the target no matter who it is? Well, it's just what you think. The god of contract smiled with his eyes narrowed. Even gods are the same. If they are hit by the short blade in your hand, they will surely die. Provided that I hit the target. That's it. The god of contract said cheerfully, God, don't even think about it. There's no way you can chop them down. Looking at the short blade in his hand, Hilkin suddenly asked, as long as I hit the target's body, will it be okay? That's right. The god of contract responded, even a minor scratch is fine. If Hilkin raised his head, looked directly at the god of contract in front of him, and continued to ask, what if I get the subject's body tissue? For example, hair, nails and the like, if I cut these things, will the subject die? It's you as expected. What happened? Looking at the god of contract who suddenly laughed uncontrollably in front of him, Hilkin looked at him in confusion. Interesting. Interesting? What do you mean? Hilkin was confused and stared blankly at the god of contract in front of him. Is it true that in order to become a god one must have an eccentric personality? All right. The afterimage of the god flew into the air again, paused, and said, I can give you a clear answer. Is that so? It seems that the sword of final destruction in his hand is indeed an unexpectedly powerful top-level artifact. You really want to give me this weapon? Yes. The god nodded gently. This is yours. Belong to him? What does that mean? Hilkin could not understand what the god before him was saying. Since the final destruction has been given to you, my mission has been accomplished, and there is no need for this afterimage to exist, etc. Seeing that the afterimage in front of him was about to disappear, Hilkin hurriedly called out to the other party. What's the matter? If you have anything to say, just ask. I'm in a good mood today. I'll answer anything I can. The god's afterimage reappeared, floating in the air, looking at Hilkin, and slightly closing his eyes. Will I die? Hilkin asked calmly. Even the afterimage remained silent for a moment. After a moment, he said softly, I'm really not sure about this. That means I might die, right? Hilkin asked. Ask your goddess. I won't give you any answer. The afterimage said impatiently, and the figure became illusory again, etc. His figures gathered again. Are you done yet? Just ask me now. Looking at Hilkin, the god seemed a little annoyed, and he shouted loudly. Okay, last question, ask. Will I use this short blade in the future? The gods were silent. Hilkin was not in a hurry either, he just waited quietly by the side. After a while, the god looked at Hilkin and slowly said, whether you can do it or not is entirely up to you. It's all up to me. I understand. Snort. The god snorted softly, and his figure began to dissipate, becoming increasingly blurry until it disappeared completely. At the same time, a huge strange formation flashing blue light appeared under Hilkin's feet. Is this a teleportation array? He compared the magic circle with the teleportation magic circle he had seen in Complete Explanation of Continental Magic Circles and found that the two were consistent. Whoosh! The blue light grew stronger and stronger, covering Hilkin's entire body. He disappeared into the bottom of the pit. The candle in the secret room went out again, and it fell into endless darkness. Chapter 26: The hero and heroine's legendary meeting with the hero at the same time. When the long knife in Linen's hand lightly swept across the stone statue in front of him, and the stone statue instantly turned into countless pieces of stone scattered on the ground, followed by the flash of swords and shadows. Chris looked at Lin in front of her with a scrutinizing look. Lin unsheathed the long sword neatly, turned to look at Chris, and said, "This should be the last secret room. It seems that the third floor ends here." "Yeah." Chris nodded expressionlessly and said lightly, "That's amazing, Lin. I didn't know you had the ability to pass the third floor on your own." "That's not how your tone tells me." "Ah, that's true. After all, it's really boring to be with you." Chris yawned loudly and said so. Yes, just think about your master Hilkin." Chris nodded slightly and walked forward nonchalantly, ignoring Lin. After a while, as if he felt the journey was a bit boring, Linen looked up at the unconscious Il floating in the sky behind him, then turned to Chris and asked, "Swordsmanship, magic, which path are you taking?" Chris put her index finger to the corner of her lips, pondered for a moment, and said, "I know a little bit of everything." "A few 100 million? Okay." Linen said as if he accepted it. "You're not bad either." Chris spoke as if it was a courtesy. "Your tricks are very evil." "Weird." "Well, it is somewhat true." Lin stroked his chin and confirmed what Chris said. Chris crossed her arms and said calmly, "After all, I've never seen anyone who can do damage to the enemy before the attack even lands on them." "You said it." Lin smiled and spread his hands, saying, "Let's keep the secret from each other." "Well, whatever you say, I was just saying it casually." Chris shook her head and ignored Lin. As time went by, the two soon came to a secret room again, where there were many more stone statues than usual. Just as the two were about to take action, suddenly, a hearty voice came from a distance. "Everyone, stop and listen to me, okay?" Along with the sound, a shadow came closer and closer. "Who are you, Harriet?" Lin and Chris spoke almost at the same time. The two looked at each other meaningfully again. "TSK, you actually still know me?" Harriet, who was now a shadow, looked at Chris and spoke slowly. "Who doesn't know the brave hero Harriet?" Chris chuckled. Then she changed the subject and continued, "I just don't know why you are here at this time." Harriet stroked his chin, lowered his head and said nothing. "You did the stone wall?" Harriet remained silent. That's strange. Harriet suddenly clapped his hands, looked at Linen who was looking at him, and murmured, "That guy is gone? Completely disappeared?" Could it be that? His eyes kept wandering between Lin and Chris. "What are you talking about?" Lin was very confused about Harriet's behavior, and he spoke in a questioning tone, but Harriet didn't mind his disrespect at all. "Well, it doesn't matter." He chuckled and said calmly, "Anyway, I'm already a dead man, I can't care so much." "What's wrong with him? He has been saying some incomprehensible things since just now." Lin looked at Chris beside him and asked in confusion. Chris shook her head. "Who knows?" Harriet was still looking at the two people in front of him. "Forget it, come with me." He sighed and said lightly. "What?" Lin didn't understand. Harriet turned around and said, "Since both of you have the ability to enter the 5th floor, just follow me, so that I don't have to repair the stone statues you broke, which is very troublesome." After saying that, Harriet stretched out his hand and snapped his fingers lightly. A swoosh, the people present disappeared instantly. A few seconds later, they appeared in a magnificent room. This is the bottom layer of the Daolan ruins. It is also the place that countless people dream of. This is where what you call blue is stored. Harriet began to explain. Why? There is no reason. This is my relic. I can do whatever I want with it. Harriet said with a smile. He raised his hand and handed a ring emitting blue light to Lin and stared at everything in front of him with wide eyes, full of confusion. This is, take it. It's yours of blue? Yes, it's genuine. Harriet stood in the middle of the secret room with his hands behind his back and said lightly, I gave it to you because of a promise. Promise, right. Of course, with your ability, you are indeed qualified to get it. Lin An remained silent. Everything before him was too unexpected for him. From the moment he entered the Daolan ruins, everything started to become strange and out of his control, whether it was Chris's abnormality, or Herod in front of him, or the ring that was handed to him now. All this was beyond his expectations. Could it be that there were other people who traveled through books before him? Lin doesn't know, go ahead. Seeing that Lin An didn't take the ring, Herod threw the ring into his hand. This item is called the Ring of Ataro. Except for the wearer, anyone who looks at this ring for more than 1 second will fall into stillness for 3 seconds. This is blue? You just gave it to me like that? Lin An still had some doubts in his heart. Although conquering the ruins is a difficult task, it is still possible for the strong people on the continent. The other warriors who attacked the ruins didn't even get the blue, and they didn't even see the afterimage of Herod, but thinking of this, Lin An felt an uneasy feeling in his heart, and he felt more and more that everything that happened today was planned. Herod smiled calmly and said, "Not bad, I'll give it to you. Your technique is unique, and is outstanding even among those I have met." Lin showed humility in praising Herod. At this moment, Herod suddenly looked up, as if he had sensed something, and said, there is another one coming too. Let me cast a teleportation spell on you. In 1 minute you will be teleported outside the ruins. After saying that, Herod disappeared into the air. Only Lin, Chris, and others were left in the secret room. The other side, Hilkin felt that his body was broken into countless tiny fragments, which were moving rapidly. I don't know how long it took the fragments reassembled, and he felt his body again, had his own consciousness, and could feel time and space. Open your eyes. Hilkin? He saw Lin, who looked shocked, and Chris, who looked smiling. You guys, okay? Where did you go? Are you hurt? Lin An asked anxiously. No. I'm fine. Lin's enthusiasm was too much for Hilkin to handle, and he retreated again and again. Master Hilkin, but behind him, Chris had already approached him. At this moment, his whole body lay in Chris's arms, and the soft feeling made him feel as if he was in a sea of flowers. Master Zurjin? So anxious? No, it's not, Brush. The secret room where everyone was suddenly lit up with a blue light, and a huge magic circle appeared under everyone's feet. Teleportation array? Before Hilkin could react, the blue light enveloped everyone again. In an instant, when everyone opened their eyes again, they were already on the ground. Is this the end? Lin An was the first to speak. He looked around and then at the palm of his hand, feeling a sense of unreality in his heart. What an unexpected tour of the ruins! Hilkin was also immersed in the ruins and couldn't extricate himself. Also suddenly woke up at this moment. Looking at everyone, she rubbed her eyes in confusion. What happened? How did we get out? I remember, wasn't I knocked unconscious by the statue? She looked around, and when she saw Hilkin again, she was also startled. Hilkin? You survived? Well, let's just say so. Thinking of the short blade in his space scroll, instead of being happy, Hilkin felt a little heavy. Okay. Anyway, everyone left the ruins safely, right? Chris walked forward, smiled at everyone, and said calmly. Both Hilkin and Lin were silent, their eyes surprisingly coincident at this moment, both looking at Chris in front of them. Yeah, time to go. Hilkin was the first to speak, breaking the silence. He came to the previous carriage and sat on it first. Looking at the people behind him, he called out, "Hey, let's go, hurry up. Here I come." Chris and the other two immediately stepped forward and got on the carriage. Unlike the time they came, the person sitting next to Hilkin on the return trip was Chris. Master Hilkin. Hilkin was somewhat aloof. He hadn't figured out what attitude to use to deal with Chris in front of him. Chris didn't pay too much attention to Hilkin's attitude. She continued to speak in a slightly teasing tone as usual. Master Zurjin, aren't you going to thank me? Thank you? Looking at Chris, who was leaning against him, Hilkin was speechless for a moment. You are too cold, Master Hilkin. Chris looked at him sadly, and I continued to say with pity, anyway, I helped you. What's wrong, Master Hilkin? Seeing that Hilkin still said nothing, Chris waved her arms up and down in front of his eyes. Thank you indeed. With a sigh, Hilkin finally spoke from his current perspective. Chris probably had no ill intentions, I just don't know why she has a good impression of a villain like me. Although he was confused, Hilken did not make it known. Let's continue like this. At least for now, just pretend you know nothing and get along with each other as usual. Wait until there is no way to avoid it and then confront him face to face, Hilken said to himself. Chapter 27 Legendary Hilken returns to the dormitory after leaving the ruins. Hilken lay on the bed, playing with the short blade. Anyone hit by it will die, it can only be used once. The cold light emitted by the short blade constantly reminded Hilken that this was a true divine weapon. Should we make it public? The deterrent power of such a divine weapon cannot be underestimated. Perhaps making it public will bring me greater benefits? Knock knock knock, come in. Hearing a knock on the door, Hilken quickly put away his short blade and stood up to open the door. Tivi? Looking at the person coming, Hilken was very surprised. Dway didn't appear often, especially at the door of his dormitory. Devi nodded slightly and looked Hilken up and down. What's wrong? She asked with a hint of doubt. No, nothing. I'm just a little curious. After all, you never came to me on your own initiative before, let alone came to my dormitory to find me. Hearing what Zirjan said, Dway leaned against the doorframe and said with a smile, the past was the past, and the present is the present. I always feel like I have heard this sentence somewhere. Hilken was slightly stunned. I'm here because I do have something to tell you. Without paying attention to Hilken's days, Devi spoke. What's up, right? Dway nodded and continued, the college dinner will start tonight, don't forget to come. Okay, wait. What did you say? Hilken, who was originally leisurely, was immediately shocked after hearing what Devi said. Dinner? What dinner? Why don't I know about it? He asked anxiously. In Hilken's opinion, any occasion where he appears with Devi must be an important plot, but now, facing an important plot, the goddess didn't say a word. Was it an accident? Or was there some other reason? It's the college dinner. Devi was also a little surprised by Hilken's sudden excitement. She entered the venue calmly and explained, did you forget? This time of year is the academy dinner. This time of year? It seems that there shouldn't be any surprises, but everyone assumes that the original body knows, so no one specifically tells him. Okay, I understand. I've already found out. Dway raised her beautiful eyes, looked at Zirjan, and said lightly, the person representing the Roland family today is your sister, Lillian. Lillian? Hilken still has an impression of his sister, and the impression is profound. Well, anyway, you must not forget that the king will be here today as well. Dway kindly reminded herself again. I know. Don't worry, I won't forget it. Hilken nodded and said, seeing that her goal was achieved, Devi did not stay any longer. She turned and left Hilken's room and helped him close the door. One moment it's the Daolan ruins, the next moment it's the academy dinner. There are so many things to do. Can't you let me enjoy the life of a noble young master? Don't let me realize so quickly that I'm just a vicious villain. Hilken sighed and lay motionless on the sofa. Russell. In a trance, Zirjan heard an inexplicable sound coming from the corner. The sound was very soft, like the sound of a mouse gnawing on leftovers. What's that sound? Considering the luxury of the college dormitories, there wouldn't be any rats here. Being in a good mood, he looked towards the corner where the sound came from. Chapter 28 The Legendary Bathing Immortal and the Mysterious Black Liquid Man. This is? After seeing clearly what was in the corner, Hilken was sure that he would never forget it for the rest of his life. It was a black figure, with the entire face shrouded in a huge shadow. Black sticky liquid kept dripping down from his body, and he kept gathering the liquid on the ground. It was making a rustling sound in the air in front of it, as if it was gnawing on something that Hilken could not see. Or not this, it can't see me? Or does it not care about me? Looking at the shadow in front of him who was still doing the same thing even though he was watching him, Hilken was slightly stunned. His hand unconsciously reached into his arms, trying to take out the short blade he obtained from the ruins. Be sure to destroy what is in sight. This thought suddenly occurred to Hilken. The thing in front of him exuded a strong sense of foreboding, a feeling that even made Hilken feel palpitations and panic. But when his hand just touched Zhengmie, another crisp sound suddenly came in his mind. Don't move. Reincarnated goddess? Although he didn't understand why the goddess appeared at this time, he also didn't understand why the goddess asked him to stop what he was doing, but Hilkin did as he was told, and his hand slowly loosened that of eternal destruction. Stop! Don't show any abnormality. The goddess spoke again, and she seemed a little anxious. Oh. Okay. Hilkin slowly put his hand back in place, pretending nothing had happened, and still lay on the sofa in a daze. Only in his mind, he continued to communicate with the reincarnated goddess. At the moment, Hilkin was very confused, and the goddess in front of him seemed to be able to solve his confusion. I met the god of contract. The goddess was silent for a moment, with a strange expression on her face, not like surprise, but not like she had expected it either. It seems to be somewhere in between. No wonder. What's the wonder? Hilkin asked. No, you don't need to know. The goddess pondered for a moment and said lightly. Hilkin changed his posture, glanced at the monster in the corner with his peripheral vision, and asked, What is that? It's for your own good that I don't let you know. Oftentimes, knowing too much will cause people to die faster. At the very least, knowing too much when you don't have the ability is definitely not a good thing. Zirjan was bored and took the fruit on the table and threw it into the air, saying, To put it bluntly, you just don't want to tell me. There's no need to make up all these nonsense excuses. Well, that's fine if you want to understand it that way. Okay, I'm not that curious. Hilkin chuckled, looked at the black object, and continued to ask, So what should I do? Just pretend I didn't see anything and wait until it leaves? The goddess in my mind flashed, stretched out a finger and shook it in the air, and said, No, you still have me. You? Looking at Hilkin's rather distrustful expression, the goddess turned away and ignored it. Her figure gradually gathered together and she no longer looked cynical. Now in Hilkin's mind, the goddess turned around and put on a dress that was so gorgeous that it could not be more gorgeous. Before Hilkin could be surprised, the goddess looked into the distance and said, Little Hilkin, don't be surprised. There are more surprises to come. Don't you always think I don't look like a god? I don't. Hilkin argued. Stop it. The goddess waved her hands repeatedly. I know what's going on in your mind. Fuck, you're a peeping Tom. Looking at the figure in his mind that was clearer than usual, Hilkin cursed. Hey, what do you mean by peeping? I just want to listen to your thoughts occasionally. Isn't this peeping? This is considered a friendly concern from the gods for the reincarnated. Okay. Hilkin reluctantly raised the white flag and surrendered. Anyway, the goddess in front of him is much more powerful than him, and he has no right to refuse no matter what she does to him. As if realizing that she had strayed from the topic, the goddess cleared her throat and said calmly, Little Hilkin, today I will let you see why I am a god. God, Hilkin was stunned for a moment, and he once again thought of the god of contract whom he had seen in the ruins before, but the goddess didn't give him time to be stunned. In my mind, I saw her raising her hands above her head, and a silver sword suddenly appeared in her hand. Cut. The goddess whispered immediately. He swung the sword in his hand down from above his head. Brush. What? A sharp sound of breaking through the air came out. A huge golden sword suddenly appeared in Hilkin's room and rushed straight towards the black monster in front of him. This attack transcended time and space. The goddess swung her sword from somewhere unknown, and the blade formed by the gathered divine power appeared in Hilkin's room in an instant. Bang! The sword collided with the monster, and in an instant, golden light filled the entire house. Squeak! The monster screamed twice. Its entire body was submerged in golden light. Bang! A violent explosion sounded again. It was the sound of a golden spike passing through the monster and colliding with the ground. Squeak! The monster's screams became much weaker. The destruction caused by the sword before his eyes shocked Hilkin deeply. Even his scroll engraved with 10th level magic was like a blade of grass in front of this attack. The moment he saw the golden sword blade, Hilkin felt an urge to kneel down. This was the oppression that came with the natural power of God. Is this the power of God? However, the most terrifying thing about this attack is not this. Although this attack had extremely destructive power, it did not cause any damage to Hilkin's room. It was as if the goddess had deliberately separated the space. The golden light faded away and everything returned to formlessness. Hilkin looked back at the spot, but there was no trace of the black monster. How is it? Have you changed your mind about me a little bit? The goddess snapped her fingers lightly and changed back into her original attire, lying diagonally in mid-air, covered only with a loose white robe. No. Hilken pinched his nose. The goddess held her forehead and was speechless. That's right, you are a proud boy, I won't argue with you. I am not. The goddess glanced at him and said calmly, that's what Sundaras always say. Hilken did not argue any further. Then he asked, did you destroy that monster? The goddess's face became serious. No, at least it is not completely destroyed, but after this attack, it dare not come out easily again. Hilken nodded, but he didn't ask any more questions, because he knew that even if he asked the goddess in front of him, she wouldn't answer. By the way, let me see. The goddess paused, closed her eyes and said nothing. After a while, she said, you have a campus dinner tonight. I understand. Hilken interrupted the goddess. You know? The goddess was surprised again, looked at Hilken, and seeing that he didn't seem to be lying, she nodded slightly. I see. TSK. Hilken raised an eyebrow and looked at the goddess in the air. By the way, what is this college dinner? I've never heard of it before. Just think of it as the college parents' meeting become. Hilken nodded. The goddess' explanation was simple and easy to understand. Okay, it's almost time to go. Bye. The goddess pursed her lips, looked at Hilken, and waved at him. Leaving now? Hilken was a little surprised. He thought the goddess would stay for a while longer. I want to take a bath too. The goddess said with a charming smile. Bath immortal. Whatever you say. The goddess was not angry. She smiled calmly and disappeared from Hilken's mind. Chapter 29, The Vanishing Monsters and the Banquet. About to begin. As the goddess left, Hilken took 2 steps forward and looked at the ground carefully. There was no trace of the black monster. Hilken stood there for a long time without saying anything. Ding-ling-ling, the wind chimes on the wall jingled again. Is it time for the party? Hilken muttered. The college's alarm clock is this wind chime hanging on the wall. Once it starts shaking, it can be heard everywhere in the dormitory. Hilken put on his clothes in front of the floor-length mirror, walked out of the room and headed towards the auditorium. At the beginning of the dinner, the streets were crowded with countless people. In 2s and 3s, the noisy crowd moved toward the auditorium, like a slow stream swimming through a muddy forest pond. Hilken, Hilken? Hearing the familiar voice, Hilken looked up. Ah, sister. The person who came was Lillian. She squinted her eyes and looked at Hilken. When she came closer, she stood on tiptoe and rubbed Hilken's head. Long time no see, little Hilken? Please. We just met not long ago. Hilken brushed Lillian's hand away helplessly. Really? I can't remember. Lillian smiled and pulled Hilken into the auditorium. I met countless people who came up to me and talked to me along the way. Hilken noticed that Lillian's attitudes could be roughly divided into 3 categories. The first is the attitude towards most people, which is indifference. They just look at it coldly without responding. The second is to nod slightly. This is her attitude towards a very small number of people. The third was eagerness, which, as far as Hilken had observed, she had only ever displayed towards one person. That person is Zealot Cavendish. Tiwi's biological father. Alas, Lillian suddenly sighed, paused, and said, it's a waste of time to bring all of us together every year under the name of Academy Dinner. Ha ha. Hilken rubbed his head and said with a wry smile, there must be something going on. I don't think His Majesty the King is that idle. Nonsense, that old guy just grows flowers in that broken garden every day. What can he do? Hey, sister, please at least give some face to His Majesty the King. Ahaha, is that so? Who knows, what if something big happened in the royal capital? Never mind. Lillian waved her hand, dealt with a viscount on her left who greeted her, and continued, anyway, my father is fed up with it and has just quit. Damn it, that guy threw the mess onto my head. After that, Lillian looked at Hilken, pointed at her face, and asked loudly, do I look like someone who has a lot of free time? I manage most of the family business, and now I have to take time out to attend this stupid dinner? Sister, calm down, everyone is watching you, pay attention to your image. Hilken pushed Lillian, trying to calm her down. TSK, annoying. Ahem. Lillian coughed twice and dressed like a noble lady again. Call. Hilken breathed a sigh of relief. My sister is too true to her nature. While Hilken was still observing everyone at the banquet, an old man came up, stroking his thick beard with a smile on his face. He smiled heartily, then looked at Lillian and said, "Good evening, Viscount Roland, and Little Hilken." Little Hilken? Why do people call him that? Come on, forget Viscount Roland, just call me Lillian, old man. Lillian said impatiently. Ha 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 ha, after not seeing you for so long, Lillian is still the same, so cheerful. The old man smiled again, not looking angry at all. Why does this voice sound so familiar? Shilkin felt puzzled. He always felt that he had seen the old man before him somewhere. Your Majesty? Thinking of the person in front of him, Hilken quickly put on a respectful attitude. Bang. But what he got in return was a knife attack from Lillian. Don't be so respectful. Yes. The king also smiled and said, no need to be so respectful, just relax as you like. Is this really the king? Looking at the heartless old man in front of him, Zirjan couldn't help but fall into deep doubt. What's going on with this old man next door? The old king still had a smiling expression on his face when he saw the dazed Hilken. Lillian held her forehead with a headache, but didn't say much. Hilken. Being called again, Hilken was stunned for a moment. A young man in white clothes with a sword at his waist walked out from behind the king. He had a handsome face and looked at me with a hint of warmth. Oh, how rare. Are you accompanying the old man today? Without waiting for Hilken to speak, Lillian smiled and spoke to the other party first. The young man nodded slightly. Why are all of you old men, please, can you give the king some face? Hilken looked carefully at the young man in front of him and found that he was surprisingly similar to himself, both with long black hair. Unlike himself, the other person had his long black hair tied up high behind his head, making him look exceptionally neat and tidy. This can't be, Hilken, this is your brother, your uncle's son, Kane, elder brother? Indeed, in Hilken's opinion, the man in front of him looked very similar to him. Although I don't want to admit it, he is indeed one of the top people in the kingdom right now. Lillian pouted and explained unwillingly. The best? Zirjan was a little surprised. His brother looked handsome and didn't look like an expert at all. He has the temperament of a pretty boy, but Hilken thought again, since he could follow the king, he must be no ordinary person. The Kingdom Knights, this is a knightly order that protects the royal family. Those who can join it are all extremely talented. Among them, the 10 people in front of the hall are the best of the Kingdom Knights. They are responsible for protecting the king's safety. It seemed that seeing that Hilken was a little confused, Lillian explained to him at the right time. The 10 people in front of the palace? Is Kane one of them? Good. At the same time, Kane is also the chief instructor of the entire kingdom's knights. The old king suddenly spoke with a smile. His words were full of kindness, as if he was meeting a beloved younger generation. It turns out that I have such a powerful brother. Wait, in other words, doesn't this mean that even the king's life is in the hands of the Roland family? At this moment, there was an inexplicable sympathy in Hilken's eyes when he looked at the king. It must be very hard to be this puppet emperor. That's about it. I still need to talk to other people. You guys should find a place to sit down and good. Lillian nodded slightly, responded, and left with Hilken under Kane's protection. The old king dealt with the other nobles who came one after another to talk to him. After all, for them, there are not many opportunities to see the king. After turning a corner, Lillian looked at Shijin and said, then Shijin, find a place for yourself and do whatever you want. I have something else to do, so I'll leave first. Oh, okay. After saying that, Lillian hurried away. Only Hilken was left at the meeting place. Looking at the bustling crowd, Hilken went to a table in the corner and sat down. I think you can sit anywhere. The tables in the auditorium were not arranged in order of rank, as if they were just randomly arranged. I don't know why the king arranged this dinner. Hilken glanced around the scene. It seems that only nobles will attend? Why don't I see Chris, Lynn, and the others? Almost. Although there is no explicit rule that only nobles can attend the academy banquet, when it is actually implemented, common students will find various reasons to refuse. Dewey walked over slowly, stood next to Zirjan, and said lightly. Hilken nodded slightly. I see. That's right, if civilian students come here, they will just be caught in the center of the vortex of ridicule. Dewey shook her head. that won't happen. After all, the king is here, and so are the nobles. No one will easily behave rudely. There will always be some fools. This is the world of books after all, and it is hard to predict what will happen. Dewey was stunned and didn't respond, as if she had thought of something. After a pause, she continued, "But Chris and Lynn will be here tonight, normal." Looking at the calm Hilken, Dewey couldn't help but ask, "Why do you look like you knew it a long time ago?" After all, they are the male and female protagonists. How could they not show up for such a big event? What did you say? What male and female protagonists? Dewey asked in confusion. No, nothing. Realizing that he had spoken his true feelings, Hilken quickly denied it. Is that so? Dewey didn't care and let Hilken pass over the topic, although Hilken understood that the two of them appeared at this dinner party because of the plot. After thinking about it for a moment, he still couldn't figure out what the direct reason behind the plot was. So he pretended to ask casually, "Why are they here?" Dewey shook the goblet in her hand and said calmly, "Didn't you go to the Daolan ruins a few days ago? Is it related to the Daolan ruins?" "Yes." Dewey nodded. She went on to say, "After all, you are the adventurers who met Herod himself in the Daolan ruins and got the blue. The king will certainly reward you." I see. Hilken rubbed his chin, lost in thought. It turns out that Lynn and Chris met Herod and got the blue? Sure enough, this is the treatment the protagonist deserves. After expressing his feelings, Hilken asked again, "What is the reward?" "I'm not sure." Dewey spread her hands and then answered, "Maybe it's a title, or money, or maybe both." Well, hearing this, Hilken has already imagined a big face-slapping drama in his mind. The hero and heroine were first looked down upon and became the target of humiliation by everyone. But at the last moment, the old king stood up, announced that they had captured the Daolan ruins, and granted them titles and inexhaustible money. Then, amid everyone's disbelief and shock, Lin smiled crookedly, hugged Chris, and said lightly, "Excuse me everyone, I am the one who attacked the ruins." Then everyone said, "How dare you," and angrily agreed to a duel with Lin and threw the gloves hard at his face. Wait, Hilken suddenly woke up. Aren't people who do this kind of work usually villains? Then wouldn't I, the vicious villain, be the first to bear the brunt of the consequences? Thinking of this, Zirjan quickly looked at Lillian not far away. I saw that my sister was now sitting aside indifferently with a stern face as if others owed her tens of millions. She was quietly looking at the noisy crowd around her, and from time to time she would turn the small ornament in her hand. Only when Zealot and the old man, no, His Majesty the King, were chatting with Lillian, would she show a social smile. I always feel like my sister is socially anxious, Hilken sighed. I don't think there will be any conflict. Chapter 30: The protagonist's rebuttal and Hilken's unexpected entrance and the king. Hey? Isn't this a poor guy? Why are you here? That's right. You don't even have a good idea of your own worth. How dare you come here to attend the banquet? It's really embarrassing. If I were you, I wouldn't come. Here it comes, a familiar voice. Hilken looked towards the source of the sound, and at the end of the sound were Lin, Chris, and Il. But at this moment they were surrounded by a crowd of questioners. Hilken took a step forward and was about to rescue the man, but was suddenly grabbed by the corner of his clothes by Divvy. Don't go, they have a way. Is there a way? Hilken paused, thinking that they could solve the current situation. Thinking of this, Hilken looked at the crowd not far away and stopped. Being able to personally watch the protagonist show off is a great thing and should not be missed, so don't disturb him. Anyway, they are the protagonists, and these onlookers are all NPCs, so they definitely can't do anything to them. Sure enough, Lin in the crowd quickly took action. He took a step forward and protected Il behind him. Then he said in his slightly unruly tone, "Interesting. The host of the college dinner is every student studying in the college. Why are we not eligible? Oh, the specially recruited civilians can now stand on the same level as us? When did the world become so bad? That's right. We are all nobles. We are not so poor that we have to share a dinner party with commoners. Do you feel cheap to be with commoners?" Lin chuckled. "From what I know, most of you are just commoners without noble titles. You are now just so-called young masters and young ladies under the protection of your father." Sighing, Lin took 2 steps forward and continued, "Perhaps in the future, you will become the Duke of so-and-so, or the Lady of so-and-so, but now, in essence, you are no different from us, you are just commoners." "Shut up. When did it become your turn to talk nonsense? More people were silent, and the parents were looking at the young people in front of them without saying a word. Naturally, they would not interfere in matters between children, since it was not their own children who were being questioned. Something is wrong. Looking at Lin En's performance, Hilken felt very surprised. In the shallow setting that the goddess gave to herself, Lin En should be a somewhat arrogant guy, but now there is no sign of that at all. Master Hilken, you are here too. Just as Lin was in a standoff with the onlookers, Chris suddenly spoke. The voice of Master Zirjan broke the atmosphere at the scene and drew everyone's attention to himself. Zirjan patted his head in pain, as expected. Tue on the side had an expression that said, I knew it would be like this. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Hilken could not ignore Chris's words. He could only smile awkwardly and said, yes, what a coincidence. Hey Master Zirjan, please come and judge the matter. Tell me, can we come? Hello, little white flower lady, why are you starting to play these conspiracies? At this moment, Chris's question had already put Hilken in a state of rage. If she said she could come, it would mean that Chris and her group would be saved, but if you say you can't come, it would be tantamount to denying the king's laws, and the king himself is still here. Is this what you said, they have a way? Hilken looked at DV beside him and asked speechlessly. Actually, I don't know either, but this is also a solution, right? DV said hesitantly. It was the first time that Hilken saw DV hesitating, and it was quite cute. Never mind, Hilken sighed, made up his mind, strode forward, and put his arms around Chris and Lin's shoulders. Ha! Hilken, you, the two were confused, neither of them understood Hilken's intentions. Snort. Sierra Jean hummed, then smiled evilly and said calmly, of course they are qualified to come. Master Hilken, when the crowd heard Hilken speak, they stopped their muttered ridicule. Instead, there is confusion and wait-and-see attitude facing the crowd. Hilken spoke again, as for the reason, the four of us conquered the Daolan ruins some time ago, and we were recognized by Harrod and got the blue. This achievement should be enough. After a pause, while the crowd was still in a daze, Hilken winked at the old king at the top and asked secretly, is His Majesty going to confer a knighthood on us? The old king's face fell in an instant, and he tilted his head slightly to look at Lillian beside him. Lillian looked at Hilken, then at the old king, and spread her hands helplessly. Your whole family is shameless. The old king cursed in a low voice. Lillian's eyes wandered and she pretended not to hear. How could it be? No, Master Hilken, that's not what I meant. I don't doubt you, damn it. How come these three guys are so lucky? With Master Hilken here, it will be easy for them to capture the ruins. It's really a good deal for these three country bumpkins. This piece of news immediately caused a huge uproar, and the onlookers were looking at Hilken and the other three in an uproar. Even Lin En rubbed his brows. He whispered to Hilken, hey, you're a little too high profile. Sierra Jean tightened his arms around Lin En and said calmly, okay, you're not happy to help you out, are you? Lin En was speechless, swallowed his breath, and said no more. After all, it was Chris who brought Hilken into the topic. Are you still shy? Looking at Lin En, Hilken asked casually. Who is shy? Lin spoke in irritation. Well, as expected, the male protagonist is arrogant and presumptuous. Looking at Lin's performance, Hilken nodded with satisfaction, forcibly classifying his behavior as arrogance. You two have a good relationship, Chris said lightly while looking at Lin and Hilken. Lin's body shuddered, as if a chill ran through his body. He quickly broke free from Hilken's restraints, jumped aside, and stood at a position farthest away from Hilken. Hilken was speechless. He stood still for a moment, sighed, and said nothing. He kept glancing at the old king and his sister out of the corner of his eyes. Of course, the discussions and glances of the onlookers never stopped, including the parents who had been keeping aloof before, who now joined the discussion. After all, the Daolan ruins are the ruins left behind by the heroes, and being able to conquer them is indeed a highly anticipated event. Ahem. The old king, who had been silent, stood up at this moment and coughed twice. Cain, who received the message beside him, understood what he meant and unsheathed the long sword at his waist. Quiet. He shouted in a low voice. What followed was a sound of swords clanging that echoed throughout the auditorium. Clang. The sound of swords faded away, the crowd returned to calm, and everyone stood silently in the direction of the king. At this moment, the old king slowly spoke. My lords, what young Master Roland said earlier is exactly what I want to say today. Then, he pointed at the four people, Hilken, and continued, Hilken, Lin, Chris, and Il. The four of them successfully saw the afterimage left by the brave Harrod in the Daolan ruins, and were recognized by him and given the artifact named Blue. I will give them the recognition they deserve. After saying this, the old king paused and glanced at everyone present. Seeing that no one spoke to stop him, he lowered his eyes and said, Lynn, Chris, and Il are granted the title of Viscount. As for Hilken, me? What's wrong with me? Shurkin looked confused and pretended to know nothing as he looked at the old king. The old king snorted coldly and said calmly, Hilken will grant him the title of Baron. Gentlemen, do you have any objections? There was silence at the scene, and the old king nodded with satisfaction. Gentlemen, please take your seats. As soon as he finished speaking, the nobles present took their seats. Chapter 31 Legendary Villain Hilken and Legendary Dispute. In the crowded crowd, Hilken felt someone holding his hand. He looked up, only to see that the other person was someone he was not familiar with. Who are you? Hilken carefully identified the person who came, and gradually, a name emerged in his mind. Princess Lovia? Well, it seems that Master Zirjan is not as forgetful as a noble man. Lovia smiled, grabbed Zirjan's hand that he wanted to pull away, and continued with a smile, Hilken, please sit here. With your status, it's not impolite to sit at the same table with me. Ah. No, that's not necessary, Princess Lovia, your highness. Dewey, who seemed to have disappeared before, reappeared. She held Hilken's other hand, looked at Lovia, and said softly, Hilken is engaged. Lovia's expression changed, she looked Dewey up and down, and gently withdrew her hand. Hilken took a deep breath. He almost thought that his arms were going to be torn off by the two people in front of him. Miss TV, Master Hilken and I had a wonderful evening. Just as Devi was about to pull Zirjan away, Lovia suddenly chuckled, crossed her arms, looked at Devi's back, and spoke. Dewey paused, raised her head, and turned to look at Lovia. Hilken sighed. What was going on with this Shura-like situation? This shouldn't be the treatment that a villain like me deserves. But Lovia's inexplicable words can easily be misunderstood. So, Zirjan looked at Dewey and began to explain. No, Dewey, no, listen to my explanation, no need to explain. Dewey raised her hand slightly to stop Hilken from speaking. Ah? Zirjan looked at Dewey in confusion. Dewey didn't say much. She looked at Lovia quietly and said softly, Princess, please speak more clearly. Lovia glanced at Dewey, seeming a little dissatisfied with Dewey's reaction. She covered her lips lightly, a faint arc appeared at the corners of her eyes, and she said lightly, slept with me. Hilken was sweating profusely. Hilken wanted to explain. Hilken is stopped by Devi again. Dewey took a step forward, facing Lovia in front of her closely, and sighed softly. That's impossible. After that, she frowned slightly and glanced at Hilken, then continued, he can't do such a thing. Hey, although I am satisfied that you are speaking up for me, your look of disdain and contempt really hurts me. Do you know him well? Lovia narrowed her eyes and asked with a smile. After a moment of silence, Dewey turned her head away and whispered, it's just a necessary understanding as a fiancé. Oof. Lovia snorted, and then stopped looking at Devi, and instead turned to look at Hilken behind Devi. She smiled at Dewey, then reached out to smooth the hair on her forehead, and said, actually, it's a knee pillow. Snap, in a trance, Zirjan seemed to hear the sound of something breaking. Lovia's lively and playful voice was deeply imprinted in Dewey's mind, and it kept echoing for a long time. TV? Hilken asked tentatively. Well, I'm fine. Do you have anything to say, Master Hilken? Dewey turned and faced Hilken with a smile. He's forcing himself to smile, but he doesn't look like everything is alright. That's why is this Shura scene appearing around me? I guess you're thinking, it's just a lap pillow, I can do that, too. Right? But before one wave of troubles came, Lovia's output did not stop, and she continued. Dewey didn't say anything, but she turned her face away slightly, revealing that her inner thoughts had been completely guessed by Lovia. How is that possible? Seeing Devi's appearance, Lovia's face was immediately filled with a smile. She looked at Devi and continued, a knee pillow is only good for someone like me who can't see the sky. A washboard like you won't feel anything when you lie on it. Do you want Hilken to count the clouds in the sky? Dewey fell into a long silence, standing there, no one knew what she was thinking. To Hilken, she looked almost identical to the stone statue in the ruins. Dewey, does Master Zirjan like Lovia now? Before Hilken could finish, Devi asked. Not really. At that time it was, I understand. Dewey nodded, hey, what's wrong with you guys? Can you at least let me finish my words? What's wrong? Don't villains have the right to finish their words? Do I have to be interrupted by you? This is very disrespectful, Hilken complained silently in his heart. This was the umpteenth time he had been interrupted since the dinner started. Dway turned to look at Lovia and said calmly, Your Highness, abusing hypnosis is not a glorious thing. You. Lovia pointed at Dv in exasperation, but then she realized that this was not in line with royal etiquette, so she put her hand down again. It's just a favor, it can't be considered abuse. She snorted and said lightly. Your Majesty should have forbidden. Stop. Seeing that Dway seemed to want to say something, Lovia quickly made a gesture of silence with both hands. Dway also did as she was told out of courtesy. That's enough. Lovia said, I have something else to do, so I'll leave now. After saying that, she left the scene in a hurry. Hypnosis? Looking at Lovia's back, Zirjan murmured. No wonder he felt his eyelids were unusually heavy. Was it hypnosis? He thought it was because he was drunk. Well, hypnosis is a special ability that Lovia was born with. Dway said from the side. Born with it? Hilken was a little confused. Dway nodded and continued, Yes, there are a very small number of people in this world who are born with some special abilities. Lucky? For some people it's lucky, but for some people, it's not lucky. Dway sighed and said slowly as Zirjan understood what Dv meant. Being born with strange abilities could, in many cases, backfire. Chapter 32, The appearance of the legendary Mr. Fila. The banquet was in full swing, and Hilken also sat down, next to Dv. What's the point of such a dinner? Hilken was playing with the small and exquisite porcelain cup in his hand out of boredom, and spoke. Dway tilted her head slightly, looked at Zirjan, and said calmly, Isn't the previous conferment of the title the meaning? Stop it. Zirjan waved his hand, quite dissatisfied with what Dway said. I feel like that old man never thought about giving me a title. You don't need it either. Dway shook the goblet, put it to her lips, took a sip, and continued, Your father can give you a title anyway, so what does it matter if the king gives it to you or not? It's different. After a pause, Hilken continued, My father conferred a title on me, so the person I am loyal to is my father. And the king conferred a title on me, so the person I am loyal to is the king. Do you think there is any essential difference between being loyal to your father and being loyal to the king? Dway frowned and asked with a smile, thinking of his father Dv. Zirjan smiled with relief. 2. Bang! The two were whispering at the dining table when suddenly from the other end, there was the sound of a plate falling to the ground and breaking. What's going on? What happened? Zirjan and Dway looked over quickly. Not only them, this voice attracted the attention of almost everyone present. The source of the sound was a middle-aged man lying on the ground. He was well dressed and looked like a respectable man who paid attention to etiquette, but at this moment, his eyes were wide open, his mouth was full of blood, and he was lying on the ground, no longer breathing. Dead? Hilken looked at the man on the ground in disbelief. He couldn't imagine that such a thing could happen on such an important occasion. Seal off the scene. After discovering the body, the old king immediately gave orders, swish. In an instant, countless knights in plain clothes and armed with swords rushed into the auditorium and surrounded all the exits. Lillian crossed her legs and whispered something to her side nonchalantly. Time seemed to stand still, and no one at the scene dared to breathe, for fear that the fire would burn them. Here I come. The knight at the door suddenly spoke, then opened the door and an old man walked in. The old man stepped forward to check the body of the deceased, then stood up and walked in front of the king, whispering, The curse is most likely from the demons. Bang! Everyone present covered their mouths with a look of surprise. After all, demons and humans are mortal enemies, because the act of harming humans is like being engraved in the DNA of the demons. They take pleasure in slaughtering humans. For them, killing is an addiction. In the Empire, having any connection with the demons is a capital crime, so everyone present showed surprised expressions. Yeah. The old king looked calm, as if he had expected this. Demons? Hilken looked at Dv beside him. Dway also looked at him and said softly, Don't worry about it. Okay. Hilken nodded. Yes. On the other side, Lillian, who had been sitting with her legs crossed and remained calm, suddenly stood up with a thick booklet in her hand. The deceased Attila was usually a kind person and didn't make enemies. The only person who had any contact with him recently was Dro. Dro, come out and explain. When Dror was pointed out by Lillian, he immediately jumped out of the crowd, knelt on the ground, and kowtowed repeatedly. Viscount Roland, Your Majesty, I can explain. It's like this. After knocking his forehead and leaving a bloody mess, de Luel let out a long sigh. He stood up and continued, I did have an encounter with Attila, but it was definitely not because of the demons, but because of the land. Land? The king frowned slightly and motioned for him to continue. Drost kowtowed twice more before continuing, Attila's land borders mine. He got a large piece of fertile land, which I coveted. So I tried to find a way to take it for myself, and I followed Attila all the time. This time, I really found something. His land was taken from the common people. He first took away the fertile land, and then used the redemption method to let the common people get the inferior land. Once I have this evidence, I will use it to threaten Attila and ask him to give me half of the land. Lord Roland, Your Majesty, I am really just a little greedy. I will never kill anyone, let alone collude with the demons. Lillian chuckled, flipped through the information in her hand, and said, very honest, not a single word is wrong. He. Dro stood up, rubbed his hands, smiled awkwardly and said nothing. Okay, I know it's not you. Lillian closed the document and threw it aside, looking at Dror in front of him. He said calmly, now that Attila is dead, do you still want that piece of land? Yes, Viscount Roland, I dream of having that piece of land. Dro said loudly. Lillian frowned and said softly, okay, then I'll give you that piece of land. As for those civilians, don't worry, I have made all the arrangements. I will report the truth when the time comes. If there is anything that is not in line with the actual situation, Viscount Roland, Your Majesty, I will come to see you with my head. De Luel said this with a solemn expression on his face, agreeing to Lillian's request without hesitation. Lillian nodded with satisfaction, then she looked at the king and whispered, old man, do you have any objection to my actions? You decide for yourself. The king shook his head without objecting. Okay. Lillian smiled. She sat down again, looked at the crowd, and said, Fila, come out for a moment. A dignified middle-aged man walked out of the crowd and looked at Lillian with a hint of disdain in the corner of his eyes. Ha! Lillian chuckled, supporting her head with her right hand, and said lightly, you are colluding with the demons. What? Communicating with the demons? You! Don't slander me. Fila pointed at Lillian and cursed with an angry face. Who doesn't know that my ancestors were great heroes in fighting against the demons? I was able to reach my current position by stepping on the corpses of the demons. Now you accuse me of colluding with the demons? Bah! How dare a bitch like you to be so high and mighty as to point fingers at me? His Majesty the King hasn't said anything yet. You are nothing but a bitch who presumptuously rules over me. Chapter 33. The end of the event and subsequent processing and meeting the goddess. Looking at Fila, who was excited, Lillian remained indifferent. She glanced at Fila and said calmly, why? You don't believe it? My people have just found evidence in your house. Your wife and daughter have personally admitted that you colluded with the demons and are a scum of humanity. Fila looked at Lillian and said nothing. Lillian sat up straight and crossed her legs. Looking at Fila, she smiled and said, just a reminder in advance. If you confess voluntarily, your family will not be harmed. After all, the laws of our empire are still very humane. Besides, your wife and daughter did not collude with the demons. They just didn't know about it. Fila still didn't speak, and no one knew what she was thinking. Lillian looked at him with disdain and said, hurry up, our time is limited. I see. Fila suddenly stood up unexpectedly, pointed at Lillian, and said loudly, I stole your business a few days ago, and you are holding a grudge against me, so you are here to retaliate against me today. As soon as these words were spoken, the atmosphere in the auditorium fell into an icy cave, and everyone turned their eyes to Fila. Fila was still pointing at Lillian, as if she wanted to let out all the anger in her chest. Lillian lowered her eyes, looking like she was about to fall asleep. She didn't seem to want to listen to Fila's nonsense and abuse at all, and just waved her hand gently. Brush. There was a flash of knife, and Fila's head rolled to the ground. with warm blood splattering on the blanket. Up to this moment, none of the nobles present had made a sound. Once again, Hilken came to know his family. He is indeed a villain, everyone. It seems that the problem of colluding with the demons has been solved. Lillian looked at Fila's body and said to everyone, "You should leave first. It seems that the dinner party cannot be held tonight." Yes, then we'll go first, Viscount Roland, His Majesty the King." Viscount Roland is very observant. He found out the scum who colluded with the demons and saved the capital. He cares about the people. Viscount Roland is wise and brave, and Your Majesty is good at selecting and appointing people to positions. With the combination of the two, why should our empire not be revived? The onlookers expressed their perhaps heartfelt praise to the two people in front of them while quickly retreating towards the door. They filed out one after another and left the auditorium like the wind. Only Lillian, the king, and a few nobles were left in the hall. Without exception, these people are the real political core of the empire. "Colluding with the demons?" asked an elderly woman. Lillian showed a trace of respect on her face and replied, "Yes, there is such a person. I am still investigating. Can't even find Roland's family's network of relationships?" The man next to him said with a smile, "My lords," the old king tapped his scepter and said at the right time, "the most important thing now is to focus on investigating Attila. It doesn't have to be that complicated. Attila's character shouldn't offend anyone. It can only be that he got something." Zealot also joined the conversation. After a pause, he continued, "If I remember correctly, a few days ago, Attila accidentally got a pendant that could make him invisible." Hidden breath, good. It seems that there is a demon hiding in the home of a noble in the royal capital, and now this demon has to go out for something. In order not to be discovered, he wants to get the pendant. Lillian speculated. "Follow this clue." The king stroked his beard and said, "Keep a close eye on all the dignitaries. If anyone makes any unusual moves, take action immediately." The method for resolving the Attila incident was quickly decided among these people. On the other side, Hilken, who had already left the auditorium with the crowd, saw the goddess again. "Ding dong, host, I am your exclusive system. You can constantly improve yourself based on the chances of snatching the hero and heroine in the book world. Don't give me that." Before he even finished listening to the words, Hilken knew that this was another trick of the goddess. "Hey," Sierragin's face didn't look too good. He asked, "What's wrong?" "I came here just to remind you." "What reminder?" Hilken was a little surprised. "The next thing we're involved in is another important plot." The goddess turned into a magnificent lady in Hilken's mind and said slowly, "Do you need me to review the plot? Bring me the script." Hilken was already familiar with the route, but this time the goddess did not put the script in his mind like before, but restrained her expression and said, "No, there is no plot you want this time. I'm just here to remind you that this plot is a little dangerous, you have to be careful." "Oh, I didn't realize it." Hilken said jokingly, "You're quite caring about others? Necessary humanistic care is indispensable. This is also one of my necessary obligations as a goddess of transformation. After all, the mental state of the person who turns is also very important." The goddess said lightly. "Come on, what you really mean is that if I'm not careful, I might die here, right?" Hilken didn't believe the goddess' words at all, and he asked directly. The goddess was silent for a rare moment. In a flash, she changed back to her previous lively appearance, gently covered herself with a layer of gauze, and said with a smile, "Oh? Who knows? I'm leaving first, bye." With a swish sound, the afterimage dissipated in Hilken's mind again. Hilken did not call out to the goddess again. He has discovered that it is very easy for the other party to contact him, but it is extremely difficult for him to contact the other party. Sighing, he walked back to the dormitory silently. Let's take it one step at a time. After all, I am not familiar with the whole world. Chapter 34, a long conversation between an acquaintance and a goddess in a secret room. It is an underground secret room, but it is magnificent, full of intricate patterns and exquisite utensils. There was a chair in the center, on which sat a handsome young man in a white robe. "Godfather." Dolan spoke quietly to the man in the chair. She was trembling all over. The strong sense of oppression emanating from the man in front of her made her want to kneel down. It's more like having a hunter's throat grabbed. "Don't call me, I don't recognize you." The man stood up. He was tall and thin. He glanced down at Duolan condescendingly. Duolan knelt on the ground, trembling all over, and replied tremblingly, but, my father asked me to call you that. The man said nothing, lowered his brows and looked at Duolan in front of him, exhaled a foul breath, and said slowly, you are not what you say. Varied, just as Duolan was about to speak, she felt her throat was strangled and she couldn't open her mouth. Shut up. The man said coldly, your father has done me a favor, so I promised him that I would help you cure the blood poison in your body, but I hate you very much, you'd better shut up, I don't want you to talk to me. Looking at the man in front of her, Dolan nodded with difficulty. There was a bright sun outside the secret room, and it was already the second day. Hilken came to the classroom as usual and sat next to Tiwi. Morning. After greeting each other expressionlessly, the two returned to Combe. Hilken looked haggard and absent-minded. He did not fall asleep last night, but went to see his sister Lillian, had a long talk with her. From Lillian's mouth, Hilken got the answer. Dro had never colluded with the demons. Lillian killed him only because he had robbed her of the territory she was determined to obtain in the business world, and after the dinner, Lillian ordered her secret guards to kill all the members of the Dro family. Although he had guessed it long ago, when he heard Lillian say this herself, Hilken fell silent. This silence was not because he felt sorry for Lillian or thought she had gone too far, but because Jean felt that he could completely understand what Lillian did. If he were in her shoes, he would do the same. Why is this? Is it because he has become a villain, so he is also moving closer to the villain in his heart? Is the kindness and emotions in his heart also disappearing? Hilken was not aware. With this extremely heavy heart, Hilken tossed and turned, and for the first time he suffered from insomnia in the world of books. As for the last time he had insomnia, when was it? Zirjan couldn't remember. Maybe this was the first time he had insomnia. Hilken? I'm here. Looking at Devi, who was somewhat concerned beside him, Zirjan responded quickly. Are you okay? It's okay, I'm fine. Hilken said with a smile. Dewey still nodded with some concern. After finishing a day's classes in a daze, Zirjan was stopped by Tiwei on his way back to the dormitory. She said, I think you need some help. Help? Yeah, help with magic and swordsmanship. Magic and swordsmanship. Zirjan was stunned. He really needed it. He had no foundation when he turned around. The original body's ability would not be transferred to him. The goddess did not provide him with additional help, and there was no systematic guidance history. It is indeed necessary, he said. Well, Dewey said calmly, then let me give you some guidance and help, just out of my obligation to help my fiancé. You don't have to explain. Never mind. Hilken swallowed his words and nodded instead. Since you agree, I will come to your dormitory, or in front of your villa every night, and I will give you guidance on magic and swordsmanship. TV looked at Hilken and said so, but her words didn't seem to leave any room for refusal. Good. Hilken nodded and agreed. For him, he is indeed lacking this part of knowledge at the moment, so Dewey's tutoring with him is naturally a great help. After seeing Devi off, Zirjan returned to the house. The goddess suddenly appeared in his mind again. What's wrong? Asked Hilken. Well, I just checked the original book. The goddess paused and continued, the next plot to enter is the college competition. College competition? No, wait a minute. Hilken stopped the goddess, who was about to continue, and asked in confusion, didn't someone just die? Didn't they say that someone in the capital was colluding with the demons? What's going on? Are you not going to investigate this matter? Why are you jumping straight to the martial arts tournament? I know you're in a hurry, but don't be in a hurry. The goddess looked at Hilken, raised her hand to stop the somewhat excited Hilken, and continued, I told you, you are the villain, there is no role for you in the King's Capital Demon Tribe case, you don't need to appear. What do you mean, wait? There's no part for me? In other words, I can do whatever I want. You can understand it that way. The goddess said lightly. But I advise you not to do that. Why? Hilken asked in confusion. After a pause, the goddess stretched out a finger and waved it in the air, then moved closer and continued, it's dangerous. There is no role for you in the book, so once you are involved, it is unpredictable what will happen. Which means that I am still essentially just a villain who drives the development of the plot? Asked Hilken. Not exactly. The goddess smiled and said, "After all, you are also a person with self-awareness." Okay. Hilken accepted the goddess' words. But why didn't I get any warning about this academy competition? Faced with Hilken's questioning, the goddess pondered for a moment and then gave an answer. You are not important, unimportant? Yes. The goddess nodded. The book will not spend a lot of time describing how a villain knew about the academy competition. It will only describe how the protagonist knew about it. Just that? It's just like this, what else? Said the goddess. You really aren't hiding anything from me? Hilken asked suspiciously. No, what do I want? I asked you to turn around just to make up for my negligence. The goddess said lightly. I'll just trust you for now. Hilken nodded. After all, the goddess didn't do anything to hurt him. Seeing that Hilken no longer had any doubts, the goddess continued, but don't worry too much, the next plot is very simple. I always have a bad feeling. Hilken sighed and continued listening. Well, interrupt for a moment. Hilken said. Let's not talk about this cliched plot for now, let's take a look at the characters. Do you want to open your eyes and take a good look? How many people now fit the character settings you call the books? Faced with Hilken's questioning, the goddess just smiled awkwardly. Hey, it's because other people's personalities have collapsed that you have to stabilize your personalities. See, doesn't it make sense? The goddess blinked and looked at Hilken, making a cute expression. Okay. Hilken hesitated for a moment before gritting his teeth and agreeing, anyway, it's just a plot, it's not like it hasn't happened before. Okay, in that case, I'll leave first. After saying that, the goddess wiped the non-existent beads of sweat from her forehead and quickly disappeared from Hilken's mind. As expected. Hilken said calmly, this move by the goddess is not surprising at all, although it will take a short plot to proceed. The good news is that in the next period of time, Hilken will be free. Chapter 35 The Mysterious Man in White. Bang. The door of the secret room was closed again, the man's presence in the room disappeared without a trace. In an instant, Dolan walked out of the stairs and met her father. Claude Crow looked at Dolan and said with a smile on his face, how do you feel? Dolan paused before continuing, much better. That's good. Claw looked towards the closed secret room with gratitude, then touched Dolan's head and said with a smile, how about this godfather? Well, it's good. Dolan was silent for a moment and then spoke. That's good. He is a rare master. Claude continued. An otherworldly master? Well. Crow stroked the small tuft of goatee under his chin and continued, he is very capable. Then why do you want to live in the secret room of our house? Dolan asked back with some dissatisfaction. After a pause, Crow said, he came to the capital to do something. All right. Dolan did not continue to ask. From her father's expression, she could tell that he did not want her to ask more questions about this godfather. The father and daughter walked side by side in the long corridor. It was not until the sunlight illuminated Claw's face through the glass that he turned to look at Dolan. I saw a pendant on you a few days ago. It didn't seem to be the one I bought for you, and it didn't seem to be the style you like. Dolan paused for a moment, she kept pursing her lips, as if she wanted to say something but stopped herself. After a moment, she opened her mouth and whispered, I got it from my classmates. Hearing this, Crow's face became more serious. Looking at Dolan, he said calmly, go back and apologize to them again. Do you understand? I understand. Dolan said obediently and agreed to what Claude said. Well, as a noble, you must behave like a noble. Stealing other people's things is a despicable act. At least it shouldn't happen to an upright noble. Crow put on a stern face and began to lecture. Dolan did not refute, but just listened. Go back. If there's anything you want to buy or anything you want, just tell me. Finally, Claude looked at Dolan and said slowly. Dolan nodded slightly and turned back to her room. After making sure that Dolan didn't see him, Claude slowly walked back into the secret room. In the secret room, he saw the man who had talked to Dolan before. Adult. Don't call me sir, Crow, just call me Caravat. How can I do this? You saved me in the August forest that year, and now you are willing to save my daughter. I can never repay this kindness. Claude lowered his head, letting his white hair hang down in front of his forehead, and spoke respectfully from the bottom of his heart. Carlowat paused and spoke slowly. I said before, I saved you because your ancestors saved my life, and I helped your daughter because you provided me with a place to stay in the capital. We are exchanging interests. Sighing, Karavat continued, from the moment I rescued you in the forest, our relationship became equal. Lord Carlovat. Klaus still insisted. Forget it. Carlowat waved his hand, not wanting to bother about a name. I have cast the curse on Attila as you said. He died suddenly at the dinner party and everyone was watching. Clow got to the point and said slowly. Well, that's good. Now their attention is on the pendant. Carlovat nodded with satisfaction hearing this. Claude said, that should be the case. I noticed that the king seems to be paying special attention to the pendant in recent days. Oh, a bunch of good-for-nothings. Just as I expected. Carlowat said disdainfully. Crow still had a respectful look on his face. He praised sincerely, Sir, you are wise and powerful, and those high-ranking gentlemen naturally couldn't figure out that the pendant was something you put out to deceive others. Snort. Carlowat snorted and said no more. He stood in front of the window with his hands behind his back and said calmly, Thank you for your hard work. It seems you need to keep me here for a few more days. Since you saved my daughter, I will naturally do my best to help you. Crow said with his head down. Yeah. Carlowat responded suddenly. Under Klau's gaze, Carlovat fell silent without any warning. He closed his eyes, as if he had fallen asleep. Clow didn't know what to do, so he stood there motionless, waiting for Carlovat to resume action. After a moment, Carlowat opened his eyes and looked at Crow in front of him. He asked softly, Do you know who Hilken is? Hilken? Crow was slightly stunned. This name made him unable to react immediately. He asked, Which Hilken? Hilkian Roland, repeated Carlovat. I know. Crow said slowly. Seeing that Crow knew this person, Carlowat became visibly excited. He hurriedly asked, Where is this person now? If your target is this person, I suggest you take a long-term view. After a pause, Crow expressed his thoughts. Karavat asked back, Why? How powerful is this guy? Is he stronger than me? No, that's not the case. Crow explained to Carlowat, he comes from a very powerful family, and there are many experts around him who secretly protect him. He might also have some life-saving items on him. Is that so? Carlovat pondered for a moment and nodded. He stood up from his chair, walked to Crow with his hands behind his back, and said softly, Okay, I'll do as you say. Then, the aura on his body dissipated again, and he ordered Claude in front of him to leave. Claude tactfully left the secret room. In the secret room, Carlovat whispered softly, The target is Hilken? What is the king thinking? Shouldn't Lin En, who got the blue a few days ago, be the first target? Chapter 36 Training in the Running Away Steward Hilken. Tiwi called out to Hilken, who was about to get on the carriage, and reached out to grab his sleeve. Hilken looked up at the butler for help. The butler put his hands behind his back, looked at Divi, and then looked at Hilken. Then he shook his head and said, So Master Hilken has an appointment with Miss Cavendish. I'll leave first. After saying this, he hurriedly boarded the carriage and gently put down Hilken's hand. He left the college gate in a carriage. Zirjan rubbed his aching arm and looked at the departing carriage. He was angry, but he still forced a smile. He turned his head to look at Dewey and said slowly, Dewey, let's not train today, I have something else to do. No. Without waiting for Hilken to finish, Dewey pulled his sleeve and walked towards Hilken's dormitory on campus. Don't give up halfway on what you promised to others. Seeing that he was unable to break free, Hilken sighed to the sky. He should have come to this other world to enjoy himself. Why did he need to practice kendo, magic, these inexplicable things? Yesterday was his first time practicing kendo under Devi's guidance. I originally thought that since I was a person who traveled from another world, I must be blessed with natural talents. In this case, practicing with a beautiful girl is definitely a rare and wonderful thing, but the reality surprised him. Everything was completely different from what he had imagined. As soon as he got the wooden sword for training, he was hit hard by Devi and flew away. Until now, his wrist is still swollen and it hurts even with the slightest touch. At the same time, his whole body is covered with scars and he can only drag himself on the ground when walking. How much effort did this girl Dewey put in? If you don't know, you would think she and I are enemies. However, Hilken's bad luck did not end there. In the following time, DV took out a thick magic book and threw it directly into his arms, asking him to memorize the entire book within a month. Looking at the 30-centimeter thick book in front of him, Hilken's eyes widened. He wanted to refute immediately, but was rejected by DV. What's even more amazing is that this guy Dway seems to be staying in his dormitory. Under the pretext of supervising his magic learning, Dway moved directly into the empty room in Hilken's dormitory. Even if Shurken wanted to be lazy, there was no way for him to do so. Now, DV was supervising Shurken's study and training almost from morning to night whenever she had free time. In her words, only through rigorous training like this can Hilken grow the fastest. After all, in TV's opinion, it seems that Hilken knows nothing now. Just like that, after experiencing the painful devastation of last night, Hilken came up with a brilliant idea today, that is to go home directly, not return to the dormitory, and let Dway come back empty-handed. But he didn't expect that Dway would block him at the school gate, as if he had known that Hilken would do this. Helpless, with DV pulling his sleeve, Hilken could only sigh and silently follow her to his dormitory. Sitting on the sofa. In front of Tiwi and Zirjan were both served the coffee that Loria had just brewed. Dway picked up the cup, took a sip of the coffee, and then put the coffee back. Hilken kept looking at Debbie. This guy is damn elegant. No matter how many times I see him, I feel that no matter from which aspect, Dway's etiquette and manners are impeccable, as if he is a natural aristocrat. Master Zirjan. Dway spoke slowly. Ha? What's wrong? Hilken replied somewhat awkwardly. Could it be that I was observing for too long and was seen by Dway? Dway sighed and said slowly, if you don't want to train anymore, you can always tell me. The words of refusal came to his lips, but he swallowed them back. Zirjan looked at DV in front of him and finally couldn't refuse. My life is ruined by a woman. I can never say no. It's okay, go ahead, he said calmly. Okay. Dway nodded, stood up and handed the wooden sword to Zirjan. Then he got up first and went outside. Looking at DV's back, Zirjan picked up the wooden sword beside him and followed her. Chapter 37, Hilken's legendary Hope Bang. Once again, the wooden sword in Hilken's hand was knocked away. Dway shook her head and said softly, no, Master Zirjan, your swordsmanship, even a random kid on the street is better than you. Of course, this is a different world. Not to mention the talent and conditions, the kids here have been wielding swords since they were young. How can they compare with me? Hilken sighed in his heart. Even his original self, although a complete playboy, was definitely not weak when it came to swordsmanship and magic. He was far ahead of his peers. After all, his original self's skills were taught by the best teachers in the entire continent, but this ability was not inherited by him, and now Hilken can only be described as a complete waste. What are you going to do with the upcoming college competition? Dway asked with a headache. Don't worry about that. I have my own way. He. Hearing this, Zirjan smiled triumphantly. He put one hand on his waist, took out a scroll from his arms, and shook it in front of Dway. He said smugly, I have plenty of magic scrolls. Dway looked at Zirjan, sighed, and said calmly, you can't use magic scrolls during the academy competition, ah? Hilken couldn't believe his ears and asked again. I can't use magic scrolls? Why? Didn't I buy them with my own money? Dway spread her hands helplessly and said, who knows? It is said that it is for fairness. Anyway, no one can use magic scrolls. What kind of thing is this? Hilken smiled bitterly as he spoke. At this moment, he already had the scene of being pinned to the ground and beaten by the protagonist in his mind. Hilken, who had originally thought that he could use the magic scroll to engage in a wonderful battle with the male protagonist, completely gave up this idea. Taking advantage of the situation, Hilken threw the scroll in his hand. Boom! A flash of fire shot up into the sky, flattening the woods in front of the house. Seeing all this, DV frowned. She looked at Zirjan, propped up her chin and said, Zirjan, throw another one. What? Throw another one? Hilken looked puzzled, but still did as he was told. Taking the scroll from his arms again, Hilken released it forward. After the fire, another section of the forest fell down, but no one would remember these fallen trees. After watching it, Dway looked puzzled, as if she was thinking about something. What's wrong? Hilken asked with a puzzled look on his face. Dway stroked her chin and explained calmly, normally, due to various losses, the use of magic scrolls can only achieve 20% to 30% of the original magic effect. She looked towards the area where Sirkin had unleashed his magic and caused destruction, where a raging fire was still burning. Dway cast a spell gently, and a blue magic circle suddenly appeared in front of her. Then a trickle of water fell from the sky and extinguished the flames. She turned around and looked at Hilkin, and said again, "The magic scroll you just used was engraved with third-level fire magic, but the power you used was no different from a normal release. In other words, you can bring out the full power of the magic scroll 100%? Yes." Dway nodded and said somewhat unexpectedly, "I have never seen such a person before, who can release the full power of the magic scroll. Does this mean that I'm a magic genius?" Hilkin asked with a smile. "No, unfortunately, it's not." Dway shook her head. She continued, "This only shows that you have an extremely high talent in using magic scrolls. It's better not to have this talent. Don't think it's that simple." Seeing that Zirjan was a little dissatisfied, Dway hurriedly said, "You can perfectly release the magic scroll, which shows that you are very adaptable to magic." Highly adaptable? As for Tiwi's exclusive term, Hilkin was a little confused. "Yeah." Dway nodded and explained for Zirjan, "It means that you can apply all types of magic. For most people in the world, due to their personalities, traits, and other factors, they are only proficient in one aspect of magic, and cannot master all magic. But you may be able to do so." "But what does this have to do with my ability to use magic scrolls perfectly?" Hilkin asked. The logical connection between the two was really forced. "That's one point. You can use the magic scroll perfectly, which must mean that you are highly adaptable." Dway raised a finger and continued, "There is a second point." "What?" "You have a thorough understanding of magic, so thorough that you can see the structure of other people's magic at a glance, and after deconstructing it, choose the most appropriate method to release it." "This is impossible." Hilkin interrupted Dv and continued, "I know nothing about magic, so how can I understand it thoroughly?" "Don't be impatient." Dway stopped Hilkin, who was eager to know the answer, and continued, "All of this is your subconscious behavior. Whether it is the deconstruction of magic or the adjustment of the release method, you did it unconsciously." Hilkin fell silent. Unconscious? In other words, the original body was actually a long-hidden magic master, and now, although he has turned around, his understanding of magic still exists in his subconscious. This is too much nonsense, isn't it? The original body is already dead, it can't be still affecting the current situation. This is too unbelievable. Hilkin murmured. "That's totally impossible. I obviously don't have such a deep understanding of magic." Hilkin still didn't believe Tiwi's explanation. He retorted, I don't think that's the reason either. So there's one last reason." Tiwi looked at Zirjan in front of him, nodded slightly, and said lightly, "Divine skill." "Magic skill? What is this?" Hilkin asked in confusion. "There are very few people in this world who can possess magical skills with precision down to the last digit. These magical skills have incredible power." "Do I have magical skills?" Hilkin was slightly stunned. This was not impossible. After all, he was a time traveler from another world. He was acquainted with the goddess of turning and had met the god of contract. In this case, it should be reasonable for him to have a magical skill. Dway smiled faintly and said, "I think this is the most impossible point, because no matter which divine skill holder it is, they all realize the so-called divine skills with the help of gods after they have reached the pinnacle in a certain field. Finally," she added, "a pampered nobleman would not have magical skills." Hearing this, Hilkin also felt that it was impossible for him. He asked again, "So what exactly is my situation?" "I'm not sure either. Anyway, let's continue training." Dway said. Hilkin nodded. It is indeed more important to train first now. After all, according to what the goddess said, the academy competition is imminent. Chapter 38, Hilkin's thoughts, Lillian's decisions, and Lin's battle. After being beaten again, Hilkin finally returned to his room quietly. Lying on the gray and white bed, rubbing his shoulders, Hilkin sighed and muttered in dissatisfaction, "Am I a masochist? I will never agree to something like this again." After saying this, he thought again of what Dv had said to him at night. "Can you use the magic scroll perfectly?" Hilkin wanted to ask the goddess, but the goddess did not respond to him, so he had to give up. He stood up and picked up a scroll, staring at the extremely abstract patterns and magic circles on the scroll. Even after looking at it for a long time, he still couldn't figure out anything from it. I can't see the structure of magic. What do you mean by being able to deconstruct magic? He threw the scroll aside in dissatisfaction. The scroll rolled half a circle on the bed and finally fell to the ground. That's right. Hilkin suddenly slapped his thigh, as if he had imagined something. Since I am highly adaptable to magic and can deconstruct it, then isn't that the innate engraved magic scroll holy body? Thinking of this, Hilkin decided to contact his family tomorrow and find someone powerful enough to engrave magic scrolls for him so that he could learn how to engrave magic scrolls from scratch. On the other hand, Lillian and her group continued to investigate, but they could not find any clues. There are no clues. We can't find any information by following the pendant. Even how the pendant appeared is a mystery. Lillian looked thoughtfully at the pendant that she had just found in Attila's house. Could it be that this pendant was just a cover? A middle-aged man wearing a monocle spoke up. No, it won't. Lillian stood up and put the pendant back on the table in front of everyone, then continued, Go away, everyone. What do you mean? The nobles present looked at Lillian in surprise, and were quite puzzled by her words. Lillian chuckled and said calmly, What's wrong? How powerful can a small demon be? Do you think he can break through the strict defenses of your families? All the nobles present fell silent and did not speak. After a long while, a man asked hesitantly, What about the common people in the city, including the minor nobles? Oh. Lillian looked at him and sneered, When did the Marquis care so much about the common people? I'll tell you the truth. Lillian stood up and walked among the crowd. She said slowly, After our investigation over the past few days, we have found that the other party does not pose any threat to us or the royal family. So is there any need to investigate? Continuing the investigation will only waste our time. Time is money, everyone. As for the civilians mentioned by the Marquis earlier, to be honest, there is no comparison between the merits of a demon who was caught without killing civilians and a demon who was caught after killing innocent people in the city. She raised her hand, looked at the nobles, and continued, Don't tell me that you guys still care about the lives of ordinary people? The meeting room was completely silent. Let's do as Viscount Roland says. A noble spoke first. I agree. No problem. In the relatively calm atmosphere, another important matter was easily agreed upon. The moon rises high at night, and the full moon hangs high in the sky, as if it has become the center of the night. From time to time, the miserable cries of cats and the clanging sounds of stones falling could be heard in the alleys of Dunseye. The moonlight reflected from the cracks in the glass window shone into Lin's eyes. He rubbed his eyes and put on his mask. The long sword at the waist was slightly exposed, giving off an aura of keep away from strangers. Logically speaking, there should be demons appearing here today. Lin looked up at the watch on his wrist and saw that the hands were spinning rapidly. Here it is. He calmed himself down, stood still, and shouted with a smile, Come out, we've been waiting for you for a long time. The alley was silent and no one was around. Well. He sighed and gently drew the long sword from his waist base. Suddenly, Lin stepped forward and swung his knife. Dense sword marks appeared on the low wall in an instant. Bang! With a muffled sound, the low wall collapsed vertically and fell to the ground, turning into thick dust. The smoke dissipated, and a figure appeared in front of Lin. Demon? He raised an evil smile and looked at the figure in front of him with a sneer. Since you can find me, it seems that you are quite capable. The figure was not panicked at all and spoke jokingly. Lin and shook his head. It's just the help of noble people and some of my own skills. Snort. Carlowat sneered, rushed forward decisively, and reached out for Lin's next base. What? At the moment when Carlowat was about to touch Lin, suddenly, there were many bloodstains on his body for no apparent reason, and blood splattered everywhere. The pain made him stop what he was doing and step back decisively. Interesting. He wiped the blood off his cheek, smiled calmly, and looked at Lin, who had just drawn his sword, his face full of inquiry. Lin sheathed the long knife and did not rush to draw it. Instead, he waited for Carlovat's next move. Crash! Suddenly, blood began to flow out from Carlovat's hand, gathering into a stream that hovered in the air. Controlling blood? An old trick. Lin looked at Carlo Watt with disdain on his face, swish. But the next second, to his surprise, Carlo Watt controlled the blood in the air and turned it into a sharp blade, attacking him at an extremely fast speed. Even Lin couldn't dodge in time, and the sharp blade made of blood slashed across his arm. Tisk, Lin was slightly shocked, and the next second, he drew his sword. There was a flash of white light, and then countless knife marks appeared on Carlo Watt's body, and a large amount of blood spurted out in an instant. Carlo Watt sneered. This was exactly what he wanted. Countless blood once again gathered above his head, transforming into hundreds of thousands of sharp blades, which flew towards Lin in front of him under his control. Base. In an instant, countless knife lights flashed by, like a sharp net made of blades, cutting these sharp blades made of blood into pieces. The blood gathered again and returned to Carlo Watt's body. Looking at Lin in front of him, he stepped back a few steps and whispered, "TSK. Trouble. There's no way to see when this guy drew his knife." Who is he? Carlo Watt hesitated for a moment. There was no record of this person in the information Wine gave him. Trouble? The real trouble is coming. What? Things change rapidly in the battle, and in just a moment of distraction, Lin has already leaped behind Carlo Watt. Cut. Countless knife lights flashed by, and Lin gently pushed the sword back into the sheath. With a puff sound, Carlo Watt's body broke into pieces, fell to the ground and turned into ashes. His eyes flickered before disappearing, and then went dark. Looking at the Carlo Watt on the ground without any trace, Lin stroked his chin and fell into deep thought. Is this just a clone? Where is the real body? Never mind. Lin held the back of his head with his hands, and stopped thinking about these things. He slowly walked towards the college dormitory. Let's talk about tomorrow's affairs tomorrow. In a secret room far away in the suburbs of the royal capital, Carlo Watt, who was sitting on a chair, suddenly opened his eyes. The mask, and this strange trick, although it won't threaten my life, it's indeed a bit difficult to deal with. When did such a strong man appear in the capital? Chapter 39 Searching for Magic and Adventurer Chris. Search Magic. Hilken, do you remember what the essence of search magic is? DV asked slowly. As there were no classes today, Dway gave Hirkin special training at noon, and in the evening Hirkin had to go home to meet the magic scroll engraver his father had hired, who had retired for many years. The current problem was easy for Hilkin to solve. As mentioned before, Hilkin was a good student in his original world. He was especially good at memorizing things and could remember everything he SAW. Now, Hilkin said confidently, through a large-scale investigation, we can find subtle differences. Yeah. Dway nodded. Honestly, she was shocked by Hilkin's talent. This guy seemed to be a natural prodigy. He could understand and remember the rules of those obscure theories with just one glance. He could also memorize those complicated and irregular magic arrays by rote. So, what are the methods to deal with search magic? This is beyond the scope. Hilkin raised the flag in protest. Dway chuckled and said calmly, if you tell me, you will be exempted from today's training. The simplest way is to create countless subtle differences so that the search magic will mistakenly think that he is normal and not the search target. Hilkin spoke eloquently. For example, if I want to find the whereabouts of a person in the capital, the logic of using search magic is to first cover the entire capital with magic, record the characteristics of this person, and then continue to compare them, and finally find this person. And the way to deal with it is, of course, to create many clones that are exactly the same as yourself, and place enough clones in various corners of the royal capital. Then, during the comparison process, the search magic will find that this person is not the only difference. So, according to the logic of search magic, this person will be considered not as a target, but as a normal being. Search magic will lose its target. How is it? Correct or not? Hilkin asked triumphantly. Dway nodded and said calmly, that's true, but this method only exists in theory. It's impossible to do it in reality. Why? Because no one can release countless clones that are exactly the same as the original at the same time. This requires too much control over magic power. DV said so. Is that so? Hilkin nodded. He understood what Tiwi said. After taking a closer look at Hilkin, DV said in surprise, your memory is really amazing. It seems like you are born to learn magic. After all, magic cannot escape rote learning. TV's words were right. After such a long period of contact, Hilkin discovered that, speaking only of humans, the magic here tends to be academic, relying on rote memorization and formulas. Without a solid enough foundation, it is impossible to master magic. This is completely different from the arbitrary and subjective form of magic that Hilkin imagined. However, this was not a problem for Hilkin. After all, his memory was strong enough to support him in memorizing magic. The training of Hilkin and Tiwi continues. This moment, on the other side, Chris, who was sitting upright in the carriage swaying on the muddy yellow land, was not in a very good mood. The flatbed carriage jolted and the man sitting opposite her looked at her with concern. "Are you okay?" "I'm fine, thank you for your concern." Chris smiled and said lightly. "Well, it's mainly because I see that you are young. You know, people like you are generally inexperienced and need help from experienced adventurers like us, especially since you are a woman. Do you understand? Fortunately, you met me. I am usually helpful and kind to others. Adventurers are not good people. You must remember to avoid strangers who show kindness to you. You are too young and not as experienced as me." Chris looked at the man who was talking nonstop and turned her head away in annoyance. She held her chin with one hand and looked at the scenery outside the car boredly. Seeing that Chris was not interested and her attention was not on him, the man spoke with some dissatisfaction. "Hey, little girl, why don't you listen to my advice? I'm telling you, forget it, old Morley. These young adventurers are all like this. They turn a deaf ear to you when you talk to them. They have no idea of the importance of experience. These people need to suffer a little loss before they realize the importance of experience." "That's right." Morley crossed his arms, glanced at Chris who was sitting opposite her, and said with disdain, "She's a woman. Female adventurers like this are the most troublesome. They don't obey orders. If we weren't kind-hearted and caring for the younger generation, I'm afraid no one would be willing to team up with her." The two of them kept talking in low voices, as if they wanted to use this method to regain their inner sense of superiority and pride. Chris ignored them. She looked at the trees moving rapidly backwards, her thoughts changing constantly in her mind. How boring, it's the side where Master Hilkin isn't around again. After completing this task, I won't be short of money for the next period of time. Really, if it wasn't for the fact that I could stay with Master Hilkin every day for the next period of time, I wouldn't have come here, and I wouldn't have met this, wizard. I hope I can go back." "Wait. I've been away for so long, someone won't sneak away, right?" "No way." Thinking of this, Chris became more frightened, and a trace of cold sweat appeared on her forehead. "Not good, look." Morley looked at Chris on the other side and said to his partner with a smile, "What did I say? Female adventurers like this are always troublesome. I just told you an example about goblins, and you're already sweating profusely." "That's right. I'll have to take extra care of her when the time comes." "What a waste of time. If this mission didn't require a 3-person team, I wouldn't have included her." The uncle stroked his exposed beard on his chest and laughed. Chris frowned slightly, but didn't say anything, and was too lazy to pay attention to the two people in front of her. The reason why she teamed up with the two people in front of her was because this mission required 3 people to work together. At the moment, she had more urgent things to think about, for example, how to win back Hilkin's heart that might have been taken away by another woman. Chapter 40, Karlovat and Crow in the secret room. After Karlovat told Claude everything that happened last night, he began to talk to himself. Should the action be delayed? He rubbed his chin and paced back and forth in the secret room, his face full of confusion. "Sir." Crow suddenly spoke. "Do you have a solution?" Karlovat looked at him and asked curiously. "I can create chaos for you. Since the masked man's target is you, as long as I create the chaos that causes the demons to appear, I can lure him out. Although I may not be able to deceive him, I can still delay him for some time." "Well, how long?" Karlovat asked cautiously. He needed a careful, thorough, and foolproof plan. He only had one chance to deal with a noble young man like Hilkin who had a distinguished family background. "At least, 5 minutes is definitely possible." Claude lowered his head and thought for a moment. After confirming that everything was correct, he looked up and spoke to Karlovat. "5 minutes, that'll be enough." Karlovat nodded. He didn't want to miss this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. "According to your intelligence and speculation, Hilkin will go to the Roland family's mansion at 6 o'clock tonight." "Yes." Crow reached out and took out a stack of manuscript paper from the side and handed it to Karlovat. He swept his fingers across the manuscript paper and said to Karlovat, "But I don't recommend you to take action at this time, because there are too many defenses. The threats on the surface include Hilken's bodyguards, butlers, and grooms. In secret, there are also many secret guards of the Roland family. I am afraid that even Hilken himself does not know the number of these secret guards, let alone me." Karlovat nodded frequently, seeming to be very satisfied with Claude's efficiency. Crow continued, "As for the time that Hilken spent in the Roland family mansion, that's not something to consider. I suggest you make your move when Hilken returns." "Return trip? Aren't there secret guards as well?" Karlovat asked puzzledly. "No." Crow shook his head. His family was originally a royal secret guard, and later made their fortune by selling information about the powerful. Nowadays, although they have generally stopped doing so, they still have a lot of informants and intelligence. That's why he was so familiar with the security around Hilken. Crow paused, then said, "Look here." He pointed to a place on the manuscript paper with his finger. "When Sierra Jean leaves the Roland mansion, the mansion's secret guards will naturally protect him. However, these secret guards will return to the Roland mansion after following him for a certain distance. After all, they are essentially the secret guards of Duke Roland, not Sierra Jean's secret guards." Karlovat looked at the manuscript silently and listened to Crow's story. "After they leave, only Hilken's secret guards will be left by his side. This is the time when he has the fewest people around him, and it's late at night." Crow folded the manuscript paper, replaced it with another one, and continued, "Look here." Karlovat came forward to take a look and saw that the place where Claw pointed was a small bridge. "You want me to take action here?" he asked. "Yes." Claw nodded solemnly. "It's easy for you to break the broken bridge, but the person who falls from the bridge will definitely not be able to withstand the attack from the ground." "Well, it's a feasible solution." Karlovat nodded slightly, approving Claw's plan. "Sir, this is your only chance in the near future. You must seize it." Crow urged again. Karlovat lowered his eyes, slowly raised his head, looked at Clow, and asked in confusion, "Clow, I am a demon, and the people I want to kill are still your fellow humans. I didn't force you to help me. Why do you try so hard to help me collect information and make plans? What kind of words are you talking about?" Crow gathered up the manuscripts on the table, put them aside, and lit a fire. The burning flames turned the manuscript paper into black fragments that fluttered in the air through the firelight. Crow saw the distorted, handsome face of Karlovat. He slowly said, "I still understand the principle of repaying kindness with kindness. As for whether the other party is a demon or a human, it doesn't matter. You saved my life and my daughter. I will help you complete your plan even if it costs me everything." Karlovat was stunned for a moment. After a pause, he said, "Helping the demons is betraying humanity." "I see." Crow sighed and said calmly, "After helping you, I will die as a token of my guilt. This may help me to relieve myself of the lash of conscience." Silence fell again. Karlovat said nothing. He stood up and walked to the wall, standing still with his hands behind his back. However, this time, Claw did not leave the secret room immediately as usual, but stood there hesitating and wanting to say something. "Sir, I have a question. Can I ask you for advice?" "Ask." Karlovat said lightly. "Why did my ancestors save your life? Logically speaking, the opposition between humans and demons should be absolute. You don't understand? That's normal." Karlovat nodded slightly in response to Claw's question. "Because your ancestors helped me not out of their own will, but more out of revenge." "Revenge?" Clow opened his mouth slightly in confusion. He didn't understand what Karlovat meant. "Well, your ancestor was just a secret guard back then, but he was sold out after completing his mission. He was seriously injured and fell into a valley, which is where I am, you. But I was also seriously injured at the time. Compared with your ancestors, I was not much better off. They were all going to die. The demon clan is different from human society. There is no social order, only the simple law of the jungle. Karavat was just a weak demon at that time, so he was seriously injured in the fight and hid in the valley. But for some reason, your ancestor took out a bottle of potion. This potion has a very strong effect. Your father originally planned to drink the potion himself, but after seeing me, he changed his mind and gave the potion to me." Having said this, Carlowat raised his head slightly, as if he was recalling the scene at that time. After a moment, he continued, "Your father might have thought that I could become a powerful demon in the future and bring disaster to the Empire." After listening to this, Claude still felt a little unbelievable, and he asked, "What happened?" But Carlowat just shook his head with a hint of regret and said calmly, "I'm sorry, I don't know the details either. This is all the information I know. After all, your father was dying at the time and didn't have the strength to support him to tell the whole story." "I understand." Crow nodded and left the secret room silently. Chapter 41: Chris's Adventure. Little girl, the next monster we are going to hunt is the Skyfire Giant Lizard. This thing is not easy to deal with. You must follow us closely and obey our commands. Don't meddle in other people's business. Do you understand? We experienced adventurers are very experienced in dealing with these powerful monsters, but watch the road," Chris said coldly. The man who almost hit the tree stump in front of him dodged and looked back at Chris. Instead of gratitude, there was a hint of resentment in his eyes, as if he felt that Chris had made a fool of him. Chris didn't care about it. She silently headed towards the destination where the Skyfire Giant Lizard appeared. At this moment, she just wanted to finish the task quickly, because there were important things waiting for her when she returned home tonight. "I just don't know if Lin En can deal with that guy. I always feel that Lin En is a little strange recently," she murmured to herself. The two older adventurers behind her were displeased when they saw Chris's appearance. To them, they were older and experienced adventurers, while Chris was just a young girl who had just started out. But now Chris actually looked like she didn't take them seriously, which made them very angry. Just as Morley was about to lose his temper, the adventurer beside him quickly grabbed him and shook his head. "We are teammates after all, so let's not make things too awkward," he advised. Morley snorted coldly and said no more, but his dissatisfaction with Chris grew stronger and stronger. The leaves in the jungle were thick, and Chris and her companions used the long swords at their waists to pick up the leaves, split the branches, and cut down the dead vines. A sultry atmosphere echoed through the jungle. The water droplets dripping from the branches rolled onto the ground, exploded, and then fell onto the surface of shoes, making people feel annoyed. Coo, strange unknown cries were heard all around. "Fuck, I've had enough. Where is the Skyfire Giant Lizard? If he doesn't come out, I'm done." Morley swung his sword, and after chopping off the head of a huge rat-like monster, he finally couldn't bear the distress in his heart anymore and shouted loudly, "Oh, an experienced adventurer? That's all?" Chris on the side said bluntly, "She is not a gentle person, at least not now." "Hey!" Morley rolled up his sleeves, clenched the long sword in his hand, looked at Chris with a sullen expression, and shouted at Chris as if he was holding back his anger. "Damn it, are you looking for a fight?" Morley, forget it, don't bother with this kind of person." The adventurer next to him pulled him back again. Snort. He snorted coldly, but his expression was still tense. It was obvious that he still hated Chris. It wasn't until another adventurer leaned over and whispered something in his ear that he felt better. After glancing at Chris, Morley turned around and continued forward, diving into the dense bushes. Chris was completely confused about all this. She tilted her head slightly, totally unaware of why the two people in front of her were so inexplicably hostile to her. Do we become their enemy simply because we don't listen to their teachings? It's really confusing. Without noticing, Chris followed the two of them. The Skyfire Giant Lizard is just ahead. Gradually, everyone felt that the surrounding was getting hotter and hotter, as if there was a flame burning next to them. "It's coming," Chris thought secretly. Sure enough, the moment Morley pushed aside the bushes in front of him, a flame rushed towards him. "Wow!" Morley quickly dodged and took off the armor on his chest in one go. The scorching flames left burns on his chest from the iron armor. "What is this?" The other adventurer was terrified as he looked at the huge monster in front of him that was nearly 10 meters long and covered in flames. I'm leaving first." Subconsciously, he shouted and quickly ran behind him. "Damn it." Morley also stood up and threw his helmet at the monitor lizard. The helmet was burned up in the flames the moment it touched the monitor lizard. Gudon, he swallowed, used his hands and feet to get up from the ground, followed his companions, and ran wildly behind him. "Damn it, I'm just an adventurer, not here to risk my life. Is this thing something a human can beat?" Chris looked at all this and shook her head. As expected, these two people were unreliable. She stood still, looking at the monster in front of her, and calmly drew the sword from her waist. Just as she was about to attack, she caught a glimpse of Morley's small movement out of the corner of her eye. Morley did not forget to trip him while running away. He raised all his energy onto the sword and then he swung with all his might, but his target was not the monster in front of him, but Chris's ankle. Fuck, there's no way this thing can outrun it, just go to hell. There's no point in young adventurers like you living, it's better to let experienced adventurers like us live, just go to hell. On the other side, his companions also launched an extremely brutal attack on Chris's lower body, aiming to break Chris's legs, making it impossible for her to escape and for her to become the monster's lunch. The two of them coordinated their movements skillfully. If they hadn't discussed it in advance, then they could have coordinated it many times. Two idiots. Such a big monster, even if I really stay, I can just swallow it in one gulp and it won't delay the time at all. Chris said helplessly. Then she plunged the sword into the ground. In an instant, a huge flame emerged and directly shattered the attacks of Morley and the other man. What? How is that possible? The two looked at Chris in shock, their eyes full of disbelief, but the next second, something even more unbelievable happened to them. They didn't know when Chris came behind them. How is it possible? Are you kidding me? The two were stunned. Oh. Looking at the two of them trembling and unable to speak, Chris sneered and said lightly, "This is the experienced old adventurer? You. Morley pointed at Chris, and forgot about the monster behind him for a moment. What do you mean? Chris had a smile on her face. She raised her sword and cut off Morley's legs, then raised her leg and kicked Morley away. Morley passed through the blazing flames and landed directly in front of the monster. Aowa. His screams echoed over the jungle. The Warcraft accepted this delicacy that fell from the sky without hesitation and swallowed Morley directly into its stomach. No, don't, I spoke for you, you just. Another adventurer begged for mercy hurriedly, but Chris ignored him. She swung her sword back and cut off the adventurer's right hand as he was about to take out the magic scroll to fight back. "Aw, my hand!" The adventurer screamed, but Chris looked calm. She smiled and cut off the man's legs again, then threw him in front of the monster, just like she did with Morley before. The Warcraft looked at the adventurer in front of him and naturally had no reason to refuse. Soon, he followed Morley and became Warcraft's lunch. After doing all this, the monster came in front of Chris and stretched out its huge palm, burning with blazing flames towards her. Bang! There was a loud noise. The monster's palm flew out directly, and a lot of blood spurted out like a waterfall. TSK, really? Chris opened a magic circle in front of her with a look of disgust on her face. Block all the blood. The pain drove the Skyfire giant lizard crazy. It pounced towards Chris, as if it wanted to tear her into pieces, but this posed no threat to Chris. She raised the sword horizontally, and the next second, she disappeared from the spot just when the Skyfire giant lizard was surprised that it couldn't find its target above. Chris said coldly, and the moment the Skyfire lizard raised its head, she gently swung the sword. In an instant, a silver light flashed. Base. The next second, the Skyfire giant lizard's head fell directly to the ground, completely losing its life. Boom! The huge body of the Skyfire giant lizard collapsed with a loud bang, and the flames burning on it went out as its life disappeared. It's over. Looking at the mess on the ground, Chris said lightly. She held her forehead with one hand, and with the other hand she swung the sword into a sword flower before putting it back into the scabbard with a swish. Hee hee, 100 points. I must let Master Zirjan see this handsome look in person next time. Chapter 42, the legendary old Loli is actually a hermit. We're here, Master Zirjan. The butler opened the car door for Zirjan. Hilken got off the car, and after many days, he returned to the Roland family's mansion again. Shortly after finishing TV's training, the butler drove the carriage to Hilken's dormitory in a swaggering manner, and took him all the way to Roland's mansion. Little silken Lillian's unique voice came again. "Hello, sister," Hilken said very obediently. For some reason, Lillian seemed to be in a particularly good mood today. She looked at Hilken and said with a smile, "The magic scroll engraver UST4, who has been in seclusion for many years, has arrived at the living room." "What do you mean I want?" "Never mind, it seems like it is indeed what I want." Hilken sighed, no longer struggling, nodded slightly to Lillian, and quickly walked to the reception room. His father usually did not live in the palace in the capital, but in his own territory. The palace in the capital was usually left to Lillian to take care of, which was why Hilken could always see Lillian but not his father. Opening the door, Hilken saw the so-called magic scroll engraver who had retired for many years. Child? Hilken looked at the petite figure curled up on the sofa in disbelief. You're here? The other party did not care about Hilken's impolite words and actions, and just greeted him calmly. Yeah. Hilken nodded. What is this? A lowly who has been living in seclusion for many years. Is this person really reliable? What on earth did my father find? He already had deep suspicion of the person in front of him, but this little girl is not. However, this hermit just smiled calmly. She stood up, the hem of her clothes dragging on the ground, stood with her hands behind her back, looked at Hilken, and said calmly, Are you Clinster's son? Let's just say. No, I am Clinster's son. Hilken was a little stunned, but quickly corrected his answer. The lowly in front of him looked at Hilken with a look in her eyes that said, This guy doesn't seem very smart. You can just call me Rokas. She sighed, but still spoke. Teacher Rokas. Hilken said obediently. Rokas nodded slightly. I heard that you want to learn how to engrave magic scrolls, she suddenly asked, right? Hilken affirmed. The lowly in front of him suddenly paced back and forth in the room, looking at Hilken from time to time. This made Hilken feel a little uneasy. After waiting for a while, he saw that Rokas still had no intention of speaking, so he mustered up his courage and asked, Mr. Rokas, is there something wrong? Hearing this, Rokas turned around and came to Hilken. She looked up at Hilken and said calmly, What do you think? Why do you want to learn how to engrave magic scrolls? This thing is not cool at all. Hilken was confused. He didn't expect Rokas to say such a thing. Rokas continued to pace back and forth, muttering to herself, logically speaking, shouldn't you young masters like swordsmanship? Magic? Or something cool that can spread its feathers like a peacock? A peacock spreading its tail? Zirjan's face was full of black lines. Rokas was still muttering to himself, You don't like such gorgeous things, but you want to learn how to engrave magic scrolls? This is really strange. Could it be that you are not only shy but also like men? What the hell were you thinking? At this moment, Hilken had forgotten that the lowly in front of him was the hermit master his father had invited with great difficulty, and he completely treated her as a little kid. Isn't that so? Rokas looked at Hilken in confusion. Absolutely not. Sorry? What's with your hesitant tone, wanting to apologize but not wanting to apologize at the same time? Hey bang, Hilken slapped himself on the forehead, tired. Why are there no normal women around me? Where the hell did this stupid goddess bring him to? Shurkin roared hysterically in his heart. After a moment, he adjusted his mood, smiled kindly at Rokas in front of him, and said, Okay, teacher, let's get started. Rokas nodded. Although there had been many minor incidents before, Rokas became serious when the magic scroll was mentioned. She took out her suitcase, pulled out a thick, well-read book and handed it to Hilken. Hilken opened the book, and the words inside were crooked and completely impossible to read and recognize. This is a textbook I wrote myself. It is much better than any other one on the market. Rokas said proudly. Let me ask you, do you understand? Rokas looked at Hilken in surprise and asked in confusion, How come I can't understand what I wrote? That's true, but this guy probably never thought of showing this manuscript to others. Hilken flipped through the messy manuscript with doodles all over it and fell into deep thought. Then little Hilken, I always feel it's weird for a kid who looks to be around 10 to call me little Hilken, Rokas said seriously. The logic of engraving magic scrolls is different from the logic of using magic. Engraving a magic scroll requires a greater grasp of the underlying theories of magic, and there are a lot of things that need to be memorized. That's no problem, said Hilken. Okay. Rokas nodded, took out a thick book from his suitcase and threw it in front of him. Memorize it, Memorize it, this is the first step, Rokas repeated. Of course, there's more to it than that. Rokas said as he took out a blank magic scroll and a pen from his briefcase. Look, I'm going to engrave a basic magic scroll for you now, the fireball spell. After you read it, you can try it out. After saying that, Rokas picked up the quill in his hand and waved it on the scroll. About 5 or 6 seconds later, a magic scroll engraved with the fireball spell appeared in front of Hilken. So fast? Hilken looked at Rokus in front of him in surprise. Well, it can be even faster. I just slowed down to take care of you, Rokus said complacently. All right. He is indeed an otherworldly master. This time, Hilken believed that the person in front of him was reliable. That he took the feather pen handed to him by Rokus and tried it on another blank scroll according to the magic scroll engraved by Rokus before pop a faint flame flickered on the tip of the pen. Rokus fell silent as he looked at the scroll in Hilken's hand. Is this considered completed? Hilken asked curiously, looking at the scroll in his hand. Are you really a genius? Rokus took the scroll engraved by Hilken with a look of disbelief. You successfully engraved a usable magic scroll on your first try. I didn't expect you to be a genius at learning how to engrave magic scrolls. Thinking of this, Rokus put down the scroll, looked straight at Hilken, and said in a fiery tone, Hey, little friend, come and be my apprentice. Disciple? Little boy? Don't worry. Seeing that Hilken didn't agree immediately, Rokus patted his chest and said calmly, You won't suffer any loss by being my apprentice. My name is well known throughout the entire continent. In the field of engraving magic scrolls, among those still alive in this world, no one dares to claim to be first if I claim to be second. Hilken rubbed his chin. I'll consider it? Don't even think about it. Rokus grabbed Hilken's hand, his eyes full of eagerness. Is there so? Seeing that Hilken was still trying to refuse, Rokus quickly said, Well, let me show you my unique skills. After saying that, Rokus waved his hands in the air. The next second, a magic scroll appeared out of thin air. Boom. A fireball flew directly towards the garden in the distance. This is... Draw the magic scroll directly? How is this possible? Hilken stared at what was happening before him in amazement. What do you think? Become my apprentice and I will teach you. Rokus put his hands on his hips with a proud look on his face. Sorry, otherwise, please. Seeing that Hilken seemed to want to refuse, Rokus quickly grabbed Hilken's hand and said with tears in his eyes, You really are a genius. It would be a waste if you don't learn how to engrave magic scrolls with such talent. It seems like Rokus doesn't have any special skills she's hiding from me anymore, Hilken thought to himself. In fact, from the moment Rokus used the magic scroll to draw out of thin air, he had already conceived the intention of becoming his disciple. The reason why he pretended to refuse was just to see if the other party had any other special skills. I agree. I can be your apprentice. Really? Rokus immediately regained his serious expression. Ahem. She cleared her throat and said slowly, Okay, I will teach you my unique skills in the future, but now, you still need to lay a solid foundation. After that, she began to explain the theory of magic to Hilken. Chapter 43, Battle with Karavat, Part 1. The time spent explaining magic theory passed quickly, and before we knew it, it was 10 o'clock, and it was time for Rokus to leave. Before leaving, she looked at Hilken lovingly, held his hand tightly, and said reluctantly, Hilken, you are a natural genius in learning to engrave magic scrolls, and you are also the first person who did not fall asleep when I was explaining magic theory. Hilken scratched the back of his head in embarrassment. Then let's meet again at the same time tomorrow. Rokus nodded slightly to Hilken and put on his white hat. I always feel like she looks more like a little kid when she wears a hat. Hilken looked at Rokus back and shook his head, but she does have some skills. Gudo. The wheels of the carriage rolled over the stones and the body of the carriage shook. Hilken frowned slightly. Wasn't there an inscription that said walking on flat ground? Inexplicably, he felt a chill in his heart, so he stuck his head out and asked the groom in front of him, How long will it take? It's almost there. The horseman raised his whip high and shouted, We'll be there soon after we cross the small bridge ahead. Good. Hilken nodded, forcing himself to suppress the uneasy feeling in his heart. The alley on the other side, Crow holds a bottle of red liquid. That was the blood of Karavat. The blood of the demons had a corrosive effect on ordinary animals, and could quickly transform them into demon beasts. As for the strength after transforming into a demon beast, it is closely related to the demon that provides blood. Karavat is considered a powerful demon among the demons. His blood can transform animals into powerful monsters. According to the original plan, Claw walked forward, uncorked the bottle, and poured all the blood onto the stray dog in the alley. The stray dog on the ground fell to the ground the moment it came into contact with the blood. After twitching twice, its fur turned black and smelled bloody as slowly. It stood up. At the same time, a strong breath of demon beasts also spread out in all directions with it as the center. The breath of a demon beast? Lin En, who was wandering in the alley, suddenly sensed this breath and ran towards the location of the stray dog. We can't allow monsters of this level to appear in civilian areas. Lin gritted his teeth and quickened his pace. The location chosen by Claude was very good, in the civilian area. If it was where the nobles lived, this level of monsters would be easily destroyed by the knights, but in the civilian area, the knights would always be late. Lin En originally wanted to continue to be on guard in the city against the powerful demons he encountered yesterday, but now, facing this monster, he had to take care of it. Alright. Clow looked at the monster that was slaughtering the people wantonly, burned the medicine bottle in his hand to ashes, and slowly left the scene. I hope everything goes well with Lord Karavat. The other side. Master, we have to cross the bridge ahead. The groom looked back at Hilken and said. Hilken nodded slightly without saying much. The uneasiness in his heart grew stronger and stronger. This uneasiness faced his soul directly, as if it was strangling his throat. Therefore, he was always alert to his surroundings, holding a scroll tightly in his arms. As the horse pulled the cart up the third level of worn and dilapidated bluestone bricks, the shadows on the river bank suddenly gathered into a single figure. Carlo What dispersed almost all of his clones in the city in an instant, and the clone's strength returned to the original body. In an instant, a tremendous magical power spread out. He did not hide it at all. All the strong men in the royal capital felt a strong breath of demons at this moment. Kane? The old king asked slowly with his eyes half closed. Kane beside him nodded slightly and said calmly, judging from this magic power, it should be one of the 7 generals of the demon clan, the former general Carlo What. After saying that, he picked up the sword, turned around and disappeared into the hall. Bang. On the other side, Lillian crushed the teacup in her hand, looked to the side, and said calmly, let's go to this location. The other party's target is Hilken. As soon as the words fell, the shadow in the room quickly moved outwards and disappeared at a speed that could not be captured by the naked eye. Why is it Hilken? Shouldn't it be Lin? Lillian frowned. She stood in front of the French window, shaking the goblet in her hand in confusion. Back to the bridge. Karlovat said nothing. He stretched his hand forward slightly. Crash! A huge wound appeared directly on his wrist, and countless blood gushed out from it, gathering above his head. The next moment, a torrent of blood directly broke the bridge. The carriage fell into the lake. Hilken also flew out of the carriage. Snort. Karlovat snorted coldly and waved at Hilken. Countless streams of blood transformed into countless sharp blades in the air, heading straight towards Hilken. Really, Zirjan secretly thought that it was not good. The enemy in front of him gave him a terrifying feeling at first sight. He hurriedly took out the magic scroll from his arms, when the bright yellow protective shield blocked Karlovat's attack. It seems like he was on guard? But it's no use. Karlovat was stunned for just a moment, but soon gathered the scattered blood in the air again and stabbed at Hilken with all his strength. It's over, there's no escape. Hilken couldn't do anything in the air. Being able to take out the scroll was already his limit. Master. Aura? Just as the sharp blade forged with blood was about to pierce Hilken's chest, a familiar figure suddenly appeared. It was Hilken's former Dark Guard captain. She blocked Karavat's attack with her sword. Call. Hilken just breathed a sigh of relief. 2 seconds had passed since the attack, and Hilken's secret guards had reacted. They attacked Karlovat in an overwhelming manner. Puff, but the next second, the sharp blade made of blood pierced through Hilken's right abdomen, and the severe pain made his hands and feet go limp. Blood splattered on his face. It was Erla's blood. The thick blade pierced through Erla's body before piercing into Hilken's body, and the two fell directly into the water. Erla blocked most of the impact of the sharp blade for Hilken, and fell into a coma after spitting out blood after falling into the water. Hilken immediately took out the waterproof scroll from his arms and used it, and then used the healing scroll to save Erla's life. At this moment, the secret guards on the shore also came to Karlovat. Seeing that he did not defend himself but attacked Hilken again, they all used their killing moves to prepare for a fatal blow. Oh! Karlovat chuckled. He placed his hands on the ground. Swish! In an instant, countless thick spikes emerged from the ground, smashing the surrounding ground and houses with overwhelming force. Most of the secret guards who were rushing in the front were pierced through the body by this attack and died on the spot. Karavat stood on the shore, surrounded by countless spikes made of blood that were tens of meters high. There is a corpse of a secret guard on each spike. 17, and 2 more. After saying that, he glanced to the side, and the blood returned to his body again, turning into countless sharp blades and attacking into the distance. What? The last 2 surviving secret guards also died suddenly in an instant. Next, it's your turn. Carlowat cast his eyes toward the water and said coldly. Hiding in the water so I can't tell where I am? No problem. Carlowat raised his hand slightly, all the blood returned to his body again, turning into countless dense sharp needles, attacking the water surface in an all-round way. TSK, is this the guy I should fight? What the hell is the difference between this and encountering a big boss right after leaving the novice village? Hilken cursed. He took out another scroll from his arms, and a golden light flashed, blocking all the spikes. Hiss, the pain in his right abdomen made Hilken tremble slightly. He gritted his teeth and fumbled with the scroll in his arms. There's only one left. Who would go out with so many scrolls? He sighed and tightened his grip on the scroll. At this point, a total of 7 seconds had passed since Hilken was attacked. Chapter 44, Battle with Karavat, Part 2. I see. Since you couldn't defend against my full-strength attack, you deliberately fell into the water to force me to disperse my attacks? Carlowat smiled. But, in the face of the absolute gap in strength, all of this is useless. After that, he waved again. The attack just now had allowed him to lock onto Hilken's exact location. Karavat divided the blood into 2 sharp blades and attacked Hilken and Erla respectively. The scroll is almost gone, Hilken. Let me see, what will you choose? He looked at the figure in the water with a smile, and a playful mood arose. Looking at the sharp blades attacking him and Erla, Hilken's hand holding the scroll turned slightly pale. Damn it, I still can't be a villain. He threw the last scroll in front of Erla. A golden barrier blocked the damage for Erla, but the sharp blade in front of Hilken went straight through his body. Ahem. He coughed violently, coughed out the blood that filled his throat, and clenched his teeth. Bait. Unexpectedly, Hilken smiled. I was worried that I couldn't get my hands on your blood, but now you've brought it to my doorstep. He tightly grasped the bloody blade in his left hand, and the sharp blade immediately cut his left hand, and the blood spread in the water. Then, he raised his right hand, took out the short blade that the god of contract had given him, and slashed fiercely at the blood that was forming. Blood is also a part of the body. Carlowat on the shore noticed his strange behavior, but did not take it to heart. He still put his hands in his pockets and looked at Hilken in the lake indifferently. Just when Hilken was about to successfully chop the bloody blade, an imperceptible red circle suddenly appeared and circled his right hand. The next moment, laugh. The red coil suddenly tightened, becoming a sharp ring that cut off Hilken's right hand. How is that possible? When? He looked at the wound cut by the blood ring in amazement. There is a short blade that will kill anyone who hits it. If I'm not careful, I'll really fall into your hands, but the king has given me all your information in advance. Carlowat's face was calm. He had expected everything. In his opinion, all of Hilken's actions from the beginning to now were under his control. Intelligence is the core of the battle. Humph, Hilken, I admit that you react quickly, but now, I won this battle. After saying that, Carlowat disappeared from the spot. Disappeared? Ignoring the pain in his hand, Hilken hurriedly looked around for Carlowat. The next moment, puff, countless sharp blades once again pierced through Hilken's body accurately, but this fatal attack did not kill Sirkin. The pendant on his waist shattered with a bang after emitting a flash of light. Hilken remained intact. At this moment, he also saw Carlowat in the water with him. Carlowat has the ability to control his clones. Each clone he creates will have the same properties as the original body, and he can teleport between any clone at will. And now, he was teleported to the clone that had been placed under the water. A life-saving item? But even you would only have one at most. Carlowat chuckled and raised his hand towards Hilken again. Gudon, the feeling of death came over me again, and the feeling of being flooded by the seawater reappeared. Goodbye. Carlowat said coldly. The sharp blade forged from countless blood attacked Hilken again with incredible precision. Hilken no longer had any means of counterattack and could only watch death getting closer. Gudon, Hilken fell into darkness, and in the darkness, he saw a ray of light. Instinct made him reach out and touch the light. He was getting closer and closer to the light. Just at that moment when you are only one step away from touching the light, puff. The light suddenly went out, and then a strong wind blew him back to the starting point. What's going on? Zirjan was filled with depression. Go back, it's not the time yet. A clear female voice responded to him in the darkness. Go back? Where to? Hilkin was full of confusion. Go back. The female voice spoke again next second. Bang! As if he had been kicked out, Hilkin returned to reality once again. He saw the countless sharp blades in front of him. Such a long time has passed just now, but in reality it was only a moment, and he had a vague feeling that these sharp blades posed no threat to him. Ridiculous, so ridiculous, but the current situation did not allow him to think too much. He raised his hand subconsciously. Subconscious. Hilkin was slightly stunned, his hands already waving naturally in the in a flash. A magic scroll appeared in front of him. Are you kidding me? Carving a magic scroll out of thin air? Isn't this what Rokus is capable of? Looking at everything he had caused, Hilkin felt an even stronger sense of absurdity in his heart. It all seemed unreal, like a dream. This moment, the expression on Karlovat's face opposite Hilkin was not much better. The expression that had remained unchanged from the beginning to now finally had a big change. Where did this scroll come from? He looked at the scroll that appeared out of nowhere and actually felt a sense of threat when a golden sword suddenly appeared in the scroll and collided directly with Karlovat's bloody blade. Bang! Wherever the golden sword went, all the blood and sharp blades disappeared. How is this possible? Karlovat's face was distorted as he looked at everything in front of him. Next second, the golden sword came straight towards him and pierced through his body. Although it did not cause death, it did cause considerable damage to Karlovat. Hilkin was breathing heavily. This attack seemed to have drained all his magic power. At this moment, he felt weak all over, and his eyelids seemed to weigh 1,000 pounds. Ha 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 ha. Karlovat suddenly laughed. He looked at Hilkin, regained his composure, and said calmly, so you have this ability. I underestimated you. But, what are you going to do next? After saying this, more blood than before gathered underwater again. Karlovat pointed slightly toward Hilkin. A torrent of blood instantly rushed towards Hilkin, as if it was going to tear him apart. I originally wanted to leave a complete body, but now it seems, it's unnecessary. Karlovat looked at all this indifferently. He covered the wound on his chest and no longer concealed his aura. All the magic power belonging to the demon general was released in an instant. He was certain that this attack would be able to take down Hilkin in front of him. It's over. Hilkin's hands and feet seemed to have lost their strength, and he couldn't move at all. The wound on his severed right hand was aching again. Fuck, stupid goddess, I said I was here to enjoy myself? Why did I die? I really can't accept this. A torrent of blood rushed towards Hilkin, just around the corner. At this point, a total of 17 seconds had passed since Hilkin was attacked. Chapter 45, Battle with Karlovat, Part 2, we caught up. On the shore, looking at the scene under the water, Kane breathed a sigh of relief. He drew the long sword from his chest. He waved his sword slightly, pointed it at the bottom of the lake, and said coldly, cut. The next moment, a sword energy as fast as the wind attacked the riverbed with Kane as the centered boom. The powerful sword energy split the entire river into two. Karlovat's attack was also broken up by this blow into countless blood and returned to him again. Who are you? Looking at the people on the shore, a sense of fear rose in Karlovat's heart. The strong prey on the weak. This is the creed of the demons, so when they face the powerful, they are always subconsciously reminded of this. For example, Kane in front of us, although the other party was dressed simply in the long sword he held was just a low-grade item that could be found everywhere in roadside blacksmith shops, he gave Karlovat a feeling of invincibility just by standing on the shore. Knights of the Kingdom, Kane. Kane held the sword and said coldly, the river he divided has not yet been restored. Kane? After hearing Kane's familiar voice, Hilkin raised his head and saw Kane standing on the shore. Is this the strength of the 10 people in front of the palace? Looking at the river that was split and could not be restored for a long time and the bloody blade that was easily defeated, Hilkin felt deeply shocked. Oh no, this guy. I can't beat him. No, I will be crushed. I have to kill Zirjan before he does. Looking at the pressure from the person in front of him, Karlovat's face was as gloomy as water. He originally planned to kill Hilkin at the 13th second, but he didn't expect that Hilkin would use that inexplicable magic scroll at the last moment, disrupting all his plans and successfully delaying the arrival of the giant Buddha in front of him. I must kill Sirkin quickly, Karlovat thought again. In a flash, he gathered the blood again. Boom. Taking advantage of the moment when Cain put the sword into the scabbard, he turned all the blood in his body into a sharp blade and launched a full-strength attack at Hilkin. Oh. But Cain on the shore didn't care about all this. He just sneered indifferently. Then, use your thumb to push the sword out a little, bite. The sound of the sword directly distorted Carlo Watt's attack, causing all of his attacks that were originally sure to hit to miss. How is this possible? Even someone as strong as Carlo Watt stood there in a daze at this moment. He was stunned, and for the first time an expression of helplessness appeared on his face. How is this possible? Just by moving my sword slightly, it can distort my attack? What kind of monster is this? Since you showed up in the capital, I think you have already prepared yourself for not being able to escape unscathed. Cain said calmly. After saying this, without giving the demon in front of him time to be dazed, he disappeared from the spot. The next moment, wow! A casual sword strike. Cain walked past Carlovat, shook the blood off his sword, and sheathed it. When Karavat had been cut in half from top to bottom, but he didn't understand when Cain appeared beside him. This last casual strike of the sword, was it looking down on him? Wrong, I didn't even see the sword clearly. Carlo Watt suddenly thought of a person, Claude. After the truth was revealed, he was doomed to die, and his daughter Duolon would not escape death either. He can't escape now, but he has hidden a clone outside the city. Because he helped Dolan regulate the blood poison in her body, Dolan now has his blood in her body, and Carlo Watt can also control it. Let Dolan go. Just consider it as the last bit of help for Claude. After all, he has done me a favor. After that, he raised his hand slightly before their bodies separated. Swish. In an instant, Dolan, who was in the mansion, went straight out of the city at a lost call. Sensing all this, Carlo Watt breathed a sigh of relief. At this moment, his body also split into two halves and slowly fell down. Dead? Hilkin slumped on the ground, looking at Carlovat's body, and asked Cain. Cain closed his eyes slightly, looked up at the sky, and said calmly, Dead. Who is he? Hilkin asked with lingering fear. This demon was too powerful. If Cain hadn't rushed over, he would have died at the hands of Carlo Watt. The former demon general, Carlo Watt, is indeed a difficult guy. I didn't see that at all. Looking at Cain, who had just killed Carlo Watt with one blow, Hilkin said speechlessly. Firstly, it's because I'm strong enough, and secondly, he destroyed all his clones in order to assassinate you. If these clones still exist, it would be a bit more troublesome to deal with them. Your a little trouble probably means that the one-sword kill has been changed to a two-sword kill. Zirjan looked at Erla not far away and asked slowly, Where is my secret guard? They are all dead. As expected. She is still alive. Cain said lightly, looking at Erla not far away. It's not necessary. There's no need to use a recovery scroll to keep a secret guard alive. You take care of me. Okay. Cain said no more, stood up, resumed holding his sword, and looked into the distance. It's too slow. Sorry, sir. The leading man in black said with his head down. At this moment, a total of 30 seconds had passed since Carlovat's attack. Tisk. Cain was slightly shocked and continued, Isn't Lillian known for her ability to plan everything? How come she can't plan this? If I hadn't held your hand in front of the palace today, I'm afraid the Roland family would have lost their heir today. I'm really sorry. The man in black had kept his head down and said nothing since the beginning. Looking at the man in black, Hilkin said, Forget it. Cain glanced at him, sighed, and said bluntly in front of everyone, You are not suitable to be an heir. I have said it before. You should treat people as human beings. Cain, have you ever thought about a question? Sierra Jean interrupted him and said calmly, Even though I am so terrible, I am still firmly sitting in this position. Is it really just because of the unprecedented unity of the Roland family? Is there no other reason? Well. Cain waved his hand, turned around and left, saying, So a stubborn guy like me is not suitable to get involved in family affairs. It seems that it was the right choice for me to come to the Kingdom Knights early. Hilkin said nothing, and now his hand began to hurt. He also began to feel a little scared. He won't become a cripple just like that. Don't worry, you, and your captain of the secret guards, there will be people from the church to heal you. This injury is indeed disabling in the eyes of ordinary people, but in the eyes of the Roland family, it is just a minor injury that can be healed with a wave of the hand. As if he had caught a glimpse of the worry on Hilken's face, Kane turned around and added, but now Hilken could no longer listen. He didn't know if it was because the battle was over, but now he just felt a sharp pain in his wrist and abdomen. Fuck, it didn't hurt this much just now. He took a deep breath and let the secret guards who arrived later carry him back. Chapter 46, Dolan appears out of nowhere and Chris on the way back. What is going on? Duolan looked at the surrounding scenery, full of confusion. She was clearly at home just now, so how come she was out of the city in an instant? Could it be that something went wrong? She still remembered that her father had told her before leaving home that she should leave the capital and return to the territory before tonight, and that everything would be told to him there. Could this be his father's backup plan? What happened that forced him to move himself? It is better to believe it exists than to believe it does not. Soon, Dolan made up her mind to rush back to her father's territory. It's just a pity that I didn't get to say goodbye to that bitch Chris properly at the end. Dolan muttered softly. How about we go visit her crippled grandmother on the way? Maybe that'll make that bitch happy? Thinking of this, Duolan couldn't help laughing out loud. Speaking of which, as her classmate, my words are quite credible. I wonder how that old woman would react when she finds out that her granddaughter is a bitch who bullies her classmates, has no knowledge, and has promiscuous sex? The more Dolan thought about it, the more excited she became, and the smile on her face became brighter and brighter. She didn't notice at all that there was someone standing in front of her. Classmate Dolan, it's a relief to meet you here. I don't have to go to the city to find you, although I don't know why you are here. Chris, who was standing opposite Dolan, said with a sneer, who are you? Seeing the adventurer dragging a huge monster head in front of her, Dolan paused at first, and fear filled her heart, but after seeing that the person coming was Chris, she immediately regained her arrogant attitude. Who did I think it was? Turns out it's you, bitch. She looked at Chris with disdain on her face and said calmly, you scared me. Quickly throw away the things behind you, kneel on the ground and bark like a dog, understand? Chris obediently put down the monster's head, but did not kneel on the ground and bark like a dog as Dolan said. Instead, she folded her arms and looked at her indifferently. What's going on? Didn't you hear me? When Dolan saw that Chris didn't do what she asked, she immediately became angry and reached out to slap Chris on the face. Bitch, if you don't do as I say, your grandma will have to do it for you. Bang! There was a slapping sound, but it wasn't from Chris, it was from Dolan. Chrissy grabbed Dolan's hand and slapped her in the face with her backhand. You dare to hit me? Dolan looked at Chris in disbelief, her eyes filled with anger. Okay, just wait. You forced me to do this. If you hit me, your grandmother won't be able to live in this world anymore. And you, after you deal with her, I will, base. Chris was too lazy to listen to her nonsense, so she drew the sword from her waist and put it on Dolan's neck. She exerted a little force, and blood slid down Dolan's neck. What are you doing? Let me go, bitch, you are rebelling. Dolan immediately screamed in panic. That's enough, it's too noisy. Chris used more force in her hands, and the blood on her neck increased and the pain became more intense. Dolan finally shut her mouth in fear. Haven't you figured out the situation yet? Chris sneered and said, your family is completely finished. Colluding with the demons? If you calculate the time, your father should have already kneeled in front of the palace and committed suicide by now. Then, Chris changed the subject and continued, but what's the use? Collaborating with the demons is a capital crime. It won't be long before the Empire's cavalry will trample your father's fiefdom, and then none of you will be able to escape. Impossible, 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 impossible. You are lying to me, you are lying to me. Duolan asked loudly in disbelief, how could my father be colluding with the demons? You are lying to me. Come on, you have already guessed it, but you just don't dare to admit it in your heart. Why was your blood poison cured? Why did your father let you leave the capital? Why does your godfather hide in a secret room all day long? Chris said with a joking look on her face. How do you know? How do you know? Who are you? Why do you know? Are you framing us? Duolan asked loudly in fear. How I know is not important. Chris put more force on her hands and said coldly, "But do you still want to continue playing dumb?" After hearing Chris's words, the last bit of disguise in Dolan's heart was completely exposed. She was exhausted and knelt on the ground, with the blood on her neck constantly flowing down Chris's sword. How could this happen? That's right. Forgive me, Chris. What I said before was just a joke. Forgive me, Chris. I'll do anything you ask me to do. As long as you can forgive me, I'll do anything you ask me to do. Dolan suddenly seemed to go crazy. She ignored the sword at her neck and crawled towards Chris's feet. She grabbed Chris's trouser legs tightly and begged desperately. Chris was not moved. She just chuckled and looked at the miserable Dolan on the ground. She bent down and said lightly, "Just as you said, you kneel on the ground and bark like a dog. No, you shout, 'My father is a dog,' and keep shouting until I am satisfied. How about that?" Hearing this, Duolan did not hesitate at all. As if she had grabbed a life-saving straw, she knelt on the ground and shouted loudly, "My father is a dog, my father is a dog, oh." Watching all this, Chris shook her head. After Dolan had exhausted all her strength to shout, she gently poked Dolan's chin with her sword. "No. Don't kill me." Feeling the pain in her chin, Dolan begged again in her hoarse voice. Chris looked at her expressionlessly. After a moment, she laughed and said as if she was talking to herself, "If I wanted to kill you, no one could stop me. The reason I didn't kill you before was because you were still useful to the plot. I didn't want to embarrass Master Zurgen. But from today on, you are no longer a tool to promote the plot. In other words, the author will not write a word about you in the whole book. So, no one will pay attention to your fate in the future. What are you talking about? Are you crazy?" Seeing Chris saying a bunch of incomprehensible words, Dolan stepped back in horror, but no matter how she retreated, Chris's sword was always firmly on her neck. "Oh, sorry, you don't understand either." Chris smiled brightly. She put away her sword, squatted down, and looked straight at Dolan. Dolan was delighted when she saw this. This letting her go. "Damn bitch, just wait for me. When I return to the territory, I will definitely capture you and torture you so much that you would rather die than live." Chris reached out and held Dolan's face, and the sweet blood flowed through her fingers. "What I mean is, you didn't satisfy me, so I decided to kill you." You. Looking at Chris, who was smiling in front of her, Dolan felt a chill in her heart and trembled so much that she couldn't speak. Chris lowered her head and felt a wet feeling on the soles of her shoes. "That's disgusting." With a look of disgust, she kicked Dolan to the ground. He thrust the sword deeply into her abdomen. Dolan let out a shrill scream. "You can't stand it anymore?" Chris smiled and said, "You won't die. I just stabbed you." "Damn it, you bitch, go to hell, go to hell." Seeing that Chris had no intention of letting her go, Dolan immediately cursed loudly. "It's so noisy." Chris said calmly. There was still a smile on his face. She twirled the sword slightly. In an instant, flames ignited from the blade and directly covered Dolan's entire body. Dolan was surrounded by fire, and the severe pain made her scream even louder. The shrill screams made Chris cover her ears helplessly. She leaned close to Dolan's ear, and whispered, "Relax, Dolan, I have controlled it. This fire will burn for 3 days and 3 nights. Of course, you will die after 3 days and 3 nights." No, you Dolan wanted to say something, but soon, severe pain came again like a tidal wave, leaving Dolan speechless. Snort. Chris snorted, stood up from the ground, looked at Dolan, and stretched out her hand to draw a magic circle in the air. The moment the magic circle took shape, Dolan felt that the flames on her body seemed to burn more and more intensely, and the pain became more and more intense. Bitch, what have you done to me?" This is nothing." Chris smiled and said lightly, "It's just a small magic for interrogating prisoners. It can keep people awake and at the same time double the pain they endure." Bitch. Dolan's voice became weaker and she seemed to be out of breath. This is so boring. That's not enough? The guy who tried to do something to me howled in the fire for a whole day. Chris sat on a rock nearby, holding her head with both hands, blinking her eyes as she looked at Dolan, who was already dying in the fire. "Devil, you are a devil," Dolan said, gritting her teeth. "Whatever you say, I will come back in 3 days to take your soul." Your soul will be my slave forever and you will not be able to reincarnate. When Dolan in the Flames heard this, her eyes widened and she shouted with all her strength, Cult, you are a cultist. Whatever you say? Chris smiled indifferently, kicked Dolan, who was still burning on the ground, twice, and dragged her along the ground by her hair. Let me think about it. Chris tilted her head and whispered, You've bullied me 3 times in total. Burning you for 3 days is not excessive at all. But Dolan no longer had the strength to reply, she kept gasping for breath. Chris threw her into a deserted corner. Although Dolan was still roaring hoarsely, Chris was no longer in the mood to pay attention. She hummed a little tune and walked slowly towards the capital. Why is Dolan here? Shouldn't I go to her study and pull her out? How could this happen? Forget it, never mind. Hey, Lynn should have dealt with that demon general by now. As for Master Zirjan, he should be hanging out with that sneaky Catdewey right now. TSK, I have to go back quickly. Thinking of this, Chris quickened her pace. Chapter 47 Aftermath. Lillian crushed the glass in her hand and looked at Hilken and Erla lying on the bed with a gloomy face. Master, kill them all. She said lightly, yes. As soon as he finished speaking, countless secret guards who were tied to the ground were dragged out and beheaded. These secret guards were the ones who had arrived late at that time. Lillian turned her gaze back to the bed and looked at Erla, her brows slightly frowned. Why is this thing also on the bed? Say. Yes, it was Master Hilken who asked us to stay. A secret guard said tremblingly. Throw it down to the dogs. But, you come too. Master, spare my life, Master. Master Zirjan used the recovery scroll to keep her alive. Besides, she is Master Zirjan's secret guard. Lillian looked at Erla on the bed with a frown on her face. Did he use some trick to charm Master Hilken? Or, keep it for now and send it over together? She said coldly. Yes. The secret guard nodded tremblingly. Is the teleportation array ready? Lillian looked aside and asked a gray-haired old man. All ready. The old man placed his hands on his chest, lowered his head and spoke respectfully. Okay, I'll go too. Let the Pope wait for me respectfully. Lillian crossed her arms and entered the range of the teleportation array with Hilken and Erla. Why exactly? Why? Why is he targeting Hilken? What's going on? Lillian covered her head with her hands as if she had a headache. Tisk, it's all my fault. If I had been more cautious, maybe little Hilken would have been safe. Looking at Hilken, who had fallen into a coma due to excessive blood loss, Lillian's eyes were dark and filled with self-blame. On the other side, the original protagonist Lynn unsheathed his sword and killed the last monster. He looked at the man in front of him who was constantly using demon blood to create monsters, and said coldly, What on earth do you want to do? I. Crow stammered, unable to make any clear words. Humph, you must be Claude, Dolan's father. I remember you. Linen recognized the man in front of him and said lightly. It's me. Crow lowered his head and said slowly. Why do you want to do this? Lin asked. Crow did not speak. He kept repeating softly, That's enough. 5 minutes are enough. 5 minutes are enough, what did you say? Linen didn't hear clearly, so he asked hurriedly. 5 minutes have passed. My lord should have dealt with Hilken. My mission is complete. Crow laughed wildly, feeling somewhat relieved. What? Mission? Hilken? Damn, luring the tiger away from the mountain? Linen frowned, realizing the seriousness of the matter, and was about to deal with the person in front of him and then rush back quickly. Suddenly, Claude drew a long sword from his waist. What are you going to do? Linen's face was nervous and he clenched the handle of the knife. I was afraid that Claw would do something to hurt the people around him. Goodbye. But Crow simply put the sword on his neck, whispered a goodbye, and then chopped off his head with the sword. TSK, are you kidding me? What's going on? Linen was puzzled, but the current situation did not allow him to think too much, so he immediately ran towards the place where the powerful magic power had just erupted. Ah! The magic disappeared? Could it be that a bad idea came to Linen's mind? Although Hilken was a vicious villain, that was not a reason for him to be killed by the demons. Even if he was a vicious villain, he should be judged by humans. Thinking of this, Lin gritted his teeth and quickened his pace. Chapter 48 Cutscene. Are you late? Lin En, who came in a hurry, looked at the mess and fell silent. But, never mind. He hesitated and looked at his palm. After a moment, he turned and left after him. The knights took over the scene. As a powerful demon, even if Karlovat is destroyed, the breath of the demon will be left at the scene. If left unchecked, it will have adverse effects such as dizziness on the people or animals around it, and in severe cases it will even give birth to monsters. The work of purifying the atmosphere needs to be handled by the church. On the other side, Lillian and her group's destination was also the church. To be precise, it is the country where the Pope is located and the country ruled by him, the slain theocracy. Here is the only and last pure place in the world, the spring of holy water, which continuously gushes out holy water. According to legend, holy water can heal all worldly wounds. This is also the foundation of the Pope's establishment of the country. In the distant past, long before the imperial royal family was established, the Pope at that time established the current Ceylon theocracy based on a divine book, but before that, the church had already existed on the continent, spreading the gospel everywhere. The depth of the foundation is beyond the reach of ordinary people. Old Pope, holy water, you, Silken. What? In a daze, Hilkin seemed to hear some words, intermittently. It was Lillian's voice. Hilkin heard it. This time, Lillian's voice was more respectful than usual. Even when she was facing her father, she had never shown such a respectful tone. Okay, since it's the Roland family, what did you say again? This time it seemed to be an old man's voice. He sounded very kind, much kinder than the old king, and much older than. He could no longer hear anything, and Hilkin felt his body being moved. Thump water. Hilkin felt as if he had been thrown into the water. Is he going to faint again? A heavy feeling of sleepiness suddenly came over me. This feeling of being out of control is really bad. So, by the way, did you meet Karlovat? The old Pope looked at Lillian with a smile and asked slowly. Yes. Lillian nodded slightly. She asked, but I don't know why his target is Hilkin. Theoretically speaking, shouldn't Lin En be the one chosen by God? He should be the one the demons fear the most and the one they want to get rid of. Why is it Hilkin? The old Pope frowned slightly, but soon relaxed his brows. He looked at Lillian with a smile on his face, gently tapping the top-heavy and gorgeous scepter. He said calmly, things will change, this is normal. People will change, demons will change, you will change, I will change. Any small thing may lead to big changes, and it is impossible for something to remain unchanged forever. God is eternal and unchanging. Lillian said suddenly, maybe not. The old Pope looked at Lillian, patted her head gently, and said lightly, oh, you are so big now. When your father brought you here, you were so small. Time flies. Lillian didn't respond. She looked unhappy and didn't seem interested in the sudden reminiscence. She asked excitedly, so, the current Sierra Jean has replaced the original Lin En? No, you're overthinking it. The old Pope withdrew his hand, shrank his neck, and said, the people chosen by the gods will not change. Since Lin En is destined to destroy the demons, he can never be replaced. Lillian was silent for a moment and said no more. The old Pope waved his scepter, walked to a chair and sat down. Looking at Lillian, he finally said, one move can affect the entire body. After saying this, he kept silent and slowly closed his eyes. Seeing this, Lillian tactfully left the hall. The central church is a paradise in the hearts of pilgrims and the residents of God on earth. Hilkin is absolutely safe here. She would definitely recover. Lillian had no doubt about it. The sounds of prayers could be heard inside and outside the church. The ringing of the clock brings holy sound. The white sunlight turns into color when it passes through the church glass. It fell to the ground and turned into a shadow. Stepping over the shadow, the slender girl in white asked, how is that hero? I just passed the Daolan ruins and got the blue dot. That's good. The girl smiled and seemed very satisfied. Does the man we chose look impressive, Aldous? She asked, looking back. Indeed, it is more powerful than I imagined. Aldous said lightly, he. The girl hummed twice and walked happily in front. If we keep going like this, we'll be done soon. Chapter 49, Falling into Silence. Tick-tock, tick-tock, call. Hilkin suddenly sat up from the spring. He covered his forehead. Where am I? Looking out through the gaps between his fingers, he saw that there was no one around him, only the cool spring water beneath him that was constantly flowing, making a gurgling sound. When I put my hands down, the surroundings seemed like a cave, small and crowded, but empty. Erla, isn't here? Shulkin looked around but did not see Urella. It must be because of the difference in status that they are not together. Hilkin thought so. Yes, where's the short blade? The short blade. As expected, it's gone. Hilkin fumbled around hastily, but unfortunately, he couldn't find his short blade. Did he fall into the water at that time? Damn it, he pounded the ground hard. If we had been more cautious, perhaps this situation would not have happened. Hilkin sighed and slowly stood up. Are you feeling all right? He looked at his right hand. At this moment, his right hand had recovered as before, the wounds on his body had disappeared, and he could not even feel any pain. It's the spring's credit. He looked back and attributed it all to the spring water beneath him. Slowly moving forward, Hilkin came to a dry area and sat down on the ground. My head still hurts, as if it was torn apart. He covered his head. Was it a sequelae? Or was there some other reason? No, now is not the time to think about that. Calm down. Calm down. Hilkin kept repeating it, trying to calm himself. Now he is filled with fear and confusion. That's right. Suddenly, a scene popped into his mind. There was something wrong with the battle just now. He stood up, leaned one hand against the stone wall, and put the other hand on his forehead, and fell into deep thought. Karavat. He knows my short blade, but how is this possible? Hilkin thought of the previous battle, when he was about to succeed, Karlovat's nonchalant smile on the shore and his ruthless and decisive attack. The blood circle that appeared on my right hand at that time was definitely not a spur-of-the-moment action, but was premeditated. In other words, Karlovat knew that I had this short blade called the End at the beginning of the battle, and he was always paying attention to it. Once he noticed any movement from me, he would cut off my hand in an instant. Sierra smiled bitterly. I've been seen through. From the beginning, I was doomed to die. There was no possibility of resistance at all. I must be ridiculous in the eyes of the other party. But what neither Karlovat nor I expected was the magic scroll that appeared out of thin air. Shulkin looked serious. He squatted on the ground, stroking his chin, and constantly picking the dust off the stone with his right hand. What on earth was that? I am sure that it was the scroll that I used, not the help of others. But I have never learned such a skill, so what is going on? Suddenly, the gloomy-faced Hilkin seemed to have thought of something. He looked at his right hand and murmured, subconscious, or is there another person in my body? No, could it be, I lost my memory? No, that's impossible, that's impossible. Zirjan shook his head repeatedly. This idea was totally impossible. After all, he was sent here by the goddess. He was reincarnated. Wait, Hilkin slapped his thigh. At the premise of all these assumptions is that the reincarnated goddess did not deceive herself, but how did I come into this world? I was hit and killed by a dump truck? But what was the reason? Why did the dump truck hit and kill me? Was it because it ran a red light? Was it because it was overloaded? Or was it because it was driving dangerously? What was I doing that day? No, that's not the case. Hilkin felt his head starting to hurt again. He slowly squatted down, covered his head, and tried to clear his mind again. Slowly, he discovered a fact that frightened him. I forgot. I only remember that I came here from a different time, but I can't remember anything that happened before that. Thinking of this, a feeling of unreality suddenly came from all directions. No way, this is too bad. What kind of thing is this, huh? Hilkin looked at the stone wall with a half-smile. My expression must be very funny now, he murmured. Calm down, calm down, calm down, calm down, calm down, calm down. Hilkin sat cross-legged again, closed his eyes, rested his head on his knees, and whispered, I feel like I've discovered something incredible. This is getting interesting. Damn, a reincarnated goddess, right? This is really interesting. He punched the stone wall hard, and blood flowed down his right hand. The pain made Hilkin a little more awake. No, I don't want to think about this anymore. He suddenly found that his voice had become much hoarser. I have to go back. What kind of compensation? This is clearly house arrest, damn it. Hilkin covered his head with his hands. His body, which had apparently recovered, suddenly became slow again, and he even staggered as he walked. He plunged into the spring. The coolness brought by the spring water made him feel much more comfortable. Calm down, don't panic, Sierra Jean. No, what Sierra Jean? I am Lu Feng. I am Lu Feng. I am not Sierra Jean. Yes, I am Lu Feng. Lu Feng laughed, scooped up a handful of spring water and poured it on his face. The cool touch calmed him down again. Don't look at things from Hilkin's perspective. This is the world in the book. I am Lu Feng, a person who traveled through time. I want to look at things from a third-party perspective. That's right, rethink it. Now, no one can be trusted. Thinking of this, Hilkin slowly regained his composure and became truly quiet. He sat in the spring, rubbing his eyebrows and muttering to himself. That short blade. Why did Karavat know about it? Is he a reborn person? Or did someone tell on him? No, the first assumption is not important at all, because Karavat is dead and poses no threat. Oh, that saves us trouble. We only need to consider the second hypothesis. Hilkin took a deep breath and said calmly, the short blade was given to me by the god of contract. He knows about it. Then there is the goddess of reincarnation. According to the god of contract, our every move cannot escape the sight of God, so the goddess of reincarnation is also one of the people who may know about it. And Chris, she was the one who pushed me into the pit in the Daolan ruins. She might also know about the short blade. Is there anything else? Hilkin rubbed his chin, lost in thought. Dway? Where's Dway? The scroll. Yes, if I must explain, it was because Dway told me about the magic scroll that I met Rokas later and gave Karlovat the opportunity to attack me. Could it be? No, I'm overthinking it. I must be overthinking it. This is too much, the logic is too far-fetched. No, I can't lose my mind and become a complete skeptic. Hilkin rubbed his brows and said calmly, so now, there are three suspects, the god of contract, the goddess of reincarnation, and Chris. Let's look at the god of contract first. Why did he tell Karlovat that I had a short blade? Karlovat definitely wanted to kill me at that time. In other words, assuming that the god of contract was the informer, then his purpose should be the same as Karlovat's, which is to kill me. Then why did he go to so much trouble? Could it be that the gods cannot kill me? So I can only let Karlovat, a demon, do it for me? No, that's not right. The god of contract did kill me in the Daolan ruins, so the assumption that the gods can't kill me is wrong. And what did he want? If he was an informer, then his purpose should be the same as Karlovat's, to put me to death. Then, why did he save me after killing me? This is a contradiction. For the time being, the god of contract is ruled out as a suspect. Hilkin sighed. What about the reincarnated goddess? If she is a snitch, thinking of what the reincarnated goddess had done, Hilkin shook his head slightly. No, at worst she would just treat me as a puppet and make me follow her customized script. She wouldn't want to kill me. Is that Chris? But, Hilkin thought of Chris's eyes and emotions. They didn't seem fake. That kind of emotion couldn't be faked, someone else? Hilkin fell silent, a feeling of powerlessness coming over him. Out of control, Hilkin? Hilkin! Are you feeling better? There were concerned cries from outside the cave. Is it Lillian? Hilkin recognized the voice, stayed too long. He thought to himself, then quickly stood up and slowly walked towards the exit of the cave. Chapter 50, Hilkin opens the door and walks out of the cave. The cave seems to be hidden deep underground. Gradually, Hilkin saw the pure gold eternal lamp not far away. Underground cave? What needs to be hidden so deep? Puzzled, Hilkin walked forward and pushed open the slightly worn wooden door. The bright sunshine coming in from outside the door suddenly made him, who had stayed in the underground cave for a long time, feel a little uncomfortable. He raised his hands to cover his eyes. Hilkin? It was Lillian's voice. Hilkin heard it. He raised his head. There were 5 people standing in front of him, and the leader was Lillian, who was looking at him with concern. King Kong wanted to say something, but Lillian unexpectedly hugged him. Hey, sister, I can't breathe. I don't want to die again just after coming back to life, sister, Hilken muttered quietly while struggling harder. Fortunately, Lillian loosened her arms a second before Silken suffocated. Hilken gasped. Finally I'm free, almost drowned in the land of tenderness. Hilken is still shaken. This is the current pope. After expressing various emotions such as concern and apology, Lillian pointed at the old pope beside her and said to Hilken, "Good afternoon, your holiness." Hilken bowed in a standard manner and said as he bowed, the old pope was slightly stunned. What's wrong? Hilken was full of surprise. Did he do something wrong? Ha, little Hilken, you weren't like this back then. Immediately, the old pope burst into laughter. He leaned on his scepter and said cheerfully, "Let me think about it. When your father brought you to my place, you secretly grabbed my beard. Now you have suddenly become so polite. I am not used to it." Really? So, Hilken scratched his head in embarrassment. Is this the original person? It's hard to describe, people always change, your holiness. Besides, so much time has passed, some changes are inevitable. I can't possibly go grab your beard now. Yeah, people change. The old pope looked kind and spoke slowly. After that, he clenched his scepter and slowly said to everyone, "I'm tired. Sorry, I can't accompany you." The man dressed as a priest beside him said calmly, "Your holiness, you are now a celestial being. You spend a lot of time wandering in heaven every day, not in the mortal world." So that's it. That's amazing. You are worthy of being the pope. Isn't this Alzheimer's disease, daydreaming every day? Well, Hilken sighed in his heart. It's good to be in a high position and have power. No matter what you do, there will always be people who come up with all kinds of sophisticated excuses for you. Looking at the pope who had closed his eyes and was supported by the priest beside him, Hilken asked sideways, "Where is Erla?" Erla? Lillian was slightly stunned, but she quickly realized who he was talking about. He said, "With the pastor's treatment, he should be able to recover in some time." Okay. Sure enough, the treatment was completely different, but this was within Hilken's expectations. He glanced around. Previously his eyes were focused on the old pope, but now he had time to observe the others. What happened? When I caught a glimpse of the man standing in the corner, Hilken suddenly felt a pain in his heart, and his head also began to hurt. He put his hands to his head and said nothing. What's wrong? Are you not fully recovered yet? Do you want to stay in the holy spring for a while? Lillian, who was standing by, saw Hilken's appearance and hurriedly stepped forward to ask with concern. No, I'm fine. Hilken shook his head. Maybe I'm just not used to it. Can I go out for a walk? Good. Although she agreed with Hilken's idea, Lillian still had a hint of worry on her face. What happened? After recovering from his shock, Hilken looked at the man in the corner again. The other person stood nonchalantly outside the holy spring, with a long sword on his waist, looking tired and seemingly full of negativity. Is it the person who guards the holy spring? Hilken whispered, looking at the man again. At this moment, although my head still hurts a little, it is much better than before. At least I can look him in the face normally. Subconscious, or has the original body had contact with this person before? That's why I feel this strange feeling. My body is shaking, I'm afraid. This man in front of me. Hilken took a deep breath and looked away. What's wrong? The man seemed to notice Hilken's target, raised his eyes and asked lightly. No, it's okay. Hilken covered his heart and said with a smile, the pain in my heart came again. Why is this happening? Did I just hear his voice? Damn, who is this guy? You look very bad. The man continued. Really? Then I might need to go out for some fresh air. Hilken sighed and said. Yeah. The man said no more and returned to his previous lazy look. Lillian looked at Hilken's leading back, her voice becoming more and more uneasy. Passing by the tall and solemn churches, Hilken was able to catch a glimpse of the unadorned blue sky. Call. Chapter 60. Hilken left the church and sat down on a stone by the roadside and started chatting with the goddess. He was breathing heavily, feeling oppressed by everything in the church. Yeah, Hilken? Why aren't you talking, Hilken? Speak, what should I say? Hilken looked at the familiar golden figure passing through his mind. He had hoped countless times that the figure could tell him something more, but at this moment, he didn't want to get any information from the figure in front of him. Ah, reincarnated goddess, long time no see. After a while, Zirjan finally spoke. What's wrong with you? Seeing that Hilken was acting a little strangely, the reincarnated goddess asked with a worried look on her face. Nothing. By the way, what's the plot now? Hilken rubbed his brows, put these messy thoughts behind him, and asked as usual, The goddess frowned slightly. I'm not sure about this. Let me check it out. By the way, where is this place? I just met the Pope. Hilken asked. Snap, the figure in her mind was slightly stunned. After a while, she suddenly became excited and shouted loudly in Zirjan's mind, "No, what brought you here? Are you saying you've seen the Pope? Well, what's wrong?" Hilken asked in confusion. The goddess sighed and said slowly, "The old guy, the Pope, can sense my presence." Can it sense your presence? Hilken was also stunned and asked in disbelief. The goddess nodded and continued, "If nothing unexpected happens, you should be in the Celian theocracy, which is the territory directly governed by the Pope. Is it dangerous here? It's more than just dangerous. There are several people here who are incredibly powerful." The goddess sighed and said weakly, "Oh, by the way, I met someone outside the Holy Spring earlier. You entered the Holy Spring?" The goddess' surprised voice came again. What's wrong? Zirjan rubbed his brow and asked. Why did you enter the Holy Spring? Did you almost die? You don't know? Hilken asked in surprise. Logically speaking, you don't have any scenes next. Why did something happen to you? The reincarnated goddess looked puzzled. She scratched her head and couldn't figure it out. She simply asked directly, what happened? Hilken told her everything, only the inexplicable scroll was hidden. Are you saying that Karlovat's target is you? The goddess frowned, rubbed her eyebrows, and asked with a puzzled look. Yes. Hilken nodded slightly. At this moment, he was sitting on a large rock in a dark alley on the side of the road, talking to the reincarnated goddess in his mind. Seeing Hilken's affirmative answer, the goddess jumped up and down in his mind, as if the news also surprised her. That's strange. According to the plot in the book, Karlovat's target should be Lin En. She said puzzledly. The target is Lin? Yes, it's obvious. The reincarnated goddess continued, Karlovat is a demon general, and Lin En is the protagonist. They are mortal enemies. Logically, Lin En has been recognized by the hero and got the blue. The news was known to the Demon King, and the Demon King ordered Karlovat, the general who was best at hiding, to ambush in the capital, waiting for an opportunity to deal with Lin En. Then why am I the scapegoat? I didn't get the blue either? I got nothing in the maze. Hilken asked helplessly. God knows. The goddess sighed, she seemed helpless. By the way, you said before that this part of my story is not recorded in the book, right? Asked Hilken. The reincarnated goddess nodded and said calmly, yes, you are not mentioned in the book. The person described in the book during this period is Lin En. After all, he is the protagonist. Where did Lin fight Karlovat in the book? The streets of the civilian area of the empire. At that time, Lin En sensed the presence of demons in the capital, so he wandered around the capital every night, hoping to destroy the demons. Civilian area. I was attacked near the academy. The location of the attack was also different, which means that the other party's target was me, and it was not some accident that caused me to mistakenly enter the plot. It seems that Devi is not a suspect, and it was not because of her that I mistakenly entered the plot that should have belonged to the male protagonist. This was a blatant attack on me, and my previous speculation was correct. Thinking of this, Hilken calmed down. How did Lin solve the problem of Karlovat in the original book? Well, that's of course due to the protagonist's halo. In the early stages, he was beaten half to death by Karlovat. In the later stages, a bunch of heroines like Chris appeared to help the hero. The hero awakened his power and defeated Karlovat directly. Does that mean Cain didn't appear originally? The male protagonist defeated Karlovat relying on the aura of the protagonist, while I relied on the power of outsiders. So from this point of view, the real protagonist of this book should still be Lin En, and I am still just a villain, since the identity of the protagonist has not been transferred. Then the reason why Karlovat came to kill me is not because the person who poses a threat to the demon clan has changed from Lin En to me. It's because there's something special about me that makes them wary. What could it be? They would rather give up Lin En as the protagonist than to kill me. What are you thinking about? Hilken. Ah. I'm here. The goddess's somewhat irritable words brought him back to reality. Did you hear what I just said? The goddess asked unhappily. Feel sorry. Oh, never mind. The reincarnated goddess shook her head and continued, your primary goal now is not to show off. The Celian theocracy is like an advanced dungeon for you now, but my family is powerful enough, said Sierjin. Indeed, but your identity is a reincarnated person, the goddess reminded. Seeing that Hilken said nothing, the goddess continued, in short, you need to return to the imperial capital as soon as possible, and at the same time, successfully complete the plot that you should have completed in the college competition. The situation is already very chaotic, you can't disrupt the plot anymore. I have a question. Hearing this, Zirjan suddenly asked. What's wrong? You said before that the reason why we have to go through the plot is because the plot is the basis for the development of the entire world in the book. If we don't follow the plot, the world in the book will disappear. But, this time, Lin En is the protagonist, but didn't he follow the plot? He wasn't the one who defeated Karlovat? Why doesn't the world in the book disappear? Faced with Hilken's question, the reincarnated goddess first fell silent. After a moment, she slowly said, because this rule only applies to you. What do you mean? Lin asked in confusion. Sighing, the reincarnation goddess continued, because Lin, including Chris and others you asked me about earlier, they are native to the world of the book and have little influence on the world of the book. But you are different. You are a reincarnated person. You must follow the plot of the original book completely in important plots, otherwise it will destroy the original plot and cause the world of the book to disappear. Wait, you didn't explain it clearly. What do you mean by negligible? Okay, it's almost time. I have some things to go back and take care of, so I'll leave first. Hilken wanted to ask more questions, but the reincarnated goddess disappeared from Hilken's mind without even saying hello. It looks like he ran away in a panic, Zirjan sighed. She is hiding something. Is she deliberately not telling me, or is she saying she can't tell me? Especially when it comes to the plot and the world in the book, she would always speak vaguely and then run away in a hurry, as if she didn't want to delve into this topic further. Forget it, let's not think about these annoying things. I just came out to relax. Thinking of this, Hilken slowly stood up, looked around, and prepared to take a good stroll in the Celian theocracy to enjoy the unique customs of a foreign country. Chapter 52, Hilken gets up from the stone and goes out and accidentally encounters the protagonist. It's a very quiet alley. Standing up from the big rock where he was sitting, Hilken looked around. It's dark, quiet, and deserted here. How did I end up in such a damn place? He sighed slowly. But then again. Sierjin changed the subject and continued, this kind of place should be where accidents happen most often. Heroes saving beauties, this kind of plot will happen in this kind of alley. Well, it has nothing to do with me. I'm not the protagonist anyway. Hilken put his hands behind his head, kicked the gravel on the ground aside, and walked out of the alley nonchalantly. I guess the territory under the Pope's rule must have its own unique characteristics. What is that? Hilken, who was walking outside, stopped and was attracted by a noise coming from the corner. He stood on tiptoe, pressed his body against the wall, and tilted his head slightly to look not far away. No. Please don't do this. You still think someone can come to rescue you after all this? Stop kidding. No, don't. No way. I really met a hero who saves the beauty. Looking at the girl at the corner of the alley not far away, whose clothes were being torn off by a man and who was unable to fight back, Hilken sighed. We can't just sit back and watch. Without thinking too much, Hilken took a step forward. Stop. He shouted righteously, let go of that girl. Don't move. Get down and put your hands on your head. Isn't this right? Seeing the female knight suddenly appear at the entrance of the alley, Hilken, who had just been immersed in his handsome and heroic image of saving the beauty, was stunned, exactly the same as the man in front of him who had failed. I can explain. I'm a good person. Hilken tried to explain himself, but the other party ignored him. Hold your head and squat. The female knight shouted again in a cold voice and drew the long sword from her waist. After kicking the culprit who was squatting on the ground obediently, she slowly walked towards Hilkin. Miss Knight, you may have some misunderstandings. I am actually a good person. Hilkin tried to explain, but at this moment, the excuses seemed to have become pale. Miss Knight looked at Hilkin leisurely, without saying a word, with a smile on her face, but he never put down the sword in his hand. Really, Miss Knight, if you don't believe me, you can ask the lady next to you. Hilkin looked at the girl beside him. The girl shrank back, glanced at Hilkin, and seemed to have mustered up the courage to speak. Well, master, it's him, he and I are in cahoots. Without waiting for the girl to say anything, the man squatting on the ground immediately shouted loudly, "No way, you want to take someone with you even if you die?" Hilkin stared at the man on the ground in amazement. Snort. The night lady snorted coldly, took out a piece of parchment from the soft armor on her waist, and read it word by word. Recently, a group of people have kidnapped young girls in the church. They work in groups and divide the work among themselves. One person will carry out the molestation, while his accomplice will pretend to be a kind-hearted person who was brave enough to do good, and then wait for an opportunity to kidnap the girl. The girl who had wanted to speak for Hilkin earlier immediately took 2 steps back after hearing what Miss Knight said, curled up, and looked at Hilkin with a look full of fear and terror. "Oh no, it's over. There's no way I can clear myself of this." Hilkin sighed, watching Miss Knight getting closer and closer. He made one last attempt. "I am the eldest son of the Roland family. No matter who you are, since you have made a mistake, you have to follow me," Miss Knight said unkindly. Chapter 53. I found that the chapter before the previous one was marked wrong, but I was too lazy to change it. Okay, I admit it. Hilkin silently followed Miss Knight's instructions and squatted down like the previous man. His hands were tied and he was thrown onto the carriage. So where are my secret guards? Where are they? Hilkin was very depressed and leaned against the side of the carriage in a gloomy mood. Next to him was the molester. Is this considered the plot forcing him to be a villain? As expected, his power as a villain is infinite. Brother. Who is your brother? Hilkin moved aside in disgust and said coldly. Oh. Now stop pretending to be so superior. The man glanced at Hilkin with disdain. He spitted and said, I tell you, if you are caught by these knights, you will be guilty even if you are innocent. Is it true? Hilkin asked curiously. Well, can it be fake? The man kept twisting his body in strange ways, as if he was not used to speaking because his hands were tied behind his back and he could not move them. The knight who just arrested us is not a good person. These knights seem to be messengers of justice, but in fact, they only think about themselves. In her eyes, we are just tools for promotion. Otherwise, why did she rush to convict you without any investigation? Really? Hilkin continued to ask. No, that's all true. I'm a frequent customer. The man said without any shame. Is this something to be proud of? Hilkin said helplessly. Ha ha ha, but don't worry. The man laughed and said, I have someone above me. She can't keep me locked up for long. Does anyone need to do this? Hilkin asked with disdain. What do you know? This is a hobby. I feel excited when I see a girl begging and crying helplessly in front of me. This feeling makes my blood boil. The man said excitedly. All right, pervert, just keep your mouth shut. Hilkin kicked the man to the side of the carriage and said calmly. Hey, kid, you dared to kick me? The man struggled to sit up and looked at Hilkin with a vicious look on his face. Damn it, you little brat, do you know who I am? He spat on the ground and asked coldly. I don't know. Hilkin shook his head and answered truthfully. Remember this, my uncle works for the Knights Templar, do you understand? There's no way I'll be caught, and you'll only be my scapegoat. The man said viciously. Is this the reason why you wanted to help me before you died? Hilkin suddenly realized. That's right. The man continued, you are the main culprit, and I am just a poor man who was forced into a desperate situation. With the help of my uncle, I will only need to be locked up for a few days and then I will be able to get out. As for you, your life will probably be over. The Night Lady just said that no matter who we are, she will bring us to justice. Hilkin said calmly. I don't think she's the kind of person who tells lies. Ha, although my uncle is not a very high-ranking official in the Knights, he can still decide the future of a young knight. The Knight Lady just now looks like a poor child who has just become a knight. What do you think she will choose? I see. Are you threatening others with their future? You really are a complete scumbag. Hilkin leaned against the wall of the carriage and said lightly. Oh, whatever you say, it doesn't matter. You're going to be my scapegoat soon anyway. The man snorted and no longer paid attention to what Hilkin said. He smiled and said, be more careful next time, don't be so eager to be a hero, so as not to offend someone you can't afford to offend. Dang dang, the carriage came to a stop after a long curve. Miss Knight jumped out of the car, tapped the window gently with the hilt of her sword, and said in a cold voice, please. Pooh. The man got out of the car and spit at Miss Knight provocatively, saying with disdain, wait for me. I'm always at your service. Miss Knight did not get angry, but spoke calmly. TSK, why are you pretending? The man cursed angrily. What about you? Do you still need my treat? Miss Knight looked at Hilkin and raised her eyebrows slightly. Hilkin obediently followed the man into the tall building in front of him. This is the headquarters of the Knights. On the mainland, the Knights' work is extremely heavy. They are responsible for exterminating the demons externally and maintaining public order internally. However, due to different classifications, different Knight orders are responsible for different specific contents. Now, Hilkin and others have come to a Knight order that is specifically responsible for public security. After entering the small room specially used for interrogation, the previous Knight Lady began the interrogation. Name: Hilkin, gender. It's just a routine interrogation. It's possible that the criminal may use something like a transformation potion, so we need to examine it carefully. Miss Knight said calmly. All right. Looking at the serious Miss Knight, Hilkin put aside his worries. Snap. Miss Knight closed her notebook and finally asked, you said you are a good person? It is absolutely true, said Hilkin. Well, but you can't produce any evidence. The other party has accused you of being his accomplice. Although Miss Knight's words were somewhat relaxed, her face remained stern. I didn't believe what Hilkin said. It's simple. You asked me to inform my family. She has a way to prove my innocence. Although he was puzzled as to why his secret guard had not appeared yet, as long as he saw Lillian, there would be no problem. After all, his sister was chatting and laughing with the supreme ruler here, the Pope, so it shouldn't be difficult to let him go. The Lady Knight in front of him seemed to approve of this approach. She nodded slightly, then said, in theory, you do have the right to contact your family. Let me get you a message scroll. Thank you very much. Bang! Just as Miss Knight was about to leave, the door was suddenly kicked open. Wins Elsa. The man was wearing a slightly bulky suit of armor with an iron medal pinned on it, which looked quite funny. Team leader. The Knight Lady named Windsor said respectfully. Captain Dirk responded slightly. He looked at Hilkin, then looked back at Windsor. He said, the truth has been revealed. The man in front of us is the culprit. Ah, it seems that he is the uncle that the man just mentioned. Hilkin looked up and saw that the other person was also looking at him. There was a hint of sinisterness in his eyes. It was indeed him. Now Hilkin was even more certain. But Windsor hesitated to speak, waved his hands, and his armor clinked with the movement. He interrupted Winersha and said, no buts, the evidence is conclusive, he is the culprit. This, I'm afraid there is something hidden. Winersha felt that the captain was weird today. The more anxious she was, the more she felt there was something wrong. By the way, let me ask the other one, maybe. She started again. I told you, he is the culprit. Let me see. After that, Duarte picked up the notebook from the side and said, Hilkin, right? Okay, I understand. He pushed Winersha out of the room and said calmly, there's no need to interrogate that man. I've asked him myself and there's no problem. Now let me interrogate Hilkin. There are some questions about him that I need to confirm with this. Winshaw wanted to say something, but Dirt didn't give her a chance and closed the iron door directly. Looking at the locked interrogation room in front of her, Windsor clenched her fists. There is a problem. There must be a problem here, Hill King. Yes, he said that he was the eldest son of the Roland family. Maybe we can ask the Roland family. But Roland, what is Roland's last name? I haven't heard of it. Let's check it out. Having made up her mind, Windsor walked towards the archive room. Chapter 54. The villain young master will not meet the blind divine lady. Tatatovit's bloated armor made constant noises as he walked, which looked quite funny as he sat down slowly, right opposite to Hilken. Okay, from now on you are the culprit, Mr. Hilken. Looking at Dut, who was confident of victory and had a proud look on his face, Hilken sighed deeply. I think I don't have a chance to defend myself. Hearing what Hilken said, Dut's face, which was not covered by the armor, was wrinkled with deep wrinkles because of his smile. He said, I'm glad you understand. Bang, the iron bars were shut tightly as Sirkin was thrown into a cell by Dut. I never dreamed that one day I would end up in jail. Logically speaking, with my family background, I should be the villain who framed others and put them in jail. Sitting on the ground, Hilken looked around boredly, dark, damp, and silent, all in all, a pretty standard cell. Look, another poor guy. A sudden sound came from the corner, which startled Hilken. He looked back into the depths of the cell. A figure gradually emerged from the darkness. She was a girl slightly shorter than him. She was dressed simply and dusty, but meticulously, with her eyes covered with a thick white cloth that dragged on the ground. He was brought in by Det, right? Without waiting for Hilken to speak, she spoke again. How do you know? Looking at the thick cloth wrapped around her eyes, Hilken couldn't help but ask curiously. The girl smiled, lifted the white hair beside her ear, and said lightly, the walking posture is like a big frog, and the armor makes a clanking sound. In the entire nights, only Det can make such a sound. He is a rat in the dark and stinking ditch. He can only scare others by dressing neatly and showing off his teeth and claws. He satisfies his inner inferiority by arrogance and overbearingly exercising his power. He is ugly and dirty, and has nothing good in his body. Without this armor, he will only become a sewer pest that rummages through the garbage can to find food. He is dark, ugly, vulgar, and a complete waste. Do you have a grudge? Looking at the girl in front of him who was speaking passionately, eloquently, and seemingly could talk until dark, Hilken wiped the sweat from his forehead and asked. The girl was silent for a moment, then slowly said, I guess so. He overturned my stall? The girl nodded, as if she had just opened her mouth to talk, and she said eloquently, I am a traveler from the Far East. I came here to save the people according to the guidance of the gods, but I hit a wall here. Hit a wall? Hilken asked curiously, what big event has involved you? No way. The girl waved her hands and said calmly, it's just that I don't have money. A very realistic reason. Looking at the way the girl was dressed, Zirjan thought she was some kind of hermit, so I set up a stall here. The girl leaned back, half lying on the wall, and said lazily, use cards to tell people's fortunes and study their fortunes. What gypsy girl? Zirjan complained silently in his heart, but his face remained unchanged and he continued to listen. But who knew that this stinky rat in the gutter would suddenly rush over and overturn my stall, saying I was a member of a cult? And they escorted me here directly. It can be heard that the girl's words are full of dissatisfaction and resentment towards it. They call it a cult, but it's clear that they're using me as a tool for promotion. Looking at his expression at that time, it was just like a greedy wild dog chewing on fresh meat with saliva in its cheeks. The new girl still didn't stop talking. All right. Hilken looked outside the iron railings, then raised his hand to interrupt the girl. So how long have you been here? He asked. How long? The girl frowned slightly and kept twirling her long hair with her fingers. After a moment, he said calmly, about 2 days ago. Anyway, it was not long before you came here. I see. Hilken nodded slightly, looking at the girl in front of him. He asked again, my name is Zirjan, what's your name? Denisa Autotelstvo Gachina Orido Guchastev. Can I call you Denisha? It's up to you. The girl waved her hands, seemingly not caring at all. God's guidance. Hilken was very curious about this, but he thought that the other party would not reveal such an important matter to someone like him who knew nothing about it. So Hilken changed the question. Denisha, you said you were a traveler? Yes. Denisha said lightly. How long did you travel? Well, it's a long story, maybe 10 years or so. I've been traveling for a long time. 10 years or so? He is indeed a remarkable man. Hilken enjoyed talking to people like this. Maybe the next prison experience won't be boring. Where does your funding come from? For a decade of travel, this is not a small amount of money. Hilken sat up with interest, blinked, and asked Denisha across from him. When the other party heard this, he also sat up straight, pointed his finger and said slowly, "Well, I tell fortunes with cards, do alchemy, wash dishes for others, work in a tavern. If all else fails, begging is fine. You should be considered as wandering," Hilken said helplessly. "Ah, is that so? Come to think of it, someone has told me that before." Denisha smiled and gently ruffled the white hair that fell from her forehead. She gathered all her hair behind her head, looked up at Hilken, and continued, "It's a shame, but I don't care. I've gotten used to my current life. Come to think of it, I have a little follower. I just don't know where she went." Danisa pointed her index finger at her chin and said calmly, "When she went shopping, I set up a fortune teller, but who knew, alas, speaking of which, that little girl is actually a rich person. Alas, if she were here, I wouldn't have been arrested." After hearing this, Hilken roughly understood the cause and effect. He asked, "So you sneaked out?" "Hey, it's really unreliable," Hilken sighed. "This guy in front of me is definitely a complete charlatan, ahem." Danisa coughed twice and said seriously, "Don't look at me like that. I'm definitely not some charlatan who is trying to seduce the daughters of nobles. I haven't asked yet." "Oh, sorry, I'm used to it." Danisa smiled innocently and said embarrassedly, "Is this person really reliable? Rather, can you really meet any reliable people in prison?" Looking at the open-minded Denisha in front of him, Hilken fell into deep self-doubt. Chapter 55. Please enter a title. The other side. After returning empty-handed in the data room, Windsor returned to the alley where Silken was arrested and tried to find clues around the alley. Judging from what he said at the time, he should be a young master from a wealthy family. Windsor plans to start from this area and investigate places where there may be aristocratic families. Turn out of the alley, she saw the central church. No way, Windsor looked up. An unbelievable idea came to her mind. After looking around and confirming once again that there was no other place where aristocratic families might exist except the central church, she headed towards the central church with a dead heart. This job is most likely done, she sighed. The messengers of justice also have to work. Therefore, Miss Knight looked depressed at this moment. "Hello. Wow. You," Miss Knight turned around in surprise when someone tapped her on the shoulder from behind. "If the other party can pat my shoulder without anyone noticing, it means that the other party is also capable of taking off my head without anyone noticing." So when Ursha swallowed her saliva and turned to look at the other person with a nervous face, "The messenger of justice is also deadly." However, after seeing the other person's appearance clearly, Windsor was stunned. The other person was leaning on crutches, with bandages wrapped all over his body, looking like a dying patient. "What do you want?" When Ursha asked in confusion. "I noticed you were pacing back and forth here stealthily, so I wanted to ask, have you seen my master?" "Master?" When Ursha was a little puzzled. "Looking for someone, right? This is also the job of the knights." Thinking of this, she regained her enthusiasm and asked, "What's your young master's name?" "Hilken." "Okay, Hilken." The bright smile on when Ursha's face froze. "You said, your young master?" Urla nodded. Although her body has not yet recovered, her strength is still strong. "Ah. I have seen it before, but it's quite complicated. Let me explain it to you in detail from beginning to end." Glancing at the other person's clenched knife handle, Winshaw's voice trembled a little. Although the other person was wrapped in bandages all over his body, she had a feeling that if he just raised his hand slightly, she would be split in half. So she told Urla the whole story as quickly as possible. After listening carefully, Urla nodded slightly. He said, "My young master would never do such a thing. I also think this is a bit unexpected, but it doesn't matter even if he did it. He is in the Knight's headquarters now, right?" Urla asked bluntly. "Yes, lead the way." No, lead the way. Let me see him first," Urla said calmly. "But if you do this, do you need to inform others?" Looking at the bandages on Urla's body, Winshaw hesitated to speak. "No need," Urla said again in a cold voice. Seeing the other party's tough attitude, Winshaw said no more and took her to the Knight's headquarters. In the central church, the old pope and others apparently also learned about this. Lillian sat on the chair with an expressionless face, and the old pope opposite her also had an expressionless face. The two of them just sat facing each other, but the old pope was not calm at heart. He had never been so depressed. "Damn, which idiot offended the person who gave me money? Where does the money come from in a country ruled by the church? The bulk of the money naturally comes from the major believers. Coincidentally, the Roland family was the biggest victim every year. The Roland family would put a lot of money into the Pope's pocket. A lot of money went directly into the Pope's private treasury. Without going through the state accounts, snap! Lillian's heels hit the tile floor and she looked up at the old Pope. The old Pope still looked calm and composed, saying nothing. How shameless. Why are all of you old men the same? Lillian finally couldn't help but speak first. Hey. The old Pope said nothing and just smiled foolishly. What's the matter? Why is little Lily so angry? Hilken was put in prison. Don't you know about this? Lillian asked casually with a smile on her face. Snap! The old Pope stood up and slammed his scepter to the ground. He looked at Lillian with a surprised look. He shouted loudly, What? There is such a thing? I will investigate it immediately and make sure to get to the bottom of it and clear little Zurgen's name. Lillian looked at the old Pope. The old Pope also looked at her with a determined look on his face. You mean you don't know anything, right? Lillian picked up the porcelain cup on the glass coffee table and asked slowly. Chads. Check it out right now. Send someone to release Hilken. The old Pope looked at the cardinal and read beside him and shouted, Yes. The bishop nodded slightly and immediately walked quickly out of the hall. Lillian watched all this in silence. Oh my. How could such a thing happen? It is outrageous to both humans and gods. It is outrageous to both humans and gods. It is outrageous. The old Pope was still pacing in the temple, making the tiles on the floor jingle. All right, if I hadn't come here in a hurry this time and hadn't brought anyone with me, this wouldn't have happened. Lillian waved her hand and said, unable to bear the old Pope's deceitful behavior. No, the main responsibility still lies with us. The old Pope sat down with a smile and picked up the hot tea again, and at this moment, Windsor has already brought Erla to the outside of the base. The two of them slowly entered the camp, and from a distance they heard a voice as beautiful as a nightingale arguing with the knight. Release Ms. Denisha. A short girl wearing a hat stood on tiptoe and looked at the knight on the platform. The knight smiled indifferently and said calmly, Little guy, your lady Denisha is a cultist. This is a foregone conclusion. Snort. The short girl snorted coldly, took out a booklet from her bosom with her silk-gloved hands, opened it, and read the laws of the church aloud. About a minute passed. She raised her head again, looked at the other person, and said in a cold voice, In summary, Ms. Denisha can only be classified as a pagan at best, not a cultist. In my opinion, Ms. Denisha can only be regarded as a charlatan at best. Even calling her a pagan is a stretch. She is far from committing a crime. The knight reached out and rubbed the girl's hat, then said with a smile, What's the point of saying all this? The higher-up said she is a cultist, so she is a cultist, and we are holding her tight now. The girl stamped her feet and looked angrily at the knight in front of her. I say, whose daughter are you? Even if that guy isn't a cultist, he doesn't look like a good person. You weren't deceived by her, were you? There are many such cases nowadays, deceiving the daughters of nobles, playing with their feelings, and draining their money. Shut up, Ms. Denisha is the greatest person in the world, you will never understand. Okay. Hey! What are you doing? You can't come in here. Windsor? Why are you here? Just as Windsor and the other two were about to sneak in, they were stopped by the knight from before. We are here, is Hilken in there? Erla asked bluntly. Yes, but, ugh. Erla drew his sword and put it against the knight's neck. Go away, it's none of your business. Well. The knight immediately trotted to the side. We are all just workers, our lives are the most important. With this thought in mind, most of the knights made way. After all, the aura emanating from Erla was really scary. Chapter 56 Leaving Prison, 50%, come to think of it. How can you tell fortunes if you can't see? Hilken asked curiously. Well, Denisha paused visibly. Hey, you're not really a charlatan, are you? How could that be? Fortune-telling is something that can only be understood but not explained, so stay out of the fortune-teller's business. Denisha turned her head away and spoke seriously. He must be feeling guilty anyway. How come he is a traveler one moment, a fortune-teller the next, and a fortune-teller the next? At least they can talk about the same thing. The image of the person in front of him became increasingly unreliable in Hilken's mind. There was a hint of disgust between Hilken's eyebrows. What's that look in your eyes? Feeling the disdainful look from Hilken, Denisha immediately felt indignant. She sat up straight, leaned forward slightly, and stretched out her hand, as if ready to have a good discussion with Hilken about this issue. Listen to me, master. Mississippi. At this moment, Erla and the girl from before came here together, looking at the two people in the cell, and they said in unison, "Ah, it's Erla, how does it feel?" Seeing the person coming, Hilken waved excitedly, but after noticing the bandages on the other person's body, he asked with some concern. "I'm fine, master." Erla said calmly. After saying that, she stepped forward and drew the long sword from her waist. With a burst of white shadows, the iron railing in front of Hilken turned into powder in an instant. Your strength recovered so quickly? Even Hilken was a little surprised to see this. Well, not really, about 2 or 3 out of 10. Erla lowered her head slightly and spoke softly, only 2 or 3 out of 10? It seems my secret guards are still quite powerful. Hilken nodded secretly, feeling smug. Just as Hilken was about to tell Erla about his experience, he suddenly heard crying beside him. Wow, little Lavna, I almost thought I'd never see you again. It's so good to see you again. Denisa reached out through the remaining iron railings, tightly grasped the hands of the girl named Lavna, and spoke in tears. The mood changes too quickly. Hilken shook his head, and Lavna on the opposite side was obviously also having a headache. She pulled her hand out with force, then tapped the iron railing lightly with her knuckles, making a ding-ding sound. He looked at Denisa in front of him coldly. Ma'am, we agreed not to run around. Ah, this is not just a whim, it's just a whim. Snap. Sensing that the low pressure on Yalovna had not yet dissipated, Denisa clasped her hands together and bowed her head to apologize. I'm sorry for making you worry. I'm really sorry. This won't happen again. I promise that I'll report any action I take next time and I won't disappear without saying a word. Anyway, I'm really sorry. In view of my sincere apology, please forgive me, Miss Lavna, who is smart, beautiful, elegant, generous, kind, beautiful, talented, and noble. How should I put it? Judging from his interaction with Denisa just now, even if she kneeled down in public, Hilken would not feel it was awkward. It seemed that there was nothing that this guy in front of him could not do. Lavna was visibly stunned when she looked at Denisa in front of her, and seemed to swallow back what she was about to say. There is a chance. Feeling the rising air pressure around her, Denisa was delighted and quickly stepped forward to grab Lavna's hand again, put on a pitiful look. Anyway, this won't happen again. Lavna sighed and said quietly. Denisa's apology plan was successful. Denisa was feeling smug inside. She patted her, but as if nothing had happened, and stood up. She walked forward and came in front of Hilken. By the way, meeting is destiny. Let me give you a card. Just think of it as a gift from a genius fortune teller and keep it well. What kind of gift is this? Who would want something from a charlatan? Hilken looked at Denisa in front of him in silence. Denisa rummaged through her pockets, her face becoming more and more hesitant. My cards, ah. They seem to have been knocked over with the stall. She smiled innocently and stood there at a loss. It was a pleasant surprise to see this guy looking so bewildered. Hilken sighed. Here are the cards, ma'am. Lavna stepped forward, took out a stack of yellowed and worn cards from her bosom and handed it to Denisa. When your stall was overturned, these cards were picked up by beggars on the roadside. I spent 2 gold coins to redeem them. Ah. It's my cards. Feeling the touch of the cards with her fingers, Denisa's face was filled with joy. Little Lavna, you are amazing. No, nothing, it's all I should do. Lavna clenched her fists and tilted her head slightly. Hey. Holding the cards, Denisa jumped over Erla and in front of Hilken. She smiled and said, Young master? My name is Zirjan. Zirjan said helplessly. Oh. Young master, just draw one and it will be my gift to you. You didn't listen to me at all, did you? Hilken had lost the desire to complain, looking at Denisa, who looked hopeful. He did not refuse and walked forward to draw a card. The cards were very worn and looked like antiques that had been with the lady for a long time. Hilken put the cards into his arms without paying any attention. Chapter 57. Leaving prison, 100%, plus Denisa and Lavna. Well, then, little Lavna, we must go. Denisa reached out and grabbed Lavna's hand, pulling her out. "Hey! Ma'am, please be careful, there are steps on the ground," Lavna shouted worriedly from behind. "Leave? Where to?" Dirt and the man who had previously framed Hilkin had just come out of the lounge when they saw the scene in front of them. He was so angry that his face turned ashen, almost the same color as the armor on his body, that he turned around and glared at the other people and the knights, loudly demanding, "What were you doing? Someone was robbing the prison, and you didn't stop them?" The knights stood up one after another, put down their teacups, newspapers, and books, picked up the long swords at hand reluctantly, and stood behind Det perfunctorily. You guys, Det looked back at this group of lazy knights, feeling extremely angry, but then he remembered that most of these knights came from wealthy families with solid financial resources, so he swallowed back the curse that was about to come out of his mouth. These knights also have their own considerations of the knights. Templar in charge of public security is the most idle Knights Templar. Most of the knights in the order are young men from wealthy families with solid financial resources. They come here just to spend their days and do not rely on the bounties from the Knights Templar to make a living. Even if there are civilians like Windsor, most of them are assigned to difficult field missions. Jobs like this one stationed in the Knights Templar had long been divided up among these rich kids. In short, everyone present here is from a wealthy family, so they completely ignored Det in front of them. They are all discerning people. This Erla is obviously a secret guard of a big family. Besides, it is not something that ordinary people can do to break into a prison calmly. It is better to have less trouble than more. At most I will lose my job. I can then make some arrangements and change to another knight order, but I will just continue to live a life of idleness and wait for death. Therefore, only when Dot gave clear orders would these knights pretend to be knights. Of course, Dirt didn't dare to say anything to these people. He had worked so hard to climb to his current position. If he offended some rich kid and fell from grace, it would be a loss, but he also felt that his face was rejected and was resentful, so he directed his anger at Hilkin and others in front of him. You actually dared to break into the prison? Who gave you the courage?" His face turned livid and he was almost furious. This was undoubtedly a challenge to his authority. He was the captain of this team of the knights and the most powerful person present. How could anyone offend him? Kill them all, and set up a formation on the spot. He shouted loudly, his face distorted and ugly, as if a piece of plasticine that had been constantly trampled and expanded was thrown to the ground, bloated and full of wrinkles. The knights behind him looked at each other, all without saying a word. They stood there holding their swords, almost falling asleep. "Fuck, are you all deaf?" Dot looked embarrassed, but he didn't dare to take it out on the group of uncles in front of him, so he drew the sword at his waist and rushed forward angrily towards Hilkin and others. At this moment, Shurkin, who had been ignoring him, leaned close to Erla's ear and told her everything that had happened to him. "These are the two men, right, sir?" She looked at Det and the man behind him and asked coldly. Master, do you have any instructions?" "Kill him." After a moment of silence, Hilkin spoke. "Good." Erla nodded slightly and stepped forward. The blade at the waist emitted a terrifying cold light, but Dot was already blinded by anger. He walked in front of Hilkin with duck-like steps, raised his sword and was about to cut Hilkin in two. "Go to hell." He shouted with a fierce smile. Swish. Erla took another step forward indifferently. A cold light flashed from top to bottom. Dot still kept his sword raised high, but did not move. Erla tilted her head slightly, and looked with her calm eyes at the man standing behind Det who had framed Sirkin. What are you going to do?" At this moment, even the man realized that something was wrong. Snap! About 5 seconds had passed since Erla drew his sword, and his armor, and even the sword in his hand were cut in two. He fell limply to the ground, splashing countless warm blood. Hilkin stepped back slightly to avoid the splattered blood. Danisa protected Lavna behind her and blocked the blood. This is impossible. The man took 2 steps back, lost his balance, and fell to the ground, looking at Erla with fear on his face. He trembled and backed away, shaking like a sieve. "That's amazing, this is a superb technique." The knights who were watching were all amazed, and their eyes were full of inquiry when they looked at Hilkin. Erla did not waste her breath or time admiring the man's funny gesture. "The secret guards will kill with one strike." Without any delay, chwa, the second knife flashed by. Erla wiped the blood off the long sword and sheathed it. The man and the wall behind him were cut in half. "We can go now." Hilkin trotted forward from behind and asked as he looked at the knights, "Please." All the knights said in unison. The church knights who were watching all this outside the door also breathed a sigh of relief. The bishop was afraid that Erla was too seriously injured to deal with the knights, so he asked them to come for support. But now it seems, this was really unnecessary worry. Her right hand was in a cast, but she was able to perform such knife skills with her left hand, which was not her dominant hand. Her strength was truly amazing, at least far better than theirs. The 4 people in Hilken's group went out through the crack in the wall. The knights behind him were in an uproar. Thank God for the gift. All the knights bowed down to the corpse on the ground. A knight stepped forward and kicked Death's body twice. Dirt, since you are dead, then make more contributions to the knights. After that, he took out a piece of white paper and picked up a feather pen from the side. I'll go first. He embezzled 50 gold coins from the knights' procurement funds. And me, he embezzled 200 gold coins from the knights' equipment maintenance fee. 30 gold coins for house repairs. All of a sudden, all the knights rushed forward, grabbing the feather pens in the air, and scrambled to record the money that Dirt had embezzled on white paper. As if Dirt was an unforgivable sinner, there was no time to feel sad about Death's departure, because the next person to arrive at the battlefield was the Immortal of Settlement. The knights expressed their gratitude to Dirt at this moment. On the other side, Hilken also said goodbye to Danisa and the others. Young master is from the Empire, right? Danisa asked before leaving. How do you know? Hilken asked in surprise. Could the other party really be a fortune teller? Hey, I told you, I'm a fortune teller. I often use cards to tell people's fortunes. It's not surprising that I know where you are from. After speaking vaguely, Danisa ignored Shurkin and turned around and took Lavna away. Why are they all riddlers? Hilken was filled with helplessness, catching a glimpse of the bandages on Erla's body from the corner of his eye. He asked, Are you feeling better? It's not a problem, but to say that we can return to our heyday, that's not possible yet. Erla responded truthfully. Hilken nodded and took off his coat. It's a bit cold, put it on. Erla wrapped his coat tightly around him and did not refuse Shilken's kindness. This surprised Hilken. Logically speaking, the secret guards shouldn't accept good intentions so easily. But this is not bad either, as it saves a lot of persuasion work. The 2 of them walked slowly towards the central church, one in front and one behind, in silence, the other side. Ms. Danisa. Lavna, who was following behind Danisa, spoke in a low voice. What's wrong? Danisa held the brim of her hat with one hand and tilted her head slightly. A breeze blew by, making her white hair fly all over the sky. Lavna counted on her fingers and said word by word, The 2 gold coins for redeeming your cards will cover our breakfast money for the next half month. Snap! Danisa paused and let the breeze blow her hat to the ground. So, ma'am, we'll have to eat black bread in the morning from now on. Lavna said as she bent down to pick up her hat. Black bread is black bread. Danisa said angrily. Ma'am, you are an adult now, don't act like a child and throw a tantrum. Lavna stood on tiptoe and put the hat on Danisa's head, saying with some dissatisfaction, well. Danisa responded with a smile and reached out to rub Lavna's head. Lavna was indeed from a prominent family and had considerable wealth, but at Danisa's strong request, most of the money for the 2 people's travel, or wandering, was earned by Danisa. In short, Danisa is proficient in all kinds of cheating and deceiving people, and is a complete charlatan. But this young master is very interesting. Danisa looked into the distance and said with a smile on her face. What's so interesting about this? Lavna grumbled in dissatisfaction. Ha ha. Danisa rubbed Lavna's head again. Go ahead, next destination, the Empire. She shouted loudly and pointed her hand forward, attracting the attention and discussion of passers-by. Madam, please keep your voice down. Lavna hugged Danisa's shoulders and whispered. Chapter 58. Return to the Empire. After bidding farewell to Danisa and the other 2, Hilken and Erla returned to the central church together, met Lillian and the old pope again. The 2 of them breathed a sigh of relief when they saw that Hilken was not injured. Now that things have come to an end, let's go back first. Lillian said to the old pope. The purpose of their coming here was to use the holy water spring to heal Hilken. Now that their goal had been achieved, there was naturally no reason to stay any longer, not to mention that there were still a lot of things waiting for Lillian to solve in the capital. So they said goodbye in a hurry and prepared to leave, but before leaving, the old pope suddenly called out to Hilken. Hilken was a little confused, but followed anyway. Led by the old pope, they came to a secluded corner. Shurkin remained silent, looking at the old pope, waiting for his next words. The old pope. looked at Hilken, moved his hand slightly, loosened the scepter, and then tightened it again. Ha ha! He smiled, then reached out and took out a crystal clear pendant with a transparent, sparkling liquid flowing in it. This is. Hilken was a little confused. A little gift for you. The old Pope smiled and held Hilken's hand tightly, then handed the pendant to him. He said calmly, "This small jar of holy water is enough to save your life in a critical moment." Thank you. You're just going to give me something this important? Hilken took the pendant, thanked him, and muttered to himself. Seeing that the old Pope had nothing to say, he slowly retreated. In a trance, Hilken sensed a burning gaze behind him. He turned around and found that the old Pope was staring at him motionlessly. Seeing him looking back, the old Pope smiled warmly again and waved goodbye to Silken. Looking at the pendant and cards in his hand, Zirjan's expression became solemn. That he held both in his arms, walked into the teleportation array silently. Whoosh! A dazzling light flashed, and the bodies of Hilken and others leaped rapidly as if they were wrapped in meteors. In a short while, they returned to Roland's mansion in the royal capital. The room in front of me feels familiar yet strange. Exquisite oil paintings, silver utensils, warm-toned furniture, and there was Hilken sitting on the couch. As soon as Lillian returned to the capital, she went to deal with the pile of things. On the other hand, there was the idle Hilken, who had nothing to do. It's like a sidelined heir. The busy Lillian seems to be the true heir of the Roland family. Tick-tock, the sapphire-studded second hand kept turning. Hilken cleared his mind and looked at the quaint upright bookcase in front of him. The college was not in a hurry, so he could go wherever he wanted. As for the news of his injury, not many people knew about it, and the rumor was nipped in the bud. The room was silent and all the maids stayed away from this locked, luxurious room. In front of Hilken were the cards and holy water he had obtained from the theocracy. He remained in a nearly dazed state until the evening. The rain hit the glass with a dull sound. I see. Hilken chuckled. He slowly stood up and picked up the cards in front of him. Although the cards are worn and faded, you can still vaguely see the patterns engraved on them. A man on the stake surrounded by flames. Everything that has happened so far is a chess game. I am a chess piece that can decide the outcome. The person behind the scenes is controlling me and playing chess with another chess player. Hilken stood up and went to the window. The raindrops outside the window were getting bigger and bigger, dripping on the window, splashing water, but sliding to the ground in an instant and disappearing without a trace. Hilken rubbed his chin, his brows drooping. I finally found the reason for this strange feeling. Ever since he came to this world in the book, he has always had an indescribable strange feeling. Now he understood that this was a feeling of being manipulated. Everything you experience is carefully designed by others. After this trip to the theocracy, Hilken completely confirmed this idea. If the previous attack on Karavad was a move by the opponent, then going to the theocracy now was a counterattack by the chess player behind him. There are three purposes behind this: get the cards, get the holy water, and meet Denisha. It seems that Denisa and I will meet again in the future. And judging from the reaction of the reincarnated goddess, she knew nothing about these two things. It seems that the person behind her and even the gods were included in the game. But who is the chess player behind me? Hilken frowned slightly. This person hid himself too well and didn't reveal any information at all. Is this possible? He calculated everything in great detail, but he never appeared by my side, unless Zirjan suddenly had a vague guess in his heart, that person is me. At this moment, he suddenly thought of Chris, Devi, Lillian and others who had behaved strangely before, especially the little white flower heroine Chris. Her image is completely different from the character in the book world that the reincarnated goddess told her about. I have been to this world before? Or should I say, am I reincarnated? Zirjan raised his hand to his forehead and murmured softly. And Chris and the others still retain their previous memories for some reason, so their attitude towards me is completely different from that in the book? Hilken felt that he was close to the truth. He looked at his slightly trembling hands and said calmly, "But I have lost my memory of my previous reincarnation?" No wonder, I can't remember why I was reincarnated here. It seems that, even how many times I have reincarnated is a question shrouded in mystery. Hilken gave a wry smile, turned around and walked back to sit on the sofa. He raised his right hand, supported his cheek with one hand, and looked at the blanket on the ground. From Lillian's daily actions, it's clear that she has memories from before reincarnation. But she was also extremely surprised by the attack on me, which means that this attack is different from the previous reincarnations. It seems that this opponent has also tried to kill me in this reincarnation. And it was precisely because of this attack that I had the subsequent journey to the theocracy. even the reincarnated goddess is somewhat resistant to the theocracy, which further proves that this was my arrangement in the last reincarnation. At that time, I had already guessed that the opponent would have the killer move of letting Karlovat attack, so I came to the theocracy according to his plan. Once again, Hilken thought of the strangeness of the previous battle in TV's words. The scroll I obtained during the previous battle with Karlovat should be a move I had mastered in my last reincarnation. The me in my last reincarnation used some method to enable me to use this power in this reincarnation as well. Thinking of this, Hilken raised his hand and tried this trick again, but the result was in vain. That's right. How could it be so easy? This must be a way to save my life, Hilken sighed. Thinking back to Dway, everything became clear. When she saw that I had the talent to use magic scrolls perfectly, the expression on her face was not surprise, but more of surprise. She was surprised. She didn't understand why I, at that time, mastered a trick that should not belong to me at this stage. Oh. Hilken picked up the cards again, examined them carefully, and muttered to himself, "It seems that in my last reincarnation, I bet everything on this reincarnation, which is why so many events did not develop according to the plot." From this perspective, the current situation is very critical. Hilken stood up and paced around the room. In my last reincarnation, I considered this reincarnation to be the final battle. Could it be that for some reason, the reincarnation will end here with me? This reincarnation may be my last chance. With a long sigh of relief, Hilken walked towards the door. The enemy is hiding in the dark. Judging from the Karlovat incident, the enemy knows everything about me, and I don't even know what I'm going to do. The situation is really not optimistic, but Hilken raised his head, changed the subject, and said calmly, "Now that I have realized this situation, I guess this was also my arrangement in the last reincarnation. In other words, it's time for me to take over the game now." Hilken whispered. He hid the cards and holy water in his arms and pushed open the door. "Master, dinner is ready for you." The maid who was standing by and watching from a distance saw Hilken push open the door, and immediately stepped forward and spoke. "Good." Hilken nodded slightly and walked towards the restaurant. The next morning, Hilken got up and finished washing up. He looked at himself in the mirror with dark circles under his eyes. Sighed. "I didn't sleep all night. As expected, I overestimated my ability to bear it." Silently putting on his clothes, Hilken headed for school. Chapter 59 Daily Life 1 On the way to school, Hilken passed by the broken bridge, where a new bridge had now been built and everything was back to normal. What happened that night was over. In a world with magic, civil engineering is not a difficult task. As long as you pay enough attention, it can be restored to its original state overnight. The short blade was gone. Looking at the water, Hilken suddenly thought of the short blade that he had lost in the water before, but he didn't jump into the water to look for the dagger. Let's ask Lillian later. Maybe it was picked up by the secret guards who arrived later. Hilken said calmly. When he returned to the academy, his classmates looked at him in surprise. As the young master of the Roland family, he is big news wherever he goes. Absence from the academy is an even bigger deal. The news had already spread throughout the school, but most students didn't know the reason, and there were many different opinions on the matter at school for a while. Now that the real owner has returned, there is bound to be some noise. In a flash, he was surrounded by his classmates again, but this time, he did not answer his classmates' questions. With just a wave of his hand, Hilken left in a hurry without staying for long. Only the puzzled classmates were left standing behind him. Entering the classroom, Zirjan looked around and soon saw a familiar figure and a familiar position. It was exactly the same as when he first came to the college. There was an empty seat next to Dway. After he sat down, Dway came forward, her eyelashes trembling slightly. She lowered her voice and asked with concern, "How is the injury?" Cavendish was also among the most prominent in the empire, and given her status as his fiancée, she naturally knew the real reason for Hilken's absence. "Completely fine." Hilken smiled and spoke. "That's good." Dway first breathed a sigh of relief, with a look of relief on her face, but soon, her expression changed again, and she asked silently, "I heard that it was Karavat who attacked you?" Hilken nodded. He saw the surprised expression on Dv's face. It seems that TV did not expect that the person who attacked her would be Karavat. Hilken thought so. Karavat is one of the 7 generals of the demon clan. His strength should not be underestimated. Although Dv seemed to be merely stating facts, her words were filled with concern and even a hint of fear. The demons are led by the Demon King, who has a total of 7 generals under him, commanding 7 demon armies. Each of them has a transcendent status and strong strength. As a former general, Karlovat's strength should not be underestimated. He is a powerful leader who controls a certain area. Letting Karlovat to assassinate him shows that the devil is ruthless and determined to succeed. It's a pity that Hilken only survived until the arrival of his brother Cain. As the most powerful human in the Empire and a rare genius in the world, his strength can be said to be recognized as the best by humans. Therefore, in front of him, Karlovat is still not good enough. It was really dangerous at the time. I would have died if I had only taken one step. Fortunately, my brother arrived in time. Hilken rode. Dewey nodded. She already knew what had happened. In order to avoid this situation, Hilken, from now on, the special training will be more difficult. She stated her final goal with a serious look on her face. No? Are you still thinking about special training? I'm still a wounded soldier. Hilken said with a sad face. Recalling the special training really gave him a chill. But, you clearly said before that you were completely healed, right? Dewey looked puzzled and asked as if she was confused. You are definitely a sinister person. Hilken looked at Divya with a look of horror. It's not okay. My hand. Hilken hastily covered his right arm. I'm sorry, Devi, I'm afraid. I really can't do special training recently, so I'll have to postpone it. He looked troubled and clenched his arms with difficulty, as if he was enduring great pain. Tiwi looked at Hilken expressionlessly. She turned the glass pen inlaid with opal in her hand and said slowly, let's start tonight. This is for your own good. After all, if we don't quickly increase our strength, who knows if there will be another crisis in the future? Besides, the college competition is about to begin. It will be a joint competition among all the colleges in the country. Do you want to embarrass the Roland family? Hit the mark. Hilken sighed, loosened his arms, and said helplessly, okay. I'll do as you say, Hilken. Tiwi. You two, stop talking in class. The old scholar who had been patient for a long time at the podium raised his thick glasses and spoke with a serious face. I'm sorry, I won't do that again next time. The two said in unison. Chapter 51. Chapter 60. True, the campus I have been away from for a long time makes me nostalgic, but the classroom is completely different. At least that's how it was for Hilken. I had a hard time getting through the morning. Looking at the old scholar who closed the thick book and walked out the door, Hilken breathed a sigh of relief. It's finally over. I never thought that even if I came to the world of books, I couldn't escape from classes and exams. He was filled with depression. Then, Hilken, I'll come to you tonight. Dewey packed up her books, slowly stood up, tilted her head slightly, looked sideways at Zirjan, and spoke softly. Good. Hilken responded weakly. Seeing that Zirjan gave a positive answer, Dewey chuckled and walked out of the classroom with her books. Devi's back gradually disappeared from Zirjan's sight. Hilken lay on the table, clutching the magic scroll in his arms. It's time to go meet Chris. No. Maybe with her personality, she would come to me on her own without me having to look for her. Thinking about Chris's usual behavior, Hilken nodded secretly in agreement. Sure enough, just as Hilken walked into the corridor outside the classroom, a familiar voice came from a distance. Master Hilken? Looking back, as expected, the person coming was Chris. Her tone was urgent, her eyes were full of concern, and she came up and grabbed Hilken's hand tightly. The news that Hilken had returned to the academy had spread throughout the campus after 2 classes, so it made sense for Chris to step forward at this moment. Chris's face was full of anxiety and worry. Not the same surprise as other classmates. Chris looks like she is worried about my health. It seems that Chris is probably the one who knows the reason why I didn't come to school, but she was just a commoner, unlike Devi, so theoretically, she had no access to such news. Even if she had memories before reincarnation, it would not work. Lillian and Devi both confirmed that this attack on Karlovat had never happened before. TSK. In that case, let me make a bold guess. Maybe these people who retain their memories before reincarnation will communicate with each other. It made sense that Dewey had told Chris about my attack on Karlovat. Master Hilken? Seeing that Hilken said nothing, Chris waved her hands up and down in front of Hilken, trying to get his attention. Chris? Long time no see. Hilken came back to his senses and said with a smile, really? Chris complained with a pouty mouth. Then the worry and concern on her face reappeared, and she asked softly, Master Hilken, how do you feel now? Looking at the pair of eyes in front of me that were full of worry, Sierra Jean shook his head slightly and said with a smile, "I'm fine, don't worry, call." Chris seemed relieved to get the answer from Hilken himself. She let go of Hilken's hand and supported her plump chest, which was gently rising and falling with one hand. The plump, ripe red cherry lips opened slightly, sending out a warm, sweet scent. "I'm glad you're okay," she said softly. She tapped the ground with her toes and moved slightly, revealing the slight sense of uneasiness in her heart. "I'm sorry to have made you worry," said Hilken. "No, that's nothing," Chris quickly agreed. "It was a dangerous situation. I almost died at the hands of Carlo." "What?" When Chris paused, Hilken added. "Really? Phew. But fortunately, Master Zurgen, you are standing here safely and chatting with me." Changed, the expression changed. Hilken's expression remained unchanged, but ripples began to form in his heart again. People's expressions will change, especially when they suddenly learn something important. Even people who have received professional training can only prevent drastic changes on their faces and restore their expressions to their original state in an instant. But no matter who you are, no one can achieve no changes at all. Even with professional training, there will be extremely subtle changes on your face. Of course, ordinary people cannot capture such subtle changes, but using magic is different. Hilken had previously cast a spell on himself that pushed his observation abilities to their limit. In this way, he only needs to keep his eyes on Chris's face and constantly compare Chris's face with the previous moment. When her face at a certain moment cannot be completely overlapped with the previous moment, it means her expression changed slightly. Perhaps it was because she had experienced multiple reincarnations that Chris's mind became unusually mature. In any case, the strange look on her face was fleeting, and she soon returned to her concerned expression. If it weren't for the help of magic, Hilken would never have been able to see this subtle change. Having said that, since her expression changed, it meant that the information was beyond Chris's expectations. If Chris, who has the memories of the previous reincarnation, can feel that it exceeds expectations, then it can be declared for sure. Karavat's attack on me was something that had never happened before in my previous reincarnations. Thinking of this, the slight doubt that Hilken had in his heart was completely put aside. Thanks to Kane's timely arrival, I was able to survive. Hilken continued. Well, even if that's the case, Master Zurgen, your strength should not be underestimated. The opponent is a general of the Demon Clan, a high-level fighter of the Demon Clan. Master Zurgen, you can hold on until Kane arrives, and your strength is already far ahead. Chris looked up at Hilken and spoke softly. It's not as amazing as you say. It's more of a matter of luck. Sierra Jean smiled and said with some sadness, if I were really as good as you say, I wouldn't have to worry about the upcoming academy competition. School competition? Oh, by the way, there will be a school competition soon. As the young master of the Roland family, Master Zurgen, you have to participate. Well, that's it. I heard that all the academies in the Empire will participate by then, asked Hilken. Well, all the qualified colleges. Chris nodded slightly, looked at Hilken, and continued, but there aren't many qualified colleges in the entire Empire, so you don't have to worry too much. I have learned about this in advance. It seems that there are only 7 academies in the entire Empire that are qualified to participate. These academies, without exception, are funded by the king. Hilken stroked his chin and said lightly. That's right. Besides, we are the home court. Those who can come here are basically the top students from other colleges or the sons of big families. At this point, Chris spread her hands and said helplessly, to put it bluntly, the tournament is to let outstanding talents perform in front of the king, and at the same time let the young men and women of the major families show up and demonstrate their abilities. So, Master Zurgen, you don't have to be too nervous. I hope so, said Hilken. Oh, by the way, I haven't eaten yet. Chris caught a glimpse of the wall clock out of the corner of her eye and suddenly realized something. She hurriedly said hello and ran away. The subsidized canteen provided by the academy to civilian students like me has limited opening hours. I'll leave first. Master Zurgen. Oh. Okay, before Hilken could say anything, Chris had already disappeared in the corridor without a trace, running really fast. Hilken sighed, then he turned and left, walking towards the other side of the corridor. Chapter 61 Daily Life Part 2 Time passed and soon it was night. Hilken meets Tiwi again. This time, there was no need for any pleasantries and the two of them started training directly, but what was different from before was that Hilken found that he seemed to be much better facing Devi now than before. Although it cannot be said that the fight was evenly matched, at least they were not beaten to the point where they were completely powerless to fight back. Dewey also discovered this. "You are really talented," she said with a smile. Perhaps he sensed that the competition was approaching and his potential was unleashed, said Hilken after a short break. The two started training again, but Devi's training became more and more rigorous. The wooden swords kept colliding with each other, and Hilken went from losing his sword several times in the beginning to having a hard time resisting. Techniques are constantly improving, the same is true for magic. Devi is a versatile person and is especially proficient in magic. Under her guidance, Hilken's magic continued to improve. Of course, this is also inseparable from Hilken's photographic memory. He had memorized a lot of the magic books that Devi had given him before. The accumulation of these basic knowledge made him more adept at learning magic. Magic and magic scrolls are two completely different systems, so unfortunately, the talent in magic scrolls cannot be brought into magic learning. Bang! Fierce flames burst out from the red magic circle in front of Hilken, burning a sea of flowers far away from the dormitory into ashes. Yeah, very good. Dewey nodded with satisfaction, and raised her hand slightly to extinguish the flames that were still burning on the sea of flowers. She looked at Hilken with joy in her eyes, as if she was genuinely happy that Hilken had the strength he had today. "You can now cast third-level magic?" she asked excitedly. "Well, I can only cast very specific spells." "This is normal," Tiwi comforted. "Even a genius cannot exhaust the magic, because magic has been able to develop continuously under the support of countless geniuses. It is the shining pearl of geniuses, and mortals will never be able to obtain its favor in their entire lives." When she said this, Dewey was very proud. This has to do with her family. The world currently in this book is based on written history. The first people to unify magic and integrate it into a complete system were 7 magicians who stood at the pinnacle of magic in ancient times. One of these magicians was Cavendish. He is also the currently recognized ancestor of the Cavendish family. As a descendant of a family with a profound background in the field of magic, Devi is always very serious and proud when facing magic. However, it's not bad that you can use third-level magic. At least you won't lose face to the Roland family in the competition. Dewey changed the subject and spoke softly. "Thank you." Zirjan accepted Tiwei's comfort. A day of training passed quickly. Both of them were very satisfied with today's training, but satisfaction can't offset the fatigue. Zirjan returned to the dormitory, lay down on the sofa, and suddenly felt a wave of fatigue. "Master, water." Loria, who was standing by, came forward and brought a glass of water to Hilken. Hilken nodded slightly, rubbed his brows, took the cup and drank it all. "Master, you haven't been here for a long time?" Loria asked casually. She was considered as Hilken's maid in the school dormitory. She would not leave the dormitory on weekdays. Even if Hilken did not come to the college, she would just stay in the dormitory and do nothing. "Something happened before," Hilken said calmly. Looking at Loria, he suddenly said, "You can go to the college to audit classes. If you are interested, I can let you. Goodbye, master." Loria smiled, took the teacup from Zirjan and placed it on the glass tea table, then spoke again. "What's the point of me listening to things I can't understand? I'm already very satisfied with my current life." In one fell swoop, he jumped from a slave to a commoner. It was indeed a great thing for her. The slave contract was torn up by Hilken on the first day he bought Lolia. He had no use for it and bought Lolia more because of Erla. "If you don't want to, forget it. I won't force you," Hilken said. Loria stood aside without saying a word. Boom, boom, boom. There was a sudden loud knock on the door. There was no rhythm or etiquette in the sound. Loria went forward and opened the door. "Little Hilken. Why is it you?" Hilken sat up straight and looked at the person who came. He had just gone through all the people he knew in his mind, and couldn't guess who had come to see him at this time. Rokas, who was standing at the door, walked into the house familiarly and sat down on another sofa. "Lolia brings water for her." Rokas took it without hesitation and drank it all. "How did you get here?" Hilken asked doubtfully. "Teleportation array, teleportation array." Rokas lay down on the sofa without any attitude and said carelessly, "I am one of the most famous people in the continent. I am giving face to the Royal First Academy by coming here. Okay. Miss Magic Scroll Engraver, why are you here so late at night? Is there something you want to talk to me about? Of course I'm going to teach you how to engrave magic scrolls. You're a genius, and you're my apprentice, so I'm going to do my best to teach you. Rokas said as if it was a matter of course. First of all, I want to thank you for your kindness. Hilkin picked up the cup on the tea table again, looked at Rokas, and continued, but have you ever thought that I have just finished training now? I know. Rokas nodded and continued, that's why I'm here now. Hilkin looked up at the clock with a stiff expression. It's 10:30 now. I know, I can see it. Rokas said lightly. It's time to rest for bed. Hilkin suppressed his emotions and said with a smile. Chapter 62 Daily Life Part 3. The two looked at each other. After a moment, Rokas put down his teacup and stared at Hilkin blankly. Is that so? What else? Asked Hilkin. According to the setting of the world in the book, here, powerful people have very little need for sleep. Simply being in a state of wanting to sleep whenever you want is not a necessary process. For example, Cain, even if he doesn't sleep for a month, it won't have any negative impact. Of course, despite this, most people still retain the habit of sleeping, except for one type of people. They are people who do desk work such as theoretical magic research and magic scroll engraving. As their strength grows, they will become more and more obsessed with food and sleep. At this moment, Rokas in front of him perfectly meets the above two conditions. She lowered her head, as if thinking about something. After a moment, she said again, just treat it as an intensive tutorial? Isn't little Hilkin going to have a school competition soon? Magic scrolls cannot be used in academy competitions because the academy does not define this as one's own power. Hilkin said helplessly. Then think of it as a way to learn my unique skills as soon as possible? The more solid your grasp of the magic scroll, the easier it will be to learn my unique skills in the future. Rokas urged again. Sierragine leaned back on the sofa, lowered his head and said nothing. Time is precious. What he is facing now is not only the college competition, but also the next attack that may come at any time. The sooner you can learn this skill, the better. After all, that day underwater, Hilkin witnessed the power of this move with his own eyes. Besides, with your current strength, you don't need that much sleep every day. It shouldn't be a problem to practice a little more at night. Rokas once again pursued the victory. It was not easy for her to come here, as she was a hermit who had always stayed on the snowfield. If it weren't for the invitation from the Roland family, and the talent of this kid Hilkin, it would be rare to see him in a century. Want to ask her to leave the snowfield? Forget it. Well, it is true. Hilkin nodded. What Rokas said made sense, and he also had the same intention, so he agreed immediately. That's it, let's do as you say. Aha. Rokas nodded with satisfaction. By the way, I will also attend the academy competition when the time comes, Rokas suddenly said with a smile. Attending? As a guest? Yes. Hilkin was stunned at first, but soon figured it out. As Rokas is a world-famous scholar, and she is currently in the academy, the king will definitely invite her. So, in addition to dealing with Devi's training every night, Hilkin also had to learn how to engrave magic scrolls through Rokas's teaching. His free time was further reduced. The next morning, Hilkin got up from the pure white bed after washing up. I got dressed and left the dormitory, after getting on the carriage that was specially used to pick up students in the academy. Hilkin quickly arrived at the classroom. Just like usual, the repetitive daily routine comes again. Ring the bell, teach, bow your head, whisper, and then ring the bell again. Repeat the round and the morning passes again. Unlike usual, this time, Hilkin met Chris outside the restaurant. Ah! Master Hilkin. The other party seemed to have been waiting for a long time. Chris was leaning against a big tree that was lush green and dotted with small red fruits. Seeing Hilkin, she waved her hands vigorously. What's wrong? Hilkin was a little surprised, as he seldom met Chris here. Can't I come to you if I have nothing to do? Master Hilkin? Chris smiled and shook her head gently, shaking the fallen leaves in her hair to the ground. That's not the case. Sierragine stood still and said calmly, by the way, can you please stop calling me young master? It always makes me feel uncomfortable, Hilkin. That's it. Hilkin nodded. Is calling you young master a respectful title? After all, you are indeed the eldest young master. Chris thought for a moment before speaking. This is too unfamiliar. Does Master Hilkin think that we are very familiar with each other? Chris suddenly came forward, pressed close to Hilkin, and asked with a smile. Very familiar? Not really, just friends. Maybe. Hilkin thought so, but he didn't say it out loud, because he saw a sly smile on Chris's face. Although a lot of things have happened, Hilkin still hasn't forgotten the skills he learned from Chris at the beginning. So he wisely kept silent. Chris pretended to be lost and stretched out her tone, but Hilkin wasn't having any of it. Helpless, Chris had to give up and told her purpose. Actually, I came to see Master Zirjan because of the upcoming academy competition. As soon as these words came out, Zirjan immediately had a bad feeling in his heart. He wanted to find an excuse to turn around and leave, but Chris didn't give him the chance. As soon as she finished speaking, she said, I think actual combat is the fastest way to improve your strength. I happen to be an adventurer, and I know this very well. Why don't Master Zirjan become an adventurer as well? Be an adventurer? The words of refusal were swallowed back as soon as they came to his lips. Although Hilkin now has to attend classes, receive training from Tiwi, and be taught by Rokas, agreeing to Chris's proposal will only make his already limited free time worse. But that's an adventurer. Which time traveler doesn't have a dream of being an adventurer? Although Hilkin now knows that he is not a simple time traveler, this cannot stop his inner yearning to be an adventurer. In the world of swords and magic. How can you say you have been to this world if you have not been an adventurer at least once? Hilkin was suddenly filled with confusion and hesitation. Chris looked at Hilkin, who was lost in thought, and secretly rejoiced. It's almost successful, she thought. So Chris stepped up her offensive. As an adventurer, you can team up with all kinds of people. You can also see all kinds of strange monsters and plants, flying turtles, dancing flowers, and running fish. There are many, many interesting things. The more Hilkin listened, the more excited he became. This was totally unrefusable. The only way to be an adventurer in a fantasy world was to, taking a deep breath, Hilkin clenched his fists, looked at Chris, and said seriously, I'll go. Chris responded softly with a charming smile on her face. So, Master Zirjan, let's go get the relevant documents this afternoon? In order to avoid any further complications, Chris asked quickly. Hilkin rubbed his chin, wondering if he had any classes or anything else important in the afternoon. After getting a no answer, he raised his head and nodded heavily. As if afraid that Chris would go back on her word, she said, let's go in the afternoon and meet at the school gate at 2 o'clock. Okay, Master Hilkin. Chris chuckled and agreed. Chapter 63. This chapter features Hilkin, Chris, the housekeeper, the person in charge, and the president. Time flies like a shuttle, passing by at an extremely fast speed. A moment passed. It was 2 o'clock in the afternoon. The bright sun overhead sweeps its warmth through the branches to the earth. The horse raised its head slightly and neighed. Is this the inscription that makes the surroundings cool? Chris asked curiously, looking at the inscription engraved on the carriage. Yes, Miss Chris. The butler nodded slightly. Inscriptions are a variant of magic scrolls, which can be roughly understood as directly engraving the patterns and arrays engraved on the magic scroll onto materials that can carry its magic power. So that the materials also obtain corresponding effects. For example, here, the carriage has a magic that can cool down the surroundings. Soon, Hilkin hurried over from the school gate. The two of them got in the carriage, and the butler also went around to the front and got in the carriage was moving very fast, and in about 10 minutes, it arrived at the Adventurers Association's office in the Royal Capital, which was located on the outskirts of the Royal Capital. The Adventurers Guild is an organization that spans the entire continent. It is not owned by the Empire, so it will set up its own branch in every cooperating city. This is the Adventurers Guild. Chris jumped off the carriage and pointed to a place in front of her with a wooden door that looked like a tavern. It's exactly as I imagined, but a little old-fashioned, Hilkin said as he looked up at the crumbling wooden sign. It's said to be a tradition. They deliberately decorated the association in this quaint style. Chris explained, is that so? Hilkin nodded, and then walked in with Chris. I've accepted this commission. Okay, the deposit has been deducted from your voucher. Once you complete the task in 3 days, the deposit will be returned to your voucher along with the bounty. I'll take this commission. Sir, please wait a moment and line up in order. Unlike the small and shabby appearance from the outside, the Adventurers Guild is a different world inside. A spacious and light-filled hall, crowded crowd. It is bustling but not chaotic, orderly but not boring. So lively? Hilkin raised his eyebrows and looked at the 7 windows in front of him that were all filled with customers. Although he had prepared himself mentally, he still felt surprised. Chris nodded and continued, "This is still the case in the capital, where there are not many adventurers. If we go to some border cities, there will be so many adventurers that they will line up on the street." Wow! This made Hilkin look at him with new eyes. The main reason is that there are not many monsters in the capital, and the public security is very good, so there are only a few adventurers. In other words, the more prosperous a place is, the fewer adventurers there are? Basically, you can say that. After all, adventurers are like bricks. You can move them wherever there is a need. That's a very vivid explanation. Hilkin nodded. You too. Hilkin and Chris turned to look at the person who spoke. He was a handsome man, about the same height as Hilkin. Is it Chris? When the other person saw Chris, he was stunned at first, but he quickly reacted and greeted her with a smile. Chris nodded slightly to him. "This, young master is." The man set his sights on Hilkin, just a glance, and he was sure that Hilkin was a young master from a large family. As a responsible person, he has dealt with countless people and has a sharp eye. "I'm here to become an adventurer. Are there any procedures I need to go through?" Hilkin asked straight to the point. Becoming an adventurer, the other party seemed a little surprised, and after thinking for a moment, he continued, "No problem, you go this way and follow me." After that, he led Hilkin and Chris to the inner room. He is a person in charge here. Generally speaking, young masters from certain families would not become adventurers. This is probably why he was stunned just now. Chris leaned close to Hilkin's ear and explained quietly. "Please go this way. The person in charge will give timely reminders." After walking into the inner room and looking around, the person in charge opened the innermost door. The woman sitting in the chair and flipping through the documents in her hand seemed a little unhappy about being disturbed. She raised her head and frowned slightly, but after seeing Hilkin, his brows relaxed again. The person in charge brought the person over and then stepped out. "Who are you?" the woman asked curiously. "Hilkin Roland, come and go through the procedures to become an adventurer." Hilkin said calmly. "Roland, I understand." She nodded. "Hold on. This is the president here." Chris found an opportunity to speak and whispered in Hilkin's ear. After a while, a girl came in from outside with a card. "Silken Roland." The president repeated again. "You're here as an adventurer, does your sister know?" "You should know." Hilkin rode, although he had not told Lillian about it. Since returning from the theocracy, Hilkin had discovered that there were many more secret guards around him, and they were very powerful even when they were at school. These secret guards never dispersed. It's unlikely that Lillian doesn't know where she is. "Okay." The president was silent for a while and handed the card to Hilkin. "This is your adventurer certificate. All adventurers start at level E, which is considered a probation period. After completing 3 missions, you will automatically be promoted to level D. From then on, you have the obligation to carry out commissions. Unless there are special circumstances, adventurers below level A must carry out at least 2 commissions of the same level every month, otherwise they will be demoted. As for the level promotion, just ask the person next to you." Hilkin looked at Chris, and Chris looked at him. "The last thing I want to say is," the president paused, clasped his hands together, held his chin, and continued, "a certain deposit will be deducted for accepting a commission. If the commission fails, the deposit will be deducted. If it succeeds, it will be paid out together with the bounty. All bounties will be deposited into the voucher in your hand. You can go to the withdrawal agency specially set up by the Adventurers Association to withdraw the money, or you can use the voucher to directly spend money at any store that has cooperated with the Adventurers Association. If there's anything you don't understand, it's the same. You can just ask the person next to you." "No problem." Hilkin nodded. "Then let's go." The president rubbed his brows and waved his hand. Hilkin and Chris quit the Adventurers Guild. "Come back and take on commissions when you're free. After all, commissions have time limits. If you take them now, you'll be fined if you can't complete them." "Ah, You don't seem to care about the money, do you? Chris said with a smile, being rich doesn't mean you're stupid. Hilken shook his head helplessly. Chapter 64, The Establishment Company. By the way, where's Lin En? I feel like I haven't heard from him recently. Hilken asked. Lin En is the male protagonist of the world in the book, and I am the nominal villain. Theoretically, Lin En and I should meet each other every day. After all, as a villain, I have to cause him some trouble instead of being completely invisible like now. Lin? He went to raid the ruins. Chris frowned, thought for a moment, and said uncertainly, it seems to be the Tianqing ruins. I just heard that he seems to be able to hear the guidance of the gods, and going to the Tianqing ruins is the guidance of the gods to him. God's guidance? Is that the same as me being able to communicate with the reincarnated goddess? Can he also communicate with a certain god? But it's hard to tell whether it's true or not. Anyway, that's what he said. Maybe it's just a gimmick to attract people's attention. Chris stood beside the carriage and said calmly, after all, the vague guidance of gods will not cause any uproar or attention, but if there is any information related to treasures, it will be different. By then, the Azure Ruins will probably be crowded with adventurers and people from various night orders. That's true, said Hilken. Chris got into the carriage just as he was about to get in the car. Hilken suddenly caught a glimpse of a house from the corner of his eye. He stood there and thought for a moment before saying to Chris, you should go back to the academy first. I have some things I want to deal with. After hearing this, Chris stuck her head out of the carriage and looked around. She was a little surprised but did not ask Hilken the reason. The butler followed what Hilken said, got on the carriage, and sent Chris back to the academy along the same route the carriage left. Kicking up a cloud of dust, Hilken walked silently into the low building next to the Adventurers Guild Mainland Chamber of Commerce Federation. Just now, when he saw the Chamber of Commerce unite, an idea suddenly came to Hilken's mind. What he lacks most now is information and intelligence, and business happens to be a first-class means of obtaining information and intelligence. Hilken felt that he could cultivate a caravan and have it carry out commercial activities on the continent to obtain information and intelligence for him. Thinking of this, he stepped into the threshold of the Chamber of Commerce Union. Hello. As soon as we entered the door, a guide came forward to greet us. This place looks more magnificent than the Adventurers Guild just now. There are fewer people and it's less noisy. There were people sitting in groups of 3 or 4 everywhere, and even when they saw Hilken come in, they didn't raise their heads. After explaining his purpose to the guide, Hilken followed the guide into the hall. The requirements and steps for establishing a chamber of commerce are much more complicated than becoming an adventurer. Basic funds, personal details, etc. These are what the Chamber of Commerce needs to collect. A Chamber of Commerce is different from a simple businessman. It enjoys the relevant rights of the Chamber of Commerce Alliance, but it also has obligations that must be fulfilled to the Chamber of Commerce Alliance. Sir, may I ask your name? The guide asked with a smile. Silken Roland. Sitting on a soft chair, Hilken looked at the guide opposite him and spoke softly. The other party was obviously stunned for a moment, but soon smiled again. Sorry, please wait a moment. After saying this, she left Hilken where he was and hurried towards the inner room. Hilken looked calm, as he had expected this situation, playing with the glass pen on the table provided for guests. Hilken rested his chin on one hand, waiting for the guide. After a while, a middle-aged man walked out of the inner room. He wore thick boots on his feet and was wrapped in layers of vests of various colors. Although it looks decent and dignified, if you look closely, there is always a funny look coming out from the inside. He placed his hands on his chest, narrowed his eyes, and looked at Hilken. After seeing it clearly, he nodded heavily, then walked forward quickly with a smile on his face. Master Hilken. He looked at Hilken straight in the eye, maintaining a neither humble nor arrogant attitude, but he just didn't sit down. Well, I want to set up a chamber of commerce with me as the person in charge. Is that okay? Hilken asked. Yes? Of course you can. The man smiled, pulled out a chair and sat down, pushing the paper in his hand in front of Zirjan. Please forgive me, I hate these red tapes, but the rules from above are dead. The man touched his head and smiled innocently. He pointed at the black words on the paper with his thick fingers, paused, and continued, of course, I will definitely give you the best possible green channel, but you still need to fill in some personal information. Hilken picked up the paper, glanced at it, and asked, just fill in all the information it requires, okay? Yes. The man said cheerfully. See Hilkin lean over and start filling it out. He stood up, pushed the bottle of ink to the right of Hilkin, and then sat down calmly. He said slowly, you can leave after filling it out. I will take care of the rest for you. I will send all the certificates and information to you later, just send it to the house in my name in the capital. Hilkin said calmly. As mentioned before, this is the small villa that Hilkin's father built for him next to the college. Hilkin's butler is always on standby there and is always available at his call. Well, the man said again. After filling in the information, Hilkin stood up. The man stepped forward tactfully and picked up the paper with both hands. I'll take you there? No. Okay. The man watched Hilkin leave before returning to the house with the information. No extra help is needed at home. With his daily pocket money, Hilkin had enough money to set up a chamber of commerce. As for future help in your career, there is no need for that. As long as he has Roland's last name, people will show him some respect wherever he goes. This is the convenience provided by the family. Chapter 65 Commission. Now that we have a chamber of commerce, I have to hire some people. Hilkin walked down the street, head bowed, thinking. It's a problem to find someone. Although he could ask Lillian to send some people over, he still wanted to train a group of people on his own. This feeling is similar to a cultivation game. It is not fun to directly ask for ready-made people. Let's talk about it later. Just pay more attention and keep an eye on it on weekdays. After making up his mind, Hilkin went home. Every day is still training and learning as usual. The days go by. The college competition is getting closer and closer. Arrangements were started everywhere in the academy. The old king also came to the academy several times, apparently to personally confirm the specific details of the competition. Many well-known people from all walks of life can also be seen in the college. There are even rumors that even the holy maiden of the church will come to this competition. In this atmosphere, the rest day before the college competition soon arrived. It was also the day I had agreed with Chris to accept a commission. According to the agreement with Chris, Hilkin arrived outside the school gate early, but Chris got there before him. Master Hilkin! Chris shouted excitedly. Chris! Hilkin also responded. In a short while, the two of them stood outside the Adventurers Association again. I came here alone once last time. Chris walked in first and turned back to say to Hilkin, I've found the commission. And probably thanks to you, the Adventurers Guild actually agreed to let me take on this quest in advance. It seems their formal standards are quite flexible. Hilkin said with a smile. Although somewhat surprised, Hilkin was not surprised. The president of the Adventurers Association's capital office knows his sister Lillian. Therefore, on the night when Hilkin registered as an adventurer, Lillian came to his house to find out the reason and threw a large sack of gold coins to Hilkin that he couldn't even carry. The two walked into the association and the person in charge immediately came forward to greet them. He took Chris and Hilkin's cards and entered their commissions. After the data entry was completed, the person in charge returned the card to Hilkin and Chris, and also took out a map and handed it to Hilkin. Hilkin took the map, on which the destination and commission were marked. You received 3 commissions? Hilkin asked. Well, to be promoted to D rank, you need to complete 3 tasks, and these 3 tasks happen to be on the way. Chris responded. Hilkin nodded. The two walked out the door. By the way, the first 2 commissions can be completed by the 2 of us, but the third task requires 3 people. I found the third person at random. When the time comes, we can just meet at the commission location. Chris said, good. Hilkin complied. At this moment he was looking carefully at the commission requirements. He just took a quick glance at the Adventurers Guild just now. Collect 15 Imperial Singing Mushrooms? Hilkin frowned and looked at Chris in confusion. That's what an E-level mission is like. Chris said with a wry smile. The Imperial Singing Mushrooms sing at noon every day, so this is a good time to go there. She patted her chest with confidence. Okay. What about these 5 fire lizard eggs? Ah. As for this, the fire lizard will go out to look for food at noon, and we can just poke its lair directly. Chris explained again. Is this the commission you usually receive? The filter that Hilkin had for adventurers was shattered. Shouldn't it be about conquering dragons or monsters? How could it be such a weird thing? Ah. All E and D rank commissions are like this. You'll get used to it, Master Hilkin. Chrissy comforted. To defeat the fiery drill beast, this third commission has the flavor of an adventurer. Hilken sighed. Although he complained, Hilken did not slack off in actual action. Together with Chris, an experienced and skilled adventurer, he completed the commissions one by one according to the locations on the map. By the way, Chris is now a B-rank adventurer. The adventurer's rating does not depend on the adventurer's strength, but only on how many tasks he has completed. Therefore, a higher adventurer's level does not necessarily mean stronger. There are many people who increase their strength by continuously completing low-level tasks. To put it bluntly, anyone with a little bit of ability would have already joined the Knights Templar and been paid a salary by the Emperor. Who would still be willing to be an adventurer? It's really convenient to have a map. Relying on the map, he avoided the difficult and rugged roads along the way, and Hilken couldn't help but sigh. That's exclusive to you. We never complete commissions without maps. Chris said calmly. You're wrong. After a pause, she corrected herself. It should be said that you need to spend money to buy it, but most adventurers are reluctant to spend the money, especially for some small commissions. This is also one of the reasons why the mortality rate of adventurers is high. It's Roland's benefit again. Hilken said softly. Being born into a noble family, no matter what you do in your daily life, you will receive more or less preferential treatment because of your family's status. Therefore, in aristocratic families, return is often seen as an obligation. Follow the map markers. No, maybe not. Because Hilken heard the sound from a long distance away. It was an extremely unpleasant and out-of-tune song. It can even be said to be spiritual pollution. Is this the imperial singing mushroom? He asked in disbelief. He is mentally prepared to believe that mushrooms can sing? After all, it is a fantasy world, so he can accept it, but he still found it hard to accept that the singing was so bad. Right? Chris nodded, her expression slightly stiff. She looked at the mushrooms growing on the cliffs in the distance and slowly explained, the imperial singing mushroom is edible. Generally speaking, the better the singing, the tastier the mushroom, and the worse the singing, the worse the mushroom tastes. Hilken said nothing. After a long while, he said quietly, anyway, we just need to pick 15 flowers, right? Chris nodded. After getting the confirmation, Hilken immediately rushed out, came to the edge of the cliff, held the cliff with one hand, and slowly went down. The imperial singing mushroom is an ordinary singing mushroom and is edible, because it itself does no harm. The reason why these mushrooms were not purchased in large quantities by farmers and included in the commission list of the Adventurers Association was that they grew on cliffs with an inclination of nearly 90 degrees. This kind of collection difficulty is extremely high for ordinary farmers, but it is not difficult for adventurers with some strength. Therefore, it was listed as an E-level commission by the Adventurers Guild. Hilken's fingers clasped the cracks in the rocks, and soon he endured the noise pollution and collected the required number of mushrooms and put them into the storage space. Back to the ground. The mushrooms were still singing, but their voices were much quieter. The next mission is 5 fire lizard eggs. Hilken looked at the map and arrived at the destination with Chris. Just as Chris said, the fire lizard was not in the nest at this moment, and the nest was full of fire lizards' pure white eggs. Take it all? Hilken asked, raising an eyebrow. That's exactly what I meant. Chris nodded. The two of them stepped forward and collected all the eggs within their sight into the storage space. The fire lizard is a magical beast. Warcraft is different from animals. It is a kind of thing that is only harmful but has no necessity to exist, and the fire lizard itself is also a kind of monster that needs to be conquered. Therefore, there is nothing wrong with what Hilken and Chris did. If you must say it, it is immoral and might block the way for other adventurers. Chapter 66, Meeting the Third Adventurer and Fighting the Monster. Then, there is only one last commission left. Looking at the map in his hand, Hilken murmured. Chris nodded, squatted down to make sure all the fire lizard eggs were collected, and then headed towards the final destination with Hilken. Who is the person who completed the commission with us? On the way, Zirjan turned around and asked curiously. Chris hesitated for a moment, then reached out and tapped her lips, and replied softly, I'm not sure about this. When I arrived at the association, someone had already accepted this commission. Sometimes the association's commissions need to be accepted by multiple people together, but adventurers mostly work independently, so such commissions involving multiple people will allow different people to accept them separately at different times, and the Adventurers Association will inform them of this. Normally, these stranger adventurers would gather at the commission site. This is exactly what happened to Hilken and Chris. They needed to rush to the commission location and meet up with the adventurer on time. Of course, according to Hilken and Chris's ideas, it doesn't matter if they don't see anyone at the place, because the two of them are more than enough to complete the commission anyway. The entrusted land is a foothill. Someone witnessed the frequent appearance of the flame driller here, so they reported it to the Adventurers Association, and the Adventurers Association sent a commission after passing through the rugged mountain road. Hilken and Chris arrived at the commission site in a short while. Where are the people? Hilken looked around but didn't see the other adventurer. The same was true for Chris. She didn't see the adventurer either. Looks like we have to act according to our original idea. Sierra Jean smiled and said lightly the original idea was to rely on Hilken and Chris to deal with the flame driller alone. Chris nodded in agreement, but she still had some doubts in her heart. Adventurers have to pay a deposit to accept a commission, so she has never seen anyone shirking a commission. After all, shirking a commission would mean losing a deposit in vain, which is undoubtedly adding insult to injury for poor adventurers like them. According to the instructions on the map, the flame driller is just ahead. Hilken and Chris walked towards the dense forest ahead. That Zirjan only felt that someone was pulling the corner of his clothes, and he could also hear a faint sound. Turning his head, Shirkin saw a man who had completely hidden himself in a black cloak. She looks like a young girl. Hilken made his own rough judgment. Chris also turned around and looked at the girl in the black cloak without saying a word, with a slightly thoughtful look on her face. You are the adventurer? The one who accepted the commission to defeat the flame driller? After taking a look at the person in front of him, Sierra Jean asked. Yes, the girl said timidly. Her face was also covered by the black cloak, and it was impossible to see clearly even when she spoke. Social phobia, Hilken thought, but this has little to do with him. Now he just wanted to see this so-called flaming drill beast as soon as possible. So after simply confirming his identity, he took the lead and crossed the dense bushes. After the bushes is the foot of the mountain. The flaming burrowing beast mentioned in the commission is right ahead. Hush, be careful, don't disturb it. Chris reminded from behind. Hilken nodded, stood still, held his breath, and observed carefully. The flame drill beast in front of him was completely red, with a huge pointed horn on its forehead. At this moment, it was lying on the ground, motionless, as if it was resting. So, well, what's our plan? The adventurer behind him asked timidly again. Hilken and Chris looked at each other, then shook their heads. Hilken turned around and said, there is no plan. Anyway, as long as we deal with the monster in front of us, there will be no problem. The timid adventurer paused for a moment, and she stood there in a daze, as if Hilken had said something unbelievable. I always feel that the current scene is somewhat familiar. After a pause, Hilken finally recalled. The reaction of the timid adventurer in front of him was exactly the same as when he heard in the Daolan ruins that Lin and Chris had no plans prepared, but things and people have changed. And now the people speaking are myself and Chris. At this moment, Hilken finally understood what the two of them were thinking at that time. When something poses no threat, people tend not to prepare for it. The commission rating of the flame driller is C-. This is indeed a big crisis for ordinary adventurers. That's why the timid girl now has such a surprised expression. Of course, according to the rules, an E-level adventurer like Hilken is not eligible to accept this commission, even if Chris is involved. Then why did he accept this commission? Of course it's because of the flexible standards. In short, before the timid adventurer could react, Hilken rushed out first. Schwab, the long sword at his waist, was drawn out in an instant. A sharp sword mark flashed by. The resting monster had no time to react and was deeply cut by the sword roar. The monster's eyes turned blood red, and it raised its head, glaring at Hilken in front of it. It raised its head to the sky and let out a loud roar. Careful! Chris, who was watching the fight from the side, couldn't help but shout. Hilken looked back. The monster suddenly rushed towards him, smashing the trees along the way with a devastating force. TSK, this is a bit tricky. Hilken frowned. If he could use the magic scrolls he had stored on him, then dealing with the monster in front of him would be a piece of cake, but since this is for training purposes, we definitely cannot use magic scrolls. However, it would be difficult for Hilken to deal with such a monster relying solely on his own strength. This is exactly why Chris chose this commission. A monster that is too weak is meaningless, and a monster that is too strong is also meaningless. For someone like Hilken who has no combat experience, the best choice is a monster that is of equal strength but slightly weaker than him. The battle is changing rapidly and there is no time to breathe. In an instant, Hilken raised his hand, and a red magic circle suddenly appeared in front of him. At the moment the magic circle took shape, a flame suddenly grew larger and formed a cage that enveloped Hilken. The monster crashed into him, making a loud noise that almost shattered Hilken's eardrums. Second level magic? Chris, who was watching the fight from the side, was a little surprised to see this. At this time, can you already master second level magic? She lowered her brows, With an indescribable emotion between her brows, the timid adventurer on the other side was watching closely as Hilken fought the monster in front of him, as if hoping to learn something from it.as for whether it would snatch her opportunity. Not at all. Most adventurers accept commissions out of necessity, and the one before him is no exception. Chris had just communicated with her, and she readily agreed to the proposal to let Hilken deal with the monsters alone and complete the commission. After all, not everyone is like Hilken, eager to gain practical experience from fighting against Warcraft. For an ordinary adventurer like her, being able to fish in troubled waters and get a bounty without doing any work is naturally great. That if she were to take action, she might get injured, and then she would have to pay another fee, which would not be worth it. Chapter 67, The Secret of Defeat against the Monster and the Timid Adventurer Girl. Shift the view back to Hilken. The huge impact made the monster unstable. Of course, Hilken would not miss this opportunity, and he once again drew the long sword from his waist. He stretched out his left hand and placed it on the sword. Another red magic circle flashed by base. The next second, a raging fire ignited on the sword. Enchanted magic. No, that's not right. Chris denied her speculation. This is the inscription. He carved an inscription on the sword that ignited a blazing fire. When did Master Zirjan learn to engrave magic scrolls? Chris was a little surprised at the speed of his progress, but if that's the case, then this battle will be a foregone conclusion. It was Hilken who won, Chris said calmly. Bang! The next second, Hilken flew out and hit a thick tree trunk in the distance, breaking the century-old tree in half. Should we help? The timid adventurer asked again in a low voice. No, you don't need to. Chris shook her head firmly. He can do it. You must be joking. Hilken stood up, leaning on his sword, and spat out the remaining blood from the corner of his mouth. Does this monster have a second stage? The monster in front of him was originally dizzy and unsteady from being hit by the fiery cage, but at one moment, it suddenly jumped up at an extremely fast speed, so fast that even Hilken had no time to react. He had no choice but to use his body to take the attack from the monster, and now he felt as if all his internal organs were shattered and severe pain was attacking him from all parts of his body. But the monster did not give him a chance to breathe. It adjusted its angle and attacked Hilken again. Hilken raised his left arm with some difficulty. In an instant, a magic circle appeared in the air again. 3 slender fire dragons attacked the monster. Boom! For some reason, the monster in front of him suddenly became extremely clumsy and didn't know how to dodge when he was attacked. The fire dragon hit its body directly, burning it and making it bleed. It seems that my attack is still quite oppressive, Hilken joked in his heart. He had already discovered that although the opponent could knock him half to death with just a slight blow, his attack was also fatal to the opponent. Roar! The monster roared angrily. Even though he was covered in blood, he still angrily adjusted his posture, put all his strength into his feet, and charged towards Hilken for the last time. But now, its attack was already fading, and Hilken dodged it easily. After dodging the attack from the monster, he moved sideways to the monster's side and swung his sword. A white shadow flashed by. Putting the tower, the monster's head fell directly to the ground. Hilken lifted the monster's head with his sword, walked to Chris and asked, "That's all?" Chris nodded. The timid adventurer standing by also cast an admiring gaze. It's rare to find an adventurer who can use both magic and swordsmanship at the same time, and the person in front of him was a kind-hearted man who allowed him to obtain the reward without any effort. Do you think Warcraft is a little strange? Hilken shook off the head that was skewered on his sword, sheathed the sword, and asked. Indeed. I was just about to say. Chris leaned forward, gently stretched out her fingers, and kept fiddling with the monster's head. After seeing the monster's blood-red eyes again, her gaze became a little sharp. What's wrong? Hilken had sharp eyes and immediately noticed something was wrong with Chris. The same was true for the timid adventurer beside her. She also looked at Chris with a worried look on her face. After a pause, Chris said, "These monsters are affected by the blood of the demons." Demon blood? Hilken was a little confused. Chris nodded solemnly and continued. A demon blood is a very magical thing, or it can be said to be a very ominous thing. Ordinary animals will be infected and turned into monsters after dripping with it. When humans come into contact with it, the strong ones will not have any serious reactions, but the weak ones will be corroded, become seriously ill, and eventually die. Moreover, the blood of the demons will also have an impact on the monsters. The blood of the demons will make these monsters become excited, lose their reason, and fall into madness. Chris added. Zirjan stroked his chin and spoke slowly. That is to say, besides Karavat, there may be other high-ranking demons near the capital, uncertain. Chris shook her head. Karavat's innate skill is quite unique, which just happens to restrain search magic. He is naturally good at hiding, but other demons are different. They have a strong demonic aura in their bodies, which cannot be hidden. Under the extremely powerful magic search in the capital, they have nowhere to hide. There is another possibility. Chris said solemnly, I don't want this to happen, but the truth may be, someone in the capital is colluding with the demons and conducting research on the demon's blood. Hilken also understood the seriousness of the matter. It's impossible that the Empire doesn't know about this. We, as ordinary adventurers, can discover it. I guess the Empire must have already started investigating. No, never mind. Chris hesitated and looked at the head on the ground again. He said, take it away and go back to collect the reward. Although he didn't understand why Chris was hiding something, Hilken didn't ask any further questions. He took the monster's head and followed Chris towards the association. On the way back, the timid adventurer seemed to be in a good mood and couldn't stop talking to Chris. Chris was also happy to talk to her, and Hilken was left out. The wind on the road was getting stronger and stronger, splashing up dust and sand. Blinding my eyes, Hilken raised his hand to rub the grit from under his eyes. Suddenly, the strong wind came again, faster than ever before. The wind blew Hilken's clothes and made them rustle. It also blows away the cloaks of the timid adventurers. The girl's face was exposed and clearly visible, also comes with a pair of cat ears. Chapter 68 Recruitment. The timid cat-eared adventurer girl pulled down her cloak and covered her face again. She stood there motionless and silent, seeming to be looking at Hilken and Chris. What is that? It must be a cat girl. It must be a cat girl. The look in Hilken's eyes as he looked at the adventurer girl became increasingly heated. Sure enough, the fantasy world is the best. Even this kind of beautiful creature from fantasy will appear. Hilken took a deep breath. But why did she cover her ears? Is the beast-eared girl some kind of shady creature here? He looked confused and puzzled. Orcs. Chris looked at the cat girl and muttered. Orcs? Chris nodded. She looked at Hilken and said softly, technically, orcs are also a type of human, but because of their appearance, they are considered inferior humans. So that's why she covers her ears. No wonder there aren't any beast-eared girls in the royal capital. So this is the reason. The cat girl in front of him still had her head down, looking terrified. But then again, orcs are much superior to humans in some ways. Chris sighed. Their vision, hearing, smell, and other basic attributes are far superior to humans. Vision, hearing, and sense of smell are far superior to humans. Silken rubbed his chin, as if thinking about something. Snap! Suddenly, he clapped his hands loudly, his face full of ecstasy. Isn't this a natural-born businessman? The cat girl in front of him seemed startled by Hilken's sudden excitement. She tried her best to hide her whole body in the tattered cloak. With only a pair of bright eyes flashing from the darkness, Hilken immediately stepped forward. Quickly hold the cat girl's hands tightly through the cloak. Of course. I need you. He looked at the cat girl with a sincere and eager gaze, his eyes full of sincerity. Huh? The cat girl's face turned red and she became incoherent. Hello, Master Hilken. Chris also frowned. I'm sorry. Realizing that his behavior was inappropriate, Hilken quickly let go of the cat girl's hand and retreated to a suitable distance. Fine. The cat girl lowered her head and spoke softly. Let me introduce myself. My name is Jean Roland. I wonder if you can tell me your name? Hilken leaned forward slightly and whispered calmly. My name is Desha. The cat girl looked up and glanced at Hilken, then lowered her head again and spoke in a low voice. Aha. With a smile, Hilken continued, Are you interested in coming to my Chamber of Commerce? I think you are a natural businessman and I really need you. Need me. Dessa lowered her head, not knowing what she was thinking. Since the orcs still have animal characteristics and appearance, they are regarded as humans who have not fully evolved and are a symbol of backwardness, ignorance, and uncivilization. Although they were not enslaved, they were always looked at with strange eyes, especially in places like the royal capital where the powerful and wealthy gathered, and the discrimination was even more serious. Orcs would be looked down upon or even kicked out of ordinary shops, let alone hired, if they even walked into the shop.so. For them orcs, the only way to survive is to become adventurers, and this is one of the few places that can accept them. I don't have the ability, Chamber of Commerce. I can't do it. Dessa spoke hesitantly. Orcs are a race that values strength, so some orcs with tiger ears or lion ears are highly respected. Orcs with cat ears like Desha have a relatively low status in the population. I have cat ears, so I can only understand a little bit of cat language. Seeing that Hilken didn't say anything and was still looking at her hopefully, Desha whispered again, orcs have a unique ability, which is that they can roughly understand the language of animals with their own characteristics. For example, Dessa has cat ears, so she can roughly understand cat language, but among the orcs, the strong are respected. So orcs who can understand tiger's speech will be respected, but orcs like Desha who can understand the language of cats will be seen as weaker. Snap! Hilken once again held Desha's hand. He said excitedly, "You are a natural businessman. You have outstanding talents that no human can match. Vision, smell, etc. are superior to humans, which makes negotiation and intelligence acquisition more convenient. Being able to understand cat language also plays a vital role in obtaining business intelligence. It can be said that Desha is a natural-born businessman. In the city, being able to understand the language of cats is definitely more practical than being able to understand the language of tigers." Sorry. Once again realizing his abrupt behavior, Hilken took 2 steps back and apologized again. "No. It's okay," Desha said in a low voice with hesitation in her eyes. "Want to try? I need you," Hilken said again. Although Desha didn't agree, she didn't show any intention of refusing. In Hilken's view, this was a symbol of opportunity. The fact that Desha did not refuse meant that she really had this idea in her heart, but she didn't agree readily and was still hesitating. That was probably because something had happened in the past that made her lose confidence. "Need me?" Desha murmured softly. She still did not give a direct answer. She has a low status in the orc tribe, and even more so in human society. She can only make a living by becoming an adventurer, but even this still required her to carefully cover her ears with her cloak, as the strange looks from others were an unbearable burning pain for her. If it weren't for the fact that the assessment deadline had already arrived this time, she would never have accepted such a commission that required cooperation with others. As for the last time she heard the word need, it was a long time ago. She was a little dazed. People who have been walking alone on the edge of a cliff for a long time and struggling to survive are always eager for the vines that suddenly appear, but dare not touch them. "I don't know if the vine is strong, nor do I know if I can reach it." There was a long silence. Hilken remained patient and motionless, with a faint smile on his face, waiting for Desha's answer. Maybe give it a try. Need, after all. The 2 people in front of him didn't show any strange expressions when they looked at him. Being immersed in malice for a long time has made Dessa very good at observing people's words and expressions and very sensitive to other people's gazes. But what if it doesn't work? Dessa inadvertently spoke her thoughts out. She had no confidence in herself at all. She was afraid that she would mess up Hilken's affairs. "Then, can't do it? It doesn't matter." Hearing Desha's words, Hilken smiled and said calmly, "No one is born a genius, or rather, everyone is a genius, and those mediocre people just haven't found their own suitable path yet. But, if you don't have the courage to try, then even if you are a genius, you will only be replaced by a mediocre person. I'm not trying to comfort you. There are many orcs out there, and I think there won't be a few who are willing to accept my conditions. I just want to see your choice. What do you think? Do you want to try to become a top businessman who will be famous all over the continent in the future, or continue with your current life?" Desha fell silent, her face filled with confusion. Her cloak had long been blown off by the strong wind, revealing a pair of gray-white cat ears that trembled slightly in the wind. "I want to try. I really want to try." Hilken's words kept lingering in Desha's mind. She wanted to try. Come to think of it, since coming to human society, Hilken is the person who talks to me the most. He is also the first person who has never shown any dislike for me. Anyway, I'm already at the bottom, on the brink of poverty every day, and it won't get any worse. Desha never thought that Hilken would deceive her. What's the point? Here, orcs are an inferior race and humans look down on them. There is no need to deceive yourself. I want to give it a try." So thinking of this, Desha whispered, "I'm glad you made this decision." After hearing the answer he wanted to hear, Hilken took 2 steps forward and held Desha's hand again. This time Dessa didn't let go. Success. To be honest, Hilken had no idea whether he could convince Dessa that he was also afraid that Desha would reject him, but fortunately the result was good. With the addition of Desha, Hilken feels that his Chamber of Commerce has a promising future. He planned to use Dessa as a foundation to first build a Chamber of Commerce that could carry out normal business activities, then bring Erla in, let the secret guards and the Chamber of Commerce combine and share what they have. Why Erla? Because somehow, Hilken always felt that Erla had no ill intentions towards him, and that she would absolutely obey him completely and would not do anything to disobey him. Hilken was willing to trust his own consciousness. He felt that he had a secret, and this secret would help him. Bang. This is. Looking at the bag of gold coins thrown in front of her, Dessa took 2 steps back with horror on her face. She couldn't even imagine having so many gold coins. Well, take it back and prepare for the Chamber of Commerce, Hilken said calmly. But I'll have someone take you. Before Dessa could ask any questions, Hilken spoke. He could ask Lillian for some people, but of course, it would only be teaching and not practical. Good. Dessa silently swallowed the words she was about to say. Chapter 69, an interlude. A ray of light suddenly burst out from the underground palace shrouded in darkness. As a breeze passed by, all the candles in the underground palace were ignited, and in an instant the dim underground palace was illuminated as bright as day. At this moment, the full picture of the underground palace was revealed. The underground palace is magnificent and golden, with statues made of gold everywhere, and an air of luxury is everywhere. There were several figures standing in the hall. Of the leader sat on a tall gilded throne. No one in the hall said a word. If Hilken were here, he would be shocked, because at this moment, the person standing closest to the throne was Karlovat, who had been annihilated by Kain's sword before. Hey, Cavalot, you can't even take care of a little devil? A demon beside the throne spoke with a hint of disdain. Karlovat said nothing and did not defend himself. Cut. The demon who spoke first curled his lips and looked away in boredom. All right. The man on the throne said indifferently. Can't tell whether it's sad or happy, but compared to the demons, he looks more like a human. As soon as he opened his mouth, all the demons fell silent and looked at him respectfully. The man on the throne glanced around and slowly spoke. He is not such an easy person to deal with. I expected that Cavalot would fail. I would be surprised if Cavalot succeeded. What's so great about that guy? A demon said nonchalantly. The king was silent for a moment, then spoke again. In short, don't underestimate the enemy. Then, he spoke in a low voice, as if he was talking to himself. Even if we know all his details, there will still be accidents, Hilken, but this time, you don't stand a chance. After that, he looked up at Cavalot and asked softly, where are the things? Here. Karavat stepped forward and handed the king a short blade. It was the short blade called the end that Hilelkin had been searching for so long. Cavalot strictly followed the king's request. If possible, he would kill Shurkin directly. If not, he would take his short blade away. Well, very good. You should not go out for the time being. After all, everyone thinks you are dead now, which is a point that can be used. Taking the short blade, Wang nodded with satisfaction and continued, yes. Karlovat nodded, then returned to the line in silence. Bethesda exist. The demon who had spoken earlier stood up. This is for you. Wang said calmly, then raised his hand slightly and threw the short blade and another strange mirror into Bitchu's hand. I don't need these weird things, Bitchu said with disdain. Just a pampered young noble? TSK, I can kill him with one hand. Karlovat shook his head slightly, but still said nothing. Bia Texiu. Wang said coldly, you are strong, but Zirjan also has many secrets. Oh, no matter how many secrets they have, they are nothing but ants in front of me. When I go there in person, I will kill them with one blow. Karlovat, just watch me. Bitchu was still arrogant. In his eyes, the Hilkens were just a small human being and were no different from ants in front of him. He can easily manipulate her. After all, as the right general of the Demon King's army, his strength is among the best in the entire demon clan, and he would not take Hilken seriously at all. Wang took a deep breath and continued, I will give you the complete mission plan when the time comes. Remember not to underestimate the enemy. The king knew Bither's style. Although this guy is very arrogant now, he is a calm and ruthless person when he really takes action. This is why Wang gave the task to him. Also, how is the attack plan against the Empire going? It's ready. A demon spoke up. Well, then, Carlo, what? You will serve as the logistics and assist in the attack plan, clear. Karlovat nodded. Swoosh, a gust of wind blew, all the candles were extinguished, and the underground palace returned to silence again. Chapter 70. Hilkin and Chris return to the academy together, training with Rokas and meeting with Tiwi. Hehe, given time, my Chamber of Commerce will surely be famous throughout the continent. Hilkin spoke complacently after returning to the Adventurers Guild together to collect the bounty. Hilkin and Chris separated from Dessa, the two of them headed towards the academy together. Hearing what Hilkin said, Chris sighed and said softly, I think you just want to raise a guild full of beast-eared girls. Nonsense. Sierra Jean immediately objected, saying seriously, I just want to cultivate an excellent Chamber of Commerce. What beast-eared girl? Don't slander me. Okay, Chris smiled and said, then I wish Master Hilkin can gather all kinds of beast-eared girls soon. I feel a little moved. Doesn't seem bad? It sounds attractive. Looking up, he saw the playful smile on Chris's face. He coughed lightly and said calmly, ahem, what did you say? Nothing, but thank you for your blessing anyway. Chris's smile grew wider. She put her hands behind her back and came closer, blinking and looking at Hilkin carefully. Hilkin turned his head away, not looking directly into Chris's eyes, feeling a little guilty. Hehe. Chris snorted lightly and did not embarrass Hilkin anymore. She turned around and moved back to Hilkin's right side. Not long after, the two returned to the academy. There were people hurrying around everywhere in the college, including many men and women dressed elegantly and nobly. The college competition is imminent. In the following days, Hilkin's daily life became busy. In preparation for the upcoming academy competition, Dewey's training became more rigorous. But Hilkin felt that it was unnecessary. According to what the goddess said, he would lose to Lin N anyway. In addition, in Rokas, Hilkin's progress is also obvious. You are really a genius, aren't you? Rokas looked at the magic scroll that Silken had just completed with doubt in his hand. This is a 4th-tier magic scroll. Although its effect is greatly reduced and cannot be compared with the one engraved by Rokas, but the speed of improvement is truly astonishing. What's wrong? Hilkin didn't care. He felt that what Rokas taught was easy to understand, or that the engraving of the magic scroll was very simple. In short, in his opinion, this was knowledge that could be mastered at a glance. You have mastered things in these 10 days that others may not be able to learn in 10 years. Rokas rubbed his brow and jumped off the table. The small figure moved back and forth in Hilkin's room. Hearing what Rokas said, Hilkin was slightly stunned. He didn't have such a feeling at all. He felt that engraving the magic scroll was a natural thing. Like, he had already mastered all this knowledge beforehand, and now he was recalling it. Forget it. Rokas waved his hand, put down the scroll that Hilkin had just engraved, and said casually, anyway, since you are a genius, your master, will also benefit from it. After saying that, Rokas sat down again, took out a wooden ruler that was half her height and knocked on the table. Go on. Hilkin once again devoted himself to engraving the magic scroll. According to Rokas, if one wants to learn the technique of engraving magic scrolls out of thin air, he must at least be able to skillfully engrave 7th-level magic scrolls before he can start learning. As Hilkin trained hard, time passed day by day. It's like the ripe fruit on the treetop. When you look at it, it will always stay on the tree, but when you are not paying attention, the fruit will always fall quietly. Gradually, the wheel of time dragged everyone to the day before the college competition. Representatives from the other 6 colleges that were eligible to participate also arrived at the Royal First College. They are the Royal College No. 2, King's University, Gadaterra Pearl College, Perletsin United College, Gmishal College, and Berthius University, the first 3 and the first Royal College are all in the capital, while the last one, Berthius University, is a college in the Roland family's territory. As expected, the academy held a dinner the day before the competition. Hilkin discovered that the academy always liked to hold a dinner party before a big event. I don't know who was so idle, but he had no choice but to go because of both moral and logical reasons. Plus, the reincarnated goddess made a clear request, saying that this was a plot point. That's right. The long-lost reincarnated goddess appeared again, just like at the last dinner. She threw the script directly into Hilkin's mind again, and he said, Little Hilkin, don't forget the plot, just humiliate the hero at the dinner, and then let him beat him up during the school competition, right? Well, that's it. Okay. Just think of it as saving the world. I think anyone would not be in a good mood if they knew they were going to be beaten and couldn't fight back. The same thing happened with Hilkin. He sighed, picked up a glove and put it on slowly. By the way, I'm going to throw the gloves in his face then, right? Aha! The reincarnation goddess nodded, confirming what Hilken said. Okay. Hilken put on his gloves, walked out of the dormitory silently, and headed towards the college's auditorium. The reincarnated goddess disappeared from his mind once again. Hilken has become completely accustomed to this guy's elusiveness. As for getting some information out of her, don't even think about it, this guy will probably just disappear faster. Hilken had no confidence in this at all. The silence of the dark night, the street lamps engraved with inscriptions on both sides of the sidewalk lit up, casting white spots of light on the ground one by one, supporting Hilken as he walked in the darkness. The treetops were rustling in the breeze. Looking back, there was no one behind Hilken, but looking forward, there were still a few people standing in twos and threes not far from the front of the auditorium. Hilken? The leading figure waved, but quickly put his hand down. She dropped her hands to her sides, looked at Hilken calmly, and greeted him softly. D-Way? Hilken had not expected to meet her here. Devi nodded slightly. After a pause, she continued, Lin is back. Lin, right. Unlike the shock on Hilken's face, Devi remained calm. She is like a quiet and still spring. No matter what happens, the expression on her face will not change. It is said that it was because he conquered the Tianqing ruins. This caused quite a stir in the academy, and now his momentum is about to surpass yours. D-Wei crossed her arms and said calmly. Normal, he's the male lead after all. Hilken whispered to himself. Male lead? Yes, male protagonist. This time, Hilken did not avoid the question, but repeated it again. His eyes were fixed on D-Wei's face the whole time, trying to find some clues from her face, but unfortunately, there was nothing on D-Wei's face. It was still calm, like a pool of dead water. Oh, a slight redness shouldn't be considered a change, right? Don't look at it anymore, it's time to go in. D-Wei turned her head away, frowned slightly, and whispered. Good. Looking at D-Wei's cheeks, which were still slightly flushed, Sierra Jean spoke slowly. It's not a loss. It's worth the trip to see D-Wei with a blushing face. Zirjin took a deep breath and walked into the auditorium with D-Wei one after the other. Chapter 71 Dinner, Hilken, Lin, and Gloves. The pure white and warm yellow lights complement each other, casting a halo of color on the snow-white floor of the hall. The hall was crowded and noisy, already full of people, and sitting in the center of the hall was Lin En.At this moment. He was wearing a red robe, holding a wine glass with a rosy face, and talking with the people around him. Ha, I knew you would be able to achieve something, Brother Lin. Conquering 2 ruins in a row is a unique thing on the continent. That's right, Brother Lin, you are the best among men, the best among men. The wine glasses were clinking and the noble young masters who usually looked down on others raised their glasses to Lin En. He was completely different from the one who had ridiculed him before. Lin narrowed his eyes and cheerfully agreed to all the requests. Hilken looked away. Apart from Lin En, there were people in the auditorium, most of whom were still nobles. Thanks to his photographic memory, Hilken has already recognized most of these people. Thanks to his status, all these people gathered around him, whether they were willing or not. After spending some time getting rid of them all, peace finally returned to Hilken's side. He caught a glimpse of a familiar figure out of the corner of his eye. Chris? I was confused at first, but soon I understood. She is also the protagonist of today's drama. How could she be absent? Without waiting for Hilken to say anything, Chris's eyes lit up when she saw him. After that, he ran up hurriedly. Master Hilken. It was still her slightly charming tone. Yeah, Chris. Hilken greeted with a smile, then he asked, when did Lin En come back? Chris put her finger on her chin and pretended to be thinking. After a moment, she slowly said, last night. That didn't take long. Hilken rode. Lin En, who was at the center of the banquet, was enjoying the treatment of a protagonist, received compliments and praise from everyone. Being able to conquer 2 ruins is indeed impressive, but not that impressive. The 7 ruins have always been in a mediocre position. There are many people who can conquer the ruins, such as Cain, who can demolish all 7 ruins by himself with just a sword. To people like them who are extremely powerful, the things in the ruins have no appeal at all. Therefore, they didn't bother to attack the ruins. But for the second-rate people, the things in the ruins are very tempting, but they do not have the ability to conquer the ruins. As the leader among these people, Lin En's strength is evident. Even if they were not sincere and just wanted to show off, these young nobles would be happy to make friends with Lin En, and just like that, Lin became a rising star in the social world. Surrounded by people in the center of the crowd, however, although He looked drunk, there was still a hint of clarity in his eyes. "Hey, what are you waiting for? Hurry up!" The voice of the reincarnated goddess once again rang in Hilken's mind. This was the fourth time her voice had sounded in Hilken's mind. Finally feeling a little bored, Hilken shook his head helplessly. Okay, I'll go. He spoke with an impatient look on his face. The reincarnated goddess nodded with satisfaction after hearing this. It seems like Hilken is finally willing to follow the plot. Hilken? Looking at Shurkin, who was walking towards him through the crowd, Lin En, who was holding a wineglass, was a little surprised. He raised his head and looked at Hilken with a curious look on his face. Seeing the confusion on Lin's face, and thinking about humiliating her for no reason, Hilken felt a little guilty. But Lin En didn't know what Hilken was thinking. He just felt that Hilken was a little strange and was waiting for his next move. Taking a deep breath again, Hilken said resolutely, "Hey, Lin En, you country bumpkin, how dare you stay with Chris? I think you really don't know what's good for you. Get out of here." After Hilken finished speaking, there was a silence. Even Lin said nothing. Strange. Zirjan was a little confused. According to the plot given by the goddess, shouldn't Lin En refute his words at this time? How can you keep your composure? Still no word until now? It's impossible. After the heroine Chris, the hero Lin En also mutated. Hilken was still thinking with a frown on his face. On the other side, Lin En finally couldn't hold it anymore. With a strange look on his face, he stretched out his finger, tremblingly pointed at the side of Hilken, and asked in confusion, "Chris, isn't she fucking right next to you? When have I ever been with Chris?" Hearing this, Zirjan was also stunned. Lin En was right. He hadn't seen Chris and Lin En sticking together. Rather, Chris always sticks to herself. Looking at Chris, who was standing beside him with a well-behaved look on her face, Hilken froze in place. So, what should he do now? Where is the reincarnated goddess? Save her. Not only Lin En, but even the faces of the onlookers had strange expressions at this moment. They seemed to be full of confusion about Hilken's actions, but due to his status, they quickly lowered their heads and pretended that they saw nothing. No matter. Just keep going up, that's what I did last time anyway. Hilken took a deep breath, yanked off the gloves on his hands, and threw them hard at Lin's face. Then he exhaled, took a step forward, and said viciously, "Lin En, in view of your various provocations to my authority, Shi Jin, want to duel with you. Tomorrow at the academy competition, I will knock you to the ground. Chris will only be mine." Lin stared at all this, stunned, as the glove thrown by Hilken slid down his face and fell to the ground. No, bro. This guy is fucking crazy. Chapter 72 Mission completed. Lin was really devastated. He looked at the gloves on the ground. He had never felt so depressed since he came into this world. He had conquered 2 ruins according to the instructions and had become a rare talent. He was flattered by these noble disciples. He was becoming a rising star. His time was coming. But what is going on? Why is it that this inexplicable young nobleman in front of him is suspecting that he and Chris have an improper relationship all day long? Come on, he hasn't even met Chris a few times. Okay, since leaving the Daolan ruins, Lin didn't even have the chance to meet Chris alone. Firstly, I have other things to do, and secondly, this guy is really weird. I always feel spooky when I'm with her, but who can tell him what happened today? Why did this young master from a prominent family question him right from the start? He obviously didn't do anything. Also, I have already explained it and smiled kindly, but why is this guy still not giving in? As if he doesn't understand what I'm saying. For no apparent reason, he threw the gloves at his face. What is this? A duel? Lin took a deep breath and calmed herself down. Master, Hilken? He uttered the above 5 words almost word by word, and the young master added them after hesitating for a long time. Hilken was also helpless, putting himself in Lin's perspective. He also felt that what he did today couldn't be said to be excessive, it was simply inexplicable. If he were Lin En, he would probably doubt whether the other person's brain was broken, and show a look of worry and sympathy. What's that look in your eyes? Seeing Lin En's sympathetic and slightly worried look, Hilken shuddered and said lightly, "No. Don't ask me yet. I should be the one asking you now." Lin's temper was excellent, and she showed no signs of getting angry at all. He bent down and picked up the gloves from the ground, looked at Hilken in confusion, and asked again, "You mean, you want to duel with me?" Guaranteed authenticity. Seeing that there was no need for further explanation, Hilken nodded with satisfaction and continued. Lin En looked at the valuable gloves on his hands and shook his head. Okay. I'll make a note of it. See you at the academy competition tomorrow. Goodbye. Zirjan waved to him with a smile. There is a problem, this guy is definitely weird. Lin rubbed his chin, deep in thought from time to time. He looked up at Hilkin. When Hilkin saw that the mission was accomplished, he immediately stepped aside as if he had accomplished something. The atmosphere here is so weird, the looks from the onlookers were so strange. Hilkin quickly walked to a corner where there were few people. It's okay, is this considered a success? He confirmed with the goddess in his mind. Okay. The reincarnated goddess suddenly appeared and nodded. So you were here the whole time? Maybe. When you didn't call me, I was in a state of being both there and not there. Alright. Seeing that the goddess wanted to continue speaking, Hilkin hurriedly stopped her and asked, So? I will wait until tomorrow now? The reincarnated goddess said calmly, according to the plot, you will face Lin En in the first match tomorrow, and then you just need to get beaten up by him, and then leave the stage in disgrace. Okay. This is all for the sake of saving the world, so just beat them up. Hilkin sighed. After all, he couldn't be sure whether what the goddess said was true or not. Let's just treat it as true for now. What if the world really disappears without following the plot? Then it will be a waste of time. Chapter 73. Clinster appears. Hilkin left, but Lin was not influenced by him. Soon, he resumed the conversation as if nothing had happened. He attributed it all to the abnormal behavior of the NPC in the book. After all, I am the protagonist. It's no big deal if some abnormalities occur in the original characters because of my arrival. He whispered, holding up their glasses. The jubilant atmosphere once again filled everyone's face. Having successfully obtained 2 treasures, he is one step closer to defeating the Demon King. Thinking of this, looking at the smiling faces of the young masters and young ladies around him, a trace of contempt rose in his heart. The opposite of Lin at the yellow light is Hilkin. At this moment, he was holding a glass of wine, sitting on one of the few chairs in the corner. He shook the glass gently and watched the brown-red liquid tumbling back and forth within a limited glass cover. Through the wineglass, you can vaguely see countless figures moving around. Looking at the noisy crowd, Zirjan suddenly felt that he was somewhat out of place. Master Hilkin? Chris, who had been beside him, suddenly spoke. What's on your mind? She asked with a smile. Zirjan looked up at her, then lowered his head, paused, and said slowly, Nothing. Chris continued to persist, looking like she would not give up until she got an answer. Why are you always by my side? He suddenly looked up and asked, confusion in his tone. Chris was slightly stunned. She didn't expect Hilkin to ask this. Think about it, I've been pestering you and even did some obviously excessive things, but why do you still stay by my side? Do you like a cynical and incompetent young master like me? Hilkin asked again. He told what his original self had done and expressed his doubts. What is so good about me? Or, what did I do in my previous reincarnation? How should I answer this? Chris frowned slightly, thinking seriously about something in front of Hilkin for the first time. No one would show such strong kindness to a stranger for no reason. Chris came up to Hilkin and said seriously, but if there is, there must be a reason. Maybe he is plotting something bad against you, or maybe you really did something? Is that so? Hilkin looked at Chris, who was also looking at him motionlessly. Thank you. What a nonsense, Hilkin said suddenly. Huh? Chris was a little surprised. She didn't quite understand what this meant. Just wanted to thank you. Zirjan waved his hand, put down his glass and stood up. Why so sudden? Chris didn't understand and was still confused. I suddenly wanted to say this. You can just pretend you were drunk. Huh? See you later. I'm going back now. Hilkin walked out, waved to Chris, and left his back. Chris didn't chase after him, she just stood there and watched. After a while, Dewey slowly walked to her side. The other side, the night had already covered the earth, but the palace was still brightly lit. The old king looked at the report on the table and walked around the room with a headache. What's the trouble? I'll just go. Cain stood aside holding a sword and asked lightly. You go? Who will protect me if you go? The old king rolled his eyes at him. It would be fine at other times, but now, the academy competition is about to begin. If you go during such an important time, what if I die? Isn't it not good for you to curse yourself like this, old man? Cain said, "Ha ha 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 ha." The old king immediately stroked his beard and laughed. "Your Majesty," Cain said helplessly. "Hey." The king waved his hand and said calmly, "Let your father go again." "My father?" Cain was stunned for a moment, thinking slightly. "Or I'll go alone." Thinking of his unreliable father, Cain rubbed his eyebrows and spoke slowly. "What? You even dislike your own father?" The old king glanced at him and asked. "It's not that I dislike him." Cain scratched his head. Although my father is good at fighting, he doesn't have much strength himself, and the generals on the other side of the demon clan are all very strong. If I don't go, I'm afraid he can't handle it." Cut. The old king said bluntly, "That old man doesn't have a few secret guards protecting him?" "I don't believe it." "Hey, this secret guard can be useful." "Old man, can you be kind? Anyway, there are still 4 people who can protect you. The 4 of them together are enough to take over from me." Cain said with a smile. The old king had a gloomy face and looked unhappy. He looked up and saw Cain with a silly smile on his face again. Okay, go away." "If I don't let you go, you won't leave?" "Humph, kid, if you run away secretly with your father, will I be able to catch up with you?" The old king snorted and spoke unhappily. He, thank you, Your Majesty." Cain, with a smile on his face and a sword in his arms, walked out of the palace happily. The old king rubbed his brow in pain. "See? Everyone in your family is shameless," he said unhappily to the person behind him. Clinster, who had been paying attention the whole time but said nothing, ignored the old king. "Okay." Seeing that he didn't say anything, the old king asked again, "Why do you think the demons suddenly attacked at this time? Didn't your eldest brother just wipe out the Demon King's 3rd Legion a while ago? When did the Demon King become a warmonger?" Clinster shook his head. "He came to the king's throne, sat down, and said calmly, 'Who knows? Those guys will still be short of people? Drag some monsters over, drip some blood on them, and then they will have an army again, right?' That's right. Who do you think the Demon King will let come this time? God knows, but he rashly sent out troops at this critical moment, so he must have some special purpose. There will be no few generals coming. I guess 3. 3, then Cain really has to go." The old king murmured. "That's one aspect, but the key is to find out what he's going to do," Clinster reminded. "I know that and I'm already investigating. But these guys are very smart. Their stronghold is hidden deep in the forest and our people can't get in." The old king said with a headache. "Since you have a headache, let's change the subject." Clinster stood up, walked to the old king, and asked quietly, "How are the arrangements for tomorrow's college competition going?" The old king looked at Clinster with disdain, snorted, and said coldly, "I knew that you, a fellow like you, would condescend to come to my place so late at night and it would be up to no good. Everything has been arranged. If nothing unexpected happens, your son will definitely make it to the semifinals. From now on, I can't be so obvious. The Saint girl is coming. Wouldn't that make them laugh at us? I still have to have some dignity." Bang! Clinster slapped the old king on the shoulder and said with a smile, Okay, the top 4 is enough." "Damn, they are both so shameless," the old king cursed inwardly. Chapter 74 lists the college competition adopts a lottery system, but the lottery is not public. Instead, special people will go to the students' dormitories one by one and let the students draw lots. Finally, the results were sent to the palace for the king to check personally. This also leads to, no one knows what will happen during this period, only the king knows. From the perspective of outsiders, the king would never cheat. What is his purpose in doing this? So this gave him the opportunity to express himself freely. The old king, who had anticipated Clinster's arrival early in the morning, wisely arranged the schedule in advance. All the useless people were assigned to Hilken's group. This will ensure that he enters the semifinals. It's just relative. In other places, it's naturally a fight between gods. The peaceful night passed away again, quietly and silently. Of the next morning, the sun rose over the mountains and the sunlight once again filled the earth. Day after day, the square of the Royal First College was already filled with people. Hilken turned around and saw that it was Devi who spoke. Her attire today was no longer as complicated and noble as usual, but rather had a more simple, elegant, and peaceful feel. She held the sword with one hand and combed her hair meticulously. Morning, Hilken yawned lazily. Didn't sleep well? Devi asked with some concern. After all, it's a school competition. Hilken said with a smile, but this is not the case. He has been suffering from insomnia during this period. I don't know why, but I just can't sleep for any reason. I could barely fall asleep by relying on the magic scroll that made me sleepy, but in the long run, it would be a great burden on my mind. Hilken is still far from being able to do without sleep. Yeah? T-Wei believed it. She leaned forward slightly, looked carefully at the faint dark circles under Hilken's eyes, and said with concern, "Don't put too much pressure on yourself. Your current strength is enough to shine in the competition. Besides, it's just a college competition, so it's nothing." "Thank you," Hilken thanked Devi for her kind consolation. "If it doesn't work, I will just lose to you then?" "No, it's okay, forget it." Zirjan smiled and decisively rejected Dewey's proposal. He said that there was nothing wrong with the college competition, but this guy really took it very seriously. This can be seen from the fact that she would stay up late to train after finishing training with Hilken on weekdays. Hilken would not do such an unkind thing. "Well, then you still need to pay more attention to rest," Dewey whispered. "Cavendish is quite accomplished in brewing potions. I'll give it to you later." Thank you for your trouble." Zirjan did not refuse Tiwei's kindness. Firstly, her gaze made it hard to refuse, and secondly, dragging it on like this was not a solution. Because of their equal status, the two entered together. The arena was built magnificently and luxuriously, and every brick on the ground was worth hundreds of gold coins. At this moment, the old king was standing on the podium with a rosy face, looking solemnly and majestically at the huge crowd below the stage. These are the students who participated in the competition, about 100 people, not a small number. They are all sons of princes and nobles and top students from major colleges. The people watching the game have already arrived on the platform. The academy competition is considered a small event for the entire empire, and quite a few people come. Sitting next to the old king was Klinster. There are also a group of nobles behind Lillian. Princess Lovia and other prominent people were also among them, even people with great reputations on the continent, such as Rokas, were given the honor of coming as long as they were within the territory of the empire. Only this time, there were a few unexpected visitors. One was a direct bishop sent by the Pope. He was dressed in red and sat on a chair somewhat stiffly. The other is the saint of the central church. She was dressed in white and sat on the podium with ease, her eyes fixed on the participating students in the audience. The saint girl was extremely beautiful, with a pure and ethereal beauty. The only thing that brought her back to the human world was a small mole under the corner of her eye. Currently, the only correct sect on the continent believes in the God of Light, and the saint is a woman who can hear the words of the God of Light, but the saint has nothing to do with the power of the church. If you must say, she is a bit like a mascot. Throughout history, many popes have chosen to depose saints, as they felt that they had the potential to disrupt the power of the church, but there are also many popes who retain saints. For example, the Pope at the time placed the saint in a relatively high position, used the saint's influence to further expand the church's influence, but no matter what, the saint will not be allowed to come into contact with power, more like a canary kept by the church. The old king was a little worried about the arrival of these two people. Logically speaking, they should not come. Although the academy competition is a small event, it is limited to the empire. In previous years, there has never been a situation where other countries watched the ceremony. What's more, the one coming is the church. Is there any special meaning behind this action? It can't be just a show of goodwill. The theocracy is very special. Although it is not large in size and far smaller than the empire, it is a country built on faith. Its believers are spread all over the continent, and it earns a lot of money every year. The place is small, but the strength is extremely strong. The old king had to be on guard against such a country, but he thought about it for a few days and scratched his head but still couldn't figure out what the old pope was trying to do. Your Majesty, Hearing Klinster's reminder beside him, the old king came back to his senses. The student representative Clovis, also known as the eldest prince, has finished his speech, and now everyone is waiting for him to announce the opening of the college competition. Ahem. The old king stepped forward and coughed twice. Using the magic of voice transmission, he said loudly, "I declare that this academy competition begins now." The sound resounded throughout the venue. Along with it comes the group list. The list was infinitely magnified by the magic of visualization, so that everyone present could see it clearly. Looking at the list, Hilken was stunned. "Didn't you say that I would be beaten up by Lin En in the first round? But now, Lin En and I are on completely different paths. If we were to meet, we would reach the finals. What is this?" Hilken was completely stunned. He looked here and there, his face full of disbelief. The old king on the high platform had good eyesight. When he saw his expression, he immediately felt happy. "Hey, little Hilken, I did a good job, didn't I? I arranged opponents for you that you can beat." Clinster looked at the list and was very satisfied. The old king is a reliable guy. Hilken's opponents are all dandy sons of noble families. In the academy competition, lesser nobles are not qualified to participate, but greater nobles are qualified. But can they be greater than Clinster, even if they were defeated by Hilken? These so-called nobles could only swallow their anger. He still put on a smile and went to congratulate Clinster. After all, he is a real nobleman, and it was the Roland family who fueled the establishment of the empire. Just like that, after the list was announced, the three parties involved had different expressions. Clinster was satisfied, but the great nobleman that Hilken faced was gloomy. As for Hilken himself, he looked in great pain and at a loss. "So, I'm going to make it all the way to the finals? I'm afraid so." The goddess was also shocked when she looked at the list. She sighed, her tone full of helplessness. "I'm sorry to trouble you for a while." Chapter 75. The competition begins. Hilken had no choice but to admit defeat. The list has been announced, and there are so many people watching. He can't possibly go to the king to do something behind the scenes. The college competition didn't have so many formalities, and it started right after the opening speech. There are a total of 10 arenas in Wang Li's first academy, and the competition will be held on each of the 10 arenas. Everyone, including spectators and contestants who are not competing, can freely choose the arena they are interested in and watch. It is also a good opportunity for contestants to get to know their opponents. At this moment, Hilken was already standing on the second stage. He was lucky enough to play in the first round, although he himself is not very happy. On the other side of the ring, facing Hilken from a distance, was his challenger for this round, Cleo. The other person had a hint of pride on his face, a pretty face, hair slightly hanging down to his forehead, his hands behind his back, and a long sword slung at his waist. He looked quite impressive, as if he had already secured victory in this competition. "Please." He waved his hand at Hilken, looking as if he didn't take him seriously. Hilken's face did not look very good. He clenched the sword tightly in his right hand, with an expressionless face, and looked at the person in front of him without saying a word. There was another person beside them, who was the referee of the competition. He is a leader among the knights of the royal capital. He is fully clothed in ceremonial armor, but this does not affect his powerful strength at all. "Are you ready?" he asked. Ready," they both said at the same time. Then, the competition begins. The knight said slowly, "Swish." As soon as he finished speaking, Zirjan drew the long sword from his waist. It flew out like an arrow. "What?" Seeing that Hilken was moving so fast that he couldn't see clearly, Cleo immediately broke out in a cold sweat. He loosened his hands from behind his back and frantically searched for the sword at his waist base. It was difficult to pull out the exquisite sword adorned with jewels. Hilken had already arrived in front of him when he lifted up lightly and knocked Cleo's sword away. Cleo lost the strength to resist and stood there in a daze, feeling a little overwhelmed. "What's going on? So weak?" Even Hilken was a little surprised. Isn't it said that those who participate in the college competition are the elites of the college? What Hilken hadn't expected was that there would be many playboys participating in the academy competition, but they were basically just there to go through the motions and make themselves known. Generally speaking, when people meet these people, they will hold back a little and pretend to be inseparable. This will also give the other party some face and create the illusion that everyone is strong, so at least they can save face. But Hilken didn't have to care about this at all. He just knocked these people to the ground, and these people had to flatter him and praise him for his good fighting. Coincidentally, the old king arranged all these people into Hilken's group, but Hilken doesn't know all this now. Although he had doubts, he still remembered that the rule of the academy competition was to beat the opponent until he had no ability to resist or surrender. So he stepped forward, raised his foot and kicked Cleo hard. Ouch! Cleo's pampered and frail body fell backwards after being kicked by Hilken, splashing dust all over the ground. Hilken took 2 steps forward and placed the sword on his neck. "I give up." Cleo admitted defeat without hesitation. "The worst that could happen is that I would get scolded by my father when I get back. But what if I really get chopped to death if I don't surrender?" He swallowed his saliva. The look in Hilken's eyes frightened him. This man was obviously in a bad mood. He should not get into trouble. The winner is Hilken Roland. The knight said coldly. Then, the two shook hands and walked off the stage together. In the stands, Cleo's father gritted his teeth. but when he saw that the other person was Hilken, he suppressed his anger. What bad luck, I bump into this guy right at the start. He was filled with anger, but had no place to vent it, so he could only hold on to the railings on the stands tightly. How? On the contrary, the old king had a smile on his face and raised his eyebrows at the man beside him. Good. Clinster looked at Hilken and Cleo in the audience happily. He glanced at Cleo's father, who was very angry. I felt even happier. When is the next competition? It's still early, past noon. The old king patted the railing and said with a smile, would you like to go back and have a rest first? Okay. Clinster nodded slightly, agreeing to the king's proposal. Chapter 76, Hilken, Clovis, and many others. On the other side, Devi naturally won easily. Unlike Hilken, she won by hard power. Opposite her was a civilian student. The civilian students who could come to participate in the college competition were basically at the same level as Lin and the others, and their strength should not be underestimated. However, he was still no match for Devi. He simply threw a few spells, which made his opponent unable to resist. Then Devi ended the battle with one sword. Apart from Tiwi, Lin and Chrissy won without much difficulty. It's just worth mentioning that the Saint went to watch Linen's competition specifically. This caused quite a stir. Suddenly, more and more people came to watch Linen's competition. He also went from being unknown to becoming popular. As a representative of participating students and the eldest prince, Clovis naturally became the target of public criticism. His duel was staggered with that of Hilken, probably also the work of the old king. At this moment, Clovis was standing on the ring. He had golden hair and eyes, and was dressed in a heavy robe, which made him look noble and elegant. Of course, he did not look like someone who was going to participate in a competition. Please. He lowered his eyes and looked at his opponent with a smile. The two soon started a fierce battle. Gradually, the opponent was defeated and unable to cope with the challenge. There was no point in continuing to resist, so he looked at the referee and shouted, I admit, Puff. Seeing that he was about to surrender, Clovis immediately quickened his hands and thrust a sword in front of him. This sword directly cut off the right hand of the unsuspecting opponent, and blood splattered on the ring and on the knight who came to separate the two. Hiss. The man whose right arm was cut off covered the wound tightly and looked at Clovis in disbelief. Seeing that he was still trying to draw his sword, he immediately shouted, I give in. I give in. I surrender. After hearing this, Clovis put away his sword. He stood in the center of the ring, made a beautiful sword flower, put the sword back into the sheath, and walked off the ring as if nothing had happened. The boy with a broken arm and the knight were left on the ring. Clovis's actions were reasonable. When he attacked, strictly speaking, you had not surrendered yet, so, the knight said with some embarrassment, what could he do if Clovis started to attack? He still had a job to do, and he couldn't stop him on the spot. The boy didn't say anything. He also expected this result. Call. The knight sighed, then shouted loudly to the outside world, take the wounded away. Someone immediately came forward and took the boy away. The old king watched all this in silence. Oh, this Clovis, he's quite ruthless, so aggressive. Clinster said with a smile. I can't stand up to Hilken. He has a lot of strong enemies in his group. The old king said calmly. Tivi? The old king nodded. You're just going to exclude your son? He has a lot of things. If he behaves himself, the future of this empire will belong to him. Don't look at me. Seeing the old king looking at him solemnly, Clinster waved his hands and said, whoever wants to inherit the empire can do so. I won't get involved. This is your family's business. TSK, come on, the old king snorted unhappily. In the afternoon, Hilken's second competition officially began. This time his opponent was a young girl, also a nobleman. She was wearing a gorgeous dress, holding a slender, exquisitely carved staff in her hand. With a sweet smile on her lips, she raised her green eyes, looked at Hilken with a breeze-like smile, and said, please teach me, and don't hold back. She was born into a well-known aristocratic family in the empire. In the last round, her opponent pretended to surrender after 2 hits, which made her feel very unhappy. So at this moment, she was very eager to have a hearty duel with Hilken. Good. After hearing this, Zirjan nodded and said not to hold back. Of course, according to the plot, he must make it to the finals, so he can't hold back. Since the other party said so, she must be very confident. In addition, her luxurious clothes are completely unsuitable for a competition. Anyone who can wear such clothes to participate in a competition must not be an ordinary person. We must be fully alert, Hilken nodded secretly. The competition begins. The knight waved his hand and spoke at the same time. Boom! The raging flames shot up into the sky and gathered into 3 thick fire dragons above the girl, rushing straight towards her. Ha! The girl looked at the fire dragon in the sky and blinked. What is this? Before she finished her words, the fire dragon fell directly on her. There was a loud bang and the smoke dissipated. The girl was lying on the ground with her face burnt black. Bullying people, she opened her mouth slightly and murmured. How dare you talk about me? The old king curled his lips. Ahahaha. Clinster scratched his head and smiled awkwardly. His eyes were not on the old king, but on another person. Clinster. Oh no, sure enough, when he looked up towards the source of the voice, an angry man walked over there. The girl's father, Frederian, walked towards him with an angry face. Your son is so cruel. Well, it's a martial arts competition, huh? Everyone knows that accidents are inevitable, right? Clinster rubbed the back of his head and said awkwardly. Humph. I wouldn't go so far as to embarrass a junior like Hilken, but you are different. He glanced at Clinster viciously and walked away. Clinster sighed, put his hand on the railing, and felt a headache. Ha! The old king looked at him gloatingly. Everyone knows that Frederian loves his daughter the most. Is someone going to be miserable? It's okay to spend some money. At worst, I'll get some looks from him. I'm used to it. Clinster waved his hands feebly. Frederian and Clinster were good friends, so there wasn't such a strong sense of class difference between them, and Hilken, who was unaware of all this, had already been eliminated. I thought the opponent was very strong. Looking at the palm of his hand, Zirjan felt a little embarrassed. I threw out a 5th level magic right away. I hope everyone is okay. TSK, you said she is not strong. Why is she pretending? Hilken was puzzled. Chapter 77, Walk Off. Go off the stage. There are no more competitions for Hilken today. I looked at the competition list and found that there was another competition with Lin in the afternoon. Hilken was somewhat interested and decided to go and take a good look at this so-called male protagonist. Walking into the viewing area of the ring, there were crowds of people all around, and quite a few people came in to watch Lin's match. Ha! Since when did Lin become a big hit? Hilken was somewhat puzzled. Logically speaking, there weren't many civilians coming to watch the games. For example, Chris's games basically only had a few spectators. At this moment, the number of people in the viewing area of the arena where Linen is located has far exceeded that of people in other arenas. The person who opened the market had already walked into the audience seats. People were placing bets one after another. Handfuls of paper bills symbolizing countless gold coins were flying everywhere. With a wave of a big hand, they all rushed towards one place. Busy with activity, Hilken carefully observed the people around him. Gradually, he suddenly realized that these people's eyes were all focused in one direction. He looked carefully and saw a girl in white standing at the front of the crowd. She was the focus of everyone's attention. That was the saint from the church whom I met before. Her eyes were calm, the corners of her mouth were naturally raised, her lips were slightly pursed, and there was a sense of tranquility around her. Is the saint related to Linen? Hilken stood not far from the saint. Due to his status, everyone made way for him the moment they saw him approaching. Yes, logically speaking, it's not hard to imagine a little ambiguity between the saint and the hero. After all, they both have to deal with the Demon King, Hilken thought to himself. Seeing the crowds dispersing, the saint was somewhat surprised. She tilted her head slightly and saw Hilken in the corner of her eye. She frowned slightly, thinking about something in her mind. Oh. She suddenly realized what was going on, and then took 2 steps forward and stretched out her snow-white hand towards Hilken. Hello, Hilken, I am the saint of the Central Church. She said lightly. There are many saints on the continent, too many to count. It's just that these saints belong to different churches. The one in front of you, for example, belongs to the Central Church. Although they have different affiliations, there is no difference in status among the saints, they are all equal. Hilken nodded slightly, but did not shake hands. The saint still had a smile on her face and put it away as if nothing had happened. Please forgive me, I am the saint of the Central Church. I can only act as a saint to the outside world, so it is not convenient for me to reveal my name. The saint put her hands into her wide white robe and spoke, but the tone was flat, without any apology. I understand. The saint has many rules. Hilken said calmly. After saying that, he lowered his head to look at the arena, no longer paying attention to the saint in front of him. The man behind the saint seemed to feel that she was being ignored. He was a little angry, and for a moment he even forgot where he was, but the saint knew clearly. She raised her hand, and the man clenched his fist, retracted his anger, and stood silently behind her. The saint glanced at Hilken coldly and bluntly, but did not say anything. The competition on the ring has begun. The cavaliers retreated to the very edge of the arena. Surrender. Linen held the hilt of the knife, looked at the man in front of him, and said softly, "You are not my opponent, there is no need to fight." Chapter 78. Humph. When is it your turn? Humph. When will it be your turn to speak as a fly rummaging through the garbage can? Has the empire regressed to the point where everyone can tell the nobles what to do? The young noble standing opposite Lin En snorted coldly and said with disdain, venting his dissatisfaction with Lin En in his heart, "I'm doing this for your own good, but since you don't accept it, then," before he finished speaking, a bloodstain instantly appeared on the young noble's chest. His collar was torn, revealing 2 knife scars deep enough to see the bone. How is it possible?" The young noble looked at the bloodstain on his chest and his legs couldn't stop shaking. "It's horrible. It's horrible." Although he felt a huge pain in his chest, he couldn't scream fear. It was fear that filled his throat and made him lose his voice. The young noble thought that his ability was acceptable. Although not the best, it was acceptable, but he didn't even see when Lin En drew his sword. The wound seemed to appear out of thin air. Witchcraft, this is witchcraft. Yes, that must be it. The young noble suddenly woke up, and his guess became more certain. Then he cried out, "Referee, he uses witchcraft, he is colluding with a cult." As soon as these words were spoken, the whole audience was in an uproar, and everyone's attention was drawn over evidence. The referee said the knight acting as referee was also surprised by Lin's moves, but he is, after all, a leader in the kingdom's knights. He has experienced many large and small incidents and has dealt with many cultists. He is very sensitive to the aura of cultists, but he did not fail to detect any aura related to cultists on Lin En, so he did not directly believe the noble's one-sided words. Why isn't he a cult? The young noble was obviously dissatisfied with the knight's behavior and asked loudly, "You know nothing." "He is a cult," I said. Because he was wearing thick armor, no one knew what the knight's expression looked like under the armor. I just heard him say lightly, "Continue." Lin En was also very sensible. He drew his long sword and ran towards the young noble opposite. "I surrender. I surrender." Seeing this, the noble shouted hurriedly, "The winner is Lin." The knight spoke immediately, leaving the noble no room for maneuver. "It's so embarrassing." Hilken sighed silently, and most of the other nobles on the stage had the same expression. He gently squeezed the scroll in his arms. "What kind of trick is that? I was confused last round." "That's right, I couldn't see him draw his sword at all." "It's amazing. Could it really be some evil cult?" Everyone in the audience was talking about it, one person saying something, another saying something, all arguing about Lin En's performance just now. "What do you know?" Hilken snorted and joined the conversation. "Master Hilken? Master Zirjan is well informed and must know the reason. Master Hilken, please tell us about it." "Easy, a bunch of idiots." Hilken rolled his eyes at everyone and continued, "That's because Lin En has devoted himself to practicing the sword drawing slash. Now he has mastered the sword drawing slash to perfection, so his sword drawing speed is so fast that it cannot be distinguished with the naked eye. That's why you can't see him drawing his sword, but I'm different because I'm stronger, so I can capture the moment he draws the knife." Hilken looked determined. As expected of Master Hilken. "So that's how it is. I understand. I understand. Master Zirjan is indeed extremely talented and capable, and he is worthy of being the eldest master of the Roland family. I believe that when Master Zirjan inherits the Roland family in the future, our empire will surely prosper." The compliments came one after another, endlessly, and vying for the first place. Hilken accepted it calmly. "Tisk, you are such an idiot who has never seen the world." The saint sneered and whispered, his tone was full of disdain. "Too fast to be seen? You must be crazy." She continued, looking at Hilken with the most disgust in her eyes. Her voice was so soft that no one heard it. The exception was Hilken, who had previously used a magic scroll to enhance his hearing, but at this moment, he was watching his nose and his heart, pretending to know nothing, as if he was enjoying everyone's compliments. As expected of the person I chose? He has already mastered the divine skills to perfection. This way, we are one step closer to our goal. I heard everything, Your Excellency the Saint. Is your safety awareness so low? Don't you take any precautions at all, etc. Could it be that she wanted me to hear it on purpose? Hilken glanced at the saint beside him with some suspicion. Feeling Hilken's gaze, the saint moved aside in disgust. That shouldn't be the case. Seeing her like this, Hilken breathed a sigh of relief. Magical skills. So Lin En has magical skills. Well, since he's the protagonist, it's not really strange, but what is the purpose? Does this guy have some hidden secret? Is it her own purpose or the purpose of the church? I feel like I overheard something terrible again. It's really troublesome. Lin has already left the field. There is probably no doubt that he will win in the end. Hilken was a little skeptical at first. He thought that even the protagonist might not be able to win in the end. After all, there were many hidden dragons and crouching tigers in the Empire, but now he has put that idea aside. Mastering divine skills, this is truly terrifying. Although I don't know what the specific divine skills are, there is no weak divine skill. As the name suggests, divine skills are the skills of gods. The power is beyond the imagination of mortals. Even Cain doesn't have any magical skills. So how strong is Lin En? Hilken couldn't imagine it. On the other side, Chris won again. Her swordsmanship was superb, and coupled with her strange and tricky magic and rich practical skills, no one could last even a minute under her call. After once again defeating her opponent cleanly and neatly, she lifted her hair and looked towards the audience. Master Hilken is not here. Then she walked off the stage somewhat disappointed. Swish. I admit it, Puff. This time, Clovis learned his lesson. Before the other party could finish speaking, he used his sword to pick up the dirt on the ground and covered his mouth with it, preventing him from speaking in the first place. Then he raised his sword again and stepped forward, cutting off almost half of his opponent's body. The ring was covered in blood as countless amounts of blood splattered. The opponent almost fainted and fell to the ground without a sound. Hey, it's okay. Seeing that Clovis raised his sword again, as if he wanted to cut off all of his opponent's hands and feet, the knight had no choice but to stop him. What's wrong? He hasn't given up yet. Clovis turned his head indifferently, looked at the knight, and asked expressionlessly. Losing the ability to move counts as losing, the knight explained reluctantly. Clovis tilted his head to look at his dying opponent on the ground, kicked him twice, and then left the field with a helpless look on his face. Chapter 79. Antello. After Clovis stepped down from the ring, someone came forward and took the wounded away. You really don't care? With so many people watching, it's a bit hard to watch such reckless behavior. Clinster looked at Clovis, who was leaving, and said lightly. After a pause, the old king continued, It doesn't matter, you're not giving up on him, are you? I believe you wouldn't have the same attitude if someone else went up to you. Clinster rode. Not all of them, the old king spoke vaguely. Clinster shook his head and didn't ask any more questions. Today's competition has ended, and everyone has returned to the guesthouse in the royal capital one after another, waiting for the competition the next day. At this moment, Antello, far away on the border of the royal capital, was already filled with knights. All of them were ready to go, standing still and motionless. Antello is a territory on the northern border. Since it is adjacent to the demon clan's base camp in the great forest where the demons live, Antello is one of the few war-ready territories in the Empire. Because of the need to defend against the invasion of monsters and the occasional attacks of the demon army, Antello is heavily guarded, bearing the heavy responsibility of protecting the northern part of the Empire. The Lord of Andeli territory was none other than Hilken's uncle, Andicott. It is worth mentioning that Antello was not the land granted to Antica by the king, but it was the land that Clinster gave to Antica. Antilou itself was part of Roland's territory, and nearly 40% of the land in the northwest of the entire empire belongs to Roland. Or in other words, because of Roland's joining, the northwest of the empire has 40% more land. According to the intelligence from Clinster, the demons estimate that 3 generals will lead a large number of troops to invade. Andica looked at the scenery in front of her and said to the person beside her, It looks like it will be another tough battle. It's nothing to worry about. They are just 3 demon generals. I can kill them with one sword. The person next to Andica was Cain. He was holding a long sword and said with disdain on his face. In just one day, he made every effort to travel. Soon he arrived in Antello in the north of the empire. Don't underestimate the enemy. Never mind. Andika, who wanted to persuade Cain to be more humble, suddenly thought of his strength. He shook his head again and swallowed his words. Let's confirm the battle plan first. He turned and walked down the city wall and spoke to Cain. Cain's strength is top-notch, there is no doubt about that, and Andika knows it too. Even in the entire continent, there are few people as powerful as Cain. Although Cain is a little arrogant, he does have the ability. When we walked into the castle, the meeting room was already full of people. Marquis, everyone said in unison. Andika nodded and nodded one by one. He sat in the first seat, and Cain still stood behind him with his sword in his hand. Although Cain is very powerful, he knows nothing about leading troops in battle, but in contrast, Andika's daughter Daisy is different. Although she is not very strong, she has a talent for military strategy and leading troops to fight. At a young age, he has become an important figure in Andilai. She also attends the current meeting. There is a sand table in the center of the table. This sand table is constructed based on magic and is very convenient for reasoning about war. Everyone in the conference room gathered here for the purpose of simulating the form of war so as to prepare for and respond to future invasions by the demon army. Before the war officially begins, these people will probably stay up all night in this small conference room. Time is absolute, does not change, and is fair to everyone. But for every individual, time is relative. For Clinst and his group, they just feel that time passes too quickly and hope they can have more time to simulate the war. As for Hilkin, he just felt that time passed too slowly. The clock is ticking. He tossed and turned in bed, unable to sleep again. What's going on? He sat up at the luxurious and soft white bed, and the eyes of others now looked like an endless white abyss in his eyes, holding back his consciousness and preventing him from falling asleep. Hilkin rubbed his sleepy eyes, got up and walked to the sofa beside him and lay down. The sofa is big enough for him to lie down and stretch out freely. I'm going to change the bed tomorrow. Could it be the bed's problem? With doubts in his mind, Hilkin slowly fell into a light sleep. The next morning, Hilkin stood up. The dark circles on his face became even worse. It's getting worse, he sighed. I feel like if this continues, will I die suddenly first? He smiled self-deprecatingly and slowly walked towards the arena. He has 3 more competitions today. Chapter 80. Chris meets the 2, and Hilkin wins 2 games in a row besides him. There were others who were also worried. The old king kept scratching his head and looked like he had a headache. This person is a strong enemy. He sighed. Who? Clinster asked, raising an eyebrow. Arts. This guy is a tough rival. After reaching the semi-finals, Hilkin will meet him. He may not be Art's opponent. The old king said with a sad face. Maybe not. I think Hilkin has a lot of tricks up his sleeve. These opponents didn't even let him use his full strength. Clinster disagreed. Arts is a thoroughgoing border noble, the son of the leader of the knights. He has been immersed in the atmosphere of the knights since he was a child. To be honest, he is far from being comparable to a hothouse flower like Hilkin. Even though his strength has greatly improved now, he still lacks combat experience compared to Arts. Arts is the favorite to win. The old king stroked his beard and said with a worried look on his face. That makes sense. Clinster lowered his head in thought. After a moment, he looked up and asked, kill him? Well, just make sure he can't participate in the competition. The old king murmured. That's it. Clinster nodded in agreement. Who's going to do it? Your son. You want me to do it? The old king looked at Clinster with a twitching face. Those who are capable should do more work. Clinster patted the old king on the shoulder and said lightly, excuse me. The door was suddenly knocked open. Please enter. The 2 said. A young girl walked in from outside. You are. I remember your name is Chris. The old king narrowed his eyes, searched carefully in his mind, and found the other person's name. It's me. Chris agreed with a sweet smile. Oh, what's wrong? The old king asked with some surprise. The person in front of him was quite powerful, as he was able to bypass the palace guards and come in here. Of course, the palace guards around the old king must have noticed her, but Chris had not yet reached a place where she could pose a threat to the old king, so they did not take action. You are worried about Arts? Chris said lightly, yes. The old king nodded honestly. How, do you have a solution? Clinster also asked. I can deal with Arts. He won't pose any threat to Hilkin. Chris said with certainty. Oh? Arts is a strong man who fought his way out of a sea of blood and corpses. Although you are a genius swordsman who is unrivaled in the Empire, I'm afraid you are not good enough in front of his rich combat experience. The old king said with a smile. You can trust me. Chris continued, her eyes becoming more determined. Seeing Chris's eyes, the old king's eyes were full of admiration. This kind of determined and confident look is rare. Then we will test your strength. Clinster spoke up and answered for the old king. The old king also nodded. It would be great if Chris could deal with Arts. With my and Clinster's identities, it would be a bit cheap to knock out a youngster. Thinking of this, the old king waved his hand. After a moment, nothing happened. He waved again, still nothing happened. Waved again, still didn't happen. Clinster looked at him in confusion, and Chris also looked at him. Fuck you. Where's the person? Where's the person? Come out. The old king roared in frustration. Schwat, two figures appeared beside the old king. Unlike Kane, they were all dressed neatly and meticulously. Your Majesty, where have you been? Can't you see me waving? The old king looked at the two of them angrily and asked loudly. Your Majesty. You are not in danger. The 10 of us in front of the palace will only be in danger if you are. Snap, the old king slapped his forehead inside to the sky. Hey! Kane, please come back soon. These people are all missing a bone in their brains. If Kane were there, he would have rushed forward with sword in hand as soon as Chris finished speaking. There is no need for the old king to give any instructions, but now, alas, although there are some people as flexible as Kane among the 10 people in front of the palace, he, like Kane, has been assigned to other places to perform tasks. This has resulted in the old king being surrounded by a group of rigid knights. Can we go now? Seeing that the knight had not made any movement for such a long time, the old king said helplessly, yes. After saying that, a knight stepped forward, drew the long sword from his waist, and pointed the tip of the sword at Chris. The next moment, he disappeared from the spot. When the long swords collided violently, and a surge of air burst out instantly. Tisk, Chris took 2 steps back, and the tiles under her feet cracked, but he managed to take the sword. The old king narrowed his eyes and looked Chris up and down. Sure, he couldn't help but be a little amazed. Although these 2 knights were a little stubborn, as the 10 people in front of the palace, their strength was indeed strong. Your Majesty, what do you think? Chris turned to look at the old king and said calmly, hiss. The 2 looked at Chris, lost in thought. Why didn't I notice that there were such powerful people in the Empire before? Or is this guy deliberately hiding his abilities? What is the purpose of hiding one's shortcomings? The old king and Clinster looked at each other, neither seeing the answer in the other's eyes. Okay, it's better to say that your coming up just solved our worries. Clinster spoke first. It's just, you help us solve our problems? What do you want? Asked the old king. I'm helping Master Hilken out of his troubles, Chris said bluntly. There was no expression on their faces, but in the end, Clinster nodded and made up his mind. What do you want? Clinster asked generously. I don't want anything. I just want to help Master Zirjan solve some troublesome enemies. Ha, look, there are still people like this now. Clinster said with a smile. The old king did not respond. Then consider it as us owing you a favor. Chris said nothing, seeming to agree. Hey, would you like to come to my place? Everyone wants to join the Kingdom Knights. The old king thought Chris looked very comfortable, so he asked with a smile. Thank you for your kindness. Well, as expected, you were rejected, right? Before Chris could finish her words, Clinster pointed at the old king and said, all right, just go. If you ask me again, you will only bring shame upon yourself, right? The old king lowered his head, not looking at Chris, and waved his hand in disdain. Chris turned and left obediently. Tell me, what's the reason for this boy, Sirkin? What's the reason for him? Looking at Chris's departing back, the old king said indignantly. Who knows? Like me, I'm very attractive. Clinster said nonchalantly. Okay. The old king's mouth twitched, when swish! The long sword cast a white shadow, moving across the huge, empty arena. The young noble with long hair took a few steps back. I give up. The young noble put away his sword, sighed, looked at Hilken, and spoke. The winner is Hilken. The knight said, bang. The flames gathered into a cage. Heh, instead of using swordsmanship, you use magic? Interesting. The blonde girl waved the staff in her hand, and a water blue barrier appeared in front of her, blocking Hilken's fire cage. Schwa. Hilken raised his eyebrows slightly and flicked the sword lightly, and the flames burned on the sword again. Be careful. After saying that, Zirjan instantly disappeared from the spot. Where are the people? The girl was a little surprised. She looked around hurriedly for Hilken. As a magician, she would be powerless to resist once he got close to her. She waved her staff hastily, casting magic randomly. The mentality is too bad. After falling into panic, we became completely passive. The onlookers shook their heads. Come out, mm. When the girl was casting a spell, Hilken took advantage of the moment and appeared behind her, placing the sword on her neck. Is it okay? Hilken asked. I admit defeat. The girl pursed her lips and said unwillingly. The winner is Hilken. Ha 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 ha, how about it? How's Hilken? Clinster looked at the old king and said complacently, Great, that's great, okay? The old king rolled his eyes at him unhappily. After winning 2 games in a row, Hilken's last game of the day, if nothing unexpected happens, will be a showdown with Chris. The college competition lasts for 3 days, and tomorrow is the final. Chapter 81 Art's debut. A gentle breeze blew swish. Suddenly, the small and gentle breeze turned into a fierce hurricane, making a terrible roar. The silver-haired man on the ring slightly raised the staff in his hand. The hurricane was compressed to the size of a finger in the blink of an eye. Bang! He swung his staff forward, and a hurricane of force rushed toward his opponent. Wow! The attack was so fast that the opponent had no time to react. The hurricane hit him directly in the body. The fierce wind blade instantly tore the opponent's clothes and cut his skin. The blood was picked up by the wind blade and directly splashed onto the audience seats. It looks like the attack was a bit harsh, but it wasn't fatal. It was well controlled. Clinster said lightly. Who are you implying? The old king glanced at him. You're overthinking it. I didn't mean that. It was just a compliment. Clinster waved his hand and said with a smile. The old king turned his attention back to the ring. It was just as Clinster said. The opponent looked disheveled and covered in blood, but he still stood up and picked up the sword on the ground. After wiping the blood off his face, he looked at Arts, who looked calm, and said, Come again. Why don't you surrender yet? Arts was a little surprised, but he looked at his opponent expressionlessly, without saying a word. When the opponent saw that Arts was motionless, he did not dare to act rashly. He clenched the sword tightly and blood dripped from his body. TSK, aren't you going to take action yet? He looked at Arts in confusion. From the beginning, Arts had not moved and always stood with the staff in his hand, but Arts didn't seem to have any flaws. Coupled with the extremely fast hurricane during the battle just now, the opponent dared not to move forward rashly. Blood flowed from his hair and down his cheeks. In order to avoid having blood splash into his eyes, he slightly closed his right eye. Schwa. During this gap, Arts disappeared on the spot. The opponent was suddenly startled and looked back subconsciously, but there was no one behind him. What? Here. Arts said calmly as he was squatting in front of his opponent, raising the staff in his hand and aiming it at his opponent. Bang! The top of the staff was instantly covered with spells, and a strong wind spread out from the staff, directly blowing the opponent away and crashing him into the edge of the ring. As rubble fell from the ring wall, the opponent fell to the ground and fainted. There was total silence in the arena. As everyone stared in amazement, Arts slowly walked down the ring. The force was controlled almost perfectly. The person was fine, he just fainted, Clinster said lightly. That's enough. The old king turned and left. Hey, don't go. Clinster followed quickly. After Arts finished this duel, he immediately had a duel with Chris. When the old king and Clinster arrived at the spectator seats leisurely, both of them were already standing on the stage. If you can, I suggest you surrender directly. This will save you a lot of time. Time is the most precious thing in the world. Arts said in a calm tone with a blank expression on his face. There never seemed to be any major change in expression on his face. Return the original words. Chris drew out her sword, raised her hand and stood still, saying calmly, well. Arts sighed and waved his staff. Countless sharp wind blades suddenly appeared in front of him, under his control. These wind blades flew towards Chris one after another. The angles are extremely tricky, almost all of them are blind spots that are impossible to defend but not fatal. Chapter 82. Arts. And looking at the dense wind blades, Chris didn't care. She took a step forward, and a fiercely burning flame began to spread from where she stepped. The flames clinged to her chest, shattering all the wind blades. Is that so? Arts nodded thoughtfully, then he waved the staff in his hand. When Chris was only 5 steps away from him, dense wind blades attacked again. This time, Arts did not hold back and the wind blade went straight for the vital points, but this did not pose a threat to Chris. She chuckled and, with flames all over her body, she crashed directly into Art's wind blade. The flames offset most of the damage, leaving only a few bloody marks on her body. 3 steps. Step. Wow. The flaming sword pierced Art's chest. Call. The next second, the sound of whistling wind passed by, and Art's figure disappeared in the air. A clone? That's right. It can't be that simple no matter how you think about it. Thinking of this, Chris half closed her eyes and felt the magical fluctuations in the wind swish. After feeling the vibration coming from behind her, Chris raised her hand and cast a fire magic. Arts, who had just shown his head, hurriedly waved his staff to disperse the flames, then immediately jumped back to a safe distance. Depend on. For the first time, his face showed some emotion. He frowned and looked at Chris, who was slowly walking towards him with a sword in hand. Who is this guy? Is this a reckless way of fighting? Arts held his breath and concentrated, and the next moment he appeared on Chris's left side. Bang! The fierce attack once again hit Chris. After Chris raised her sword to cut off the attack, a red magic circle appeared in front of her. A series of flames suddenly burst out from the ground and flew towards Arts. Arts' figure solidified and he disappeared from the spot again. His body that came into contact with the flames instantly turned into a gust of wind and dissipated. Art's advantage lies in his flexibility. He is very fast and is good at using wind magic. In addition, he has been fighting on the battlefield for many years and is very sensitive to attacks. He always avoids fatal attacks at critical moments. Base. Seeing that she couldn't do anything to Arts in a short time, Chris thrust her sword into the ground. I have to use some real skills. No wonder the king has a headache. This guy is far beyond what Sierra Jean can deal with now. The long sword burst into flames, and the flames went into the ground the next second, starting from the tip of Chris's sword. The entire ring was burning with flames. Arts had no choice but to reveal himself. Is this guy really a student? He looked at Chris with surprise. His originally calm face finally changed when facing Chris. During the battle with Chris, his expression changed more than in all the previous battles. However, although the fire was a bit tricky, it did not leave Arts helpless. He raised his hand slightly, and in an instant, a hurricane appeared on the ring with him as the center. He was in the eye of the storm, avoiding the damage of the fire. The arena was filled with the fields composed of wind and fire. Magic. Even the people in the audience were affected. Seeing this, the old man beside the old king waved the tattered wooden stick in his hand. A barrier appeared above the arena, isolating the magic inside the arena. I told you to knock him out? This little guy is too strong. Looking at Arts, who was at ease, the old king said. Indeed, little Chris is hiding her strength. It is indeed difficult to defeat her in this situation. Clinster nodded and confirmed. His gaze returned to the stage. Chris snorted coldly when she saw Arts building a wind wall around her. Gather all the flames around you at the tip of the sword. Lunge forward. Suddenly base. The flames tore a hole in the wind wall. Oh my god, is this true? Arts removed the wind wall behind him and used all of it to block the attack in front of him. Squeak, the tip of Chris's sword stopped in front of Arts and could not go any further. If we continue like this, we might lose. Chris looked solemn. Arts had extremely rich combat experience, and when he hit his strength was comparable to his. If you are not careful, he may seize the opportunity to turn defeat into victory. How about this? Use a little strength. Thinking of this, Chris suddenly quickened her movements. Sizzle. Wow, the sword easily broke through the wind wall, and Arts' full defense was like a blank sheet of paper in front of Chris. Arts looked at the sword and Chris in front of him with shock. The body turned into a gust of wind and retreated again. He suddenly retreated to the very edge of the ring and pressed himself against the wall. Arts put his hand on his chest with lingering fear. Damn. This guy is hiding his strength with that sword she just used. She wanted to kill herself in just a moment. So what exactly happened just now? Playing house, Arts clenched the staff in his hand and looked at Chris. Chris seemed to have already secured victory. She put the sword back into the scabbard at her waist and slowly walked towards Arts. Arts had a complicated expression on his face, and he looked at Chris, motionless, walking in front of Arts. Chris whispered in a voice that only the two of them could hear, I did hide my strength. You deserve to lose to me. There are only a handful of people in the entire empire who can defeat me. The complicated expression on Arts' face had not yet faded, and he looked at Chris in surprise and doubt. "Do you want to continue?" Seeing that he didn't respond, Chris continued to ask. "Never mind." Art aside, he understood that no matter how many times they competed, the distance between him and Chris was a chasm that was too wide to be crossed. He has always been considered a genius, born into a border noble family and will be the heir to the territory in the future. His father commanded a large army and was responsible for resisting the armies of other countries and the demons. He had been on the battlefield at a young age, experienced countless wars, and witnessed countless bloody storms. His strength far exceeds that of his peers, and even those who are slightly older than him are no match for him. Since then, he has been hailed as a genius and has never lost a game. However, all this was completely shattered when a person arrived. That man was Cain, who was only 7 or 8 years older than himself, and less than 30 years old, but his strength is simply abnormal. With just one sword strike, he was defeated. It was just an ordinary sword and did not contain any magic power. His strength is indeed strong, far better than mine, and now, this feeling appeared again, in the person opposite him, Chris. She just used an ordinary sword to easily break through the defense she had created with the wind wall. Although the sense of oppression is obviously weaker than Cain's, it is still far beyond his reach. Ha! Never mind, just admit defeat. Thinking about what I said before, there was no point in fighting any further. So Art sighed and chose to surrender. After getting a satisfactory answer, Chris smiled. Just as she was about to leave, she caught a glimpse of the complicated expression on Art's face. Chris turned back to his side and whispered something in his ear. Art's eyes suddenly widened, and then they regained clarity. His expression relaxed a little and he smiled calmly. "I see, it's not unfair that I lost. I never thought I would meet 2 perverts in my life. Maybe I was born at the wrong time." He stood up, put away his staff, glanced at Chris, smiled at her, then turned around with a grim expression and walked off the ring. Chapter 83, Confrontation with Clovis. At this moment, Dewey was also on the ring, and she was confronting another person. Clovis' golden eyes were filled with tiny, cloudy black spots. He raised his head and glanced at Devi. The breeze blew through his hair, stirring his light blonde locks. "I didn't expect to run into you." Clovis moved the corner of his mouth slightly, put one hand on his waist, and said lightly, "A surprise? I don't think so." Dewey shook her head and said softly, "Ha! We're old acquaintances, so I don't think there's any need to fight. Just give me some face." Clovis' stern face revealed an unpleasant smile, and he spoke to Devi. Dewey said nothing, but did not put down the sword in her hand. "Don't want to? Then forget it." Clovis sneered and quickly dodged forward when he stepped on the ground with his left foot and thrust the sword forward with all his strength. Dewey reacted quickly and immediately raised her sword to block. "Oh, you want to duel with me? That's ridiculous." Although the attack was blocked, Clovis's expression showed disdain. He took 2 steps back and raised his sword high. Instantly, countless afterimages appeared around his sword. "I say, Dewey, in the way of the sword, I have few rivals in the entire empire. You have chosen the wrong opponent," Clovis said arrogantly. Along with his words came endless sword shadows filling the sky. "This attack, you can't avoid it." Schwaz Clovis hid his attacks in sword shadows, and each sword shadow could be transformed into a fatal attack. Looking at the sword shadows all over the sky, Dewey shook her sleeves, and a staff fell out of her sleeves. She grasped the staff in her left hand. A violent torrent of water rose from the ground, standing between the two of them like an insurmountable barrier. Clovis' attacks were all dispersed by the water, and all his strength was dissipated by the water. "Oh, that's right. Magic is interesting. The eldest daughter of the Cavendish family, what's the point of not using magic?" Clovis shook the water droplets off his sword. He held the sword diagonally in front of him, his eyes fierce. "Too much talk." Devi frowned slightly and waved her staff. At the next second, a large amount of water appeared out of thin air behind her and flowed onto the ring. "Ha! Water appears out of thin air." Clovis took a breath, raised his sword high, and pointed the tip of the sword at Devi's neck. Swish! He split the rushing torrent in half. A long and narrow vacuum zone formed on the ring. The scene looked like a rift valley formed by sea water. Devi jumped high and stood on the waves. A blue light burst out from her sword, rushing from top to bottom. When the two swords collided, "You come when I go." Clovis's swordsmanship was better, but Devi made up for it with magic, and the two were tied for a while. Squeak! There was a sound of shredding cloth. Bright red blood flowed down the tip of the sword, and Clovis's sword pierced into Devi's shoulder. Tsk! Dewey quickly pulled away, and the sword pierced her shoulder, but it did not hurt her vital parts, so she was able to move freely. "I'll give you one more chance, admit defeat." Clovis looked at the blood on the tip of the sword and said finally, "Okay, forget it if you don't want to." Clovis's eyes were once again replaced by ruthlessness. He took 2 steps forward, then disappeared from the spot with a swoosh and rushed towards her at an extremely fast speed. Tiwei tried to raise her left hand, but her shoulder, which had just been stabbed by Clovis, made it difficult for her to do so. So this is the idea, blood was still dripping from Tiwei's left shoulder. She clutched the wound on her left shoulder and gasped for breath. She raised her sword and drew the blade across the water, immediately creating a stream of water on the blade. Bang! The moment the water flow collided with Clovis' sword, it collapsed directly, causing a violent impact. Cut. Clovis' face was covered with tiny scratches. The exploding water was like a tiny sharp broken blade, scratching his cheek. "You still have this trick up your sleeve? But it looks like you're already at the end of your rope. You won't have a chance to surrender now." Clovis wiped the blood off his face and attacked again, taking advantage of the victory call. Tiwei let out a breath of foul air. The previous attack was just as strong as hers. She was also attacked by the water blade indiscriminately. Blood dripped down her long hair in front of her forehead, and her originally neatly knit hair was now disheveled. Although it was a bit strenuous, but it's finally over. Clovis was getting closer and closer to Tiwei. Tiwei just stood there with difficulty, leaning on her sword. 10 steps, 5 steps, 3 steps, bang. Suddenly, bright red blood exploded from Clovis' body. "What is that?" The spectators looked at the audience in confusion, and Clovis, who was originally confident of winning, suddenly stopped where he was. All this happened too suddenly, and they were caught off guard. "Oh." The smoke and dust dissipated. Clovis reappeared in the public eye. "Ha, ha, alright, are you so cruel?" He was covered in blood, with bloody holes all over his body. The most serious injury was his neck. He put his hand to cover the bloody hole on his neck. If the hole was a little more off, he would have died on the spot. Clovis' body was still shaking slightly, which was the aftereffect of being on the verge of death. It was almost there, almost there. If I hadn't noticed the abnormality and used my long sword to guard against the fatal attack in time, I'm afraid I would be lying on the ground now. Clovis' chest heaved violently. He was still frightened, his eyes were filled with fear. He stood there, staring at Tiwei in front of him. Just now, Tiwei gently waved her left hand. He felt startled in his heart, so he quickly held his sword across his body. Sure enough, the next second, countless blood exploded around his body. It was the blood that Tiwei had dropped on him earlier. Clovis hurriedly used his sword to block the blood from his neck, thus saving his life. Controlling blood, turns out it's waiting here. "Ha! Looks like this attack took a lot of toll on you." Clovis held his neck with one hand and leaned on his sword with the other, his long light golden hair falling along with the blood. "What do you think?" Tiwei still held the sword with one hand, without changing her posture, but her tone was slightly tired. Chapter 84 Idol fan meeting. What's it like to be born with a silver spoon in your mouth? Since Clovis was born, he could only see other people smile. There was no other expression. His father is the king. Sitting on his father's shoulders, he can overlook everything and no one can disobey any of his decisions. Whatever he wanted, he could get. No one can force him to have what he does not want. Everything came so easily, but as he grew older, one day he discovered that things were not like that. Above him, and even above his father's head, there has always been a huge mountain. And that mountain is Roland. It is insurmountable and weighs down on one's head. This was a huge blow to Clovis, who grew up in pampering. From then on, Clovis had an idea in his heart, that is, he wanted to inherit the throne, become the new king of the empire, and completely wipe the name Roland off the map, in order to establish the status of the royal family and truly achieve the supremacy of royal power. To achieve this goal, he has been working hard. Even though he had discovered that his father seemed to have no intention of passing the throne to him, he did not give up. He is constantly working hard in his own way. He couldn't wait for the day to sit on the throne now. He can't lose here. Winning the academy competition, although it wouldn't earn him a higher opinion from his father, but what good would his father's opinion be, as long as everyone else thinks that his strength is unrivaled in the empire? That's enough. Think of this. Clovis reached out and lifted up his messy hair, pushing all of it back at once, revealing his broad forehead. Tiwei, today you will become my stepping stone. Clovis steadied his still shaking body, raised his sword, and rushed forward. Oh, Tiwei looked up at Clovis, who was about to lose, shook her head, and then waved the staff in her hand again. It's no use. Clovis shouted loudly upon seeing this. Where? Laughed? Right, he looked around, it was just a bluff. All the blood had disappeared completely. That attack just now was Dewey's last resistance. Now Dewey no longer has any ability to resist. Wow, bang. Dewey looked coldly at Clovis in front of her. Just now, countless spikes made of rock and soil suddenly appeared out of nowhere on the ground. These spikes pierced Clovis instantly, and his hands and feet were fixed, making him unable to move. How could it be? Clovis hung high on the rock pillar, lowered his head weakly and soon lost consciousness. After Dewey cast a healing spell on herself, she put away her staff and sword. All her previous fatigue disappeared, as if she had never been injured at all. Clovis was also carried away. Although his injury was not fatal, it would cause him pain for some time. He would not appear on campus for at least half a year. Who did you learn this from? Why do these kids all behave the same way when they fight? It's as if they feel uncomfortable if they don't hide their moves, the old king sighed. Young people should be open and above board, open and above board. Fighting nowadays is like stealing. He shook his beard and shook his head. Do you think everyone is like you, a young fool? Clinster rolled his eyes at him and took 2 steps to the left. The old king raised his head and tilted it to one side. Clinster turned his head and looked behind him. That he had noticed earlier that this bishop from the Central Vatican had been wandering around him, looking as if he wanted to say something but hesitated, and now he finally came to find me. What's the matter? Clinster asked warmly. No, nothing. Ha ha. It's just. Being looked at by Clinster, the other party seemed extremely nervous, and kept pinching the hem of his clothes with both hands. Just say it. Clinster said lightly. Please give me an autograph. Holy Master. The bishop looked at Clinster with fanatical eyes, and reached out from his wide coat to pull out an ancient, tattered book. The title of the book is The Evolution and Research of Continental Theology. The author of the book is Clinster. Clinst had high attainments in literature and theology, wrote many works, and made outstanding contributions to consolidating the Church's rule. Therefore, he holds a very high status on the mainland. He is a well-deserved authority in the field of theology. Therefore, he is revered as a saint doctor by the current pope. Only those who have achieved great success in the field of theology, have written works for the Church, and have a wide influence can be honored as holy doctors. It can be said that holy doctors are rarer than popes. At present, there have been 33 popes with written records on the mainland, but only 12 holy doctors. Chapter 85. 2 old friends taking the bishop's book. Clinster flipped through it briefly and found that it was full of marks. The other party read it very seriously, studying almost every word carefully. What's your name? He asked. Louis. Seeing Clinster asking, the bishop immediately spoke excitedly. Well, may the God of light protect you forever. Clinster patted his shoulder and said lightly. Thank you, Saint Master. Louis raised his hands in the air, somewhat at a loss. Relax, you're an adult, why are you acting like a child? He smiled and reached out, clasping Louis's hands together. Saint Master. Louis's eyes suddenly brightened. Okay, go back. I have something else to do. Clinster nodded slightly and spoke, yes. Looking at his departing back, Louis shouted loudly. Another fan of your books? Well, I was lucky enough to write a few books, and they all became famous works all over the continent. I don't like writing, I just write for fun when I have nothing to do. Clinster waved his hand and said it was unconcerned. All right, that's enough. The old king rolled his eyes at him. I am a writer after all. What are you laughing at? Your book? What's the problem? I hate the books you wrote even if they are on the bookshelf. Really? I'll give you 2 copies later. Don't do that. If others knew, it would be embarrassing. Soon there will be a showdown between Hilkin and Chris, which will be the last showdown of the day, but at this moment there are still contestants fighting in other arenas. The competition will not begin until all the arenas have finished. Until then, everyone is waiting. At the same time, the border of the empire also welcomed the visit of 2 old friends. Danisa and Lavna now entered the empire's territory from the east and visited this land. Dang, the bells on the carriage jingled. Get out! The clear and moving sound of bells accompanied the grooms whipping and cursing. It's a great antidote to the crowds. The narrow and blocked road suddenly became empty. Those who were kicked by the horses' legs and those who were whipped by the whip fell to the ground, biting their lower lips tightly to make no sound. Behind the carriage leading the way came groups of knights. They were fully armed and armed with swords, cutting off anything that crossed their borders. A basket full of sweet fruits, a wooden sign that accidentally fell to the ground, and a head that fell to the ground without time to dodge. All were split in two. Next came the huge luxurious carriage, almost filling up the entire road. People on the roadside could only take a deep breath and stick close to the wall to avoid being scratched by the sharp edges of the carriage. For a moment, the smell of blood and the smell of cut wood, along with the sweet juice of various fruits, filled the alley. The hard-working lord once again came to inspect his territory. As one of the few nobles in the eastern part of the empire who worked hard to govern the country, Coles inspected his territory every day, and he has a kind little daughter. She is cute, with a little baby fat on her face, and is very innocent. She stuck her head out of the carriage, took out a bag of gold coins her father had given her, and threw the coins towards the crowd with all her might. "Compensation. Compensation for you," she said cheerfully, her voice clearer than the silver bell on the leading carriage. Gold coins flew out of her hands. It hit every passerby's head, face, and the cracks between the stone bricks on the ground. "Wow. You're so lucky," Denisha said to a noble lady. "Oh? What happened?" the lady asked with a hint of joy in her eyes. "Your husband is dying," Denisha said with a smile. Hearing what Denisha said, the noble immediately took 2 steps forward and looked around vigilantly. Seeing that there was nothing unusual, he breathed a sigh of relief. What did you say?" "Your husband is going to die soon," Denisha said calmly. "Really? No, I mean, is he really going to die? Is there any way to save him?" "Save him? Can you tell me more details?" Denisha frowned. "Save him? Well, he and I were in love, and I don't want him to leave in pain, do you understand?" The lady held Denisha's hand tightly and spoke slowly. "Understood." Denisha pulled her hand away calmly. "Take out a crystal ball from under the table. Just leave this at home." You mean, if I put this at home, I can let him die painlessly, save him, right?" "Aha." Denisha nodded. "By the way, do you have children with him?" Yes, I have a daughter," said the lady who was wrapped tightly. "That's fine," Denisha said cheerfully. Thank you." The lady looked around again, and after confirming that no one was paying attention to her, she put the crystal ball in her arms, turned around and left the stall. Before leaving, he did not forget to leave behind a bag of gold coins. Chapter 86, Making Money in a Right Way. Hey, it's a big win. Denisha weighed the bag and a smile appeared on her face from the bottom of her heart. "Ma'am, is this crystal ball some evil object?" Lavna asked with some concern. No, glass balls. They're not cheap but not expensive either," Denisha said nonchalantly, holding the purse. At this moment, her attention was all on the purse in her hand. It's made, it's a big client." "Then little Lavna, do you know who that person was just now?" "Who?" Lavna asked in confusion. The Lord's wife." "Lord? Wife?" Lavna, who realized it belatedly, looked at Denisha in shock. "Ma'am, you defrauded the Lord's wife?" No. Let's go." Lavna immediately walked up to Denisha, put away her stall, took her arm and walked away. "Let's go to the next door first. The lord of the neighboring territory doesn't have a good relationship with this lord. Let's hide for a while before leaving." The money we just earned is enough to spend. If it doesn't work, we can find that young master named Hilkin, maybe he will be willing to help." Stop. "Don't be anxious, little Lavna." Denisha let Lavna drag her and said calmly. "Why is it okay? This is the Lord's wife. If we get caught, we won't be able to leave." Lavna said seriously. "Oops." Denisha waved her hand dismissively. "Doesn't little Lavna's family have a good background?" "Your background isn't meant to be used like this. Besides, how capable am I to reach into the empire? That will become a diplomatic incident. At worst, we will be deported." "Miss, okay. Danisa put away the smile on her face and said seriously, "Little Lavna, do you know why she came to see me?" "Why?" "I don't know, ma'am." Lavna thought for a moment, but could not come up with an answer. She wanted her husband to die so she could get her husband's inheritance. "Why is that?" Lavna asked in confusion. "Hey, it's very simple. My husband died and I just started a new life with the huge inheritance. But isn't there a lot of tax on inheritance? After the tax is paid, the inheritance becomes her own property. And you still? Little Lavna, do you know what kind of person the Lord here is?" Although she didn't know what the lords here looked like, she knew what most of the lords were like, and she believed that this place was no exception. "Hey! Have you figured it out?" It's good that you figured it out. Let's go, time to buy some bread." Lavna followed. "By the way, ma'am, why did the lord's wife come to your stall?" Lavna asked in confusion. He. Yesterday I went to the manor and slipped a note." "Ah, no, little Lavna, no." "Ma'am? Didn't you say that you slept well last night?" This, eh?" Looking at Danisa, who was pretending to be stupid, Lavna sighed. "This won't happen again, ma'am. It's dangerous for you to go out alone." Okay, I know." Danisha said with a cute face. Well, Lavna sighed, knowing that no matter how many times he said it, Danisa would not change. The two soon arrived at the largest bakery in the city. "Boss!" Danisha shouted with full energy, then slammed a bag of gold coins on the counter, making a pop sound. "Yo! Ms. Danisa?" When the boss saw the visitor, he immediately greeted him cheerfully. He. Danisa pushed the gold coins in the direction of the boss and said, "Use them all to buy bread." "Okay." The boss took the purse, smiled, and immediately turned around to get bread for Danisa. Danisha was already a regular here, and she would often come over from time to time with a bag of money to buy bread from him. After a few interactions, the boss became familiar with her. Although he didn't know what she did specifically or where her money came from, he thought it would be a waste not to take the business that came to his doorstep. Chapter 87. New characters appear. Leave the small workshop, return with a full load. Danisa and Lavna were carrying together a slightly tilted basket full of bread. The two of them walked aimlessly through the alleys. Soon, the bread was reduced little by little. The last hand that took the bread was a dark, slender hand carefully decorated with rags, respond with a timid, vigilant, and a hint of gratitude look. This last figure disappeared into the alley like the others. The weight of the basket suddenly became lighter. Danisha stretched out her arms and lifted the basket onto her back. "Okay. It's time to go." Lavna took 2 steps forward, stood on tiptoe, took the basket down, and held it in her hands. She pulled out a small folded note from her lapel with one hand. "Well, ma'am, let's go back to the inn first. Then I'll go find a carriage, and after we pack our things, we'll leave here. Let's go to the Western Territory first, and then we can enter the capital in a few days. There just so happens to be a lively event in the capital recently, and the inspection will definitely be very strict, so they may not let us in. But if we delay for a few days like this, the excitement will probably be over by the time we get to the capital." "Aha." Danisha nodded somewhat obediently. She obeyed Lavna's arrangements completely. Of course, distributing bread in such a chaotic place is not a wise move. Many well-intentioned people have done this, but the results were not satisfactory, and even fell short of expectations. But this was not a problem for Danisha and the other two. This morning alone, Lavna dealt with more than a dozen people who attempted to cause trouble. That's why the afternoon's operation went so smoothly. The two walked into the hotel. "Ma'am, please take a rest first," Lavna said seriously. "I'll go negotiate the price of the carriage first, and I'll be back soon." If you feel bored, you can try to pack your luggage." I know. Danisha sat upright on the edge of the bed, with her legs raised and dangling in the air. She waved her hand, interrupting Lavna, who was about to talk more. "You go quickly." "Okay." Lavna nodded and left the room. About a minute later, Danisha, who was sitting on the bed, jumped off. She knocked on the door inside the house. Knock, knock, knock. There was no movement. "Gone?" She pushed open the door and walked to the right. I followed my sense to a wooden door and knocked on it. The door opened. The people in the room looked at Danisa, motionless. She only felt a shadow hovering above her head. The other person seemed to be a very tall person, and the shadow covered her from head to toe. That's weird. What's with the markings all over this hotel? Bang! The man roughly grabbed Denise's collar and pulled her into the house, then slammed the door shut. Who are you? Now Denise heard it clearly. The other party's voice was very clear and a little feminine. Then, she felt a cold touch on her neck. It was a long sword against her neck. Can you please? Before she finished her words, Denise felt the other person's hand applying a little more force, and a little more force would cut the skin on her neck. Explain. How rude, she sighed. He reached out and began to stroke something in his arms. Stop. The voice spoke again. Denise felt the sword that was about to be pressed against her neck loosen again, but it was still on her neck. There are two of you? Denise said with a smile while looking for something. She was answered with silence. Okay. I asked for trouble. Denise shook her head, and at this moment she finally found what was in her arms. Bang. Yes. Denise threw the object forward and it landed on the ground with a thud. She held her head high. Chapter 88. Leaving and departing, west and north, Bishop? This time, a rough male voice spoke. Oh. The original female-like voice was not that surprising. He snorted lightly, picked up the token on the ground, and at the same time took out another one from his arms and kindly put it into Denise's hand. Feel the touch of the token in your hand. Denise's face changed slightly, but soon returned to normal. How dare you appear here? She asked. We just have different philosophies, but that doesn't necessarily mean we can't cooperate. The man said calmly. I'm not interested. I thought it was someone who was contacting people in the church. I didn't expect it to be a traitor like you. Denise threw the token in the direction of the man who spoke. I am very sincere. Under the current circumstances, I can give you something that you cannot do on your own. The man reached out to take the token and spoke slowly goodbye. Denise had no intention of talking to him and walked straight towards the door, ready to push it open and leave. Ters. The man whispered, yes. The man with the rough voice who had held the sword against Denise's neck immediately responded, then he quickly came to Denise's side and stabbed her with a sword. Even if he is a bishop, he is just a blind man. There is nothing to be afraid of. Bite. As soon as he finished speaking, Telephones was horrified to find that his sword could not move an inch in front of Denise. A halo like water appeared in the air and blocked his sword. No matter how hard he tried, his sword couldn't go in even half an inch. TSK. No matter how many times I see it, I always think your moves are truly magical. The traitor in command tooted his words in amazement. Little trick, I lost my eye but I got something. Denise shook her head when the long sword in Telsa's hand slipped out of his hand and stuck deeply into the floor of the hotel. Don't see you again. Denise finally said this, then opened the door and was about to leave. The man spoke again. At least my goal and yours partially overlap. We both want to find that person. We can cooperate first, and then rely on our own abilities. Bang. I was rejected severely. The man was not angry. He leaned on the table with his chin in his hands and talked to himself. Are you traveling westwards to gather your own power? Or are you really kind enough to make selfless contributions? Are there really such people? It doesn't matter. The saint has also started to act, and things are getting complicated. Bishop Crocker, The man looked at Telephones with a smile. Why did that blind man also have the bishop's token, and seem to be at odds with you? Crocker jumped off his chair. His full appearance was revealed at this moment. Not only does his voice sound like a woman, his height, appearance, and dress are all like a woman. Bishop. Seeing that Crocker hadn't spoken, Tells mustered up the courage to ask again. Oh. Crocker threw the token in his arms into his hand. See, what's the problem? Telephones examined the token carefully. Bishop, your token, it seems like something has been erased from it, Bishop? Without waiting for Telephones to react, he found that his body was covered in blood and had been pierced by countless sharp blades. The pain slowly came at this moment, sweeping him away like a tide. Crocker smiled and opened a blue lace umbrella. He glanced at Telephones, who was leaning against the wall and breathing loudly after confirming that he was dead. Crocker folded his umbrella expressionlessly. He left the room with his umbrella and closed the door. Call. Inside the door at Telephone's side, his vision becoming increasingly blurry, and he gradually began to lose sight of anything. Ha! Lavna, who had just returned from outside, felt something was wrong. Today Ms. Denisa has packed all her luggage and piled it on the bed, ready to leave. She is not usually so diligent. What's wrong, ma'am? She asked, somewhat puzzled. Nothing, time to go. Denisha shook her head, picked up a package and walked out first. Miss. Although she was puzzled, Lavna respected Denisa's opinion very much. Since the other party said she wanted to leave, she would not ask any more questions. After getting on the carriage, the two of them galloped towards the west. On the other side, all the competitions were over. It was Hilken's turn. At this moment, he and Chris both stood on the stage, looking at each other. On the verge of happening. Chapter 89 Victory. There were some cracks on the ring, probably left over from previous competitions. Wait until a magician who was good at earth magic comes to power. These cracks soon disappeared and the ring returned to its original state. Well, Hilken looked at Chris across from him, hesitant about whether to say hello. Let's get started. Chris said calmly. Her face was stern and serious, just like she had been in the previous duel. He tightly grasped the long sword at his waist. She looked up at Hilken, her eyes filled with strangeness and seriousness. Doesn't look very friendly. Thinking of Chris's strength and style of doing things, this is another tough bone to chew. Hilken bowed his head and sighed. Now that both parties are ready, let the competition begin. The knight acting as referee this time put on a red cloak and took off his visor, revealing his young face. Get on with it. As if she couldn't bear it, Chris finally reminded him, but other than that, it has no other meaning. As the sword was unsheathed, she disappeared from the spot. Tisk, Tricky looking at Chris rushing towards him quickly, he placed the sword against his chest, clenched his left hand, and kept an eye on her at all times. Here. Chris said softly. Then her sword instantly climbed up the flames, and she turned around and sent the sword down from top to bottom. Seeing this, Hilken also raised his sword above his head. Immediately feeling the gravity coming from the sword, Hilken's right hand trembled a little, but it was blocked in the end. He stretched out his left hand again, and a magic circle formed in the air. A flame flew towards Chris's abdomen. Bang! The flames hit Chris' body. The sword slipped out of her hand. It fell to the ground with a ding-dong sound. The whole person flew backwards and hit the edge of the ring. She tried to stand up, but after many unsuccessful attempts, he finally fell to the ground. As Chris fell, everyone on and off the court fell into silence. Unlike the initial cheering for the winner, the court was now shrouded in silence. Snap, snap, snap. Clinster was the first to applaud. What's wrong? What's wrong? He looked left and right, and asked in confusion. The bishop was the second one to stand up and applaud, followed by the old king, and the others also stood up when they saw this. After seeing everyone sitting in the front row stand up, those in the back who didn't know what was going on also stood up. The applause instantly filled the entire venue and lasted for a long time. Ah! Feeling the warmth around him, Hilken was really frightened. He lowered his head and looked at Chris on the ground, trying his best to control the expression on his face. His face was almost twisted into a knot. It is no exaggeration to say that he still does not understand what happened. He has not figured out why a small fireball can send someone flying. Chris was lying on the ground with her eyes closed, as if she had suffered some serious injury and was about to lose her life in the next second. Well, Hilken knew very well that there was no problem with the fireball technique, there was no problem with himself, and there was no problem with Chris's strength. The only problem was Chris herself. It's definitely a direct start. How could he not understand at this moment that Chris had handed the victory to him? Soon, someone came up and carried Chris down. Passed by Hilken, he caught a glimpse of Chris blinking and raising her hand slightly. Sure enough, now it can be confirmed completely. But this acting is so fake. She really doesn't treat the audience as human beings at all. What would those people who were eliminated by her before think when they see this? Hilken sighed and walked slowly down the passage from the other side. Well, maybe Chrissy knew that I had to be defeated by Lynn. Hilken lowered his head, thinking. Well, but she didn't say anything. It's really uncomfortable to be kept in the dark. After defeating Chris and Hilken, the only opponent left, as expected, is Lynn. I will compete with Lynn N for the first place. But now the direction is going a little wrong. According to the reincarnation goddess, he was supposed to meet Lynn N in the first round, and was severely beaten up by Lynn N after talking nonsense. From then on, I lost all my face, but now, before I knew it, I had made it to the finals. Even if I lost, I would still be second. There was no shame at all. Why did it deviate so much? Or, is this goddess script still meaningful to me? Do I have to follow this script? Hilken already felt that the plot had gone completely off the track. Is it really as important as the goddess says to follow the plot? A trace of doubt suddenly arose in his heart. Congratulations! Congratulations! Young master, you are really young and capable. As soon as I got off the stage, compliments came from all directions, but is he really the target? Thanks. Shurkin thanked these gentlemen and ladies who were dressed respectably and luxuriously one by one. After that, he left the scene and went back to the house first, under the pretext of preparing for tomorrow's competition, which was the final with Lin En.As for the confrontation between Lin and Tiwi.Tom. There was no doubt about it, although Dway is also very powerful. She is facing the protagonist Lin En, and even she is powerless to turn the tide. According to the goddess script, the original leader was Lin En, and Dway was also defeated by him. There's no need to watch a game that's already doomed to fail, and the other side, those who didn't know the ending were very excited. DV came from a prominent family and had always been the object of everyone's boasting. Unlike the flattery towards Hilken, they were truly praising DV. Therefore, this competition was something they were extremely looking forward to. Point one is a young lady from a prominent family, and the other is a young civilian who has fought his way out of the siege and has extraordinary strength. Everyone is very curious about who will win the championship. In response to everyone's expectations, the two of them stood on the stage at this moment. I know you, Miss Cavendish. Lin said calmly. It's almost impossible to find someone in the Empire who doesn't know me. DV responded softly. Ha, you're really humorous. In this situation, people usually say, I know you too. Lin smiled and rubbed the back of his head. Is that so? Sorry, I'll be more careful next time. DV said in a cold tone. That's fine. Lin smiled and said no more. A tough fight. For Lin En, Dway is a strong opponent. It is difficult for him to win easily without exposing his strength too much, so he takes it seriously, and DV also had a solemn expression, her fingers tightly gripping the hilt of the sword. The look in his eyes when he looked at Lin En was full of solemnity, as if the other party was an invincible enemy. Start. With the knight's order, the duel was about to begin. Dway didn't hold back at all and went all out. The field instantly turned into an ocean. The two were at a stalemate. For a moment, the arena was filled with the flashing of swords and the brilliant lights, which were dazzling to the eyes. People with less strength cannot see what is happening on the field at all. They can only see endless light curtains and the surging ocean. I got it. Frustrated with not being able to win quickly, Lin En suddenly thought of a way. Given the current situation on the field, I just need to use my full strength in a very short period of time. Except for Dway and a few strong people in the audience, almost no one would notice. Thinking of this, Lin put the knife back into the sheath. DV looked solemn. The next moment, swish. Lin drew his knife. I saw a slash so fast that it was impossible to sense it, passing by Dway's ear and directly cutting off a section of her hair. But that's not the point. The key point was that the attack was so fast that DV only reacted at the moment when the blow had already cut off her hair. If Lin En had killed her, Dway would probably be beheaded by now. This strike is amazing no matter how many times I see it. Dway touched her severed hair, stood there, and lowered her head, thinking about something. Lin En put away his sword and did not attack again. The two of them just stood facing each other. Lin En was confident that Dway would admit defeat. I give up. After a moment, Dway said slowly. The vast ocean on the field disappeared. She turned and walked off the ring, but her expression remained solemn. She seemed to be still thinking about the knife just now, or there was something else that made her feel upset. What just happened? What's going on? Why did she admit defeat? There was an uproar in the audience. In their view, Tiwi's surrender was ridiculous. The two were clearly still in a stalemate, and in their opinion, the field was so vast that Dv should have the upper hand, but she suddenly surrendered unexpectedly. This made them feel incredible. However, Tv's identity is there, just like Hilken before. Even if she has suspicions of match fixing in her heart, she will never really say it out loud. In addition to them, there were a few people off the field who saw the whole picture. Without exception, these people remained silent, as if they had witnessed something incredible.